You keep asking for stories, I'll tell you one that'll really give you something to think about. You'll keep thinking about the place till you die. And I have a good idea you'll pass it on to the ones who come after you, just as I'm passing it on to you. So you listen carefully. This one doesn't start with once upon a time. It's about the world today, so that once upon a time business does come into it. Listen. Do you know there are giants in this world? Oh, yes, there are. Did you think we were the only ones here? You're wrong. There are giants. Millions of them. Billions. Giants so big that it's almost impossible for one of us to imagine how big they are. Why, a hair from the head of one of them is as big as your leg. And they're everywhere, in the cold lands, in the hot lands, everywhere. And they hate everybody. They hate each other. And they hate us. Oh, how they hate us. How they'd like to get rid of us. But I'll tell you something. They're not going to. We were here first. And we're going to be here a long, long time after they're gone. Well, they're going to go. Don't fool yourself about that. They can't win. But it isn't going to be easy. Don't fool yourself about that either. They've killed an awful lot of us in all the millions of years they've been on this earth. And I may say we've killed quite a few of them. We've killed more of them than they have any idea. And that, my child, is quite a trick when you consider the difference in our sizes. How big are they? Well, that's hard to explain. We're all different sizes, you know. Some of us are small, some of us big. And there are fat ones amongst us, thin ones. And they're the same way. But on the average, I should say they're, about 150 times as tall as we are. Oh, yes, 150 times our size. That mountain. But there's an old saying, child, and this is something you want to remember. The bigger they are, the harder they fall. I don't want to give you the idea, though, that it's going to be easy to win. I've nearly lived my life out, and there's just as many of them as ever. You live your life out, and your children and your children's children will live and die in generations that you can count up in trillions, and they'll still be here. And we'll, all of us, pay an awful price in that time. But we breed fast, and our families are larger. And one day there'll be no more giants in the earth, and we'll have it all to ourselves. Brethren dwelling together in unity. That's one of their sayings, too, but they disregard it pretty much. They don't dwell together in unity any more than we do. And that's the bad part of it, from our standpoint. If we just had sense enough to get together, if we just stop fighting amongst ourselves. Now, of course, it's all right for them to fight amongst themselves. That simplifies our problem. Someday, if we're lucky, maybe they'll all kill each other. They try hard enough. Oh, I tell you, they've got weapons, child. They've got an atomic bomb. It works. And some of them are scared to death that it may one day wipe them all out. But we'll see. If it does, good riddance. And our day comes a little sooner. If it doesn't, well, we've got time. They've got to talking lately about biological warfare. Germs, you know? You know where they got that? From us. No, they don't realize how far ahead of them we are in biological warfare. I could tell you some things, but there are secrets that even I can't tell. They'll find out, though. Remember, the bigger they are, the harder they fall. It's a mighty comforting thought. Something else to think about, too. As I said, they hate us. But most of their time is taken up in hating each other. So they don't have the time to attend to us as they should if they want to continue to exist. They're absolutely ruthless, though, when they do think about exterminating us. I know. I nearly got it once. Want to hear about it? Well, can you take it? Well, this is just one of the concentration camps they run in between the times they're planning how to exterminate each other. They call this place New Jersey. But it's not New Jersey to us. Some of us call it Thanatopolis. That's Greek. It means city of death. Greek? Oh, the Greeks lived on this earth a long, long time ago. There's some of them left today, but they're not the same as they were then. They got careless. All that's left of their glory is words like Thanatopolis. Words that have the sound of death in them, I was hungry. That's how I got caught. That's the way a lot of us get caught. Plenty of food, plenty of good, healthy food, plenty to drink, nothing to do but get fat and get killed. I didn't know about giants in those days. I know now. The gate was wide open, and I tell you, it was the pleasantest place I've ever seen. I looked it over. I smelled the food. Oh, I tell you, I've been around, and I never smelled anything so delicious in all my life. I just went crazy as hungry as I was. Well, the food was just as good as it smelled, and there was plenty of it. I lost my way going in. It's a kind of a labyrinth, you see, and I was interested in the food. I was hungry. There was a lot of us in there. I recognized hundreds of friends, fat, happy, well-fed. I stayed there quite a while. I got fat, too. But there were sounds I didn't like. Sounds like thunder, whistling, and sounds that came from nowhere at all. And the feeling of someone watching us, someone laughing at us. And one morning, early, I heard a voice.
This one's about ready, I think. Just look at him. Thousands and thousands of them, and not one of them was sense enough to try to get out.
I looked up. That sounded like a human voice to me.
Get the gas ready. They've had a good time now long enough. You'll see how long it takes them to die.
It was a human voice. A giant voice. This particular concentration camp of theirs was run by one of their females. Probably, according to their standards, a very beautiful one. To me, as I looked up at her face far above me, she looked like all the figures of death I'd ever dreamed of. And, child, she was dead.
Where's the stopwatch?
Paralyzed, I watched her great fingers wind her stopwatch. So stiff with terror, I saw the nozzle of the gas generator slither into the door far across the floor. I began to crawl toward the door, toward the gaping mouth of that gas jet. I tried hard to warn a few of my friends, but they were heavy with good living, and it was useless. I found my way through the labyrinth somehow, hoping I'd be time. I had a goal now, if I could make it. And then I saw her raise her hand with the watch. I heard her...
Put on the gas.
One tiny puff of the gas, one short, infinitesimal breath of it, and I thought my heart would leap from my body. My eyes bulged, my legs refused to hold me up. I fell and staggered again. As soon as I stumbled out into the blessed freshness of the air, I heard the sound of a stopwatch and her laugh.
Look at him. Look at him crawl and wiggle. This is the best gas we've used. Look at him. 3 seconds, 4 seconds, and every one of them dead. This is wonderful.
I was dazed. My mind couldn't contemplate such luck. 4 seconds, and countless thousands of us dead. And then, this is the horror. You know what she did? She gathered up their still warm bodies and tossed them onto a great scale and weighed them. Why? So she could know how many of us she had killed in 4 seconds. Do you wonder we hate them? Do you wonder we live for nothing but the day when the giants, male and female and all their young, shall all be gone from this earth? So you see, it must be us or them. And I swear to you, child, we'll stay. We were here first. Most of the time, we forget we're here. And that's good, of course, because they're intelligent. They can fly, too. They have marvelous instruments that help them perform amazing things. They've got radar, for instance, but fortunately for us, their radar won't pick us up as ours does then. They've got methods of communication, but theirs aren't as good as ours. And the amazing thing is that most of the remarkable inventions they've thought up and perfected are used for fighting one another. Let them keep on inventing like this. Because, you see, there's one little point they never seem to think about. They fight amongst themselves. But we fight against both sides. And you know who wins their wars? We do, child. We always have. We always will. We spy on them day and night. No matter where they go, there's always one of us near them. There's not one single word spoken in the giant world that we don't hear. No matter what they plan, we know about it. They're never free from us. They plan for their pleasures, and we prepare to spoil their pleasures. They plan for wars, and we mobilize our expeditions. They pray, and we hear them. And we answer their prayers sometimes with death. What do you mean? How? You think it's hard for a being our size to kill a being the size of a giant? It isn't. You see, in the first place, we're willing to sacrifice 1 million of us to kill one of them. No, that's true. Not all of us know about the giants. Not all of us know that we're being sacrificed in this endless war. Some of us think we're dying a natural death, I suppose. But we leaders know. You still don't understand? Well, let me give you an example. I said the giants are on the average, perhaps 150 times as tall as we. Well, that's just height. If you know anything about mathematics, you realize that means they're uncounted millions of times bigger than we are. In actual mass, it would probably take a billion of our bodies to make one the size of theirs. Take an ant, for instance. How much bigger is a man than an ant? You see? So, on a plantation in South America...
toward us in a straight line, in a column 50 feet across, miles long. The beasts are clinging from monkeys, deers, tapers, jaguars,
and tiny creatures only half an inch long.
Soldier ants, hungry, leaving only the stripped skeleton trees to mark the paths they followed. Skeletons picked clean of the animals that fell in their way, stripped clean in a matter of minutes.
And tiny creatures only half an inch long.
They're coming! We've got to fight them!
Like in the flowing streams of water.
And they come on!
fight them with jets of oil.
Listen, the tanks drown them.
And some die, but they come on.
Fight them with fire. Hey, fire here. Set the oil on fire.
And some die, but they come on.
Run, run. Don't let them get you.
They poison in their jaws.
Run, run.
Then the brown river flows remorselessly on. Tiny creatures, half an inch long. Then behind them, as the end of the brown river disappears, a clean white skeleton. And desolation. So you see, it isn't size. It's hatred and the will to conquer. And it's numbers. The bigger they are, the harder they fall, child. So, you haven't seen the giants? You just think you haven't, child. You're young yet, and you mistake them. Sometimes you think it's a cloud that obscures the sun. Sometimes it is, and sometimes it isn't. Don't waste time when a great shadow falls on you, child. It might be one of the giants. And they strike without warning. It's a horrible death. You see, one of the things that makes living in the same world with the giants so terrible is the way they hate us. They hate us in an impersonal kind of a way. They kill us by habit, most of them. They say, there's one, kill him. And that's all there is to it. You never think about it afterwards. That, they think, is where we hate the most. We're of no consequence to them. That is, they think we're of no consequence. If they knew what we've done to them through all the countless ages they've been on this earth. Well, perhaps it's a good thing they don't. Their scientists know, though, and they've got some pretty good scientists when they're not thinking of ways to kill each other. And they know us. Some of them study us. And, child, they're clever. They're the ones who thought of setting us against each other. They're war makers amongst themselves. Why shouldn't they apply their theories to us? And their theories work. We fight amongst ourselves. We do too much of it. And most of us don't know why we do. It costs a lot of lives, and the worst part of it is, it costs time. I don't say that they put us up to all the fighting. Some of us think of it ourselves. Maybe it's a good thing. Maybe there'd be too many of us for our own good if we didn't kill each other. But if we could only get together, if we could only, all of us, see that one shining goal before us, think of a world that would belong to us all by ourselves, with no giants to worry about. Not that all of us worry about the giants. That's just the trouble. We have to spend so much time convincing others that they really exist. That they're a menace to us every second we live, and that we've got to destroy them. One day, if we don't learn to get together, they'll destroy us, maybe. They've destroyed a lot of us so far. And I hate to think of this world belonging to them exclusively. What? Oh, yes, of course. They wouldn't live without us. They need us. Some of them know that, even if we are, as a race, a constant nuisance to them. But what's the good of that? If they destroy us, they'll die, too. And then there won't be anybody left in the world. But believe me, child, we don't need them. We got along a good long time before they appeared. And we'll do it again. Nonsense? Superstition? You children. I know, though. I said the same thing when I was your age, but I found out history. Yes, there are giants. You'll find out. Certainly we can kill them. Didn't I tell you about the ants? Well, that's right. There were millions of them. But one of us can kill a giant. Just one of us. I'll tell you a story about that, and then you decide for yourself. This was in the last war out in China, a long, long way from here. So I know it's true. I got it from a friend of mine who was there. An airplane fell down in a valley between the mountains. The pilot had a broken leg. And for a week, he lay there in the valley, all alone. And there was nothing wrong with him except for his broken leg. He had something to eat, and there was work. And he needn't have died, except that a bug of some kind bit him, and he got some strange fever. In the second week, he began to be delirious. And then one morning, he heard someone coming.
Hello! I hear someone calling. Hello! I can't see anybody. Everything looks funny. Who are you? I'm coming. Who are you? Where's my gun? I have to have my gun. I don't know who's calling me. Where are you? I'll be quiet. I don't know who he is. I'll wait. I see him. No. Yes, I do. You're not going to get me! Where are you? I see him. He's so big. It's a giant. Look at him. He's coming closer. A giant. I'll have to kill him. You're not going to get me, giant. Get away from me, giant. Don't you touch me. Don't you come close. Oh, let me help you. No. You're a giant. Think I don't know? You'll come to get me. No, get away from me. I'll kill you. Easy, fella. Take it easy. No, get away, I say. I've got a gun. Put the gun away. Don't touch me. Stop. All right. I saw you, I tell you. I killed a giant.
He killed one of them. It was very easy. It was very curious. A little later, when the evening came and his fever cooled a little, that the dead giant looked so much like his friend that had jumped out of the airplane a moment before he did. It was very curious. Well, all right, it was his friend. He thought his friend was a giant, and he killed him. Or did he kill him? He fired the pistol at his friend that was the direct cause of his friend's death. But who was it that brought him a fever and made him think his friend was a giant? Remember? I said a little bug bit him. So the little bug was indirectly the cause of the other man's death. And to the little bug, the man was a giant. They were both giants, and he killed them both. Because the man who had killed his friend had a moment of lucid thought, and his fading strength was enough to bring the pistol up to his mouth. Do I know it's true? Well, maybe that is rationalizing, but you think it over. To my way of thinking, 2 giants got killed. It's getting dark out here. Am I a little slow in my thinking now that I'm... Look out! Quick, look out! All right. So you killed him. He was a child, and he didn't have a chance against the giant he didn't even believe in. He's just... No, I'm not going to be emotional about it. There are too many more of us to worry about the death of one. You can smash us, you can poison us, you can gas us to death, but we'll always be with you. Up to the end, and afterwards, you can't win. Without it, you'll die. With it, you'll die. But listen for a second. We're everywhere. We're in the earth. We live in your houses. We eat your food. We watch your day and night. We've got senses you never dreamed of. We've got weapons that you have no defense for. You walk on your 2 legs. We've got pictures. You fly in your airplane. We've got wings. You make your weapons. We are our own weapons. And if we insects ever get together, Giant, well, maybe we won't have to. Maybe you blast yourselves off the earth and face the cover. Your atomic bombs don't mean you are. The flies lived at Hiroshima, you know. The beetles are still alive on the hill. And far under the surface of this earth you think more and more millions of us are sleeping, waiting in the day. Giants, we'll always be there. Wherever you go, while you're awake, while you're asleep, chasing you, plotting against, knowing that one day everything you build, everything you've accomplished on this earth will be ours. We were here first, and we'll be here last. There's a sign, isn't there? And there's a cloud of gnats somewhere outdoors waiting for you and all the rest of the giants we hate. Are you the one that was bragging about what did you call it? DDT? Fine. DDT does it. It kills the good insects and the bad insects. Better try again, giant. You can't live without us. And you can't live with us. The bigger they are, the harder they fall. We were here first. Think of that some night when a fat moth blunders in your bedroom window. Maybe he won't be blundering, giant. Maybe he'll be fine. And remember, we're giant killers. Not so good, giant. See you tonight. You have listened to Quiet Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper. The one who spoke to you was Ernest Chappell, and the others were Nancy Douglas, Walter Black, and Kenneth Murdoch. The music was composed and played by Gene Perazzo. And now for a word about next week's Quiet Please story. Here is our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
Next week's story is called The Ticket Taker. I think you'll find it intriguing and entertaining.
And so, until next week at this time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. This program came to you from New York. Stay tuned now for a fascinating story of strange events and their common sense explanation on The House of Mystery, which follows in just a moment.
Peace be to you. Now, there actually is such a thing in the world as authoritarianism. It is communism. What is the essence of authoritarianism? Well, I would say it was threefold. First, it subjects the mind to dogmas. Two, it makes fear the basis of obedience. Three, it destroys freedom of thought. Now, the church has none of these qualities. It could not have them. Because remember that our blessed Lord lived in the midst of authoritarianism. The people among whom he moved were under the power of the Romans. Furthermore, all of the Pharisees were authoritarian. So when, therefore, our blessed Lord founded his church, naturally, he made it a bulwark against all forms of authoritarianism. Notice how he even contrasted his church and what would be likened to communism. He said, "You know that among the Gentiles, those who bear rule lord it over them, and great men vaunt their power over them. But with you, it must be otherwise. And whoever has a mind to be first among you must be your slave." Now, how did our Lord save us in His church from authoritarianism? We're going to contrast here the three characteristics of communism with three characteristics of the church. First, our blessed Lord established a church in which, one, we do not obey a system, but a person. Two, in the church, the basis of our obedience is not fear, but love. And thirdly, in the church, freedom of thought is saved by reverence for the truth. Now let's take these up one by one. First of all, dogmas. In communism and in any other form of authoritarianism, one has to submit to a system, that is to say, a very complicated network of assumptions, codes and directives and orders, which are very often abstract, such as, for example, the dialectical materialism of communism, the theory of class conflict, and the labor theory of value. But as Catholics, we do not subscribe to a system of dogmas. We begin with a person. The person of our Lord continued in His mystical body, the church. What is faith? Faith is the meeting of two personalities. You and our Lord. There's no adhesion to an abstract dogma, but rather a communion with a person who can neither deceive nor be deceived. The authoritarian starts with a party line. We start with our Lord, the Son of the living God, who said, "I am the truth." I am the truth. In other words, truth was identified with His personality. Remember when you were a child? What did you consider your home? Just a sum of commands given by either your mother or your father? It was more than that, was it not? It was the love of their personalities. Our faith, then, is first and foremost in Christ, who lives in His mystical body, the church. It is only secondarily in the explicit beliefs. If our blessed Lord did not reveal them, we would not believe them. If we lost Him, we would lose our beliefs. He comes first. Everything else is secondary. There is no doctrine, no moral, no dogma, no liturgy, no belief apart from Him. He is the object of faith. Not a dogma. For example, there is a kind of a dogma, we might call it that when a young man loves a young woman, he should give her a ring when he becomes engaged to her. But what is primary to that custom and that dogma that he should give a ring? Is it not a love of her person? So with us. To a Catholic, there's nothing credible in the church apart from Christ who lives in it. Why, if we did not believe that our Lord was God, if we said that He was only a good man, we would never believe in the Eucharist or the Trinity. If we believed that our Lord was just simply a human being who perished in the dust, we would not believe in the forgiveness of sins. But we know that our blessed Lord once taught, governed, and sanctified through a physical body which he took from his mother, and now we know that he continues to teach and to govern and to sanctify in the mystical body which he took from the womb of humanity. His first body was overshadowed by the Holy Spirit. His mystical body was overshadowed by the Holy Spirit on Pentecost. Therefore, we accept every single word of his. Not just what his secretaries wrote, but we receive his living word, living through the centuries. You've heard it said, I want no church standing between me and Christ. There is no church standing between us and Christ. The church is Christ. Why, he no more stands between, or rather the church no more stands between him and us, for example, than my body stands between me and my invisible mind. The church is what St. Augustine called the totus Christus, the whole Christ, and therefore is truth living through the ages. Oh, thank God for your faith. Your faith in the person of Christ, who is the eternal contemporary. Now that brings us to the other charge that is made, namely that if you belong to the church, you are subject to fear. It is true that in every single system of authoritarianism, fear is the basis of obedience. But because we start with the person of Christ, the basis of our obedience is not fear. It is love. You cannot love dialectical materialism, but you can love a person. And between our Lord and us, there's a bond of love. And these two are inseparable. That is why our Lord did not communicate to Peter the power of ruling and governing his church until St. Peter told our Lord 3 times that he loved him. The power to command in the church comes only from obedience to Christ. Therefore, the submission that we as Catholics make to the church is something like the submission that we make, well, to one of our most devoted friends. It's like the obedience of a son to a loving father. We do not feel any distance between our Lord and us. As a pupil becomes more and more attached to his teacher, the more he absorbs the truths of the teacher, so too we become more and more united to Christ, the more we love him, and also the more of his truth that we absorb. The more we know our Lord, the more we obey the truth manifested through his church, the less we fear. That is why Scripture says, perfect love casteth out fear. The more his truth is ours, the more we love him. And when we fall away from the faith, God forbid, it is not like falling away from, the love of a book or a song or a trinket. It's falling from a friendship. It's falling from love. I really cannot imagine anything more cold and more enslaving, more paralyzing to human reason, more destructive of freedom than that thing to which millions of people are prostrating themselves every day, namely the terrible anonymous authority of they. They say they are wearing green this year. They say that Catholics adore Mary. They say that the hair will be worn shorter this year. They say that Freud is the thing. Who are they? Countless slaves and puppets are bowing down daily before that invisible, tyrannical myth of they. No wonder dictatorships arose to personalize that terrible slavery. These millions will not accept the authority of Christ who rose from the dead, who continues to live in the church. We know whom we obey. They do not know whom they are obeying. They cannot point to the persons or to the object behind that terrible anonymous they. But thank God we know. We obey our Lord in the church. And the very negative proof of the fact that it is love that binds us is in the thousands and thousands of letters that I have received in the course of years from persons who have fallen away from the church or who are outside of it because they entered into a second or a third invalid marriage. All of these letters express invariably a great unhappiness on the inside, a boredom, an ennui, a disgust, and an anxiety. Not because they have broken a law, but because they have broken a bond of friendship with the Sacred Heart. Their loneliness also bears witness to the truth that when there's no person to love, there's no certitude. There's only subjection. When there's a love of Christ, then love begins to believe everything. And since no one can ever surpass the love that Christ showed for us in redeeming us and founding his mystical body, the church, there can be no greater certitude in the world. And that's the only kind of love that can save us from authoritarianism with its fear and make us really loving creatures bound together in the tendrils of affection to him who loved us even to a point of death. Now that brings us to the third point. It is sometimes said that the church destroys freedom of thought and almost annihilates reason. Actually, it is the contrary that is true. Authoritarianism destroys real freedom of thought. You see, you must always make a distinction between freedom from thought and freedom of thought. The devil has pretty much convinced the world that if you accept God's truth, you are not free. In fact, if you accept any truth, you are destroying your reason. He has very much convinced many souls in the world that any limitation that is put upon a reason is the destruction of that reason. For example, in the garden, he suggested to our first parents that if they did not know evil, that God in some way was destroying their freedom. So he asked, why did God command you? For him, you really are not free until you know evil. In so many words, the devil was telling our first parents, the purpose of God is to prevent free inquiry. He wants to keep the human race in ignorance. Do not be fooled. God is an old fuddy-duddy. He is a reactionary. He does not want you to know evil. Be liberal. Those are the words of Satan. So God is made to appear as the enemy of truth, in just the same way that a father who refuses to let his son, 5-year-old son, have a shotgun is said by the son to be denying freedom. So to the devil, to continue to be loyal to one wife, or to a country, or to truth, is the mark of slavery and a want of freedom. Let us analyze that assumption. Is it true that the more you subscribe to divine truth, the less free you become? Well, before I went to school, I was free to believe, for example, that Shakespeare was born in 1224. But finally, I was told that Shakespeare was not born in 1224. That he was born in 1564. I'm saying that only from memory. I hope that I'm right. But at any rate, I was given an exact date. I found out that education in truth was really restricting my freedom to fall into error. Before I went to school, I also thought that H2O were really the initials of a spy. And then I fell into the hands of a reactionary teacher. He stopped all of my liberalism. Do you know what he told me H2O meant? He said it was the symbol for water. And thus, the more I studied, the less free I became to know error. What the world forgets, really, is that freedom is a word that is very much abused. We want to be free from something only for the sake of something. For example, I want to be free from communism in order to perfect my soul. I want to be free from hunger in order to develop the body that God gave me. I want also to be free from fear in order to be free for love. You notice that freedom from something is always a freedom for something. What's the use of being free from anything unless we know the purpose of freedom? I heard once of a rich man who went up to a taxi driver, and he said to the taxi driver, "Are you free?" The taxi driver said, "Yes, I'm free." And the rich man left shouting, "Hurrah for freedom!" It was nonsense. Simply because the only reason of being free from something is to be free for something. Freedom, therefore, is not liberation from the truth. It is rather the acceptance of a truth. When are you really most free? When you know the truth about anything. For example, you are free to draw a triangle on condition that you give it 3 sides and not 33. You are free to draw a giraffe if you draw it with a long neck. If you do not obey the truth and the nature of a giraffe and you give it a short neck, well, you find that you're not free to draw a giraffe. You are free to drive your automobile in traffic on condition that you obey the traffic laws. You are free in the law. You are free in truth. You are free to pilot a plane on condition that you respect the law of gravitation. And you acknowledge the truth of aviation. Now that's what our blessed Lord meant when he said, "The truth will make you free." Now, our truth, therefore, in the church is a truth that has come down to us from Christ. And it is a truth that really is so very, very noble that when we begin to wander away from it, we lose our way. There's a tremendous satisfaction in having a map. And that is what the truth of Christ is like in the church. We may get off the road. We may get off it by sin. We may get off it by error. But as long as we got that map, we can get back on the road. There are indeed some people, once they get off the road, they tear up the map. That's a still greater tragedy. The church, too, really is very wise because it always teaches us both sides of a question. I taught philosophy in a university for 25 years, and I noticed that anyone and everyone who taught in the university always knew both sides of a question. For example, everyone in the Catholic university where I taught, everyone knew the opinions of the modern world in any given subject. In philosophy, for example, we knew Marx and Sartre and Heidegger, Jaspers and Freud and the like. But do you think that the teachers in secular universities knew anything about Christian thought? They know only one side of the question, not both. Look at the papal encyclical on communism. A communist once told me that the clearest and finest explanation of communism that he ever read was in the Holy Father's encyclical on communism. He gave both sides of the question. Look at that great work of philosophy and theology called the Summa Theologica of St. Thomas. Every single question that great mind teaches begins with a doubt and a difficulty. Then he answers it. We know both sides of the question. Those outside the church know only one side. And frequently, it's the wrong side. Our freedom, therefore, is not an independence of truth, but rather dependence in love. That's the joy of being a Catholic. Perhaps I can make it clear with this analogy. On an island in the sea, there were children. Around the island were great high walls. Inside of those walls on the island, children sang and danced and played. One day some men came in a rowboat to that island. They were reformers. And they said to the children, "Who put up those walls? Someone is restraining our freedom. Tear them down." And the children tore them down. Now, if you go back, you will find all of the children huddled together in the center of the island, afraid to play, afraid to sing, afraid to dance, afraid of falling into the sea. That is the church. The wall is truth. And as Christ in the church said, if the Son of Man makes you free, you are free indeed. God love you.
The Columbia Workshop, under the direction of Irving Reese, Ladies and gentlemen, Columbia takes pride in inaugurating tonight a new series of programs dedicated to you and to the magic of radio, the Columbia Workshop. The Columbia Workshop believes in radio, in its past accomplishments, and in its promise for the future. Radio has reduced the area of the world to a split second of time for the transmission of human thought and feeling through man's literature, his music, his spoken word. In the 5 centuries that bridge the years since Gutenberg invented movable type and gave the world the store of man's knowledge through the printed word, no discovery has promised greater potentialities for shaping the world's culture than the slim, swift path of the electric wave. With the speed of light, it cuts through the barriers of boundary, class, race, and distance. While these words, electrically amplified 100 trillion times from the microphone to the transmitters which hurl them on the air, are being sent you on broadcast bands, 100 other bands in the radio spectrum are busily engaged performing useful functions for man. At this second, somewhere 20,000 feet above the Earth's surface, giant aerial transport planes are winging their way above clouds through night and fog, following the straight, invisible electric path of the radio beam signal, which guides them unerringly to their destination. On the high seas, or near treacherous shoals and reef-strewn waters, the signal of the radio compass station points the way for mariners when the stars are hidden and the sextant useless. In hospitals throughout the world, electrical surgery and shortwave artificial fever machines, radio's contribution to medicine are helping scientists in their onslaught against disease and pain. The Columbia Workshop dedicates itself to the purposes of familiarizing you with the story behind radio, both in broadcasting as well as in aviation, shipping, communication, and pathology, and to experiment in new techniques with the hope of discovering or evolving new and better forms of radio presentation, with a special emphasis on radio drama, to encourage and present the work of new writers and artists who may have fresh and vital ideas to contribute. The workshop earnestly asks your participation in these and future experiments. Your response alone will enable us to judge our progress, and we shall appreciate your letters, your criticisms, and your suggestions. Now, tonight we wish to try an unusual experiment in dramatic presentation. We're going to present 2 well-known short plays. One has been written for the microphone, and one for little theater presentation. In the radio play, A Comedy of Danger by Richard Hughes, first produced by the British Broadcasting Company, the author created his setting for radio's dimensions alone. It would be almost impossible to present this play properly on a stage or on a screen. We shall attempt to produce the play, giving it every advantage of radio technique. And after you hear A Comedy of Danger, we shall present Percival Wilde's one-act play, The Finger of God. This play will be presented with a technique never attempted in radio before. Mr. Myron Sattler, well-known director of the Little Theater, has been asked to stage this play in the studio exactly as if he were presenting it before a theater audience. The performers will pay no attention to the microphone. They'll move around as the stage business demands on a special set which we have erected in the studio. Through the cooperation of the Columbia Engineering Department, a parabolic microphone, which can be focused like a spotlight, will be trained on the actors from a distance of 20 feet and will follow their movements as they go through the business the play calls for. But first, the radio play, A Comedy of Danger.
A gallery in a Welsh coal mine, 1,000 feet below the surface of the earth.
The lights have gone out.
What's happened? Where are you?
Here.
Where? I can't find you.
Here. I'm holding my hand out.
I can't find you.
Well, right here.
Oh, what's that?
It's all right. It's only me.
Oh, you did frighten me. Touching me suddenly like that. I'd no idea you were so close.
Catch hold of my hand. Whatever happens, we mustn't lose each other.
That's better. But the lights, why have they gone out?
I don't know. I suppose something's gone wrong with the dynamo. They'll turn them up again in a minute.
Oh, Jack, I hate the dark.
Cheer up, darling. It'll be all right in a minute or two.
So frightfully dark down here.
No wonder. There must be nearly 1,000 feet of rock between us and the daylight. It's not surprising it's a bit dusky.
I didn't know there could be such utter blackness as this ever. It's so dark, it's as if there was never such a thing as light anywhere. Oh, Jack, it's like being blind.
They'll turn the lights up again soon.
I wish we'd never come down to this beastly mine. I knew something would go wrong.
It'll be all right, dear. It's only the lights.
Where are the others?
Oh, they're just on ahead, not far.
suppose we get lost?
We can't get lost, Mary, darling. The others will stand still, too, till the lights go up, and then we can easily overtake them. We've only got to wait patiently.
I wish you hadn't wanted to drop behind the others. Oh, Jack, I'm afraid of the dark.
My mistake. Buck up, Mary, old girl. It'll soon be over. Listen.
There's someone coming.
All the incompetent idiots. Turning their lights off just when the party visitors were seeing the place.
Oh, it's Mr. Bax. Hello?
Hello, who's there? Of all the stupid, meddlesome idiots that I ever saw.
Oh, Mr. Bax, what's happened? Is it all right?
It is all right indeed. Leaving us suddenly in the dark like this.
But there has been an accident.
Goodness knows I'd expect anything of a country like Wales. Wretched, incompetent. Their houses are full of cockroaches.
Well, I suppose the only thing to do is to sit and wait for the lights to go up again.
There's no danger. Is there?
No danger, young lady, but it's dead unpleasant.
Oh, I don't know. I'm beginning to think it's rather fun.
Well, if you can find any fun in breaking your shins in the dark...
Why don't you call it fun? Being in a mine disaster?
But this isn't a disaster. It's only the lights.
No, of course it is. You don't think it would be fun if it were a real disaster, do you? But the lights going out might have made a disaster. And think how thrilling it's going to be to talk about it afterwards. I say, Jack.
Yes?
Let's pretend it's serious.
What do you mean?
Well, let's pretend it's a real disaster. And we're cooped up here forever and we'll never be able to get out.
Don't joke about it.
Oh, no. There's no real danger, is there? Let's get all the thrills we can.
With all the morbid ideas. Young people nowadays...
I'm not thrilled. Let's pretend the roof's falling in and they can't get at us.
All right. Baby, you are. Here we are, my dear, buried alive.
Oh, Jack.
Alas, they will never find us.
Oh, Jack.
Well,
I'm so frightened.
what else?
About the roof having fallen in.
But it hasn't. It's only pretend.
Yes, but when I pretend, it seems so real.
Well, then don't pretend.
But I want to pretend. I want to be frightened. Only hold my hand tight, won't you? Go on.
We shall suffocate or starve or both, my dear, in each other's arms.
Oh, Jack.
Even death shall not part us.
Oh, Jack, don't. It's too awful.
Our poor young lives cut so short.
Oh, don't.
There'll be articles in all the newspapers.
I wish I could read them.
Well, you can't have your funeral and watch it, young lady.
Oh, this is fun. I wouldn't miss it for anything. Jack! Jack!
Quiet. Let's go. You're frowning me. Leave go of it.
Jack! Jack!
Scream.
Oh, Jack!
Put yourself together. We're all right. We're not hurt.
No, sir, we're not hurt. But listen. Water.
Oh, no. It's only an echo.
Oh, Mr. Bax, can't we find the other?
I don't think we could, young lady. It wouldn't be much use to us if we did.
The echo's getting louder. Yes, it isn't an echo. It is water. The mine's flooding. We'll be drowned.
It's an echo.
Oh, Jack, I don't want to die. I won't.
It's got to come sometime, young lady. Isn't it better for us that now in your lover's arms, both of you together?
You old fool, it's very well to be stoical about death at your age, but we're young. We've got all life before us.
Well, can't you keep quiet about it then, you young jackanapes? Do you think I want to die either? But it isn't good manners to talk about it. Where would it be if we all started screaming about it, eh? We can at least die like gentlemen.
Die like gentlemen, indeed. I tell you, it's very well for an old chap like you to die anyhow in a year or two. But it's different for us. We're young.
Well, if you want a scene, you shall have one, sir. Do you think it's any easier for the old to die than the young? I tell you, it's harder, sir, harder. Life is like a trusted friend. It grows more precious as the years go by.
Oh, what's your life worth to the world? Who's dependent on you? What good are you to anyone?
Well, what good are you, young man?
One person is dependent on me anyway.
You mean that you're loved by this young lady? If you both die, what loss is left to the world? Opposite quantities cancelling out.
Oh, you beast. You cruel beast.
I must speak, madam, in common justice to my age. Since that young cub has started the subject, the old are always being treated with her unwillingness to die.
Look here, instead of talking like this, let's do something. Let's make some sort of an attempt to escape.
What do you propose to do, young man?
Why, look for some way out. We can't stay here and drown like rats in a cage.
Oh, the dark. I do hate the dark. I think I could go more easily if I could see light. Just once before it happens.
It's coming closer. Listen. Yes. The
be on us in another 5 minutes. Pray heaven, let's finish this off quickly.
Oh, think of dying somewhere out in the open, in the sunlight. Me able to see you, and you able to see me. What bliss that would be.
It's strange. How little cats wonder what will happen to them after death. One hardly thinks about it. Yet I don't know. How thrilled we should be if we met a chap who really knew. In 5 minutes, we're going to know ourselves. All three of us. I've always wanted to travel. Now I'm going to.
Oh, Jack, my poor dear.
You know, I'm beginning to feel as excited about it as a child going to the seaside for the first time. Aren't you?
Jack, how queer you are. I never looked at it like that.
Well, I wasn't in any hurry to die, but now it's coming. I feel sort of proud of myself, as if it was a wonderful thing to manage to pull off.
Oh, Jack,
There's only one thing I'm sorry about.
What is it?
My work. If it wasn't for that, I'd go to death without carrying a tuppenny damn. I'd die just for the fun of the thing, to see what it felt like.
I shouldn't worry about that if I were you. The world will get on all right without you, never you fear. And what is your work?
I write poetry.
And you call that work?
Jack, the water's coming. It's over my feet. Oh!
Courage, darling.
Oh, Jack, I don't want to die. I hate it. I loathe it. I want to live.
Don't make it harder, do you? You don't think it's fun for me, do you, having to die?
Jack, it's awful. Only for one more hour. Oh, I do want to live another hour.
Oh, God, can't I be allowed to finish my work?
Lost your work, sir. Do you think you're the only one dying before his time? I tell you, every man dies before his time, even if he lives till he's as old as Methuselah.
Oh, it's up to my knees.
Don't touch at me like that, Mary. It won't do any good.
For the water, the current's washing me away.
Hold tight, then. Got too tight.
Oh, if I could only see you.
Just think of all the things I meant to do.
Oh, shut up about the things you'd meant to do, you young cub. Will you realize we're all in the same boat, and it's as hard for me to die as it is for you? Or worse, my dad, 1,000 times worse.
You hoary old sinner, can't you prepare to get out of the world instead of cursing at me?
Oh, Jack, let's pray.
Pray if you like, Mary. I can't.
Oh, Jack, don't!
I can't die. I'm an old man. I won't.
Oh, hold yourself in, you old coward.
Oh, Mr. Bax, I'm quite calm now. I don't mind dying.
Nor do I. Not so close.
Help me! Help me! Help! Help!
It's no good, Mr. Bax. No one can possibly hear us. The only thing is to keep calm. It won't be long now.
Help! Help! Help!
What's that?
Help!
Shut up! We ought to listen.
It's up to my waist, Jack.
My God. I want captain. We're here! Father alone!
They'll find our bodies. That's all.
They'll find us if they're quick enough. Father alone! Still! That's right!
They can't be quick enough. Besides, I don't want them to find me.
Help! Be quick, you fools! Quick, we're drowning!
Oh, why can't you behave sensibly?
Jack, darling, I'll never leave you.
How do you know they let you stay with him, you little fool? What do you know of death? Death means nothing. Not even a breath of the wind or a mere drop of the rain. Not even a dirty ghost dragging its chains on the staircase.
Jack, it's up to my chin. Help me.
Let me lift you in my arms, darling. Then when it gets up to my chin, we'll die together.
Tell me, it isn't true what he's been saying.
No, darling. Of course it's not true.
Hurry up, you ghost! You blockhead! Smash your way in! We're drowning, I tell you! Drowning! Quick!
Goodbye, Jack, dear.
They must be nearly through. Oh, this suspense! How much longer before we know whether we're going to live or die? I don't care which, but I do want to know!
Look! There's a light! A hole in the roof! Quick! They're through!
Quick! Below there! Catch on to the rope!
Quick! I'm an old man!
There's a girl here!
My God, Jack. You're safe. Come along, young lady. I've got the rope.
Thanks.
No, never mind. Pass that up here. She'll be all right. I'll give you something to write about, too, my boy. All right about there. Have you got her?
Right! Over, Nick!
Up you go, quick, Mr. Beck. The water's still rising.
No, my boy. After you. You're more value in the world than I am.
Nonsense, sir. After you, you're an older man than I am. Quick now. There won't be time.
You've got nearer to think of now, Jack. All the way above there.
No. Bear with me. It's me you're holding up. You ought to be back. We'll have you up first. There's no time to wait. Lower away again. Below there. Hey, back! Catch hold! Have you got it? Hard! Back! He's gone.
And now we are about to present Percival Wilde's play, The Finger of God, with a technique heretofore untried in radio. An engineer is stationed about 20 feet from the performers, focusing a parabolic microphone on them as they move around the especially set stage. This will allow them an unrestricted movement, which ordinarily cannot be done in present radio production. Percival Wilde's The Finger of God.
The living room of Strickland's apartment. As the curtain rises, he is kneeling and burning some papers in a grate near the main door. Benson, his valet, is packing a suitcase which lies open on the writing desk.
Bentham,
Yes, sir?
close the window. It's cold.
Yes, sir. Why, sir, the window's closed. It's been closed all evening.
Bentham,
Yes, sir.
don't forget a heavy overcoat.
I've put it in already, sir.
Plenty of fresh linen,
Yes, sir.
collars and ties.
I've looked out for everything, sir.
You sent off the trunks this afternoon?
Yes.
You're sure they can't be traced?
I had one wagon taken to a vacant lot, and another wagon taken to the station.
Good.
I checked them through to Chicago. Here are the checks. What train do we take, sir?
I take the midnight. You follow me sometime next week. We mustn't be seen leaving town together.
How will I find you in Chicago?
You won't. You'll take rooms somewhere, and I'll take rooms somewhere else till it's all blown over. When I want you, I'll put an ad in the Tribune.
You don't know when that will be, sir.
As soon as I think it's safe. Maybe 2 weeks, it may be a couple of months. But you'll stay in Chicago till you hear from me one way or the other, you understand?
Yes, sir.
Have you plenty of money?
Not enough to last a couple of months.
Well, how much do you want?
500 or 600.
Wait a minute. I left that much in my bureau drawer.
Oh, Mr. Strickland.
Yes?
It's the midnight train for Chicago, isn't it?
Yes.
Hello? Hello, this Finley? This is Benson. He's going to take the midnight train to Chicago, Pennsylvania. You'd better arrest him at the station. If he once gets to Chicago, you'll never find him. And, Finley, you won't forget me, will you? I want $5,000 for it. Yes, 5,000. Oh, that's little enough. He's got almost 300,000 on him. You won't turn in all of that to headquarters, will you? Yes, it's cash. Large bill. Midnight to Chicago.
Here's your money, Benson.
Thank you, sir. Shall I go now?
No, wait a minute. Hello? Pennsylvania? I want a compartment for Chicago, midnight train. Yes, tonight.
Don't give your own name.
No. The name is Stephen. Oh, you have one reserved in that name already? Well, this is Alfred Stephen. You have it reserved in that name? Then give me another compartment. What? You haven't any other? Never mind then. Goodbye. Benson, go right down to the Pennsylvania and get the compartment reserved for Alfred Stevens. You've got to get there before he does. Wait for me at the train gate.
Yes, sir.
Now, don't waste any time. I'll see you later.
Very well, sir.
Who's there? Who are you?
Why, don't you remember me, sir?
No.
I'm from the office, sir.
The office?
Your office. I'm one of your personal stenographers, sir.
Oh, I suppose I didn't recognize you on account of the hat. Well, what do you want?
There were some letters which came late this afternoon.
You're bothering me with them now. I've got no time for that. You'd better go.
I thought you'd want to see these letters.
Plenty of time tomorrow.
But you won't be here tomorrow, will you?
Won't be here? What do you mean?
You're taking the train to Chicago tonight.
But how did you know? Taking a train to Chicago? Of course not. What put that into your head?
Why, you told me, sir.
I told you?
You said so this afternoon.
I didn't see you this afternoon.
No, sir. Then I found this timetable.
Where did you find it?
On your desk, sir.
On my desk?
Yes, sir.
You're lying.
Mr. Strickland.
That timetable never reached my desk. I lost it between the railroad station and my office.
Did you, sir? But it's the same timetable, you see. You checked the midnight train. I reserved a compartment for you.
You reserved a compartment?
I knew you'd forget it. You have your head so full of other things. So I telephoned as soon as you left the office.
I suppose you made the reservation in my own name?
No, sir. I thought you'd prefer some other name. You didn't want your trip to be known.
No, I didn't. What name did you give?
Stevens, sir.
Stevens?
Alfred Stevens.
What made you choose that name?
I don't know, sir.
You don't know?
No, sir. It was just the first name that popped into my head. I said Stevens, and when the clerk asked for the first name, I said Alfred.
Have you ever known anybody of that name?
No, sir.
You're sure you never knew anybody of that name?
How can I be sure? I may have. I don't remember it.
How old are you? You're not 20, are you?
You think so?
And I'm 47. It was more than 25 years ago. You couldn't have known.
No, sir.
What is your name?
Does it matter? You didn't recognize my face a few minutes ago. My name can't mean much to you. I'm just one of the office force. I'm the girl who answers when you push the buttons 3 times. These are the letters I brought with me.
Well, what are they about?
Well, this one's from a woman who wants to invest some money.
How much?
Only $1,000.
Why didn't you turn it over to the clerk?
The savings of a lifetime, she says.
Well, what of it?
Well, she wrote that she had confidence in you. She says she wants you to invest it for her yourself.
You shouldn't have bothered me with that. Did she enclose the money?
Yes, a certified check.
Well, write her that... Oh, you know what to write. That I'll give the matter my own attention.
Yes, sir. She says she doesn't want a big return on her investment. She wants something that'll be perfectly safe. And she knows you'll take care of her.
Yes, of course. Well, what else have you?
A dozen other letters like it.
All from old women?
Some of them.
Why did you bring them here?
Every one of these letters asks you to do the investing yourself.
Oh.
And you're leaving town tonight. Here are the checks. Every one of them's made out to you personally, not to the firm.
You shouldn't have come here. I haven't time to bother with that sort of thing. Every man who has $5 to invest asks the head of the firm to attend to it himself. It means nothing. I get hundreds of letters like those.
Still.
Well, what?
You must do something to deserve such letters or they wouldn't keep on coming in. It's wonderful to inspire such confidence in people.
Do you really think so?
Oh, it's more than wonderful. It's magnificent. These people don't know you from Adam. Not 1 in 100 has seen you. But they've all heard of you. And what's even more real than you is your reputation. Something in which they rest their absolute confidence.
So you think there are few honest men?
No, there are many of them. But there's something about you that's different. Something in the tone of your voice and the way you shake hands. Something in the look of your eye that's reassuring. Oh, there's never a doubt, never a question about you. It's splendid, simply splendid. What a satisfaction it must be to you to walk along the street and know that everyone you meet must say to himself, there goes an honest man. It's been an inspiration to me.
To you?
Oh, I know you don't remember who I am. But you don't imagine that anyone can see you as I've seen you, work with you as I've worked with you, without there being some kind of an effect. You know, in my own trouble.
Oh, you have trouble?
Oh, you don't pay me a very big salary, and there are others whom I must help. But I'm not complaining. I used to be like the other girls. I used to watch the clock and count the hours and the minutes till the day's work was over. But it's different now.
How different?
I thought it over. Made up my mind that it wasn't right to count the minutes you worked for an honest man.
Are you sure I'm an honest man?
Don't you know it yourself, Mr. Strickland?
You remember a few minutes ago you spoke the name of Alfred Stevens?
Yes.
Suppose I told you there once was an Alfred Stevens.
Suppose I told you that Stevens, whom I knew, stole money. Stole it when there was no excuse for it, when he didn't need it. His people had plenty, and they gave him plenty. But the chance came, and he couldn't resist the temptation. He was 18 years old then. He didn't even know what to do with the money when he had stolen it. They caught him in less than 24 hours. It was almost funny.
He was punished.
He served a year in jail. And what a year. His folks wouldn't do a thing for him. They said such a thing had never happened in their family. He told his family that he never wanted to see them again. He changed his name so they couldn't find him. He left his hometown. He came here.
And he's been honest ever since.
Ever since. For 28 years. It was hard at times, terribly hard. It managed to live. It wasn't pleasant living. It wasn't even decent living, but he stayed alive. I don't like to think of what he did to stay alive. He thought the year in jail was terrible. The first year he was free was worse. He'd never been hungry in jail.
Then his chance came.
Yes, it was a chance. He found a purse in the gutter, and he returned it to the owner before he made up his mind whether to keep it or not. The man who owned the purse gave him a job. Then they said he was a hard worker, and they promoted him. They made him manager. They gave him more chances to steal. But there were so many men watching him, so many men anxious for him to make a slip so that they might climb over him, that he didn't dare.
And then?
Well, the rest was easy. Nothing succeeds like a good reputation. And he didn't steal because he knew they'd catch him. But he wasn't honest at bottom. The rotten streak was still there. After 28 years, things began to be bad. He speculated, lost all his money, and made up his mind to take other money that wasn't his. It was wrong. It was the work of a lifetime gone. But it was the rottenness in him coming to the surface. It was the thief he thought dead coming to life again.
What a pity.
He'd been honest so long, he'd made other people think he was honest.
Was he wrong, Mr. Strickland?
Stevens, please. Look, I don't know what sent you, who sent you, but you've come here tonight as I'm running away. Well, you're too late. You can't stop me. Not even the finger of God himself could stop me. I've gone too far. Look, here's money. Hundreds of thousands of it, not a cent of it mine. And I'm stealing it, do you understand me? Stealing it. Tomorrow the firm will be bankrupt, and there'll be a reward out for me. Here, if you please, is your honest man. What have you to say to him now?
The man has been honest so long that he's made himself think he's honest. Can't steal.
Do you believe that?
I was left a little money this week, only a few $100s, hardly enough to bother you with. Will you take care of it for me, Alfred Stevens?
Good God.
What a beautiful night. Thousands of sleeping houses, millions of shining stars, and the lights beneath. And in the distance how the stars and the lights meet, so that one cannot say, here God ends, here man begins.
Yes? You're afraid I'm going to miss the train? Well, I am going to miss it. I'm going to stay here and face the music. I'm an honest man, do you hear me? I'm an honest man. There. Did you hear what I told him? Did you hear what I... Why, where are you? Where are you? Why, she's gone. She was never here at all.
The Columbia Workshop has presented as its first program a demonstration of radio and stage technique. Will you write and tell us how you liked the demonstrations and whether or not the illusion in the stage play had any advantages or disadvantages over the radio presentation?
The Columbia Workshop's presentation was conceived and directed by Irving Reese. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
My name's Jimmy. What's yours?
Susan.
That's a nice name. What are we going to do, Susan?
What do you mean, what are we going to do?
Well, this rain looks like it's settled in for the day. We can't stay here forever.
Well, I'm going home.
Would you like to do something exciting? Really exciting?
Like what?
Well, you know the old Luxor Cinema.
It's been closed for about 2 months.
Yeah, I know, but there's a way of getting in. I often go in. There's still quite a lot of stuff left. It's great fun. Why don't you come in with me?
Well, I don't think I want to.
Come on, Susan, you'd love it. And it's out of the rain.
Good evening. This is Peter Tobin introducing... Lux Radio Theatre. Tonight and every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theatre presents for your entertainment the finest in radio drama. Tonight we bring you Out of the Rain by Jerry Jones. Just a simple boy meets girl situation. A chance meeting in a rain-lashed beach shelter. That is how the opening of tonight's Lux Radio Theatre may have seemed to you. But is this young man, Jimmy, as simple and naive as he appears to be? For Susan's sake, you would no doubt hope so. But listen to this gripping psychological study, Out of the Rain. Go with Jimmy and Susan into the deserted cinema. Share her terrors and her torment as master craftsman Jerry Jones unfolds his story. And don't miss a word.
Now discover Lux and discover why more beautiful women the world over choose Lux than any other beauty soap. Discover the new, milder, creamier lather of Lux. A lather enriched with exotic natural oils to keep your skin soft and beautiful. Discover the precious new perfume in Lux. A fragrance that seeps gently into your skin, leaving you provocatively fragrant. Lux perfumed. Then join the world's most beautiful women who entrust their skin's loveliness to Lux every day. The first touch of the mild, silken lather will make Lux yours forever.
Hey, everything's suddenly starting to swing.
It's this new Sunsilk hairspray, all clean and natural.
But the whole world looks different.
It's this new Sunsilk hairspray with Chesterton to condition. Lets a girl be softly lovable and groomed like a lady. All in one.
Well, I'll put my last scent on it. I smell spring.
Just this new Sunsilk hairspray that doesn't fight with my perfume. And it brushes right out when everything's over, leaving nothing sticky icky behind.
Baby, things sure have changed.
Since new Sunsilk hairspray with Textulam, it holds the swing set.
I like it.
And now Act 1 of tonight's Lux Radio Theatre presentation, Out of the Rain.
Hello, then. You got caught out too, did you? Mind if I share this shelter with you? Any port in a storm? Oh, charming, isn't it?
Pardon?
Charming. The weather, charming. Oh, look at it. Cats and dogs. Oh, I don't know. Nice for ducks, though, I suppose.
I suppose it is.
Hey, look at the sea there, crashing up on the prom. Hard to believe that a month ago there were people lying down there getting brown. Oh, mind you, I like it when it's rough. The rougher the better as far as I'm concerned. When I was a kid, I used to come down here on rough days and run along that seawall, dodging the waves, crashing up. I used to pretend they were shells exploding, and if I got to the far end of the seawall without getting hit by a wave, I was given a medal. Funny what you do when you're kids, isn't it?
Is it?
Of course it is. Still, you're only young once, aren't you? Of course you are. Hey, you see that bandstand over there? Well, a month ago, there was a brass band playing there and people in deck chairs.
Yeah, I know.
Oh, you live here, then?
Well, I'd hardly come for a holiday at this time of year, would I?
Oh, I don't know. Lots of people do.
They must be dogs.
Oh, definitely. What are you reading?
It's nosy, aren't you?
Oh, I mean, we're stuck here in the wet. There's no point in being standoffish, is there? Ships that pass in the night, as my father always said.
Well, it's a love story, if you must know.
Oh, bags of passion, is there?
Well, not so far.
How much have you read of it?
About halfway, if you must know.
That can't be any good, then. Chuck it away.
I happen to be enjoying it, thank you.
Well, each to his taste. My name's Jimmy. What's yours?
Susan.
Susan? Oh, that's a nice name.
Well, I hate it.
No, it's a nice name. Sort of posh, you know. Smoke?
No, thank you.
Sure?
I don't smoke.
Now, go on, have one.
I said I don't smoke.
No bad habits? Are you frightened of me?
Of course not.
Not even a little bit?
No, not even a little bit.
You got a match, please, Susan? Thanks. Why do you carry matches if you don't smoke? Yeah, you do smoke, don't you?
All right, I smoke.
I knew you did. I saw the nicotine stain on your fingers. That's why I asked you for some matches just to check.
Well, look, what's all this supposed to prove?
Well, it proves you're frightened of me. You didn't want to accept a cigarette because you're frightened of me. Why are you frightened of me, Susan?
I'm not.
Girls aren't usually frightened of me. Girls usually like me. I like you. You're young and you're pretty. Oh, yeah, I reckon you're smashing.
I will have a cigarette, I think.
That's better. Yeah. Friends now?
All right.
Yeah, I reckon you're lovely. Work in the hairdressers, do you?
Well, how do you know?
Oh, just a guess. You got nice hair.
You're a funny person, aren't you?
Maybe.
Where do you work?
Oh, here and there. Can't stay on a job for long. Get cheesed off. You know what I mean? I'll get a job one day, though. A proper job. Make a name for myself.
Oh, sure.
No, straight up, really. I'll really get somewhere. I'll get away from here.
What do you think you'll be? Prime Minister?
Nah, shouldn't think so. I haven't got the right voice for that. But something, you know, something.
Sure, something.
Should have put a Mac on somewhere. Right, Charlie, I am. Getting caught in the rain without a Mac. I went in the amusement park for a bit once. The Dodgem cars. I'd like to. Bit of life on the Dodgems. I like the smell of a fairground. It's exciting. I like the smell of leather, too. I like the smell of your raincoat.
You're a nutcase.
Well, leather's got a nice smell. Yeah, a nice smell.
Oh, glad you like it.
Seaside towns out of season are deadly, aren't they? Look at it. Wet and deadly.
It's nice in the summer, though.
Sometimes.
Oh, I like it.
Summer, winter, same old jazz.
Well, it's the same for everyone.
What are we going to do?
What do you mean?
Well, this rain looks like it's settled in for the day. We can't stay here forever.
Well, I'm going home.
Susan, would you like to do something exciting? Really exciting?
Like what?
Well, you know the old Luxor cinema?
It's been empty for about 2 months.
Yeah, I know, but there's a way of getting in. I often go in there. There's still quite a lot of stuff left. It's great fun. Why don't you come in with me?
Well, I don't think I want to.
Oh, come on, Susan. You'd love it. And it's out of the rain.
We could get pinched for going in there.
Who would know?
No, I don't want to.
All right. Please yourself.
Well, we could go for a cup of tea if we like. There's a cafe just down on the prom.
The Ace Cafe, do you mean?
That's
a dump.
I could do with a warm drink.
Do you perm?
What?
Do you perm? Do you do perms in your hairdressing shop?
Of course we do.
Do any men come in for perms?
The ladies' shop, stupid.
Yeah, but men do have perms, don't they? Well, don't they?
Oh, I suppose so.
I had a perm once. An own perm. I did it myself.
You did?
Yeah, but it didn't work. I couldn't have done it properly, could I?
Look, aren't there any more at home like you?
No, just me.
Bet your mother's glad of it.
My mother's dead.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Well, I'm not. She was an old witch.
Oh, you shouldn't say that.
Perhaps not, but she was an old witch all the same. I bet men film stars have perms.
Oh, maybe.
Well, I'll bet they do. That was loud, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Does thunder frighten you?
Well, I can't say I like it.
Oh, I don't mind it. I quite like the thunder. Used to hate it when I was little, though. I used to think it was a devil rolling big boulders across the sky.
Oh, what a funny idea.
Funny what you think of when you're kissing it. I don't like lightning, though. Lightning scares me.
Why?
Oh, I don't know. It just sort of scares me. Anyway, you hear about people being killed by lightning, don't you?
Well, not very often.
No, but it happens, don't it?
Oh, yeah, it happens.
People under trees, you see. You shouldn't go under trees when there's lightning about.
I don't.
No, that's right. You just keep away from them.
You talk enough, don't you?
What?
I said you're fond of talking.
Well, am I boring you?
Oh, no, it's all right.
Well, I mean, just say if I'm boring
Look,
you.
I said it was all right.
If you mind about it, I'll go away.
Really, I don't mind.
I'm only trying to be friendly, you know.
Yeah, I know.
Some people think I'm cocky. Do you think I'm cocky? I don't always like this, you know. I used to be very shy as a little boy. I wouldn't say a word.
Oh, I bet.
No, honest. My mother used to say, Well, say something then. You've got a tongue in your head, haven't you? Talk to your auntie. Say hello to your auntie. So I'd say, hello, auntie. My mother would say, kiss your auntie then. So I'd kiss me auntie on the cheek. I used to hate it. She gave me sixpence. I used to hate kissing people when I was little. I still do, come to that. There's something nasty about it, don't you think?
I think you're silly. Kissing's marvelous.
You like it, Susan? Really like it?
Oh, of course.
Does it give you a thrill? I mean, when you kiss, do you get a thrill?
Well, it depends on who I'm kissing.
Yeah. I think the Eskimos have got the right idea. They just rub noses. That's much nicer. Perhaps I should have been an Eskimo, don't you think?
You know, you're always asking questions.
What do you mean?
Well, you're always saying, don't you think? Don't you think?
Don't you like questions?
There you go again.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm just trying to find out things, you see. Life's too short. There's lots to do. You're a long time dead.
Well, the way you're going on, you won't last much longer, that's for sure.
I don't mind death. Don't worry me. It worries some people, but not me. No, not me, Susan.
Yeah, we're being a bit morbid, aren't we?
Don't you like being morbid?
No, I don't.
What do you like?
Oh, I like... Oh, enjoying myself.
Yeah, so do I. I'm enjoying myself now, Susan. I like being with you.
Can't think why.
Because you're nice and because you let me talk. People don't talk enough, you know. Everybody should talk more. I mean, if I'd been just an ordinary bloke, I'd have just sat here in this shelter with you and not said a word, would I? We'd have just sat here like a couple of statues looking at the rain. Hey, that's a good title for a book, isn't it? Statues in the Rain. Yeah. I'm going to write a book one day, you know. People don't talk enough. They want to talk, but they don't. I mean, if we don't ask, we won't learn, will we? For instance, did you know that a 1905 motor car had an automatic overhead inlet valve and a mechanically operated exhaust valve and was fitted with a treble coil ignition?
What?
Well, there you are, you see. Now, if I hadn't have told you that, you'd never have known.
No.
If I was a director, I'd order everybody to chat for 10 hours a day. And not to relations and that, but to strangers. To people they'd never even seen before.
Hey, did you say you were going to write a book?
Yeah, of course I am. I can do it, you know. I was always good at writing compositions at school. Teacher's pet, I was. Always added in red ink in my report. Compositions show verve. That's what it used to say. Verve.
Yeah, but writing compositions is a bit different to writing a book.
Not really. It's all imagination, you see. That's what counts. Now, I got bags of imagination. I'm full of it. Some people say I've got too much imagination, but I reckon you can't have too much. Anyway, it's only jealousy. They're jealous of me. Susan, they're jealous of me because they can see I'm going to be somebody one day. Really going to be somebody, Susan. You believe it, don't you? You believe it?
Stop gripping my arm like that. You're hurting me.
I'm sorry. Really, I'm sorry.
Oh, keep your hands to yourself.
Yeah.
Oh, don't be surprised if I get a big bruise on the arm now.
It's under my own strength, you see.
A big bruise on my arm will look terrible when I go dancing.
Do you like dancing?
How am I going to explain a big bruise on my arm?
So you knocked it.
Knocked it?
Well, I thought I was only holding you lightly.
You know what force did.
Well, I said I'm sorry. I'll say more.
Must be mad getting hold of me like that.
Don't be angry, Susan.
Cut it out.
Yes, sir. No, sir. The bag's full, sir.
What?
Your arm's still hurting.
Yes.
I am sorry about it, you know.
Okay. Well, forget about it, shall we? What are you thinking about?
I was wondering what it'd be like to swim on a day like this. Come on. We'll go and have that cup of tea. We'll have to run for it. Come on. Talk about when the rains come. Oh, blimey. Well, we're sitting in the corner here by the window, eh? Busy little place, isn't it? You think there's anyone here? Perhaps they've hibernated for the winter. Perhaps we're the only people left alive in the whole flipping world, eh? Here, look. Look.
What?
Look on the wall there. There's a fly climbing up the window. That's dead funny, that is. That's dead funny.
What's funny?
You know the old saying, where do flies go in the wintertime? Well, now we know. They come to the aged cabbie. Look at it. Look at that climbing there. Slow, ever so slow. The big, fat, dopey old fly. Hello, fly. Enjoying yourself? Even in the winter, then? Oh. Now you're dead. No more winters.
dear, what did you do that for?
It was only a fly. Service! I mean, they're getting the hot dogs ready. Yeah, I'm soaked. I'm ruddy well soaked. Service! Service!
All right. Have a bit of patience.
Patience, he says. We've been here half an hour.
No, you haven't. I heard you come in.
Well, what have you been doing, then?
Feeding a dog, if you want to know.
Flipping marvellous. Dogs before customers,
What
now.
do you want?
Teas. 2 teas, and don't you go giving us any cracked cups either.
Any more lip from you, and out you go, Sonny Jim.
You've got to think about hygiene, haven't you? You can't be too careful. That's the trouble today. Not enough hygiene.
Both take sugar and milk.
There was a great big fly on the wall just now. Flies are full of germs, riddled with them.
Sugar and milk.
Yes, please.
The same for me.
Right.
Hey, look, you've got a jukebox. Let's have a go. Come on, let's dance.
Well, I don't think we should.
Don't be silly. Come on.
Look, don't you ever take no for an answer?
Sometimes.
Yeah, cut it out. What do you think this place is, a local pally?
We're just having a bit of fun, that's all.
Never mind the fun. This is a cafe, not a ballroom.
You said that already.
Just sit down and get your tea.
Charming place this is. Really make you feel at home here, don't they?
Here's your tea. That'll be 2 shillings.
2 shillings?
That's what I said.
Daylight flipping robbery.
Now, look, son, I've had enough trouble from you. Just give me the 2 bob.
Let's give him the money, please, Jim.
Oh, right. There you are. Now get back to your kitchen.
And another thing. I don't want to see you here again. Get it?
Don't have to worry about that, the silly old fool.
Told you we shouldn't dance.
Well, what's wrong with a dance? I ask you, what's wrong with a dance? Come on, Susan, drink up. This place gives me the creeps.
Don't you sit still even for a minute.
Not often. You've got to keep moving, Susan. You've got to keep moving. My jacket smells funny. Rain, I suppose.
You know, you're always on about smell.
Do you know that water always goes down a plug hole in an anti-clockwise direction?
No, I didn't.
Well, it does. This side of the equator anyway.
Proper little mine of information, aren't you?
You've got a boyfriend?
What's it for you?
I'm just asking.
No, I haven't.
You ever had one?
You're too nosy, you are.
I've never made love to a girl. Never.
Don't know why you think I'm interested.
Most fellas of my age have had lots of girls, but not me. I don't think of girls that way.
How do you think of girls?
No, I don't know. My father's woman mad, though. Especially since my mother died. Brings him home all the time.
If you don't mind, I'd rather not talk about it.
I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Finish your tea, Susan. Let's get out of here. This place is depressing.
I don't know where you think we're going. It's still pouring.
Well, let's get out anyway.
Look, I haven't an asbestos float, you know. I can't just gulp it down. Anyway, you haven't drunk yours yet.
Why's that why?
Why not?
I don't know. Don't feel like it, fella. Anyway, there's not enough hygiene in here. Did you see that old bloke's fingernails? Black as the ace of spades they were.
Perhaps that's why they call it the Ace Cafe.
I like that. That's very funny. I like that.
Well, look, I don't think it was that funny.
Yeah, you're a good sort, Susan. I like you. I don't like many people, but I like you. You know how to enjoy yourself. That's very important. Now, most girls would have thought I was trying to pick him up and walked away. But not you. No, you talk to me. Yeah, look at it out there. There isn't a soul in sight. Wait a minute. Yes, there is. There's a bloke sitting in the shelter across the road.
I wonder why he doesn't come in here.
He's got more sense, I reckon. Knows when he's well off. Looks like an old man to me. Poor old folks. Don't know what to do with themselves. Just sit in a shelter. Must be rotten when you're old, you know. Nothing to do but sit and look out at the sea.
Oh, it happens to all of us.
Yes, indeed, Grandma. Oh, yes, indeed. Oh, Miss Moore. Oh, Miss Moore.
Jimmy.
Cracking like walnuts, they are. Oh, have to rub some more ointment in. Oh, yes. Rubbing lots of ointment and rubbing it well. Oh, you know. Oh, yes, indeed. Oh, dearie.
You know, you ought to be on stage, you should.
Oh, what's that, my dear? Speak up, I can't hear very well. Oh, what's that about my age? Oh, we've been together now for 40 years. And now, see what do my...
Be quiet, Jimmy. You'll have the man back again.
Who cares about him? Come on, drink up. He won't come out anyway. He's frightened of me. He's frightened of me? Funny thing, that, isn't it? Why should anyone be frightened of me, eh, Susan? Why should anyone be frightened of me?
Oh, dear.
at least they're off to school. Now I can start washing up.
When does a busy mother like this care for her hands? When she uses Lux dishwashing liquid with Dermasil. Lux liquid keeps her hands soft, young, and lovely, while it gets her dishes sparkling clean.
Money!
Oh, come here. You've got breakfast all over your face. Hold still. There.
A mother's touch on a child's face, soft and gentle, because Lux liquid with Dermasil keeps those busy hands beautiful. That's why more South African mothers use Lux dishwashing liquid.
With the name Lux, what would you expect?
Oh, Tommy, look what a mess you've made.
Some stains happen now and then. Most just keep on happening. The stains you get simply from living. The understains.
Now, new biological surf has the right biological action even to break the hold of the understains.
Blood stains and baby stains. Stains on handkerchiefs, socks, collars, cuffs, and stains you get simply from living.
New biological surf soaks out all these and other stains. Gives your wash so clean it has to be brighter. It is brighter.
New biological surf is stronger on stains.
New biological surf is brighter on brightness.
That's why I do all my wash with new biological surf.
Here you are. 4 packets of fags.
Hey, where'd you get them?
I picked them off the shelf by the counter back in the cafe.
Oh, you must be crazy pinching cigarettes like that.
You deserve to have some fags pinched. Yeah, come on, take them. Have a couple of packs.
No, I don't want them. You take them back.
Well, don't be a fool. How can I take them back?
Get rid of them, then. I don't want anything to do with them.
Oh, I'll get rid of them.
You know, I wish you'd behave yourself. You're like a madman sometimes.
Sorry, Susan.
Yeah, you keep saying that.
I only want a bit of fun, that's all.
Jimmy, is there a ladies near you?
A what?
A ladies.
Oh, yeah, just behind the cafe.
Okay, I won't be a minute.
You will come back, won't you?
Of course I will.
I'll go and have a chat with that old bloke in the shelter.
Okay.
Nice day for ducks.
Terrible.
I think it's the bomb, you know. The bomb's what's done it.
Very likely. Shouldn't mess about with things.
Never mind. Still be Christmas, eh?
What's the difference?
Old age pensioner, are you?
What does it look like?
1 foot in the grave, have you? Never mind. Better off in many ways. Is that a real beard you got on?
What?
Is that a real beard you got?
Of course it is. Don't be really silly.
Well, only asking. Might have been false, you know.
What in tarnation would I have a false beard on for?
A lot of people do.
Why, you're talking rubbish.
Do you know how much they charge for a cup of tea in the cafe over there? A bomb.
I know.
Daylight robbery, I call it.
I can remember when I could get a cup of tea for a penny.
That was in the good old days, wasn't it, Pop?
Oh, it was.
Life was worth living then, wasn't it, Pop?
Certainly.
Certainly it was.
With a bob in your pocket, you could have a good time, but not anymore.
No, not anymore. You know, I don't think that's a real beard.
Hey, now, don't start that again.
I think you stuck it on with glue.
Tell me, what's the matter with you?
I think you're a spy. A Russian spy. Yeah, that's what you are.
Oh, go to the devil.
Let me tuck it to see if it's real.
Now, leave me alone.
Just one little
no,
tuck.
No.
Well, you're right, Pop. It is a real beard.
Ruddy fool you are. A ruddy great fool. Leave me alone.
You ought to be glad I talked to you. But not many people talk to you these days.
I prefer my own company.
I can't think why. After all, you're a silly old clown, and you smell.
Hey, I'll get the police.
Go on, then fetch the police. Fetch him and you know what'll happen, don't you? Of course you do. You'll get run in. You're a vagrant, that's what you are.
Oh, I got my rights.
You've got no rights, matey. All you've got is memories. Reckon one day they'll fish you out of the sea, won't they, eh? They fished the bloke out of the sea last year. Bloke like you.
Please go away.
Don't worry, old mate, I'm going. You shouldn't have got on your high horse, you see. Only wanted to be friendly. Just wanted to be friendly, that's all. Have a bit of fun. Come on, Pop. Shake. That's better. Now we're friends again. You smoke?
Hey?
Here's some cigarettes.
Cigarettes?
Just a present.
For me?
Yeah. I like you. Pretend it's your birthday. Oh, ta-da now, Pop. I gotta go. Ta-da!
Over there.
Giving the cigarettes away like you told me.
Oh, good. I think you should have taken them back to the shop. Look, Jimmy, I think I'd better be going home.
No, don't go home. Just getting to know you.
But we can always meet again.
Oh, but we won't.
Why not?
I just know we won't.
Oh, I don't see why not.
Susan, come with me to the Luxor cinema.
What's the point of going to an old empty cinema?
It's great fun in there, honestly. Just for a little while.
Well, I ought to go home.
Just for a little while.
Seems silly to me.
Nobody else knows how to get in except me.
Why? How do you get in?
Oh, we're getting through a door at the back. It's not locked properly, but nobody knows it except me.
Well, all right then. Just for a little while.
That's my girl. Come on. Here we are. Seats in all parts.
Gee, sort of ghostly.
This is my favourite place, you know. I often come here. It's quiet.
I used to come here to see the films. It's funny somehow.
Well, come on in. Have a proper look.
You know, it seems sad. What's going to happen to it?
Nothing, I hope.
Expect they'll turn it into a supermarket.
Oh, I hope not. Let's go up on the stage.
Big, isn't it?
Just think. There used to be a screen here, and famous stars appeared on it, right where we're standing now. William Olsen, Gregory Peck.
Oh, I remember seeing Gregory Peck here in a picture about an airman.
Are you glad we came?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think I am.
Good, I'm glad. It's fun, isn't it?
No, more sad than fun.
But exciting. It's exciting, isn't it?
Oh, yes, it's exciting.
Are you excited, Susan? Really excited?
Well, how do you mean?
Well, do you tingle? Tingle all over?
Oh, can't say I do.
Oh, I do, Susan, I do. Every time I come here, I start to tingle. Funny, isn't it?
Well, I suppose so.
I want to laugh and shout and sing. You know what I mean? I want to break things.
Not much left to break.
Oh, it's a wonderful place. Wonderful. There's nowhere else like this in the old dreary town.
If you like it so much, Jimmy, why do you want to break things?
Oh, you don't understand, do you, Susan? You don't understand. Well, where are you going, Susan? Don't go anywhere without me. I'll tell you where to go.
Who do you think you are?
I'll tell you where to go. It's my place.
Well, if you feel like that, I'll go home.
No, don't go. I want to show you things.
Go with me, rest.
Look, Susan, look. Look, a piano. You listen. Just you listen to this.
Oh, I didn't know you could play the piano.
Why should you know? I play the mouth organ too. I can do lots of it.
Shh, Jimmy, don't play so loudly. Someone will hear.
Nobody ever hears.
Jimmy, please.
Nobody is. Nobody cares. This is my place. This is where I have all my fun, all my wonderful time. My lords, ladies and gentlemen, we proudly present the greatest entertainer in the history of show business. Your friend and mine, the one and only Jimmy Webster. Yeah! Come on, Jimmy. Good old Jimmy. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Not too loud with your applause, ladies and gentlemen. It's a very old building. And my wife, ladies and gentlemen, my wife. She's a lovely redhead. No hair, I'm afraid, but a lovely redhead. Thank you, thank you. Just flow silver. And now, ladies and gentlemen, a little dance that was taught to me by Pavlova, Fred Pavlova. Music, maestro. There you go. Dum-ba-dum-dum-dum.
Oh, Jimmy. Let me see the rest of the place.
What?
Come on, show me round.
There's plenty of time.
No, there isn't. I got to go.
Go? Go where?
Some of us have got homes, you know.
But it's raining outside.
Well, I can't get much wetter than I am.
I thought you liked it here.
Well, I do.
Well, then?
Well, show me around.
Sit down for a minute. Here in the front row, eh?
Oh, seats are filthy.
Not too bad. Just for a moment.
Well, what do you want to sit down for?
I want to get my breath back after all that jumping about.
You know, I think you're crazy.
Do you? Do you think I'm really crazy?
Well, I think you're a bit crazy.
What's your mother like? Is she nice?
She's all right.
Is your father nice?
Oh, he's all right, too.
I used to come to the pictures 2 or 3 times a week. Sometimes more. I like the pictures. I like the dark and the quiet. Is your hair dyed?
What?
Do you dye your hair? Are you really blonde?
Yeah, of course I am.
I knew a girl who dyed her hair green. Would you dye your hair green?
No, I wouldn't.
I'll bet us both get cold getting wet like this.
I shouldn't be surprised.
Sure, it's better in here than outside, isn't it?
Have you ever brought anyone else in here?
Yeah.
Who?
A girl.
What was her name?
Sylvia.
Did she like it?
A little bit. Then she got frightened.
Why?
I don't know.
Well, are you going to show me around all night?
Yeah, all right. Come on.
What's behind that door?
I don't know.
Well, let's look.
It's locked.
How'd you know?
I've tried it, of course.
Look, aren't you interested in finding out what's in there?
No.
Well, what did the room used to be?
An office.
No, I think you know what's in there.
Do you?
I think there's something in there you don't want me to see.
You're very clever, Susan.
Well, why can't I see what's in there?
Because I don't want you to.
Why not?
I've got my reasons.
Oh, now I really want to see what's in there.
Let me show you something else.
But I want to see in that room.
Later. I'll show you later.
Promise?
Yeah, I promise.
All right, what's the other thing you want to show me?
This way, through the swing door.
Dark in here.
It is. You're not frightened, are you?
No, I'm not frightened.
You're lying. You are frightened. They all get frightened.
Of who?
People. All people. Sylvia was frightened. She started to cry.
Look, I'm going.
No, you're not. I haven't finished yet.
Finished what?
Finished with you.
Oh, you're hurting my business.
Look at the floor there. What do you see?
Well, it looks like a mattress.
It is a mattress. A nice, soft mattress.
Let go of my wrist.
Come on the mattress with me, Susan.
No, I won't.
You hate me, don't you? You hate me.
I want to go home.
You're frightened. You'll always get frightened. Sylvia wouldn't come on the mattress with me either. Sylvia started to cry.
Look, please, let me go.
Nice, Susan. Nice, Susan, smelling the rag.
Leave me alone.
Kiss me, Susan. Kiss me. Don't hit me, Susan. I don't like being hit.
I hate you.
I want to be sent. That's all I ask.
Please.
You're frightened, Susan, aren't you? Admit it, you are frightened, aren't you?
Yes, I'm frightened.
Well, let you go, then. You know where the door is.
It's locked.
Yes, I know it's locked. I locked it when we came in. So you wouldn't get away, that's why.
Please let me go.
I'm afraid I can't.
Please,
Come with me, Susan. I want to tell you something. Come on. We'll sit in the back row. Sit down.
I don't understand.
Just sit down, that's all.
What are you going to do?
This is very pleasant, isn't it? Just you and me and the entire cinema sitting in the back row. How very romantic. Sylvia sat here with me, too. We sat here and we held hands. She was crying all the time. I brought Sylvia in here so that I could get her to come on the mattress with me, but she wouldn't. She just kept crying and struggling all the time. Silly girl. Silly girl. So I killed her. Yeah. I killed her, Susan. Stuck a knife in her neck. This knife. Such a little knife, eh? Such a little knife to kill somebody. Don't move, Susan. Please don't move. Yeah, I put this knife on her neck and I just kept pushing it in until she didn't struggle anymore. And then I carried her body and put it in the office over there. Covered her body up with some old sacks. Then I locked the door. And that's why I didn't let you look in there, Susan. Now you understand why. Nobody ever comes here. Nobody. Nobody will ever know about Sylvia. Nobody will ever know about you either. I've got to kill you too, Susan. I've got to.
Why? You've got to kill me. Why?
I told you about Sylvia's body, didn't I? I'll let you go and you'll tell the police.
I wouldn't, I promise. I wouldn't tell anyone.
Don't tell lies, Susan. No point in telling lies.
You have to bring me here. You didn't have to tell me about Sylvia.
Yeah, that's true. But I did, didn't I? Yeah. Getting very dark in here. Still, I like the dark. I like it, Susan. I'm going to wait for the dark.
What do you mean?
You'll see. Just have patience. My father always says that. Every time I ask him something, he says, wait and see. Oh, I don't like my father very much. Better than my mother, of course, but still I don't like him. Mind you, he doesn't like me very much either. Come to no good, he says. You'll come to no good, my lad. Maybe I won't. But it's his fault. It's his fault, isn't it, Susan? He should have been a better father to me. He should have been better to me. He should have answered my questions, Susan. I kept asking him questions. He wouldn't answer me. Just kept saying, wait and see. You know, all he thinks about is women. Nothing but women. He hasn't got time for anything else. He shouldn't have been like that, should he? It's not right for a father, now is it? And he gets terrible moods, you know, Susan. Always after he's brought a woman home, he gets these terrible moods and shouts at me. And then he looks at my mother's photograph and goes all sad, and he says, your mother was the finest person who ever lived, don't you forget it. I don't know why he said that. And it was terrible.
Jimmy, please let me go. I'm so frightened.
Of course you are, Susan. Of course you are. We're all frightened. Everybody's frightened. Everybody in the whole world is frightened. Just being alive is enough to make you frightened. Being alive is a funny thing. We don't know what it's about, you see. It's all a mystery. All we do know is that it's going to end one day, and we're all frightened. Don't shiver, Susan. I don't like people who shiver.
I can't help it.
I don't like people who shiver.
I want to go home.
But I haven't finished yet. I haven't finished yet, have I?
Finished what?
Finished with you.
Oh, please. No.
Letting you suffer for a while, Susan. Just for a little while. Suffer like I've had to suffer all my life. I ought to kill you now. I ought to kill you now.
Go on then. Kill me.
Not yet.
Kill me.
Not yet. Get on your feet. Come on. Stand up. Try that again, Susan. Try that again. That's very silly of you. I'm stronger than you are, you see. Much stronger. And now I'm going to show you something. Something special. Come on.
What are you going to do?
I'm going to show you something. Like I promised.
Not in there.
Yeah, that's right. I'm going to show you in there. I'm going to show you Sylvia's body. I'm going to take you in there and show you a nice dead body.
Hey, everything's suddenly starting to swing.
It's this new Sunsilk hairspray, all clean and natural.
But the whole world looks different.
It's this new Sunsilk hairspray with Chesterton to condition. Lets a girl be softly lovable and groomed like a lady. All in one.
Well, I'll put my last scent on it. I smell spring.
Just this new Sunsilk hairspray that doesn't fight with my perfume. And it brushes right out when everything's over, leaving nothing sticky icky behind.
Baby, things sure have changed.
Since new Sunsilk hairspray with Chesterton, it holds the swimming set.
I like it.
Oh, Tommy, look what a mess you've made.
Sun stains happen now and then. Most just keep on happening. The stains you get simply from living. The understains.
Now, new biological surf has the right biological action even to break the hold of the understains.
Blood stains and baby stains. Stains on handkerchiefs, socks, collars, cuffs, and stains you get simply from living.
New biological surf soaks out all these and other stains. Gives your wash so clean it has to be brighter. It is brighter.
New biological surf is stronger on stains.
New biological surf is brighter on brightness.
That's why I do all my wash with new biological surf.
Mustn't scream like that anymore, Susan. I don't know. Sylvia screamed too, and she got me mad. Poor, cold, deaf little Sylvia. I'm going to show her to you. Sylvia must be lonely, very lonely. Oh, so lonely all around her. I'd be glad of company. Dead people don't get company, you know. Of course, on the other hand, she mightn't be pleased to see you. I suppose she's looking very pretty just now. And women like to look pretty, don't they, Susan? They like to be admired, don't they? I don't suppose you'll admire Sylvia when you see her. Oh, but you mustn't let it show. You mustn't upset her because Sylvia was very fussy about her appearance. That's why she liked me so much. Because I was always telling her how pretty she was. You're so pretty, Sylvia, I would say. Such pretty hair. And then she'd laugh, and she'd be glad. And then I brought her here. I took her up on the stage, and we danced. Yeah, we danced, Susan. Not a very good dance, I'm afraid. Kept knocking things over and laughing. But she was having a good time and thought I was wonderful. Then I asked her to come on the mattress with me. And she thought I was joking. When she realized I wasn't joking, she started to cry. Cry and scream. Such loud screams, Susan, so loud, right through my head. I told her to shut up. Shut up, I told her. Shut up, shut up, shut up. She kept on screaming. So I put my knife in her neck. And then she stopped. Made a funny little noise and slid down the wall. Suddenly she wasn't pretty anymore.
Oh, stop it, I don't want to hear.
But you're very lucky, Susan. Do you understand that? After all, you're going to see something that no one else has seen except me. I don't show it to everyone, you know. Only you, Susan, only you.
Jimmy, please, I'll do anything you say. Anything you say.
Will you come on the mattress with me?
Oh, yes, I'll do anything.
Really, Susan?
Yes.
You promise?
Promise.
You slut. That's who you are, Susan. A little slut. A slut like all women are. I don't want you. I'm not interested in you. You make me sick. I'm too good for you, Susan. I'm too good for you. I wouldn't spoil myself with you.
Oh, I can't stand it anymore.
Just a filthy little slut. Oh, how I hate you. How I hate you. Cringing on your knees. The moment I saw you in that shelter, I knew what you were. I knew straight away. Sitting there in your leather raincoat and your blonde hair all done up. You're just like all the others. All the others. You're all the same.
Please, I beg you.
Yeah, that's right. Beg like all the others. Beg like my mother used to beg. Beg like the slut you are.
Oh, Jimmy, please.
You think I want you, don't you? Well, I don't. I can live without women. I can live without sluts. Come on, get up. Get up. Get on your feet. Look at you. Oh, you look a mess. Just look. Look at your hair. Oh, what a mess. All right, Susan. All right. I won't show you the body. We'll let Sylvia rest in peace.
Are you going to let me go?
No. Oh, no, Susan. No, I'm going to kill you.
Oh, no,
I want to show you something first. Look up there, Susan. See that square in the wall? You see it, Susan?
Yes, I see it.
Yeah. Well, behind there's the projection room. All the pictures were shown through that square. All the laughter, all the tears, all the music and dancing came out of it. The projection room was where it all happened. It was the brain of it all. That's why I like it so much. Do you know why I like it? Because it was the center of all the power. And I like to be in the center of power. I am talking a lot, mate. Still, it's a good job I am, because you're not saying much, are you? Say something. Say a word. Come on, just a word. Say hello. Say hello, Susan.
Hello.
That's better. That's more sociable, isn't it, eh? Say something else.
Jimmy, have pity.
Oh, that's very good. 3 words. You're coming along wonderfully.
Please have pity on me.
5 words. Oh, marvelous.
Jimmy, let me go. Let me go, Jimmy, please.
Well, there's no stopping you now, is there, eh? And there's no getting away from me either.
Oh.
People only get away in films, you know. And this ain't a film. Suppose this were a film, Susan. I know I was a villain, eh? And suppose I had you trapped here. What would happen? I'll tell you what would happen. The hero would come running in and leap at me with fight, crashing into things, grunting and groaning and
we'd fall on the floor wrestling for the knife. And then suddenly I'd give a big scream and lie still, because the knife had gone in me. Big clinch, big close-up, end of film. But there isn't any hero, is it, Susan? Eh? Hello? Hello, are you there? Hello? Hero? Are you there? No answer. No answer, Susan. There isn't any answer. There isn't any hero.
Jimmy,
But wait. Perhaps all is not lost.
Jimmy, I don't want to die.
Perhaps someone has heard it, eh? Perhaps someone has dialed 999. And at this moment, right at this moment, the police are surrounding the building, armed with guns, you see? Armed with guns, Susan, because I'm the most dangerous criminal alive. Come on, coppers. Come on, get me. I'm waiting for you. Miss, you missed me, coppers. You'll never take me alive. All right. You got me. All right, coppers. Okay, you win. I'm a goner. But before I die, tell my mother that I loved her. Oh, dear. My poor old
You're insane. Insane.
No. Oh, that's where you're wrong. That's just where you're wrong. It's you that's insane, not me. The whole world is insane, Susan. The whole world. I mean, if you were to stick me on a couch with one of those head shrinkers, he'd find out that I was perfectly sane. Nothing at all wrong with me.
No, nothing wrong except that you like to hurt and kill people for no reason.
Well, that's not true. I don't like killing people. That's a lie, that is. I do what I've got to do, that's all.
You do it because you're insane. Because you can't think straight.
Lies, I'm not insane.
You're daft, Jimmy. You're one of the daft ones.
Shut up.
You're so daft you don't even know what you're doing.
I'm warning you, Susan.
You're like a little boy. All you can do is hurt things.
Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth.
Just like a little boy. And you're frightened, aren't you? You hurt because you're frightened.
I got a knife.
Oh, little boy with a knife.
Shut up.
Little boy with a knife.
I'll kill you.
No, you won't, Jimmy. Little boy with a knife.
I'll kill Sylvia.
Oh, but you won't kill me.
No, you're wrong. You're wrong, Susan.
You talk too much. You talked it all away.
You're wrong.
Little boy with a knife.
I killed a cat.
What?
I killed a cat.
Cat?
A black cat. I killed it. Look, I'll show you. Here, in this cardboard box. Look inside the box, Susan. What's inside? Tell me what's inside.
Cat.
That's right. The cat. I killed it with a knife. Look at it. Go on.
I don't want to see.
It was up here in the projection room, prowling about. Looking for food, I suppose. I called it out. Puss, I said it. It came to me, and I killed it. Oh, silly old cat. Should have stayed outside, shouldn't it? Should have stayed outside like Sylvia should have stayed outside. Like you should have stayed outside.
Take it away.
Come through the hole in the roof, I suppose. Perhaps it was rain. Perhaps it came in out of the rain. Came in out of the rain, Susan. Out of the rain, like you.
Oh, take it away. It's horrible.
Perhaps it couldn't find its way out again. Perhaps it had been here for days. We'll probably starve it. I probably did it a kindness by killing it. I mean, there's no food here, is there? Except mice, perhaps. I haven't seen any mice, though, or heard any. Perhaps I'll kill a mouse one day. I bet the cat has killed mice. I bet it's killed a lot of mice. I mean, they're enemies, aren't they? It's the same with dogs. Dogs kill cats. Everything kills everything else, you see. It's the way things are.
Jimmy, my head's hurting.
I'll put the cat away, shall I? Put the cat out for the night. Come on, Pussy. Time to go back, eh? You've had your fun and games. Well, you're not a very attractive cat these days, are you? No. I don't think I'll bring you out anymore. Come on, black cat. Back on your shoulder. No! Silly little stupid Susan. Trying to run away, eh? But there's no escape, Susan. Don't you understand that? This isn't a film, it's real. It's real, Susan, and you're gonna die. Why did you believe it? Why did you believe that you're gonna die? There's no point at all. No point in anything anymore. This is it, Susan. This is the end. No more straining. No more crying or screaming or begging. Nothing anymore.
Oh, you're horrible, you animal.
Sticks and stones that break my bones. The words will never hurt me.
Oh, Jimmy, please don't kill me.
Too late, Susan. I don't need you anymore. No, I don't need you. Go home, Susan. The game's over.
What?
Go on, Susan. Go home.
Go home?
Yes, go home.
The door's locked.
So, well, I'll have to unlock it, won't I? That's all it was. A little bit of wood. Still raining. Such a lot of rain. I'm not going to touch you. Go now. Go on, run. Run.
The great cinema is hushed as Jimmy Webster sits at the piano waiting for the magic of his music.
All right, my lad. What's your game?
I don't understand, officer.
This girl here says you attacked her in here, kept her here against her will. Says you were going to kill her. Is this the bloke, miss?
Yes, that's him.
The constable, she must be mistaken.
Is she now? She says there's a body here, too. The body of a girl.
Oh, really? I don't think she knows what she's saying.
Don't I, Jimmy? Don't I know what I'm saying? Boot's on the other foot now, isn't it? Now you can know what it's like to be frightened. Now you can suffer. The body's in that office through there, but the door's locked.
Come on, you. Unlock the door.
There's no need to unlock it. It's never been locked as far as I know.
Oh, we'll have a look, shall we? Nothing in here. Completely empty.
But
Now, look, you two. I don't know what your ruddy game is.
You lied. There was no such girl as Sylvia.
Sylvia?
It was all a lie.
Now, look, I don't know what you're talking about.
And I don't know what you're talking about either. Anyway, what you doing here? You know this is private property.
Well, I'm sorry. I often come in here. I didn't know.
Well, you know now. And don't let me catch you here again, or I'll really give you some trouble. You hear me?
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Now then, come along then. Let's have you both out of here. I've got more important things to do with my time than worry about what you two have been playing at. I'll get someone to fix that door properly. Now, don't forget you. Don't come round here again. Which way do you live, miss?
That way.
All right, then. Come along. I'll see you home safely.
It was all a game, Jimmy, wasn't it? All a game. Why?
Come on, miss. It's too wet to hang about.
Why, Jimmy? Why?
You wouldn't understand. You wouldn't. Go home, will you?
Come along, miss.
What have I come back here for? Back to the beach. Perhaps I ought to go home. Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'll go home and I'll start that book of mine. What was I going to call it now? Statues in the Rain. Yeah, that was it. That's what I'll do, start my book. I'll go... wonder if the old bloke's still in the shelter. Someone is anyway. Hello. You got caught out too, did you? Mind if I share this shelter with you? Any port in a storm, as they say. My name's Jimmy. Jimmy Webster. What's yours?
It's Dorothy.
Dorothy, eh? Oh, that's a nice name. And you got nice hair. Yeah, lovely hair.
Discover why more beautiful women the world over choose Lux than any other beauty soap. Discover the new, milder, creamier lather of Lux. A lather enriched with exotic natural oils to keep your skin soft and beautiful. Discover the precious new perfume in Lux. A fragrance that seeps gently into your skin, leaving you provocatively fragrant. Lux perfumed. Then join the world's most beautiful women who entrust their skin's loveliness to Lux every day. The first touch of the mild, silken lather will make Lux yours forever.
Darling, here's something new. Erasmic Mastershade Aerosol. Why don't you try some?
No, thanks, love. My old way suits me just fine. These aerosols are an extravagance.
But look at this. Erasmic Mastershade softens your beard instantly. Gives a fast, smooth shave.
I know, but...
And look! 1 can of Erasmic Aerosol lasts 3 full months. So it costs no more than shaving your old ways. Give me one reason why you won't try new Erasmic Mastershave.
Well,
New Erasmic Mastershave. When are you going to switch?
In tonight's presentation of Out of the Rain by Jerry Jones, you heard Heather Simpson as Susan and Roger Service as Jimmy. Others in the cast were Jack Fowler and Reg Richards. Out of the Rain was adapted and produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Tom Meehan and directed...
In this revival of Wynyard Brown's famous play, The Holly and the Ivy, which has been adapted for radio by Peggy Wells and Raymond Rakes, the Reverend Martin Gregory is played by Stephen Murray. His daughters, Jenny and Margaret, by Jane Knowles and Isabel Black, and Aunt Lydia by Nora Nicholson. The play is set in a country vicarage in 1950.
My thoughts were fully of Jenny as I walked over to see her that Christmas Eve. The afternoon was dark and lowering, the sky heavy with snow. As I came up the drive, I noticed that the lights were on in the sitting room, the only lights in the whole house. It was one of those big old Norfolk vicarages, a fine house in its day, but shabby now. And the big rooms always seemed to me to have a sort of faded melancholy. I was quite startled when I saw how gay it was through the window. A shining Christmas tree, all decorated with tinsel and coloured balls. And Jenny, on a stepladder, trying to fix holly to the chandelier. I tapped on the window, and she made a sign to me to come round. I opened the front door. Hey, Jenny.
That's it. Come in, David. Sorry about all the evergreens on the floor.
Oh, that's all right.
Have I put up too much holly, do you think?
Oh, I don't think so. I say, Jenny, anyone arrived yet?
No, but they soon will. What time is it?
Oh, 3:30, 3:45 maybe.
Is that all? Oh, how dark it is.
Aye, there's snow coming all right. Will I turn that wireless off, Jenny?
Don't you like carols, David?
Aye, they're all right, but I want some talk with you before they all come.
No, David, there's no more to be said. I wonder if I have put up too much
There's
holly.
a lot more to be said if you ask me. Oh, will I turn this off?
Wait a moment. Listen. It's so lovely. It's odd how sound can be so beautifully still.
Aye, it's beautiful. Will I turn it off all the same?
Oh, if you must. Oh, just pass me that chain over there, would you?
Here you are. What on earth are you doing all this for? Have you got children coming or what?
No children. Just ourselves and the people we always have for Christmas. You know, that cousin of my mother's, Richard Wyndham, and a couple of elderly aunts.
What would your elderly aunts be wanting with all this Christmas decoration?
It's only what we always do. I don't want this Christmas to fall flat just because Mother's not here. Don't you like it?
Why, it's pretty, but it's an awful waste of time.
Oh, no, it isn't, David. It's part of something very important. The very thing that is Christmas for most people. That feeling in the air. The feeling that everything's different. Special. Pass me that star, would you?
I think you're mad. Start staring raving mad. Come down off that ladder.
No, David, I must finish. They'll be here soon.
Then I shall have to pull you down.
Oh, David, look out. I'll fall off.
There. Now give me a kiss. Darling.
Darling. Oh, I suppose those people who fall asleep in the snow feel like this. They know they've got to keep awake at all costs, but they can't help giving up the struggle just for a moment because the snow's so warm and cosy.
I never heard of anyone yet freezing to death from a kiss.
No. But, oh, well, it's all so pointless, isn't it? It gets us nowhere.
I don't know about that. Kissing's got a lot of people quite a long way before now. Oh, darling Jenny, give me another kiss.
No, David, please. All these Christmas cards on the mantelpiece want arranging.
Jenny.
Yes?
Listen, Jenny. Come here.
Yes, David? Well?
I've heard. It's all fixed. They want me to sail at the end of January. That's what I came to tell you. They've written to know, will I be taking my wife with me? I told them yes.
Oh, David, why? You know it's impossible.
It's not impossible
yes,
at all.
It is quite impossible. You know I can't leave Father.
That's absurd. Of course you can't.
Darling, it's not absurd. There's no one else. I must look after him. Can't you understand? I must.
Oh, that's all nonsense. Children can't be expected to sacrifice their lives to their parents like that. It's not within reason. When it comes to a conflict between the young and the old, it's the old that have to give way.
You're talking like a textbook, David. This isn't a conflict between the young and the old. It's what I feel for someone I love.
Don't you love me, too?
Oh, you know I do.
Well, then. Oh, it's suicidal. I know, Jenny. I'll have a word with your father.
No, David, you mustn't.
Why not? He's a reasonable man. He wouldn't expect you to...
Of course he wouldn't. Oh, you don't understand. That's the whole point. If Daddy knew about us, he'd never ask me to stay however much he wanted to. He wouldn't let me stay. But that wouldn't make it any easier for me to go, would it? I know that he needs me. Don't you see? That's why he mustn't know about you and me at all. It would worry him dreadfully. Well, you won't tell him, will you? Promise?
I'm not making any promises.
Oh, good gracious. I was writing my sermon in my study and fell asleep. Jenny, what time is it?
3:45, Daddy.
Is that all? Hello, David.
Good afternoon, sir.
Are you sure? It was so dark in my study, I thought it was later. Later than... Oh, Jenny.
What's the matter, Daddy? Are you all right?
A bit giddy for a moment or so. No, there's nothing, really. Yes, and I'm all right.
I work with a start, you see, thinking I'd forgotten all about the children.
What children?
I've got to go down to the schools. The infants are having their Christmas treat.
Oh, but you've a heavy day of services tomorrow, and you're not well.
Oh, if I'm not well enough to do my work, I'd better give up, that's all. How about you, David? Have you heard anything yet?
Aye, it's all fixed. I was just telling Jenny. I'm to sail at the end of January, and I was going to ask...
You're a lucky fellow. You know, I've always wanted to go to South America ever since I was a boy. Ever since I first read Prescott, The Conquest of Peru. That's a wonderful book now. Have you ever read it?
Can't say I have.
Oh, you should. Particularly all that part about the Incas. Remarkable people, the Incas. Great mathematicians, you know, and sun worshippers.
Is that so?
You know, the most interesting thing, they were the first people in the world to discover about manure. No, it's true. You better tell your father about that, David. He'd be interested being a farmer. You see, the Incas were the first people to discover the value of guano as a fertilizer. It's the deposit of seabirds, you know. It's found all down the western coast. In fact...
I don't expect to have much to do with all that. I'm going out there to build aerodromes.
Aerodromes? Oh, well, people seem to want aerodromes. I can't think why, but they do. So, I often think it'd be very pleasant to be an engineer or something like that, to be doing something that people want. That's the worst of being a parson. People don't want you.
Hadn't you better go, darling, if you are going?
Huh? Oh, good Lord, yes. The treat. I forgot.
I'll get your coat. You better have your scarf, too. It's bitterly cold. And you'll need a torch for coming back.
Her mother was just the same, you know, David. I don't know where I'd be without her.
Here you are. There. Now then, tuck the scarf across your chest.
Okay.
That's right.
Thank you, my dear.
Are you sure you're all right now? Hadn't you better have a little whiskey before you go?
Whiskey? That reminds me. Have we whiskey in the house for Richard when he arrives?
I think there ought to be enough. I'll just see. Yes, the bottle's nearly full.
All right, then leave it out on the side where he can help himself. What about you, David? Will you care to take a glass?
No, thanks, sir.
Darling, you must go. You don't want to be out when they all arrive.
When's Margaret coming?
Well, I arranged with Richard to call for her after lunch today and drive her down. I made him promise to get her here in time for tea.
Good. You haven't met my younger daughter, Margaret, have you, David? Of course, we don't see her very often now. She's a journalist, you know. She writes these articles on fashions for the latest magazines. You wouldn't think that'd be an interesting thing, but I find myself getting enthralled reading about the autumn collections and... what's this I was reading out about at lunch, Jenny?
The season's silhouette.
Yeah, that's it, the season's silhouette. The trouble they take with the silhouette now, I have no idea of it. Hip lines, waist lines, and what's this they call them? Foundation garments.
Aye, it's almost a branch of engineering.
There's an article here somewhere Margaret was writing about foundation
Daddy,
garments.
darling, you must go.
Yes, Jenny. I'm off this minute. I'll show you some other time, David. Goodbye for now.
Goodbye, sir.
Goodbye, darling. You see, David?
Aye. What about this younger sister of yours? Why can't she come home?
Margaret. She won't come.
Why not?
She just won't. She's got her job and her friends in London. She wouldn't come and bury herself here in the country. No, the obvious person's Daddy's sister, Aunt Bridget. But Daddy and she don't get on. They never have. She's got that explosive Irish temper that goes off like a squib at the slightest touch.
What about your other aunt, then?
Mummy's sister, you mean, Aunt Lydia? Oh, she's too grand and strange. She's the widow of a king's messenger.
Oh,
she's lived all her life in hotels. She can't even make a piece of toast. Anyway, she's nearly 80. No, it's no use. I'm the only one. I've got to stay.
But Jenny...
Will you put the stepladder over here for me, David, please?
Yes, Jenny. There you are.
Thank you. That mistletoe doesn't look too safe.
Jenny, you could find your father a housekeeper, couldn't you? As long as there's someone competent in the house, it's not such a terrible thing for a man to live alone, is it?
Yes, David, it is. At least it would be for him. It'd be far worse for him than for an ordinary person.
I don't see why.
It's always worse for a parson anyway. He can't do the most ordinary things simply because he is a parson. For instance, he can't just drop into a pub for company when he's bored in the evenings. People don't feel free to behave naturally when he's there.
I know what you mean. There's an awkwardness. I've noticed it myself in railway carriages. Everyone stops talking for a moment when a parson gets in. And when they start again, things aren't quite the same. They become unnatural with each other, too.
Well, that's just it. A parson's set apart, isolated. But it's not only that. You know, Daddy, he's essentially scholarly. Well, look at the way he was talking to you about the Incas just now. He was brilliant as a young man. So were all his friends. And he's quite lost touch with them now. Because he chose to be a parson, he became separated from the people with his own interests, his own outlook. He's had to spend half his life organising bazaars and going to Sunday school treats, doing silly, trivial things with silly, trivial people. Oh, well, that's not fair. I suppose they're just ordinary people. Father gets on with them well enough, and they like him. But they don't understand him, and they've nothing in common with him. Well, I think that's largely why we, the family, have always meant so much to him.
It's a difficult situation. I see that. But I don't see why it should fall on you. Oh, that younger sister of yours must take her turn.
I've told you she won't.
Oh, that's absurd. She's damn well got to. Does she know about you and me?
You always seem to forget, David. No one knows.
But if you told her, surely she'd help you out a bit. Look, I'm sure if you asked her, she'd give you a break.
I'll ask her if you like, but I'm pretty sure it won't be any use. You may as well make up your mind to that. Now, David, I must finish fixing this holly.
You're not going to let everything depend on her, surely?
It does, I'm afraid. It just does.
But that's preposterous. You can't just sit on the top of that ladder like that and let the whole future of two people depend on what someone else chooses to do. Oh, it's monstrous. Oh, come down, Jenny, and talk to me. The holly doesn't matter. It looks all right.
Very well, David.
Jenny.
But listen, doesn't everyone always depend on what other people choose to do? Isn't that why it's so very important what we choose?
It's important, all right. It's important to you and me now. Jenny, this is the sort of job I've had in mind ever since I started to qualify. For nearly 20 years, ever since I was 14, I've been working towards a job like this. But if I had to choose between it and you, it's no use to me.
The really important thing is never to choose what destroys other people. Isn't that... Well, isn't it the whole meaning of being good?
Being good? Oh, you're too good. That's your trouble. If you're not careful, you'll be destroying yourself, and me too. Oh, you're so good that it becomes bad. Jenny, don't. I don't mean to upset you, but... Oh, what's the matter, Jenny? Tell me.
Only what you just said. That goodness can destroy people.
That's all nonsense. I'll never heed what I say.
But is it true, David? Well, can it be true?
Don't ask me. I'm only an engineer.
Anybody there?
Nick!
Hello, chums.
Nick, how did you get here?
Hitchhiked. Hello, David.
I thought you weren't coming. You said you couldn't get leave.
I wangled it. 48 hours. Compassionate.
Compassionate?
The Army's very sentimental at Christmas. The great ruthless machine suddenly goes soft in the middle like bad fruit. It's rather sinister.
What are you talking about?
How did you fix it?
I went to see the Major and pitched a tale. That's one small advantage of being Irish. I told him my mother had recently died, my father's getting old, and my little sister... Oh, you ought to know my little sister. She's wonderful. Is bravely struggling to keep things going. And she wants us all home for Christmas this year because maybe it's the last Christmas we'll all spend together in the old home. Worked like magic. I'd almost swear when I'd finished there were tears in the Major's eyes. England won't go far wrong, Gregory, as long as men feel like you do about their homes.
Mick, you're awful. How could you?
Why, what's wrong? It's all true, isn't it?
No, it's not. Not a word of it's true. You don't feel like that at all.
I say, old girl.
Oh, I'm sorry. I suppose I'm being silly. I expect it's all right, really. Look, could you and David finish putting up the holly for me? I must go and get tea ready. They'll be here soon.
What's the matter with her?
Oh, she's worried about your father, I think. He wasn't very well just now.
Oh, Lord. He never seems to be well these days. What about this damned holly?
Well, you do that side of the room and I'll do this.
Right. Just stick it behind the pictures. Any way you can get it to stay.
Like this. Oh, damn. You know, it's a strange thing, but I find all this Christmas decoration peculiarly depressing.
Me too. I can't bear Christmas. I used to like it as a child, but now it's... Well, as you say, it's depressing. And we got a dozen aunts coming.
I thought it was 2.
It is, but they make it feel like a dozen. Damn. This holly pricks. Deep wound. What's the matter with my father, do you know?
Oh, he was a bit giddy for a moment, that's all.
He ought to retire, you know.
I gather he can't afford to.
It's not that. He could, but he won't. I'm the trouble, really.
Why you?
He wants me to go to Cambridge. Well, that costs money. I'm not the type to get scholarships. Anyway, I have a year to do in the army first. That means at least 4 more years for him in this place. I don't want him to kill himself for me. Anyway, it's not worth it. I don't even know that I want to go to Cambridge.
There's a lot of advantages to be had from a university education, you know.
By me? I'm not the type. No good telling him that, though. Father always says that the years he was up at Cambridge were the best and most valuable 3 years of his life, and he wants me to have them too. Wouldn't be so bad if I knew what I wanted to do. But I don't. I just want to live. Do you suppose people are born wanting to be clergymen?
I should hardly think it's very likely.
That's something that's always interested me. What makes a chap at the age of 18 or 20 suddenly decide to become a parson? It's a hell of a life. What makes them do it?
Maybe they have some kind of mystical experience. A sudden flash of insight into the meaning of life. How does that cluster of holly look?
Looks all right to me. How about mine?
That's a wee bit lopsided.
There you are, you see. I'm no good. Can't even do this. Have you ever had one?
One what?
A mystical experience. What was it you said? A sudden flash of insight into the meaning of life.
I can't say I have.
Nor me. What do you make of it all? Religion and so forth. Do you believe in God?
What's the matter with you this afternoon?
I don't know. Christmas? Coming home? You probably can't realize what it's like to grow up in the atmosphere of a vicarage.
I can't see much wrong with this atmosphere.
No, but however pleasant and easy they are, there's always a subtle pressure on you all the time to think and feel things you don't naturally think and feel. You see what that leads to? If you're not careful, you get involved in a kind of perpetual pretense. It's a difficult business, having a parson for a father.
Jenny seems to do all right.
Oh, Jenny, yes. But Jenny's rather a special person, you know.
I know what you mean. She's got a kind of natural magic.
Oh, Lord, that'll be the aunts.
Mick, go and open the door, will you?
Oh, Lord.
Oh, wait a minute. Just get rid of that sheet full of holly first. Put it in the hall.
All right, all right. Wait a minute.
What about the stepladder?
Oh, yes, David. Could you put it away? You know where it goes.
Yes. And then I think, Jenny, I'd better be getting along. We've got a gathering of the clans, too.
Oh, no, don't go, David. I want you to meet Margaret.
Oh, yes. So do I.
Let them in now, Mick.
Hello, Aunt Bridget. How are you, Aunt Lydia?
Had you forgotten we were coming, or what? My feet are freezing to the doorstep.
Oh, Siberia. It's like Siberia. Oh, Mick, how nice to see you. I didn't think you'd be here.
Well, I'll take all your cases and Christmas presents upstairs for you.
Be careful of that one. There's breakables in it.
Right.
Oh, Jenny, darling, how are you?
Hello, Aunt Lydia.
Let me have a look at you. Oh, you're tired, my darling. You've been doing too much.
Have I? Hello, Aunt Bridget. How are you?
I'm all right, thanks. Who's this young man?
Oh, I'm sorry. This is a friend of ours, David Patterson.
Oh.
Aunt Bridget.
How do you do?
How are you? Are you staying in the house, or what?
I just took a walk over, that's all. My people have a farm down the road.
How do you do? I'm Aunt Lydia.
How do you do?
Now, come and see your rooms, both of you. Then we'll have tea. I expect you're hungry.
I'll just stay here and thaw for a moment, darling. I'm frozen to the bone.
Very well, Aunt Lydia. You coming, Aunt Bridget?
Yes. I hope your brother was careful taking the case upstairs. There's breakables in it.
Oh, Mr. Patterson, isn't Jenny a darling? I'm so fond of her. She was so splendid all through my sister's illness. And now I think she's quite wonderful the way she looks after her father. Don't you?
Aye, she's wonderful, all right. A bit too wonderful, if you ask me.
Too wonderful? What do you mean?
Well, in my opinion, you can carry self-sacrifice a bit too far.
Oh, I see. Oh, I'm so glad. So very glad. You're in love with her, aren't you? No. Don't tell me. There's no need. I can see you are. It's written all over you. I'm so glad. Darling Jenny, I'm so afraid her being at home would
But we've
mean
not
that...
announced anything yet. The engagement's not been made public.
But I'm not the public. Secrets of this sort are perfectly safe with me. Oh, I do congratulate you. Jenny's such a darling. This is absolutely right. I can see that. You're cut out for each other. I can always tell.
I say, everyone, Richard and Margaret are here.
Oh, were they on the train? We never saw them.
No, they come by carts, just drawn up outside.
Richard is a cousin of mine. Margaret's the other daughter, you know.
Yes, I've heard about Margaret.
Oh, it's damn cold. Leave the cart afterwards, Vic.
I'll take your bags up, Richard.
Thanks, boy. Oh. Hello, Cousin Lydia. How's the headache?
Headache? I hadn't got a headache.
Nonsense. You always have a headache.
Richard, dear, this is Mr. Patterson, a friend of Jenny's. Colonel Wyndham.
How do you do?
How do you do, sir?
It's cold enough for snow. 148 miles in open cars. No joke on a day like this.
Hello, Richard.
Hello, Jenny, my dear. Nice to see you. Here comes Cousin Bridget downstairs. How are you, Cousin Bridget? Still flying off the handle?
Not at the moment. Merely dying for a cup of tea, that's all.
Where's Margaret?
Margaret? Oh, she couldn't come.
Oh, dear.
Couldn't come? Why not?
Not feeling very well. Touch of flu, I think. Thought it was better to stay put. She sent her love to you all and wished you a Merry Christmas.
Oh, dear, Daddy'll be so disappointed. Oh, well, there it is. I'll go and make the tea.
In that case, I think I'll be getting along now, if you don't mind.
Aren't you going to stay for tea, David?
I think I'd better be getting home, Jenny. The folks are expecting me.
All right, then.
I'll be taking a walk over tomorrow sometime. Goodbye, all.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, Jenny.
Goodbye.
Oh, Jenny, darling, he's charming. Absolutely charming. I'm so glad.
Is that the boyfriend?
Oh, why didn't you tell me? I'd no idea of that. Congratulations.
No, please, what on earth do you mean, Aunt Lydia? What's David been telling you? He's no right to say anything.
He didn't. I guessed. Somehow I always know these things. He's absolutely right for you, my darling. Absolutely right.
You know, Jenny, I thought you'd never get married, like myself.
No, listen, please, all of you. You're not to say a word about this to anyone, do you see? Not to anyone.
Oh, is he married already or what?
Of course not. It's simply that things are rather difficult at the moment. We can't be married until I found someone to come and look after Father.
Oh, that was the way with me. There was I, stuck in that little flat in West Hampstead, looking after me invalid mother. Till I was 45 and my figure quite gone. In my opinion, parents have no right to batten on their children like that.
But, Aunt Bridget... Now, here's Father. You understand? Not a word.
You've not been waiting tea for me, have you?
Oh, Martin, dear, how are you?
I'm all right, Lydia. Sorry to be out like this. Did Jenny tell you?
Yes, she did.
How's Bridget?
No worse than usual, thank you, Martin.
Good. Oh, Richard, how are you, Martin? Your car be all right out there. It's bitterly cold.
Hello, Dad.
Mick! I thought you couldn't get leave.
I wangled it. Pitched a tail to the Major.
Trust him. That's fine, that's fine. Now, where's Margaret?
She's not coming, Daddy.
Not coming? But, Richard, I thought you were driving her down. Wasn't that the arrangement?
She's got flu.
Oh, good gracious. That'll be awkward. She's all by herself there in that flat.
Don't worry, Daddy. She'll be all right.
No, I don't like her to be ill there all alone. She's no one there to look after her. You better all go in and start your tea. Hang those things up for me, Mick. I think I'll just ring her up and see how she is.
I shouldn't do that if I were you, Martin.
You wouldn't? Why not?
Well, there's no one else to answer the telephone. Don't want to get her out of bed.
Leave it for the moment, Daddy. Come on, let's go and have some tea. I expect you're all famished. And we can think what to do about Margaret afterwards.
Oh, very well, my dear, if you think so.
How lovely you've made it all look, darling. So like your mother.
Is there a fire in there, or shall I need my coat?
Of course there's a fire, Bridget.
What about your car, Richard? Will it be all right?
Shall I go and put it away? It's freezing hard.
No, don't bother, Mick. I'll do it. You're going to have your tea.
Righto.
Come on, Mick. Be as quick as you can,
You
Richard.
bet I will. Can't wait to get back to my tea. Margaret, how long have you been standing out there?
Hello, Richard. I've just come.
What the hell are you doing here, Margaret?
I had to come.
Here have I been doing my best to explain it away, telling them some damn story about your having flu.
I couldn't stand it, Richard. Alone there in the flat. As soon as you'd gone, I realized I couldn't stand it. A whole dreary Christmas of trekking round the pubs. I had to come. And now, for heaven's sake, let me get a drink.
No, you've got to leave that alone.
Please, Richard.
You can't start your drinking here.
Richard, I must. I can't face them without it.
Got to. Come on now. Pull yourself together. We'll go in together.
I tell you, I can't stand it.
Come on. Here's Margaret. Margaret!
Coffee, Margaret?
Yes, please, Jenny. Black.
Here we are now, Richard. Do you care for cigars after dinner at all? Would you try one of these?
Thanks, I will.
This should be all right. The only trouble is they may be a bit dry. One of my church wardens gave them to me a couple of years ago, and they got mislaid in my desk.
That desk. We were excavating it the other day. If you dig deep enough, you come on whole buried civilizations. We found relics of all his old parishes, right back to the beginning.
You know, we found over 1,000 old sermons.
Good Lord.
Well, it's not such a great number when you come to think of it. Morning and evening every Sunday. That's 52 Sundays in a year. You'd get through 1,000 in about 10 years. Well, allowing for holidays and visiting preachers, say 12. Oh, since I was ordained, I must have preached enough sermons to fill 150 books. I doubt if anyone's ever paid the slightest attention to them.
Martin, dear, I'm sure they have. I shall always remember that one you preached soon after Philip died. It was such a help to me.
Oh, I'm glad, Lydia, I'm glad. Well, Richard, how's the cigars? Is it all right?
Yes, fine.
I must have filled a number of books, too, inadvertently, about Will's clothes. It's terrifying.
But why, Margaret? Why terrifying?
Simply because one might have been doing something else, Mick.
That's what I always wonder, Margaret. Why do you write that stuff? When the world's crying out to be saved, there's a lot more important things to be writing about than women's undergarments.
How should I save the world, Aunt Bridget?
Well, how are you feeling, Margaret?
All right now, thank you, Father.
Wouldn't you be better in bed? Did you feel as if you had any fever?
No, I don't think so. I dare say it wasn't flu after all.
You're a bit pale, you know. You've been overworking, that's the trouble. You're shivering. You're cold.
A little. It's a cold night.
Well, maybe you caught a chill in the train coming down. You'd better take a glass of whiskey for it.
I'm all right now, Father.
Oh, now, Jenny, we forgot all about the whiskey. Richard never had any with his dinner. We got this bottle out specially for you, Richard.
Oh, that's all right, Martin.
Now, drink that up, Margaret.
No, thank you, Father.
Oh, come on now. It won't hurt you. A little whiskey never did anyone any harm, did it, Richard?
What about cirrhosis of the liver?
Oh, disgusting. Is that what you've got?
Well, not yet, Bridget, not yet.
Come on now, Margaret. Drink it up. Do you good.
Didn't you hear me say no, thank you?
Good Lord, Margaret. Fancy refusing a whiskey. Give it to me. I'll drink it.
How bitter the holly smells.
Ah.
Holly? I didn't know it had a smell, Jenny.
Yes, in the stalks where you break it. You know, it's in the carol. The holly bears a savour as bitter as any gall.
Oh, yes.
I think I'll be getting along back to my study. I have some more work to do on the sermon for tomorrow.
Don't be all evening, Father, will you?
You know, Cousin Lydia, it's 42 years since I preached my first Christmas sermon.
Oh, how old we're all getting.
Tomorrow will be the 43rd.
I always think Christmas is the loveliest of the festivals.
You know, I hate it.
Hate it?
But why?
The brewers and the retail traders have got hold of it. It's all eating and drinking and giving each other knickknacks. Nobody remembers the birth of Christ.
But Christmas morning, there's something about Christmas morning.
In a vicarage with services from 6 o'clock onwards, there's no morning at all.
No, but the first moment when you wake up, somehow, I don't know why, you always know it's Christmas morning. It's as if during the night while you were asleep, something had happened. You even expect the world to look as different as it feels.
I know.
And you lie there, taking it in, realising, and this seems strangest of all, that it's Christmas everywhere.
Of all the sermons in the year, it's the one on Christmas morning I dislike the most. Nobody wants to hear it. They're all fidgeting in their pews, longing to be back home, basting the Christmas turkey. There's no time to be telling them anything important. Oh, well, I must be getting back to my study and getting on with it, I suppose.
And I'd better be getting on with the washing up.
I'll help you, Jenny.
Oh, not tonight, Margaret. You're tired. Stay here in the warm.
Can I be of any help?
No, Aunt Lydia, you sit down.
Yes.
What about you, Michael? Aren't you going to help your sister?
All right, Aunt Bridget, all right.
I suppose you think it's beneath your dignity, do you, to help with the washing up? Being a man, is that it? That's one good thing about the servant shortage, in my opinion. It's good for the men of the country.
Come on, Mick. I'll give you a hand on fatigues.
Worse than spud bashing.
There's plenty more coffee if you want any, Margaret.
Thank you, Jenny.
We'll help ourselves, dear. Won't we, Lydia?
Yes, we will. Bridget, dear, shall I say something to Margaret about you know what?
Do.
Margaret, dear, Jenny's wonderful, isn't she?
Yes, Aunt Lydia. I suppose she is, in a way.
She's so splendid with your father. I can't think what he'd do without her.
Let's hope he won't have to.
But, Margaret, dear, supposing Jenny wanted to get married, what would happen then?
I should have to go, of course.
But what would become of your father?
I know it'd be tiresome for him. But still, there it is. He'd have to manage somehow.
Oh, what do you mean? There's no reason why you shouldn't come home, is there?
No, Aunt Bridget. I'm afraid that'd be impossible. Quite impossible.
But, Margaret, your father's so very fond of you. You're the obvious person. Who else is there?
Look here, Aunt Lydia, what is all this? Jenny's not going to be married, so what's the point?
The point is you've no sense of responsibility. You can't go on leaving everything to your sister like this. Look at all she does. Slaving away, running this great house without any help, cooking all the meals, and losing all her opportunities.
What opportunities, Aunt Bridget?
Well, the opportunities. Like we were talking about. I'm going upstairs now to get me work bag. Anyway, it's a matter of principle. You wouldn't understand that, I suppose.
Bridget, dear, while you're up there, I wonder if you'd mind getting mine, too.
Where is it?
Oh, well, wait a minute now. I'm not quite sure. Oh, did I unpack it or didn't I? Oh, dear, perhaps I'd better come and get it myself.
I think you had. I don't like to be disturbing all your things.
Margaret, have you finished with the coffee things yet?
Yes.
Mick's become wonderful at washing up. He's developed an army technique.
Jenny, close the door, will you? Sit down.
Well, what is it, Margaret?
Jenny, is anything wrong?
Why?
I've just sustained a combined attack from both the aunts.
What about?
You. They seem to think you're fed up with being at home. Of course, it's a preposterously inconvenient house, but I always thought you liked being here.
So I do, very much in a way. But it's also a bit limiting. Especially when...
Look here, Jenny, what is all this?
Well, it's perfectly simple. I want to get married, that's all.
Oh, darling. Who? Anyone I know?
He's called David Patterson. His parents bought Copper Hall Farm. They're Scottish. He's an engineer. I expect you'd think him very dull.
Why should I?
Oh, I don't know. What's it matter anyway? The point is, he's got a job in South America. He sails in a month's time, and I want to go with him.
What's to prevent you?
Well, who's to look after Daddy?
You can always get a widow or someone.
How can I leave him with just anyone? Of course, I know the perfect solution for him.
What?
You. Oh, Margaret, couldn't you come home for a bit? You're such a special person to him that it'd make all the difference.
No. I'm sorry. That's out of the question.
Just like that? Yes. I know I asked you, really. I knew it'd be no use. All the same, I don't know, you say it so coolly, so immediately. Flick like that and it's done with. Life must be very easy for people like you.
Well, life's always easier than people like you make it.
You have grown hard, haven't you? No feelings left. You're armoured.
Is that how I seem to you?
Oh, Mag, what's happened to you? You've changed. You never used to be like this. You know you've changed.
Of course. What do you expect? Life does change people.
Why do you never come home? After Mother died, I made sure you'd try and come more often, but you don't. If anything, I think you come even less. Whether you're fond of Daddy or not, I should have
Not fond of him? Do you really think I'm not fond of him?
Well, if you are, why is it so absolutely out of the question that you should come home?
I'm sorry, Jenny, I can't.
But why? That's what I don't understand.
Because
why?
It wouldn't work. I don't belong here anymore. As you say, I've changed. Perhaps not quite in the way you think.
Mag, you're not happy, are you? That's it.
Who is?
Plenty of people.
Perhaps, if they're stupid enough.
Why must you always crackle like ice? What's happened to make you seem all frozen over inside? You're like someone out of a Hans Andersen story. Do you remember how they used to frighten me when we were small? People like the frozen queen who went down to the gardens of the dead.
Jenny, you're fantastic. How do you do it?
Something has happened. I'm beginning to see now. Oh, Mag, tell me.
All right. I will tell you. Do you remember Bob?
You're American?
My American. Yes.
But I thought he was killed ages ago, right back in the middle of the war. You don't mean to say he's turned up again?
No, he was killed. Quite killed. Do you think I might have a drink?
Of course.
I was very much in love with him. You didn't know that, did you? They found his body, what was left of it.
Darling, why ever didn't you come home for a bit? You needn't even have told us a thing about it, but... Oh, you should have come.
When I was pregnant?
Margaret.
It was just about then that Mother was ill for the first time, you remember? I couldn't very well tell anybody.
You could have told me.
Oh, yes, I suppose I could, but there didn't seem any point in that. Luckily, I was away in London. I thought I'd better go through with it by myself.
Oh, how awful for you.
It wasn't so bad. Once I'd made up my mind.
But what happened? Were you all right?
Quite all right. It was a boy. I called him Simon. I don't quite know why.
Mag, if only I'd known. I see it all now.
Yes, now you see why I never wanted to stay here very long when I came. I was always wanting to get back to London.
Of course. Oh, Mag, darling, it's wonderful. I'm longing to see him. How old is he now?
He'd have been 5 last September.
Would have been?
He died last year. Meningitis.
Oh.
Well, there it is. Now you know.
Meningitis. And he was only 4. But, Margaret, I don't understand. Simon was the reason for your not coming home, but... Well, now there's no reason, surely.
Oh, yes, there is. I couldn't stand the pretense.
Pretense? Why need there be any?
Because Father thinks of me as someone I no longer am. I am what has happened to me.
Does it make so much difference?
Nothing is left the same. I just don't feel or think as I used to about anything in the world. Even the little ordinary things. Christmas decorations. Holly. Don't you see, if I lived here with Father, I should have to be playing a part all the time, pretending to be as I used to be. Never for a moment could I be myself. It would be an impossible, unbearable situation. And the only solution would be to tell him, and I couldn't do that, could I?
Couldn't you? No. No, I suppose not. At least... Oh, no, I don't really see how you could. Besides, it would upset him dreadfully.
Exactly. That's the trouble. He'd see it as a moral issue. I don't.
Oh, if only we could. But no, we can't. Besides, the whole thing's over and done with now.
Over and done with. Yes. What nonsense life is.
Yes.
For you too.
Just at this moment, yes.
Here. What's all this? Scrim-shanking? Disgraceful. Dodging for tea?
Sorry, I was just coming, Mick. I'll get the coffee cups together now.
My dear Jenny, we've finished the washing up. Here, give me that tray.
No, I'll do them, Richard. You've done enough for one day. Mick, could you go and get in a few logs?
Haven't I done enough for one day?
No, Mick, you haven't. Come along and get some logs.
Oh, Lord, I don't see the point in coming home for Christmas. It's easier in the army.
I say, Richard, I've just been telling Jenny.
What? Not about Simon?
Yes.
Good Lord, how did she take it?
Very well. There's a lot to be said for Jenny.
Margaret, you must leave that alone.
No, Richard, I've got to get through the evening somehow.
If you're going to start drinking, you'd much better have stayed in London.
I'm sorry. I suppose I'm being rather a bore.
You are rather. That's the trouble with drunks. They are boring.
I'm not a drunk.
You're well on the way to being one.
Oh, nonsense, Richard. Don't be silly.
All right, perhaps not yet. But how many times in the last 2 years have you gone to bed really sober?
Oh, well, in London, that's different. One has to drink in my job.
Huh. That's all it is. The solution's simple. Give up the job. Get out of London. If I were you, I'd come home.
That's not a very bright suggestion.
Isn't it? Do you know, I believe you really want to come home.
Oh, leave me alone, Richard, for heaven's sake. Oh, I'm sorry, Richard. But why do you bother about me?
I have to. I'm your godfather.
How strange you are, Richard. I believe you take that godfather business quite seriously.
Why not? You did? You even borrowed money for Simon on the strength of it.
I've often wondered why my parents ever chose you to be a godfather. You don't even believe in God. Or do you?
I don't like the smell of hassocks, if that's what you mean.
No, it's not what I mean. Richard, please, I'm serious.
What does it matter to you what I think?
It does matter.
Why?
Because we're very much alike. What you believe, I think, perhaps I might be able to believe too. Tell me, Richard, honestly, do you believe in God? No, I thought not. Ah, well, there it is.
This wood's all wet. It's snowing hard and the snow's blowing right in under the roof of the coal shed.
Is it?
Here, let me help you with those logs, Mick.
No, it's all right, I'll do it. Ooh, we can get near the fire for a change. Where are the aunts?
Heaven knows, they went to fetch their work.
Oh, Lord, we're in for a jolly evening. 2 hours of cosy Yuletide. Can't you feel it closing in on you?
Mick, let's get out of here. Let's go to the pictures.
Oh, OK. Suits me.
Come on, then, quick. My coat's in the hall.
So's mine. Don't expect the film will be any good.
Never mind. Escape. That's the thing. The foundation of all entertainment.
You're right about that, Mag. Come on, then. Here's your coat.
Margaret, I was wondering... Oh, well, where are they off to?
The pictures.
Tonight? Oh, they can't. Daddy'll be so disappointed. I must go after them.
Jenny, I wouldn't. I don't think Margaret can quite take all this tonight.
Oh, perhaps not.
I think that's why I like him so. He's a Celt.
Nonsense, Lydia. The Irish are a different race from the Scotch altogether.
Come here by the fire, both of you, and get warm.
Oh, thank you. Now, listen, Jenny. Bridget and I have been talking about you and David. We've come to the conclusion there's only one solution.
What's that, Aunt Lydia?
Your father ought to retire.
And I finished my sermon at last.
Come along to the fire, Father.
Sure, I don't know what they'll make of it all. I'm going to tell them a bit about the ancient origins of their Christmas customs. Most of what they do has its roots deep in the old pagan festivities.
Oh, how very interesting. Now I must get on with my knitting.
So must I.
You know, Lydia, why you put holly on the walls at Christmas time?
Something to do with the Druids, isn't it?
Oh, no, that's mistletoe.
Oh, it goes right back to the old nature worship. The struggle between the holly and the ivy. There's a lot about it here in this book I've got. The holly was the young men and the ivy was the girls. And the struggle between them, who should rule the house.
Holly's one in here, I see.
Well, there's no getting away from it, Richard. The whole thing's only a perpetuation of the old Roman Saturnalia. It was the season of general license when everything was topsy-turvy. The slaves were the masters and the masters were the slaves.
I think I'll come to church tomorrow and listen to all this.
Well, they still do the same thing in the army today, isn't that so? At dinner on Christmas Day, the sergeants and the officers wait on the men?
Yes, that's quite right, we do.
There you are. Everything has its roots in something else, in the past. People have no idea of it, mostly. They don't realize that when they're sticking up their holly and pulling their crackers and decking themselves out in paper caps, they're still taking part in an ancient winter ritual that goes back to the dawn of history. Yes, and here we all are round the Yule log, and... I say, where are Margaret and Meg?
They've gone out.
Oh, Christmas Eve.
Yes, they've gone to the pictures.
Oh, the pictures? Right. I didn't know there was anything interesting on. Oh, well, pass me my book, will you, Jenny?
Yes, here you are, Daddy.
Thank you.
How quiet it is.
It's the snow, Aunt Lydia. It muffles everything.
I didn't know it had been snowing.
It's been snowing all evening. It's quite deep out in the yard.
8 o'clock already. The Christmas waits will be here soon, I suppose.
Yes, worse luck.
Oh, but Jenny, why? It's so delightful to hear them country voices drifting across the snow.
6 rather sinister little boys who can't sing in tune. They only do it for money.
Oh, dear, what are we coming to?
What's the joke, Martin?
Yeah, it's just something that tickled me in this book, that's all. You know, in the Middle Ages, they'd a feast of fools at Christmas time. A choir boy or a subdeacon would take the part of the bishop and they'd burlesque the church service and so on. You know, it seems they got a bit too rowdy at times, and in 1444, the cathedral chapter of Sens laid down a regulation that not more than 3 buckets of water must be poured over the precentor at Vespers.
Oh, but Martin, why did they do all these extraordinary things at Christmas time?
Yeah, nobody knows why. One theory is that it goes right back to the days when they were making the calendar. They stuck in some extra days to fill up the gap between the lunar and the solar year. And when they'd stuck them in, they felt they were queer sort of days that didn't really exist, days on which anything might happen.
How strange. I used to feel rather like that about Christmas time when I was a child. Perhaps it was something to do with the queer time of the year. I remember how wonderful it used to be, seeing the snow outside, finding the Christmas stockings tied to the ends of our beds, and all Christmas Eve a strange sort of excitement. And then in the evening, downstairs in the drawing room, dark green and glittering, the Christmas tree. Just like in here tonight.
Oh, 10 o'clock already. I must go and see how the kettles are getting on for the hot drinks. I expect the others will be back soon. It's still snowing. It's quite deep in the drive.
Lydia, my dear, shall we speak to my brother now?
Yes. Oh, but Richard is here. Richard, don't you think perhaps Jenny might like a little help?
What? Oh, yes. All right. Jenny, wait for me. I'll help you with those hot drinks.
Martin, dear, Bridget and I have been talking. We can't help feeling that perhaps the time's really come for you to think about retiring.
Oh, nonsense, Lydia. I have several years in front of me yet.
Oh, of course you have, Martin, dear. That's just the point. Why not have them for yourself?
Oh, that's all very well, but what about my work? Perhaps you don't think that's of any importance.
Oh, of course I do, Martin, of course. And I know how splendid you are. You've given yourself completely to the people of this place.
You know, Lydia, I've been here 14 years, and sometimes when I walk through the streets and look at the faces of the people, I doubt if I've made any impression at all.
I'm sure you have, Martin. No one could have worked harder than you, but you deserve a rest. You can't go on forever. Everyone deserves a few years to himself. It's the greatest mistake to leave it too late.
Oh, I'd be nothing without my work. Oh, it's kind of you to bother about me, Lydia, but I'd rather carry on here while I can.
That's all very fine and large. You've not only yourself to think about. There's Jenny, too.
Jenny? What about Jenny?
It's no life for a girl to be stuck away here, looking after an old man. This time she got away, had a life of her own.
Well, she's perfectly free to go if she wants to.
Well, but Martin, is she?
Well, in any case, I couldn't retire for another 4 years.
Why not?
Because of Michael.
What's Michael got to do with it?
I want him to have a chance to find his feet in the world before I retire. And he's got this year to do in the army first. After that, I want him to go to Cambridge.
I've brought some tea. Richard helped me make it. Put the tray down there, Richard.
All right. You pour out, or shall I?
I will. Sugar, everyone?
Oh,
No.
yes, please.
Jenny, is this true what your aunts have told me? I'm feeling that you ought to get away from here.
Oh, what have they been saying?
Oh, darling, we've only been trying to persuade your father that he ought to think about retiring. But he says that he can't for at least another 4 years because he wants to send Michael to university.
Here's your tea, Aunt Lydia.
And Michael with no idea what he wants to do, has he, Martin?
No, I don't think he has yet, no.
What's the use of his going to the university, then? Ah, is that my tea? Thank you.
Oh, don't you think you might help him to find out? It's not always easy to know what you want to do in the world until you've been able to form some idea of what the world's about. Isn't that what the university's for?
I thought it was to train people to earn their livings.
Ah, no, it's more than that. University's almost the only place left where truth is valued for its own sake, not for the money it'll earn or the power it'll get you.
Highfalutin talk. What does the truth, as you call it, matter to Michael?
It matters to any man born, Bridget. I'll not have you saying that about Michael or anyone else. We're all born and we've all got to die. And the truth matters to all of us. The truth about what we are and what we're for. The truth about human destiny.
Here. That's the stuff to give him. Your tea, Martin.
Thank you. You agree with me, Richard, do you?
Of course I agree with you. I agree with every word you said.
You're not a varsity man, are you?
No, but I wish I had been. Listen, Bridget, I've been a soldier all my life.
That's nothing to boast of. I think soldiering's a low profession. I agree with the old Chinese. They class soldiers and prostitutes as the lowest ranks of society.
Bridget.
Agreed. Soldiers are simply a regrettable necessity. Agreed. In a sane world, we should do without them. Agreed. But there's nothing like life in the army to make you wonder what life is all about.
Oh,
No, I'm serious. Listen, I see a lot of fighting. 1915 to 18, I was in the trenches. Nearly 3 years. I watched men dying all round me. Nearly all the fellows who were boys with me were killed before they were 30. That's enough to make you wonder what the purpose of life is. That's enough to convince you that this truth Martin talks of is the only thing that matters.
If you feel that, I wonder you ever became a soldier at all in peacetime.
You know why I did? When I was 16, my father said, which is it to be, soldier or clergyman? I chose to be a clergyman.
Did you?
My father roared with laughter, said I'd never manage the Greek. Next year I was packed off to Sandhurst.
Richard, did you really want to be a parson? Seriously?
Well, I don't know. At that age, hard to say. Seemed to me a more valuable job.
Yeah, most people don't think so. Will you still say that?
Yes, Martin, I would.
But, Richard, that means all your life you've been doing something you didn't really want to do.
That's why I'm on Martin's side over this university business. I think a fellow ought to have every chance to find out what he wants to do with his life. Bad thing to make a mistake about that. Damn bad thing.
I can't get over it, Richard. We've known you for all these years, ever since you were a boy. Now I feel as if we'd never really known you at all. I've always thought of you as essentially, ideally, a soldier.
Well, it's Christmas Eve. It's Martin's queer time of the year, where we all get to know each other better.
Listen, isn't that the Waits?
They don't sound so bad a long way off.
What's this they're singing? I can't make it out.
It's the Holly and the Ivy.
Oh, Margaret.
Oh, Margaret.
Hello, Richard. Had a cosy evening? Not talking to me, Richard, eh?
Margaret, come and sit down. You're looking very pale. You're not well. You take some whiskey and I'll have no nonsense this time.
No, Father. Margaret's in time for tea. I'll pour her up.
I don't want any tea, Jenny. Your gardens of the dead are here tonight, Jenny. With a vengeance. Outside, it's like walking over the surface of the moon. The snow. The snow's too pale. Too pale. Oh.
Margaret!
Leave this to me. Jenny, come and give me a hand. She's passed out.
We must get her to bed, Richard.
Here, help me lift her. That's right. That's right. Now, you go ahead. Turn on the lights. I'll carry her up.
Her room's at the top of the stairs.
Right. Soon make her comfortable.
This way, Richard.
Yeah, she should never have gone out in the cold like this.
She's drunk, Martin. That's what it is. She's drunk. And so is he, by the sound of it.
The holly bears the cry. We've just passed the Waits. They're over at David's, what's his name? You know, Jenny's boyfriend. Hello, Aunt Bridget. Had a nice evening?
Disgusting. Good night, everyone. I'm going to bed.
So am I. Good night, Martin, dear.
Oh. They've gone. We had rather a bit of luck. Saw rather a good film. Nanook of the North. All about Eskimos. Of course, it's old, but it's...
Not be near a cinema, Michael. Why don't you tell me the truth?
The truth? Would you like to hear the truth? About Margaret, for instance? No. You can't be told the truth. That's the trouble. That's the whole trouble. You can't be told the truth.
You better go to bed, Michael.
You're right. I think I'd better.
Father? Shall I go to the door?
Yes. Go and get rid of them, Jenny. I think I've got some loose change.
It's all right. There's a shilling on the mantelpiece.
Thank you. That was very nice. Thank you. Here you are.
Thank you.
Thank
you, miss. Thank you, miss.
Happy Christmas.
Happy Christmas.
Happy Christmas.
Christmas.
We've got a bitter night for carol singing.
Father, dear.
You always liked sitting on the arm of my chair, didn't you? Ah, Jenny. What would I do without you?
You'll never have to.
Jenny, happy Christmas.
Oh, Mick, still in your pyjamas.
What time is it?
Nearly 10. Do hurry up and get dressed before anyone sees you.
Oh. How is everything?
Well, what do you expect after last night? Aunt Bridget's popping and spluttering like boiling fat. Aunt Lydia's being soothing.
How's Father taking it?
Well, he's upset. He said something about all his talk of religion being hypocritical if it doesn't even prevent his own children getting drunk.
Oh, Lord. Why the hell must people always make such a fuss about nothing?
It's not quite nothing, Mick. Getting drunk in a pub where everyone knows you both, it does Daddy so much harm.
I don't agree with you, Lydia, at all. It's a
Lord.
lot of sentimental nonsense.
Here comes more trouble. I'm off upstairs again.
Jenny, where do you keep your rail guide?
Oh, what, Aunt Bridget?
Rail guide. I'm going back to London.
Oh, Aunt Bridget, you can't.
I don't care to stay here after what happened last night.
Oh, dear, the bells have stopped. I'm not nearly ready for church.
It's all right, Aunt Lydia. That's only the first lot. There's plenty of time yet.
Oh.
I suppose you'll have trains running from here today, will you?
Bridget, you're not going.
I am.
But it's so wrong to take up this attitude. We ought to be more tolerant.
I don't see the point of tolerating low habits.
Anyway, Bridget, you ought to stay for Jenny's sake. She's taken so much trouble about everything, made all these wonderful preparations. Just look at all these presents laid out round the Christmas tree. I really do think it's most unkind of you, Bridget, to go off like this.
I didn't mean it that way at all, Jenny.
Of course you didn't, Aunt Bridget. I know.
Oh, just look at the sun on the snow. It's heavenly.
You'll miss the goose, Aunt Bridget, if you go now.
Goose it is you're having, not turkey.
Oh, dear, don't you like goose?
I do. I prefer it.
Oh, stay then, Aunt Bridget. Please, do stay.
Very well, then. I will.
Oh, look, here's a present for me. Oh, I know what this is, don't I, Jenny? It's larger than ever this year. Darling, how good of you. Real old-fashioned eau de cologne. Oh, thank you so much, darling. I always need it for my appalling headaches. Oh, it is for me, isn't it?
Yes, Aunt Lydia, it is. But it's not from me this year, it's from Daddy.
Oh, dear. Perhaps I ought not to have opened it yet, then.
Oh, that's all right. In fact, I think it's a good idea. Let's start the presents now, shall we, Aunt Bridget?
Yes, if you think there's time before church. I'll go and get mine, then. Now, wait for me before you open any more.
Oh, poor Jenny. It's going to be a trying day for you, I'm afraid. I'm so glad you persuaded Bridget to stay.
She's not easy, is she?
That comes of living alone. It's apt to make people difficult.
It hasn't made you difficult, Aunt Lydia.
Oh, well, it's different for me. There's been someone in my life. I've not always been alone. Though it is 32 years since your Uncle Philip died. Strange how our life only seems to have meaning because of someone else. You understand that, Jenny. You're in love.
Don't, Aunt Lydia. That's all over.
Jenny, what's happened? Have you seen David this morning?
No, but we can't get married. I see that now. I realized it quite clearly last night.
Oh, darling, no. It's such a mistake. When you're in love, you mustn't let anything stand in your way.
Isn't that sentimental, Aunt Lydia? Marriage isn't the only thing in the world.
It's a very important one.
Don't you think people exaggerate its importance?
No. I'm 70, Jenny. I've seen quite a lot of the world. I know what I'm talking about. Everyone needs someone else. Loneliness is a terrible thing. It can do appalling things to you. That's why I'm always so sorry for people like Bridget. She did what you're thinking of doing. She stayed at home to look after your grandmother.
I think she was quite right to do that.
Perhaps. But think what it has meant. Ever since your grandmother died, Bridget has been quite alone. If she died tomorrow, there's no one to whom it would really make the slightest difference. That's why it means so much to her to be here with you all for Christmas.
Now, here are my little presents now. What shall I do with them?
Put them on the table, Aunt Bridget, with the others.
Yes, now, there. Now, this is for you, Jenny.
Oh, thank you. Thank you very much.
I bought a dictionary for Michael. I suppose he won't care for that.
Oh, I think he would, very much.
Would you? It seems to me he has the mentality of a corner boy.
Morning, everyone. Happy Christmas.
Happy Christmas.
What shall I do with all my presents for you all?
Oh, what a lot. Put them over there on the table, Richard.
All right.
Oh, Richard, how lovely. What a lot.
Oh, look, Richard, what Aunt Bridget has just given me. Oh, thank you, Aunt Bridget. Did you make it yourself?
I did.
What's it supposed to be?
It's a bed cape.
Really?
You read a lot in bed, Jenny, don't you? It's to keep your shoulders warm.
Thank you so much.
I suppose you won't be needing it now you're getting married.
I'm not getting married.
Oh, Jenny.
Have you broken it off, then?
When I see David today, I shall have to tell him, that's all. That we can't be married. It was never supposed to be public. It was just between ourselves. So please forget all about it.
The snow is coming through the bathroom ceiling.
Oh, I know that place. It only drips in the bath.
Happy Christmas, Aunt Bridget.
Are you coming, Lydia? I'm going to get ready for church.
Oh, yes, Bridget, I'm coming. Oh, dear Mick. Happy Christmas.
Happy Christmas, Aunt Lydia.
The breakfast's all cold by now, Mick.
Don't want any breakfast. I feel awful. Is there any coffee?
I'm just going to make some more for Daddy before church. I'll bring you some.
Thanks.
Do you like some more, Richard?
I don't know if I've got time before the train. How far's Melton?
What train? You don't mean to say Aunt Bridget's going after all?
Bridget? No, Margaret.
Margaret going?
Yes, I promised to drive her to the station.
Oh, but she mustn't go. Oh, well, I don't know. Perhaps it's best. Richard, I don't like to talk to Daddy about it, but what about this drinking of hers? You see her in London. Can't you do something?
Well, it's more or less routine, you know. In her job, they all do it.
But it was frightening last night, Richard.
I shouldn't worry too much about last night, Jenny, if I were you. After all, there were special circumstances. Coming home at all was a bit of a strain for her.
I don't think it was only that. I know all about Margaret now. She told me last night. She drinks because she's unhappy, because she's askew with the world. Oh, I wish she wasn't going back to that flat all by herself.
I'll go with her, if you like.
No, Richard, of course not. Oh, dear, I must go and make Daddy's coffee.
Have you seen my father this morning?
Not yet, Mick, no.
The trouble is, they make such a damn fuss about everything.
Who do?
People like my parents. Religious people. Mother was just the same. Any conversation goes right back to the creation of the world and beyond.
Well, why not?
Well, take a thing like last night. Well, I was tight. I admit that. Anyone would have the right to be a bit annoyed about that. It was damn silly, in front of the aunts and all. But an ordinary father, a stockbroker or something, would just tick you off and leave it at that. With a parson, the whole thing's different. He probably won't be angry. He may not even say anything. But he'll be what Jenny calls upset, which is worse. And if anything is said, before we know where we are, we'll get involved in a great argument about sin and the Bible and the existence of God. Oh, I don't know. It's all very difficult. You see, if you don't believe what he believes, you can't very well say so, because it amounts to telling him that in your opinion his whole life is based on a fallacy, which is a bit rude.
Never mind, Mick, old boy. You'll all be dead in 100 years. How far's Melton Station?
Well, about 12 miles.
Oh, well, I'd better go and see if the car will start. Roads will be terrible. It's been snowing all night.
Jenny? Jenny? Oh, hello, Mick. You know where Jenny is?
Through in the kitchen. I'll fetch her.
No, just till I'm ready for my coffee, will you?
Well, she's making it now, I think.
She is? Good. Oh, well.
Father?
Yeah?
I'm sorry about last night.
No, there it is. It can't be helped now.
Right.
Tell me, do you often take too much to drink?
Not often, no. Well, of course not.
Oh, well, there it is. I don't want to spoil your Christmas for you. I dare say it was only an accident last night. But there's something else that's been bothering me. I don't suppose you were too drunk to know what you were saying last night.
No, I wasn't.
I asked you why you didn't tell me the truth. Do you remember what you said then?
Yes, I remember.
You said that I couldn't be told the truth. Didn't you?
Yes.
What did you mean by that?
Oh, I don't know. It's all too difficult.
I want to know. What did you mean when you said I couldn't be told the truth?
Well, I meant exactly what I said. You can't be told the truth. At least not by us, not by Jenny and Margaret and me. The real facts about us would upset you too much. So we lie to you. Or at least if we don't lie, we conceal the truth from you. The whole situation in this house is built on lies and concealment.
Situation in the house?
Well, look at what happened last night. It's just one of the things she told me last night. Now, of course, there have always been things you couldn't be told, but I didn't realize how far it had gone. When it's a question of Jenny spoiling her whole life...
Jenny? What on earth are you talking about?
Only that Jenny wants to get married. To David Patterson.
Does she now? That's fine. That was my own idea, but I thought nothing was coming
yes,
of it.
But wait. She felt she ought not to unless Margaret would come home and be with you.
Oh, there's no need for her to feel that.
Well, anyway, that's not the point. Last night she asked Margaret to come, and Margaret refused.
Well, I don't want anyone to feel obliged to be here for me.
But why did she refuse? That's the point. Why? Not because she didn't want to, but because she couldn't face settling down here to a life of false pretenses. And yet she felt she couldn't tell you the truth.
The truth? The truth? What truth?
The truth about herself. That's why she's got into this terrible state. Oh, the thing has such ramifications.
Will you stop ranting and tell me what this is all about?
Well, it's perfectly simple. During the war, she had an affair with an American airman. It was serious. I mean, she was in love with him. He was killed. After he was killed, she found she was going to have a child.
I see.
Well, don't you see how impossible it would be to tell you a thing like that?
Why impossible?
Why, isn't it obvious? You're a parson. You'd be shocked. You're bound to be shocked.
I've no patience with that. Do you think because I'm a parson I know nothing about life? Why do you suppose I was ever ordained in the first place? Do you think it was because I was so easily shocked that I couldn't face realities?
Oh, no, of course not. That's absurd. But as a parson, you've got a different attitude to life. You think a thing like this that's happened to Margaret is wrong. And what's more, you expect other people to look at it that way, too. Can't you see? How can parsons expect to be told the truth when one can't even talk to them like ordinary human beings?
If that's the way I've made you feel, then I failed.
Oh, hell. I'm sorry, Father. I think I'd better go and give Jenny a hand.
Failed completely. Who's that going out? Margaret, is that you?
Yes, Father.
Oh, you've got your suitcase. You're going out. Oh, well, I suppose it's best. Just a moment, though. Before you go, shut the door. Please, come over here.
Yes? Well?
Margaret, I want you to know that I know. Michael's just told me. I can see it. You'd feel the way you do about it, but I'm sorry, Margaret. It's my fault. I've been no use to you, no use at all.
Oh, well, never mind. I managed all right.
That's just what distresses me. I'm not thinking of money or anything like that, but you felt you had to manage alone. And that you've gone on feeling it all these years. It's a terrible thing. Tell me, has it always been the same? In the old days when you were children, did you feel the same way then? Michael tells me all of you always been afraid to speak freely before me.
Not for any personal reason, only because of religion.
Because of religion? A fine caricature I've made of religion then, if that's how I appeared to my own children. Do I seem the sort of man who'd turn away from the sorrows of his own daughter? If I do, then no wonder my work's had so little effect all these years. I've been distorting and misrepresenting religion all my life without knowing it. I can't believe it. No, it's too late now. If that's how it is, you better go. You'll be happier in London.
Happy?
Or at least if you're a child.
Didn't Mick tell you? He's dead.
Margaret.
No, please. It's all over and done with now.
But your friends and your work will be of some help to you.
Friends? My friends are anyone who wants another drink. I've often thought how much I'd rather be here, but of course it wouldn't work, I know that. I'm out all day scribbling smart, highly paid nonsense which earns the rent of a wonderful flat that I can't bear to stay in alone for 5 minutes when I get back in the evening. It makes no sense. But why should it, after all, if the world as a whole makes no sense?
Oh, no, Margaret, you mustn't let what's happened make you bitter.
I'm not bitter. This is something I've seen. Just as you suddenly see the solution of a mathematical problem. Only this isn't a solution. This is something I've stumbled on, something that affects everyone. Everyone in the world. Oh, listen, Father, and I'll tell you about it if you like. Robert was killed. I really did love him, you know. And after that, I found I was going to have Simon. Well, that seemed important. Not only because of Robert, but because, well, another life in the world is important. And so for the next 4 years, of course, I did everything I possibly could for Simon. Then he died. And I just felt, what was the point of it all? What was the value of all that effort? It was then that I first began to realize that in the long run it's the same for everyone. Practically all the efforts that people make are to keep life going, their own or someone else's. And the whole thing's doomed to failure, because life can't be kept going indefinitely. The sun's growing cold, and in the end the human race itself will be frozen off the earth. So what's the sense in making all that effort? Oh, I know what you'll say about immortality and so on, but I just can't believe that. I want to be sure that all the values we try to establish are real values. I want to relate life here and now, not only my own life, but all life, to whatever may be true about the universe.
You know, Margaret, I think you'd be far more comfortable in the world if you weren't so religious.
I'm not religious, that's the trouble.
You are. That is religion. What you've just been saying.
Oh, you don't seem to understand. I don't believe in anything.
No, belief isn't religion. That's not the primary thing at all. There's something else has to be there before that, long before that. Something that's the root of all the religions in the world. A need. This feeling you have, this need to make sense of the world. That's the prime essential of all religion. Oh, Margaret, I'm sorry. I'd not meant to preach at you.
I don't quite know where I am.
Of course you don't.
No, I don't mean that. I mean about you. You've made it all so difficult.
Oh, botheration. I'd not meant to say a word. I mean, while you were speaking just now, it suddenly struck me, these are my own thoughts. This might be myself talking. You know, it was thoughts like yours I had when I was a young man that first made me think of being ordained. I had this need to make sense of the world always tormenting me, and I could never be sure from one day to the next what I believed about anything. You know what tipped the scales for me? Despair. Despair because there was one fact I didn't see how to make sense of without religion. One fact that knocked the meaning out of any system of morals or politics anyone ever invented. Death. Eat, drink, and be merry, for tomorrow we die. Perhaps that made sense, I used to think, but struggle for the good of humanity, work for social justice, suffer for an ideal, for tomorrow we die, that didn't seem to make sense at all. Unless... You see why I felt just now while you were talking? These thoughts are my own thoughts. We're very alike, you know, Margaret, you and me.
We are. Yes. I see that now. That's what I find so bewildering. Our ideas, our beliefs are so different.
Are they?
Oh, yes, of course they are. Quite different. But that doesn't make a gulf between us, as I thought it did. Because our minds are alike. Well, they work in the same way. We can talk. I can't get used to it.
I've always known it. The trouble with you and me is that we can't help asking awkward questions.
And much good it does. Curiosity kills the cat.
No. If you care for the truth, there's something else you need besides curiosity. To carry it through, you need courage. Oh, there I go, preaching again, I suppose. I'm sorry, but this talk we've had, Margaret, I know the truth has been in that. If not in the words, then between the words. Or between us. And that's why I'm grateful to you. For it's not often I have real talk with anyone. Oh, listen, good gracious, now I'll be late for church.
Your coat. I'll get it.
It's hanging in the hall.
Yes? Here you are. Now, anything you want from the study?
My sermon.
Sermon, right? Is it on your desk?
Yes, on the blotter. Now, what did I do with my shoes? Jenny makes me wear these gum boots for the snow, but I can't take the service in them.
Here's your sermon, and here are your shoes. Put one in each pocket, there. Now, have you got everything you want?
Yes, I think so. Thanks. I'm sorry to rush off like this, Margaret, but goodbye for now.
Is Margaret there? The car's outside.
Yes, she's there. She's all ready.
Ready? We ought to go. I couldn't get the car to start.
I'm not going, Richard.
Oh, heavens, woman. Do you ever know your own minds? Here have I been wrenching my guts out with that damned crank handle, and you calmly announce that you're not going. What's happened? Had a nice emotional reconciliation, I suppose.
Oh, how old-fashioned of you, Richard. No, nothing in the least like that. I'm going upstairs to unpack.
Oh, well, I give up.
Good morning.
Oh, hello, David. Come along in.
Just walked over to wish you all a Merry Christmas.
Ah.
Do you happen to know what Jenny's doing?
Changing her mind, too, I expect. Excuse me. Hello.
Changing her mind? But here, wait a minute.
Very well then, Bridget, I'll go on then. I must make sure of one of those pews near the radiator. Oh, my poor David. I'm so sorry for you.
Look here, what's all this about?
Well, but, hasn't Jenny told you? It's been dreadful, quite dreadful. The most appalling things have happened since you were here yesterday.
Yes, but what? That's what I want to know. What's happened?
Oh, dear, I haven't time. I'm just going to church. But it's all disastrous. Absolutely disastrous.
Oh, Lydia, haven't you gone yet? Good morning, David. Oh, then I've pulled a hole in my glove.
Oh, by the way, David, Bridget and I did our best for you and Jenny last night. Didn't we, Bridget?
We did.
But I'm afraid it was all of no use. Oh, come on, Bridget, we'll be late.
If you're half a man, David, you'll get Jenny out of this in double quick time.
Out of what? Can you tell me what's been happening?
Oh, it's disgusting. I don't care to talk about it. Yes, I'm coming, Lydia.
Oh, hello, David. Everything's hell here this morning. I got tight last night. It's shaken the whole foundations. I'm going to be late for church.
Church? You?
Well, you feel you have to, more or less. I mean, when it's a matter of politeness, really, when your old man's a parson, especially on Christmas Day. Margaret got tight, too, last night. She passed out. She's leaving for London by the next train.
What? But she can't. Besides, she only arrived last night.
Since last night, there's been an atomic explosion. The whole of our lives have been split open, exposed. This morning, everyone's stumbling about among the debris. The whole place is radioactive. I must go. Oh, wait a minute. Can you lend me sixpence?
What for?
The collection.
Here you are.
Thanks. Jenny will pay you back out of the housekeeping. I hope.
What the hell's going on in here?
Oh. Good morning.
You'll be Margaret, I suppose. Look here, I've a bone to pick with you. What's all this about you refusing to come home? Oh, I've no patience with it. You've got to take your time.
But I am coming home.
You are? Oh, there now, I said you would.
Did you?
Yeah, I told Jenny yesterday. I couldn't believe it when Jenny said you wouldn't.
I wonder why she thought I wouldn't.
Oh, I don't know. She said you just wouldn't, and you weren't that sort of person. I thought it was monstrous.
You remind me of my Aunt Bridget. You seem to have very explosive views about people.
I just see them clearly, that's all.
Be careful you don't see them too clearly.
Oh, I don't see there's any danger in that.
I'm not sure it's not one of the greatest dangers in the world. I thought I knew someone. I thought I knew him so well that I could tell exactly what he'd say or do in any situation, down to the smallest inflection of his voice. And now I find I've never really known him at all. It's frightening how little really one knows about other people.
I don't know that it particularly frightens me.
It should, I think. Certainly if you're going to marry.
Look here, what are you getting at? Oh, I can't make head or tail of anyone in this house this morning. What's the matter with you all?
Christmas. The family festival. We've all learned a thing or two about each other, that's all. Oh, that's the 5-minute bell. I must go. I'll be late for church. Look, I haven't had time to see Jenny. You must tell her. Well, perhaps it'll be better for you to tell her anyway. Tell her that I've had some talk with my father and that it's all quite all right. That last bit's the most important. She'll know what it means.
Don't worry, she'll know what it means, all right.
I wonder how well you know Jenny. I wonder if you know in the least what she's really like.
A pretty shrewd idea.
After this morning, I'm inclined to think it takes more than shrewdness to understand any human being. Well, good luck to you.
And a happy Christmas to you.
Thank you.
Jenny! Where are you? Jenny!
David.
Jenny, come here. I've got something to tell you.
What is it, David?
Jenny, Margaret's coming home.
What? No, but she mustn't.
Mustn't? But do you mean you've changed your mind?
Oh, no, but...
Well, what does this mean, then? She's just this minute told me to tell you you'd had some talk with your father, and it's all quite all right. Well?
Oh, that's wonderful. It won't be easy, of course, but... Oh, it's everything. Oh.
Jenny, what's the matter? What are you crying for? Oh, I think you're mad.
In The Holly and the Ivy by Wynyard Brown and adapted for radio by Peggy Wells and Raymond Rakes, David was played by John Sampson, Jenny, Jane Knowles, Martin, Stephen Murray, Mick, Geoffrey Beavers, Bridget, Sheila Fraser, Lydia, Nora Nicholson, Richard, William Fox, and Margaret, Isabel Black. The play was produced by Martin Jenkins.
And that production that you've just heard was first broadcast in 1971.
Good evening. This is Peter Tobin introducing Lux Radio Theatre. Tonight and every Monday night at this time, Lux Radio Theatre presents for your entertainment the finest in radio drama. This week we present Home and Beauty by W. Somerset Maugham, a comedy set in London immediately after the First World War. What happens when a young woman finds herself married to 2 men at the same time, both of whom she loves dearly? After her husband, Major Bill Cardew, has been reported killed in France, lovely, frivolous Victoria marries his best friend, Major Frederick Lowndes. Their domestic bliss is suddenly and hilariously disrupted by Bill's return from the dead. Victoria adores both her husbands, and they both adore her. But while the 2 men argue the toss in the most gentlemanly way, Victoria finds her own way of unravelling the matrimonial tangle. Listen in a few moments to Home and Beauty, adapted by Helen Cunningham, produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Rolf Jacobs, and directed by Delphine Lethbridge.
Here's an idea that will make you feel soft and beautiful, and you can do it this evening. Just take a long, creamy bath with Lux Beauty Soap. Sink back and relax, and let the extra rich lather of Lux soften your skin to film star smoothness. Think of it, the creamy, moisturizing lather making your skin silky and relaxed. The precious perfume of Lux caressing you all over. Lux is the one beauty soap chosen by most beautiful Hollywood film stars. They choose it for its rich, moisturizing lather and precious perfume. Lux, a beauty treatment as you bathe.
Shield gives a confidence that actually shows
in your eye.
Put on Shield deodorant and it's dry in seconds. That's the way it stays right through the day. Shield never makes you feel sticky. It just protects you and keeps you dry, feminine, fresh. Wear Shield, and the only thing you show is confidence.
shield gives a confidence that actually shows.
In your eyes, in your eyes.
And now, Act One of tonight's Lux Radio Theatre presentation, Home and Beauty.
Victoria, there's someone downstairs to see you.
Who is there? Who?
Mr. Lester Peyton. I didn't know you were still seeing anything of him.
He has been rather attentive lately, yes.
You should have married him instead of Freddie when poor Bill was killed in France. He's made a fortune during the war. He's got a Rolls Royce. And he can, wangle things like butter and sugar.
Mother, don't talk like that. Freddie was Bill's best friend. It's only natural I should turn to him for comfort. And I adore him. Oh, he's a little unreasonable at times, but then so was Bill. I adored him, too. Yes. And they both adored me.
All the same,
both so handsome. Oh, look at their photographs side by side on my dressing table.
Yes.
And both dear souls. I flatter myself there aren't many women who'd be married to two dear souls.
I know, darling, but...
Bill was very fond of Freddie, and particularly wanted our child to be called after him. And that's why I called him Frederick, although he was born 3 months after poor Bill was killed.
I know, and that's why now you've married Freddie and had a son, you
called him William. Yes, I thought it was only fair, and Freddie agreed.
By the way, where is Freddie?
Oh, dear, I'm absolutely furious with him. He promised to take me out to luncheon, but he never turned up. Didn't even telephone. I think it's too bad of him. He may be dead for all I know.
What about Mr. Peyton? Are you going to see him? I mean, you can't keep him waiting all afternoon.
I may as well. Go and bring him up, Mother.
You're going to receive him up here? In your bedroom?
Well, certainly it's the only room in the house apart from the nursery where there's a fire. You know how difficult it is to get coal. Oh, yes, we mustn't keep Mr. Peyton waiting. Just give me a moment to put on some fresh lipstick, will you? I hope you didn't mind being dragged up all these stairs, Mr. Peyton. We have to be frightfully economical with our coal, you know. I can only afford to have a fire in my bedroom.
You're not going to tell me that you have any trouble in getting coal. Why on earth didn't you let me know?
You don't mean to say you could get me some?
Well, it's quite out of the question that a pretty woman shouldn't have everything she wants.
I told Freddie that I felt sure he could wangle it, but... well, I mean, what's the use of being at the War Office if you can't have some sort of pull? But he couldn't.
Well, leave it to me. I'll see what I can do.
How marvellous of you.
Now that these men are coming back from the front, no one will look at us poor devils who stayed at home if we don't make ourselves useful.
Well, you only stayed because it was your duty.
Oh, I volunteered, you know. I didn't wait to be called up. The government said to me, you're a shipbuilder, go on building ships. So I built them ships.
And a little bird has whispered to me that the government intends to show its appreciation of your services in the honours list.
Oh, one doesn't ask for that. One's glad to have been able to do one's bit.
Oh, how true that is. That's just what I feel.
Yes, Victoria's worked herself to exhaustion.
I don't know how many committees I sat on or bazaars I opened.
That's true.
At the beginning of the war, you know, I worked in a canteen, but I had to give that up because I could never go out to lunch anywhere. I did think of working in a hospital, but they said I had no training.
Oh, I'm sure you would have made a very good nurse, dear.
I didn't propose being the ordinary sort of nurse. I was quite content to leave that to those who had to make their living by it. But it doesn't need any particular training to be nice to those poor, dear, wounded boys, to shake up their pillows and take them flowers and read to them. It only needs sympathy.
I don't know anyone who has more.
With people I like.
Well, darling, I think I'll go and see how my precious little grandsons are.
Oh, yes, Mother, do. Nanny's taken Fred out, but Baby's in the nursery.
Excuse me, Mr. Peyton.
Yes, of course. You have 2 children, haven't you, Mrs. Lyons?
Yes, 2 sons. Fred, who'll be 2 next month by my first husband, Bill Cardew, and William, who's just 4 months by my second husband.
I'm sure you're a wonderful mother.
Oh, I adore my children.
And a perfect wife.
Do you think so?
Doesn't your husband?
Oh, he's only my husband. His opinion doesn't count.
He's a lucky man. I envy him.
Do you?
Shall I tell you what I think of you, Mrs. Lyons?
Oh, no, don't. You'll only exaggerate. You know, there are only 2 qualities that I flatter myself on. I'm not vain, and I am unselfish. Oh, here's my husband now.
Afternoon, Peyton. Oh, good afternoon, Major Lyons.
Freddie, where have you been all this time?
At my club.
But you promised to take me out to luncheon.
Did I? Oh, I forgot all about it. I'm so sorry.
Were you busy?
Yes.
Well, Bill was never too busy to give me luncheon when I wanted it.
Well, fancy that.
Well, I've been getting along. Now the war's over, you fellas can take things easily. My work goes on just the same.
That's a new car you've got, isn't it?
I have to get about somehow, you know.
So do I, but being only a soldier, I manage it on my own 2 feet.
Well, goodbye, Mrs. Lyons, and goodbye, Major.
Goodbye. So nice of you to come and see me. Now, Freddie, I'd be glad to know why you threw me over like that.
Are you obliged to receive visitors in your bedroom?
You don't mean to say you're jealous, darling. I thought you seemed grumpy. Come and give me a nice kiss,
I'm not in the least jealous.
Oh, you silly old thing. You know it's the only room in the house that's got a fire.
Why the dickens don't you have one in the drawing room?
My poor lamb, have you forgotten there's been a war and there happens to be a shortage of coal? I'll tell you exactly why we don't have a fire in the drawing room. Patriotism.
Well, I'm dashed if I can see why it'd be less patriotic to have a fire in the drawing room where we could all benefit from it, rather than here where it's no good to anyone but you.
Darling, you're not going to ask me to do without a fire in my bedroom. How can you be so selfish? Heaven knows I don't want to boast about anything I've done, but after slaving my life out these last 4 years, I do think I deserve a little consideration.
I'll go and see the kid.
It's not as if I grudged you the use of my room. You can sit here as much as you like. Besides, a man has his club. He can always go there if he wants to.
I apologize. You're quite right. You're always right.
I thought you wanted me to be happy.
But I do, darling.
Before we were married, you said you'd make that the chief aim of your life.
I can't imagine a sensible man would want a better one.
Well then, confess you've been a beast.
Oh, brute beast, darling.
No, I asked you to give me a kiss just now. Well, it's not a request I'm in the habit of having ignored.
And I trust it's not one that you're in the habit of making to all and sundry.
Now, tell me why you forgot to take me out to luncheon today.
I didn't forget. I was prevented. I haven't had luncheon myself. I'll just ring and ask the cook to send me up something.
Oh, the cook left this morning.
Again?
What do you mean again? This is the first time she's left.
But hang it all, she's only been here a week. I don't know why on earth you can't keep your servants.
No one can keep servants these days.
Other people do.
Don't speak to me like that, Freddie. I'm not used to it.
I shall speak to you exactly as I choose.
Well, it's so petty to lose your temper just because you can't have something to eat. I should have thought after spending 2 years in the trenches you'd be accustomed to going without a meal now and then.
Oh, for goodness sake, don't make a scene of it.
It's not I who am making a scene. I don't know how you can be so unkind to me. Bill would never have treated me like that.
But I can't imagine how you can...
I'm not exacting. I do everything I can to make you happy. I'm patience itself. Even my worst enemy would have to admit that I'm not selfish.
Victoria, now please, all I wanted was...
Bill wouldn't have taken my poor loving heart and thrown it aside like an old hat. Bill loved me. He would always have loved me. Oh, I adored that man. He waited on me, hand and foot. I'd give anything in the world to have my dear, dear Bill back again.
Well, I'm very glad you feel like that about it, because he'll be here in about 3 minutes.
What? What on earth do you mean?
He rang me up at the club this morning.
Freddie, what are you talking about? Who spoke to you?
Bill.
Bill? Well, Bill who?
Bill Cardew.
But he's dead, poor darling.
Well, he showed no sign of it on the telephone.
Oh, Freddie, how can you be so heartless to joke like
Well, just wait and see for yourself.
Now, Freddie, please, don't be vindictive. I didn't mean what I said. I adore you, darling. You know that. You can have a fire in your study and to the devil with a fuel controller. I'm sorry for all I said just now. There now. It's all right, isn't it?
Yes, perfectly. But it's not going to prevent Bill from walking into this room in about 2 minutes.
But it's not true. It can't be. Poor Bill was killed at the Battle of Ypres. He was actually seen to fall. He was reported dead by the War Office. Oh, you know how distressed I was. I wore mourning and everything. We even had a memorial service.
Yes, I know. It'll want a devil of a lot of explaining turning up like this.
I shall go stark staring mad in a minute. How do you know it was Bill on the telephone?
I recognize his voice.
What did he say exactly?
He said he was at Harwich Station and would be in London at 3:13, and would I break it to you?
But that was before luncheon. Why didn't you come at once and tell me?
Well, to tell you the truth, I was a bit shaken by then. I thought the first thing was to have a double whiskey and a small soda.
And what did you do then?
I sat down to think, and I thought steadily for a couple of hours.
And what have you thought?
Nothing. It's a devilish awkward position for me.
For you? And what about me?
I mean, after all, Bill was my eldest pal. You may think it rather funny that I've married his wife.
May think? Do you mean you haven't told him?
No.
He's coming here under the impression that I'm his wife?
Yes.
But why on earth didn't you tell him at once? It was the only thing to do.
Well, it just didn't strike me at the moment. Besides, it's rather a delicate thing to say on the telephone.
Well, someone must tell him.
I've come to the conclusion that you're the person to do it.
Oh, no, I'm not going to deal my darling Bill this bitter, bitter blow. Anyway, it's not my province.
Now, darling, you've got so much tact. I never knew anyone who could deal with a delicate situation as you can. You're so sympathetic, and you've got such a wonderful tenderness.
No. There's only one way to deal with this. You just take him by the arm and you say, "Look here, old man, the fact
It's
is..."
no good, Victoria. By George, here he is.
Oh, no, I haven't even parted my nose. Fortunately, I have no personal vanity. Oh, where's that powder puff? Where's my lipstick?
Hello. Well, here we are again.
Bill!
Well, was I right?
I can hardly believe my eyes.
Now, give me a kiss, old lady. Well, Freddie, old man, how's life?
A1, thanks.
Are you surprised to see me?
A little.
In fact, a good deal.
You've neither of you said you were glad to see me.
Yes, of course we're glad, Bill, darling, yes.
Tactful of me to get old Freddie to come round and break the news, don't you think, Victoria?
Yes, darling. And exactly like you.
It's just like old times to hear you calling me darling every other minute.
It's one of Victoria's favourite words.
You know, I nearly didn't warn you. I thought it would be rather a lark to break in on you in the middle of the night.
You what? I'm just as glad you didn't do that, Bill.
What a scene, my word. The Sleeping Beauty on her virtuous couch. Enter a man. Shrieks from the Sleeping Beauty. It is I, your husband. Tableau.
Oh, he really is a little lamb, Victoria. Who's that?
Who the devil do you think it is?
The language. And the voice. Bill Cardews. Who is this man?
Well, I may be a bit thinner. and
No,
I've lost-
don't you come near me or I shall scream.
I was only going to kiss
Oh,
you.
take him away. Victoria, who is that man?
Well, Mrs. Shuttleworth, it's Bill Cardew.
But he's dead.
He doesn't seem to know it.
Oh, it's a horrible dream. Of course he's dead. That man's an imposter.
Shall I show you the strawberry mark on my left shoulder?
I tell you, Bill Cardew's dead.
Prove it.
Prove it? The War Office announced it officially. Victoria went into mourning. Why, we had a memorial service.
Fully choral.
Yeah.
Did you have a memorial service for me, Victoria? Oh, that was nice of you.
I say, old man, we don't want to hurry you now, but we're all waiting for some sort of explanation.
Well, I was coming to that. I was just giving you time to get over your first raptures at seeing me again. Well, have you got over them?
I can only speak for myself.
I was wounded at Ypres. Badly wounded.
Yes, a fellow saw you fall. Said you were shot through the head. Just stopped a minute and saw you were killed and went on.
Well, I wasn't. I was eventually picked up and taken to Germany. Next thing I knew, I was in hospital. And my memory had completely gone.
Very strange.
But your memory came back.
Yes, gradually. It only returned fully shortly before we were released.
Well, couldn't you have written then?
They said I'd arrived before a letter, or even a telegram.
Well, I suppose it is possible.
Well, I'm not dead, as you can see. And what's more, I propose to live for another 40 years, if not 50. Now, I wouldn't mind getting out of these dirty clothes and into something decent. I'll just go through to my dressing room. I remember I had a blue serge suit that was rather dressy.
Oh, wait a moment. I've put all your clothes away.
Where?
In camphor. You can't put them on until they've been well aired.
Oh, well, I suppose I can... I say, is that the kid? What's his name?
Well, don't you remember just before you went away, you said you'd like him called Frederick if he was a boy?
Yes, I did. But you said you'd made up your mind to call him Lancelot.
Yes, well, when I thought you were dead, I felt I must respect your wishes. Of course, I asked Freddie to be godfather.
Has the old ruffian been a standby to you while I've been away?
I have seen a good deal of him, yes.
I felt you were safe with him, you know. He's a brick.
I say, spare my blushes.
He was very kind to me during my bereavement.
Dear old chap. I knew you were a tower of strength.
I did what I could, you know.
Oh, don't be so modest about it all. Well, I'm going along to the nursery to make his lordship's acquaintance.
Oh, something's got to be done.
Yes, but what? Oh, Freddie, think of something.
I don't know what to do.
Well, you've got to do something, even if it's only something stupid.
The only thing that occurs to me is to stand on my head.
Hey, Victoria. Victoria, I think we've been done.
Oh, dear.
That child. Upon my soul, there's not much of him for a 2-year-old.
That baby was 4 months last Tuesday.
4 months? So you've been busy in my absence, Victoria?
Freddie, for goodness sake, explain. Don't just stand there with your mouth open.
The fact is, you've made a rather absurd mistake, Bill. You've been away so long that naturally there's a good deal you don't know.
Such as?
Well, that infant you saw isn't your son.
I had a sort of suspicion that he wasn't.
The fool.
Well, who the deuce is the father?
Well, in point of fact, I am.
You? You don't mean to say you're married?
Yes, lots of people are. In fact, marriage has been quite a thing during the war.
Well, I'm jolly glad to hear it, old man. I knew you'd be caught one of these days. You were a wily old bird, but... well, we all come to it. My very best congratulations.
Thanks, that's awfully good of you. I'm staying here, you know.
Oh, are you? First rate. Is your missus here, too?
It's rather difficult to explain.
Oh. Don't tell me she's only got one eye.
Look, can't you guess why I'm staying here?
No. You don't mean you've married Victoria's mother?
Oh, good gracious.
Well, no, not exactly.
What do you mean by not exactly? I hope you hadn't been trifling with the affections of my mother-in-law.
Oh, do I look as if I were the mother of that baby?
Oh, we live in an age of progress. One should keep an open eye about things.
You misunderstand me, Bill.
Is there nothing between you and Victoria's mother?
Certainly not.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. I should have liked to be your son-in-law. And you would have done the right thing by her, wouldn't you?
Really, Bill? I don't think you ought to talk like that about Mother.
If he's compromised her, he ought to marry her.
He hasn't compromised her, and he can't marry her.
Well, I don't want to be inquisitive, but if you didn't marry Victoria's mother, who did you marry?
Confound you, I married Victoria!
It's hello to Mrs. Felicity Usher, known as Flick. Hello, Flick.
Hello, Mr. John.
Tell me, Flick, what's the biggest wash day challenge that you could possibly imagine?
My son's white shirts. Quite honestly, I think he's the dirtiest boy in the school.
Really? Now, if I gave you a challenge, just one chance to get these dirty white shirts of your son's perfectly white again, how would you do it?
I'd use surf, because surf contains super glue. I think it's most important that white clothes should be white and not grey and grubby looking. And to look smart, they must be white.
Obviously, whiteness is very important to you.
Yes, definitely.
Yes, like Flick, most housewives I've challenged trust the experienced one, Surf with Super Blue for perfect whiteness.
Gosh, Mary, you're lucky to have such a hard-working servant. What do you mean? I haven't got a maid. Well, how on earth do you manage to keep your floors so clean and shiny?
Ah, that's easy. I use Dual.
Dual?
Yes, Dual, the self-shining floor cleaner. It's so easy because Dual cleans and polishes in one go.
How do you mean?
Well, Dual lifts all the dirt out of the floor and dries to a bright, long-lasting shine, all by itself.
So when you use Dual, you don't have to worry about polishing?
No, Dual cleans and polishes in one go.
I'm so sorry to have kept you waiting in this chilly drawing room, but I was still dressing. You're very kind to have come so soon.
What a catastrophe. You must be beside yourself. What in heaven's name are you going to do?
I've no idea. That's why I telephoned you. You have encouraged me to bring all my difficulties to you.
Yes, of course, yes. We must discuss the matter. I suppose you've been having the most terrible scenes.
Oh, heart-rending. You see, they both adore me.
And you?
I only want to do my duty.
How like you. How exactly like you.
It was so sweet of you to come and see me at once. I was afraid you wouldn't have time.
Do you think I'd allow anything to stand in the way when you sent for me?
Oh, but I shouldn't like to think that you were putting yourself out on my account.
I wish I could pretend I were. As a matter of fact, I was only going down to see a place I've just bought in the country, and as I wanted to try my new rolls, I thought I'd kill two birds with one stone.
Oh, I didn't know you were buying a place.
Oh, it's a very modest little affair. The park is not more than 300 acres, and there are only 15 bedrooms. But you see, I'm a bachelor. I want so little.
Where is it?
Oh, it's near Newmarket. A man in my position is bound to do something for the good of the country, and it seems to me that to patronize a good old English sport, which gives employment to numbers of respectable men, is an occupation which is truly patriotic. I'm going to take up racing.
Oh, I think it's splendid of you. So many men waste their money on their own selfish pleasures. It's such a relief to come across anyone who's determined to make thoroughly good use of it. I've often wondered why you didn't go into Parliament.
For the past 4 years, I've been too busy winning the war to bother about governing the nation.
Yes, but now they want strong men of keen intelligence and dominating personality.
It's possible that very soon I shall have the opportunity to show what sort of metal I'm made of, but not in the House of Commons.
In the House of Lords?
You mustn't ask me to betray the confidence of the Prime Minister.
Oh, you look splendid in scarlet and ermine.
But it's too bad of me to talk about my own concerns when yours are so much more important.
Oh, but you don't know how I love to hear you talk about yourself. One feels a brain behind every word you speak.
It's easy to be brilliant when one has a sympathetic listener.
Of course, Bill and Freddie are darlings, but their conversation is a little limited. During the war, you know, it was rather smart to talk about guns and flying machines and flea bags, but now...
I understand so well, dear lady.
Why do you call me that?
Well, out of pure embarrassment, I don't know whether to call you Mrs. Cardew or Mrs. Lowndes.
Well, why don't you split the difference and call me Victoria?
May I?
It would make me feel that you're not an entire stranger. Oh, and I need a friend badly. I'm all at sea. I'm married to 2 men, and I feel as if I were married to neither.
I wish you weren't. I wish with all my heart you weren't.
Why?
Can't you guess?
I must be very stupid.
Don't you know that I dote on you? I curse my unhappy fate that I didn't meet you before you were married.
Would you have asked me to marry you?
Morning, noon, and night, until you consented.
Oh, well, I never want a Paris model so much as when I know it's been sold to somebody else. I wonder if you'd want to marry me if I were free.
Yes, with all my heart.
But I'm not free.
And you, if you were, would you marry me?
I don't believe you're the sort of man who'd ever take no for an answer.
Oh, you're perfectly adorable.
I wonder if you'd take me out to luncheon.
Give me a chance.
Then come back in half an hour, and you'll find me ready.
Victoria! Oh, you're in here, Freddie. Why the devil have you left the window open? It's freezing.
I was trying to warm the room up a bit. Besides, they say it's healthy.
Well, a short life and a merry one for me. I like a fug.
Well, that won't make it any warmer. I tried that.
You silly ass. Oh, why didn't you light the fire?
But don't be so darned unpatriotic. You can't have a fire in the drawing room. Victoria must have one in her bedroom so that Where the devil did you get that suit?
Rather saucy, I flatter myself. Victoria sent it in for me.
Well, she needn't have sent you the only new suit I've had since the war. I think that's a bit thick.
Well, I couldn't go round in the dirty old thing I arrived in.
Well, if you'd had the decency to ask me, you might have had the suit I've got on.
Oh, thanks, but I don't altogether like that one. It's a bit baggy at the knees.
You're very much mistaken if you think you're going to wear all the new clothes and I'm going to wear all the old ones.
If you're going to be shirty about it, where the devil did you get that type in?
Oh, Victoria gave it to me on my birthday.
Yeah, well, it's mine. She gave it to me on my birthday first. And where did you get those cufflinks?
Those? Oh, Victoria gave them to me as a Christmas present.
Oh, did she? Well, she gave them to me as a Christmas present before she gave them to you. You jolly well take them off.
I'll see you blowed first. At your death, you left everything to her in your will. If she chose to give them to me, it's no business of yours.
Well, I'm not going to argue about it, but I think it's dash bad form to swank about in a dead man's jewellery.
By the way, did you ever have a hammered gold cigarette case?
Rather. That was Victoria's wedding present to me. Did you get it too?
Thrifty woman, Victoria.
I say, unless I have a fire, I shall turn into the Albert Memorial.
Well, it's all late. Apply a match and see what happens.
I think I will.
Here are some matches.
Oh, thanks. There.
Well, now I can take my overcoat off. You know, Victoria will be furious.
Oh, that's your lookout. You'll have to take the responsibility.
Me? But it's nothing to do with me. You're the master of this house.
Not at all. I am but an honoured guest.
Oh, no. The moment you appeared, I sank into insignificance.
My dear fellow, where did I sleep last night? In the spare bedroom. That proves conclusively that I'm a guest and nothing more.
Nonsense. Where the devil do you think I slept? Down here.
Oh, why on earth did you do that? You were perfectly sober when I went to bed.
Victoria said I couldn't sleep in the next room to hers now that you were back.
Oh, well, I dare say you made yourself very comfortable on the sofa.
Look at the darn thing.
By the way, why has all the furniture been changed?
Well, Victoria had the room redecorated after you were killed. It had too many old associations. She wanted to distract her mind.
Oh, I was under the impression that you'd undertaken that.
I was sympathetic. That is surely what you'd have liked me to be.
Of course. I'm not blaming you.
If you'd seen Victoria in tears, you couldn't have expected a man not to try and console her.
She's the only woman I ever knew who looks as pretty when she cries as when she smiles. It's a great power.
There. I knew you'd take it like a sensible man.
Quite so.
When would you like me to clear out?
My dear fellow, why should you want to do that? Surely you don't for a minute imagine that I shall be in the way. I propose to make my visit quite a brief one.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Victoria will be very disappointed. But of course that's no concern of mine. You and your wife must arrange that between you.
My dear fellow, you quite misunderstand me. I am not a man to come between husband and wife.
What the devil do you mean?
Well, if it comes to that, what the devil do you mean?
Good morning, Bill, dear.
Good morning, Victoria.
Good morning, Freddie.
Good morning, Victoria.
I went to Bill first because he's been away so long.
Very naturally. And he was your husband long before I was.
I don't want either of you to be jealous of the other. Who lit that fire?
He did. It was his match.
Of course, you don't care if we run so short of coal that my wretched babies die of double pneumonia. It's simply criminal to use coal in here.
I'm tortured by the pangs of remorse. But if you feel so badly about it, need you get quite so close to the fire?
Well, if there is a fire, I may as well get some benefit from it. Now, as I was saying, I don't want any jealousy. I adore you both, and I'm not going to show any favoritism.
It's quite all right, Victoria. I know quite well that I only came second in your heart. As long as Bill was around, you never had a thought for me.
Oh, I don't know about that. Even the most constant woman likes a change now and then.
No. I know Victoria has a faithful heart. She can never really love any man but you, Bill. Victoria, you know how I adore you. You're the only woman in the world for me. But Bill has come back. And therefore there's only one course open to me as a gentleman and a man of honor. It's a bitter, bitter sacrifice, but I'm equal to it. I renounce all rights in you. I will go away, a wiser and a sadder man, and leave you to Bill. Goodbye, Victoria. Give me one more kiss before we part forever.
Oh, how beautiful of you, Freddie. What a soul you've got.
Goodbye, Victoria. Forget me and live happily with a better man than I.
I shall never forget you, Freddie. Goodbye. Go quickly now. I shall break down.
Goodbye, Bill. Do be kind to her. I couldn't do this for anyone but you.
Nothing doing.
What do you mean? Get away from that door and let me pass.
Only over my dead body.
Bill, why prolong a painful scene?
My dear Victoria, I am not the man to accept a sacrifice like that. No, I'll not come between you.
Oh, Bill, how noble.
Victoria, I'm a gentleman and a soldier. To all intents and purposes, I'm as dead as mutton. I'll remain so.
Victoria will never be happy with me now that you've come back.
Not another word. She's yours.
I understand it all. You're both so noble, so heroic, so unselfish. But I can't have you both. I must have a husband, but only one. I cannot have and will not have two.
Wait, I have an idea. Let's draw lots.
How do you mean, Freddie?
Well, we'll take 2 pieces of paper and make a cross on one of them. Then we'll fold them up and put them in a hat. We'll draw, and the one who draws the cross gets Victoria.
Oh, that'll be rather thrilling.
No, I'd sooner toss for it. I'm lucky at tossing.
You mean to say you funk it?
Well, I don't exactly funk it. It's an awful risk to take.
Oh, it'd be so romantic. Come on, get some paper, Freddie.
Yes, all right.
No, I don't like it. This isn't my lucky day. I saw the new moon through glass. I knew something was going wrong the moment I opened my eyes this morning.
There. Now, whoever draws the blank paper renounces all claim to Victoria. He vanishes from the scene like a puff of smoke. He'll never be heard of again.
I still don't like it. I repeat that I only do it under protest.
Now, Bill, don't be disagreeable the moment you come home.
We'll have plenty of time for that during the next 40 years.
And you seem rather above yourself, Freddie. Supposing you draw the blank.
I saw a dappled horse this morning. Well, the pieces of paper are ready. What shall we put them in?
Well, here's the waste paper basket. That's the best thing.
Right. Now, you do understand. One of these papers has a cross on it. I will put the 2 papers in the basket. There we are. And now Victoria shall hold it. It's agreed that whoever draws a blank shall leave the house at once.
Yes.
Right. Here you are, Victoria.
Now, shake them well.
All right. I say, isn't this thrilling?
Now, you draw first, Bill.
No, I can't. I really can't.
But you're right. You're Victoria's first husband.
Oh, he's right there, Bill. You must have the first dip in the lucky bag.
Oh,
Come on.
This is awful. I'm sweating like a pig.
Courage, old man, courage.
It's no good. I can't.
Oh, I can see how much you love me, Bill.
Shut your eyes, man, and make a plunge for it.
Oh, well, the only thing is to get it over. I wish I'd been a better man.
Now, the other's yours, Freddie. Come on, take it.
Thank you. Blank. It's blank. Blank.
Oh, I haven't opened mine yet. Oh, my heavens.
Oh, my poor Freddie.
Don't pity me, Victoria. I want all my courage now. I've lost you, and I must bid you goodbye forever.
Oh, Freddie, this is too awful. You must come and see me sometime.
No, I couldn't. That's more than I could bear. I shall never forget you. You're the only woman I have ever loved. Give me one last kiss, Victoria. Goodbye.
Before you go, you might just let me have a look at that other piece of paper. The one with the blank on it.
Hmm? Why do you want to see it?
Just curiosity.
Now, really, Bill, I don't know how you can be so heartless, giving way to curiosity when my heart is breaking. Anyway, I threw it on the fire.
Oh, no, you didn't. You put it in your pocket.
I've had enough of this. Can't you see that I'm a desperate man?
Not half so desperate as I am. If you don't give me that piece of paper quietly, I'll take it from you.
Go to blazes.
Come on, give it up.
What is the matter? Have you both gone mad?
I'll make you.
Here, don't you touch me.
Now, will you give it up?
Let go of my arm. You're twisting it.
Yes, and I'll break it if you don't give me that paper.
Ow, you devil! Stop it! All right, you can have it.
That's better. Hand it over now.
There you are. I don't know how you can call yourself a gentleman.
You dirty dog.
Oh, what's the matter?
Well, look at that.
It's got a cross on it.
They both had crosses on them.
I don't understand.
Don't you? He was making quite sure that I shouldn't draw a blank.
What?
I did it for your sake, Victoria. I knew that your heart was set on Bill. Only you couldn't bear to hurt my feelings, so I thought I'd make it easier for you.
Oh, that was just like you, Freddie. You have such a charming nature.
It almost brings tears to my eyes.
Oh, now that's the baby. I must go and see where Nanny is. Now, don't say anything important till I get back.
How did you guess?
You were so devilish calm about it.
That was the calm of despair.
One might almost think you didn't want Victoria.
Bill, old chap, you know I'm not the sort of man to say a word against my wife.
Nor am I the sort of man to listen to a word against mine.
But hang it all, if a fellow can't discuss his wife dispassionately with her first husband, who can he discuss her with?
I can't imagine, unless it's with her second.
Tell me what you really think of Victoria.
The sweetest little woman in the world.
No man could want a better wife.
She's pretty.
Charming.
Delightful.
I confess that sometimes I've thought it hard that when I wanted a thing it was selfishness, and when she wanted it was only her due.
I did sometimes wish I could call my soul my own.
The fact is, I'm not worthy of her, Bill. As you so justly said, no man could want a better wife.
No, you said that.
But I'm fed up. If you'd been dead, I'd have seen it through like a gentleman, but you turned up, so now it's over to you.
No. Look here, there's only one thing to do. She must choose between us.
I'd rather toss for it.
I'm not going to risk anything like that. I've had enough of your hanky-panky.
I thought I was dealing with a gentleman.
Here she's coming up.
Oh, really, this is too much. Nanny's given notice.
What?
So I've telephoned Mother to come and fetch the children.
Well, that's all right, then.
No, all the other servants are leaving too, right now.
Oh, well, that's a bit thick, I must say.
Oh, I've done everything in the world for them. And now to walk out like this. They're following the example of that wretched cook, of course.
Oh, well, Freddie and I will do the housework and cooking until you get some more. But there's one thing, Victoria.
Yes?
Well, we've decided there's only one thing to be done. You must choose between us.
Oh, how can I? I adore you both. Besides, there's nothing to choose between you. And I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings.
No, you must decide. Now, take a good look at us, Victoria, and say which of us it's to be.
To tell you the truth, I don't see why it should be either.
What? Hang it all, it must be one or the other.
I think no one can deny that since the day I married you, I've sacrificed myself in every mortal way. I've worked myself to the bone to make you comfortable. Very few men have had such a wife as I've been to both of you. But one must think of oneself sometimes.
How true.
Well, the war's over now, and I think I've done my bit. I've married two dear souls. Now I want to marry a Rolls Royce.
But I thought you adored us.
Well, you see, I adore you both. It's 6 of one and half a dozen of the other, and the result is...
a washout.
Hang it all, I think it's a bit thick. Do you mean to say that you fixed up to marry somebody else behind our back?
Oh, you know I wouldn't do a thing like that, Freddie.
Well, I don't get it.
My dear Freddie, have you ever studied the domestic habits of the unicorn?
We're afraid our education was very much neglected.
The unicorn is a shy and somewhat timid creature, and it's impossible to catch him with the snares of the hunter. But he's strangely impressionable to the charms of the fair sex. When he hears the frou-frou of a silk petticoat, he forgets his native caution. In short, a pretty woman can lead him by the horn.
Oh, Victoria, dear, I've come for the children. Oh, and Mr. Peyton is downstairs.
Did he come in a Rolls Royce?
Why, yes.
I'll come down at once. The unicorn's going to take me out to luncheon.
New Skip
is the best powder for automatic washing machines. Ask any manufacturer about Skip's low lather formula and how it works with his machine to give the best results. And ask any housewife about Skip's great new whitening power.
It's true. My machine manufacturer recommended New Skip, so I tried it, and it's fantastic. New Skip has oxygen whiteners and gets my whites really white. And Skip is great for colors, too. Whichever program I use on my automatic washing machine, Skip gives me wonderful results.
Yes, Skip is best for your clothes and your machine. That's why it's recommended by all 16 top manufacturers of automatic washing machines.
Close-up toothpaste is for close-ups.
Close up when you're kissing. Kissing. Close up when you're touching. Touching. Close up when you're smiling. Smiling. Yeah, yeah. Close up is for close up.
When you're close to people, really close, you need new Close-Up toothpaste. Clear red or clear green mint. 2 whiteners clean your teeth their whitest white. A real mouthwash gives you fresh breath. Close-Up, it gets breath as fresh as possible and teeth as white as possible.
Close up when you're kissing. Kissing. Close up when you're touching. Touching.
I say, these coals weigh about a ton. You might carry them up to the drawing room.
I might, but I'm not going to. It isn't my work. I'm doing the cooking. You really can't expect me to do the housework as well.
Are you doing the cooking? Looking round this kitchen, I don't see any sign of it. There's a lot of dirty dishes. I don't see why I've got to sweat my life out.
You see, you have no organization. Housework's perfectly simple, only one must have organization. I have. That's my secret.
I was a mug to say I do the housework. I might have known you'd freeze onto a soft job if there was one.
I naturally undertook to do what I could do best. Cooking is an art. Any fool can do housework. Now just look nippy and get the table laid while I see to the potatoes.
Is it luncheon or dinner?
Well, I don't know yet, but we're having it down here in the kitchen because it's easier for dishing up. Organization again.
What does Victoria say to that?
No, I haven't told her yet.
She's in an awful temper this morning.
Oh, why?
Well, because the water in the bathroom wasn't hot.
Wasn't it?
You know very well it wasn't. You were too lazy to get up in time. So much for your organization.
What do you mean?
Well, ever since I've been at the War Office, I've heard fellows talking about organization, but I never could find anyone to tell me just what it was. It's beginning to dawn on me now.
Well, what is it?
Organization means getting someone else to do your job for you if you can, and if you can't, letting it rip.
I really think it's too bad of you two. I've been ringing the bell for the last quarter of an hour. There are 2 men in the house, and neither of you pay the least attention.
We were having an argument.
Yes. Let me put it before you, Victoria.
It has nothing to do with Victoria. I'm the cook, and I won't have anyone come interfering with my kitchen.
You must do something, Victoria, or you'll get no luncheon.
I shan't be here for luncheon.
Why not?
Because Mr. Lester Peyton has made me an offer of marriage, and I have accepted it.
But you've got 2 husbands already, Victoria. Hello, who's that?
That's my solicitor.
Oh, what?
I told him to come at once. I'll go and open the door, Freddie, will you?
What the dickens does he want?
He's going to fix up my divorce.
You're not letting the grass grow under your feet, are you?
Hurry and answer the door, darling.
All right. I was just taking my apron off.
This is a desperate step you're taking, Victoria.
Well, I had to do something. You must see that the present situation is absolutely impossible.
Well, if you've quite made up your mind to divorce me, I can almost look upon you as another man's wife.
What do you mean by that?
Only that I can make love to you without feeling a thundering ass.
Oh, careful, they're coming. It would never do for my solicitor to find me in my husband's arms.
It would be outrageous.
How do you do, Mr. Raham?
How do you do?
Do you know my husband?
I'm pleased to meet you, gentlemen. I dare say it will facilitate matters if I am told which of you is which and which is the other.
Well, this is Major Cardew, my first husband, and this is my second husband, Major Loudon.
Oh, that makes it quite clear.
How do you do?
How do you do, Major? How do you do, Major? Oh, interesting coincidence. What? Both majors.
I suppose Mrs. Lowndes has put you in possession of the facts, Mr. Raham.
I think so. We had a long talk in my office yesterday. She is determined to divorce you both. I've told her that this is not necessary, since she is obviously the wife of only one of you.
It's just as well to take no risks.
But do I understand that you 2 gentlemen are agreeable?
Speaking for myself, I'm prepared to sacrifice my feelings, deep as they are, to the happiness of Victoria.
Very nicely and feelingly put. And you, sir, Will you give this lady the freedom she desires?
Yes, of course. Certainly.
Well, so far so good. Now, it will save time and trouble if we get up the case against both of you in the same way. Since neither of you will defend the case, there is no need for you to go to the expense of legal advice, and so I propose to go into the whole matter with you now.
You can feel quite easy about taking Mr. Raham's advice. He's arranged more divorce cases than any man in England.
You must be a very busy man.
I assure you, Major, I'm one of the busiest men in London. Well, I will come to the point. In this country, if a couple, for reasons which merely concern themselves, wish to part company, a husband needs only to prove adultery to divorce his wife. But the English law recognizes the natural polygamy of man, and so when a wife desires to divorce a husband, she must prove, in addition, cruelty or desertion. Now, do you wish the cause of offence to be cruelty or desertion?
Well, personally, I should prefer desertion.
Certainly. I should very much dislike being cruel to Victoria.
And you know, I could never hurt a fly.
Well, then we'll settle on desertion. I think myself it is the more gentlemanly way, and besides, it is more easily proved. I will arrange it all by means of letters. An application for the restitution of conjugal rights will be made, and then 6 months later we shall bring an action for divorce.
6 months later? But when will I be free, then?
In about a year.
Oh, but that won't do at all. I must have my freedom by, before the racing season ends at all events.
Oh, as soon as that?
Well, the Derby, if possible. Certainly by the 2,000 guineas.
Yeah, in that case, it will have to be cruelty.
It can't be helped. They'll have to be cruel.
I don't like the idea, Victoria.
Try and be a little unselfish for once, darling.
I'd never strike a woman.
If I don't mind, I don't see why you should.
Cruelty has its advantages. If it's properly witnessed, it has a convincing air which desertion never has.
My mother will swear to anything.
Servants are better. The judges are often unduly suspicious of the mother-in-law's testimony. But you can leave it safely to me. I've devised my own system and have never known it to fail. I always arrange for 3 definite acts of cruelty. First at the dinner table...
perhaps we could leave the principle for the time being and go into the details later.
Very well, but let us pass to the last point. Trivial in itself, but essential in order to satisfy the requirements of our English law. Adultery.
That, I think, you can safely leave to us. With the price of a supper in my pocket and an engaging manner, I'm prepared to supply all the evidence you want.
I am shocked and horrified by your suggestion. Do you expect a man in my position to connive at immorality?
Immorality? Well, there must be, shall we say, a soupçon of it, under normal circumstances.
Not at all. I always arrange this part of the proceedings with the most scrupulous regard to propriety. I shall arrange for both of you to come to my office and meet a certain lady.
What's she like?
A most respectable person. I have employed her in practically all the fashionable divorces of the last 15 years.
You amaze me. Does she make money by it?
Oh, sufficient for her simple needs. She charges only 20 guineas for her services.
Well, I'm sure I could get it done for less.
Not by a woman of refinement.
Oh, well, with most of us, it's only once in a lifetime.
Well, I will proceed. You will fetch this lady at my office and drive with her to the Hotel Majestic, where you will register as husband and wife. You will be shown to a suite of rooms which I shall engage for you, and supper will be served in the sitting room. You will partake of this, and you will drink champagne.
I should like to choose the brand myself.
I have no objection to that.
Thanks.
Then you will play cards. Miss Montmorency is a wonderful card player. She has not only an unparalleled knowledge of all games for two, but she can do a great number of tricks. In this way, you will find the night passed without tediousness, and in the morning you will ring for breakfast.
Well, I'm not sure I'll have much appetite for it.
Sounds like the devil of a beano.
I should like to see her first.
Come to think of it, I'd like to see her too. Men are so weak. I'd be much easier in my mind if I'm sure these poor boys won't be led astray.
Well, that's easily arranged. I have Miss Montmorency with me. She is waiting in a taxicab at the door.
Is she that sort of person I should like to meet, Mr. Raham?
Oh, a perfect lady. She comes from one of the best families in Shropshire.
Oh, well, go and fetch her, Freddie.
Very well.
Do you mean to say that with this evidence you'll be able to get a divorce?
No doubt of it. I've got hundreds.
Well, I'm only a soldier, and I dare say you'll not be surprised that I find it difficult to believe.
Brandy.
What's the matter?
Is this the way?
You'll soon see.
Come straight in, Miss Montmorency.
Make it a big one, and have one yourself, too.
Ah, Miss Montmorency.
But this is the kitchen.
Oh, I see what you mean. let's have another.
I'm afraid it's the only room in the house that's habitable at the moment.
Yes, Miss Montmorency, Mrs. Frederick Lowndes.
I'm charmed to make your acquaintance. The injured wife, I presume?
Yes.
So sad. I'm afraid the war is responsible for the rupture of many happy marriages. I'm booked up for weeks ahead. So sad.
Do sit down, won't you?
Thank you. And now, which of these gentlemen is the erring husband?
Well, they both are.
Oh, really? And which are you going to marry after you've got your divorce?
Neither.
But I naturally concluded that one was the husband you are discarding, and the other the husband you are acquiring. The eternal triangle, you know.
In this case, the triangle is four-sided.
Oh, how very peculiar.
I don't want you to think I've been at all careless, but the fact is, through no fault of my own, they're both my husbands.
Oh, really? How very interesting. And which are you divorcing?
I'm divorcing them both.
Oh, I see. Oh, very sad. But I think I ought to tell you at once that I shouldn't like to misconduct myself. I use the technical expression with both these gentlemen.
Oh, we shall be generous, Miss Montmorency.
I have to think of my self-respect. One gentleman is business, but two would be debauchery.
Mrs. Lowndes is anxious to put this matter through as quickly as possible.
Well, I dare say my friend, Mrs. Onslow Jarvis, would oblige if I asked her as a personal favour.
Are you sure she can be trusted?
Oh, she's a perfect lady. The widow of a clergyman, and she has 2 sons in the army.
Unless we can get Miss Montmorency to reconsider her decision, I'm afraid we shall have to put up with Mrs. Onslow Jarvis.
I am adamant, Mr. Raham, adamant.
Well, I'm all for Mrs. Onslow Jarvis, personally.
Then you fall to me, Major. I didn't quite catch your name.
Cardew.
I hope you play cards.
Sometimes.
Oh, it's such a relief to find a gentleman who's fond of cards.
Otherwise, I suppose the night seems rather long.
Oh, not to me, you know. I am such a student of human nature. But my gentlemen begin to grow a little restless when I've talked to them for 6 or 7 hours.
I can hardly believe it.
One gentleman actually said he wanted to go to bed. But of course I told him that would never do.
Forgive my asking. You know what men are. Do they never attempt to take liberties with you?
Oh, no. If you're a lady, you can always keep a man in his place.
I can assure you, Miss Montmorency, that you need have no fear that I shall take advantage of your delicate position.
Of course you will divest yourself of none of your raiment.
On the contrary, I propose to put on an extra suit of clothes.
I'm sure we shall have a delightful night. And I know you, Major...
Lowndes.
I'm sure, Major Lowndes, you'll like Mrs. Onslow Jarvis. She has such charm of manner, so much ease. You can see that she did a lot of entertaining when her late husband was vicar at Clacton. They have a very nice class of person at Clacton.
Yes, I shall be charmed to meet her.
I don't know what Mr. Raham would say to our sharing a suite. We could play bridge. She's a very fine bridge player, and we only play 3 a 100 because in her position she can hardly gamble, can she?
I always like to oblige Miss Montmorency, but I hardly think that arrangement would do. You know how fussy some judges are. We might hit on one of them who saw nothing in it.
Well, let's take no risks. Business is business. It must be you and me alone then, Major Cardew. You will let me know in good time when you fix the fatal night. I'm very booked up just now.
Of course, we'll do everything to suit your convenience, Miss Montmorency. And now, Mrs. Lowndes, as we've settled up everything, I think Miss Montmorency and I will go.
I can't think of anything else.
Goodbye, then. I am not going to say goodbye to you, Major Cardew, but au revoir.
Believe me, I look forward to our next meeting.
Good morning, Mrs. Lowndes, and good morning, Major Cardew.
Shall I show you to...
No, we shall find our own way out.
Goodbye, Mr. Raham. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Well, this is a bit of all right you've let us in for, Victoria.
Well, darling, it's the only thing I've ever asked you to do for me in all my life, so you needn't complain.
I'll bear it like a martyr.
The only thing left is for me to bid you goodbye.
Already?
You must understand, under the circumstances, it wouldn't be quite nice for me to stay here. Besides, without servants, it's beastly uncomfortable. I should go to Mother.
Oh, your mother?
Where else would you expect a woman to go in a crisis like this? And the children are there already, so,
Won't you even stay for luncheon?
Lester will give me a better one, I think. In any case, I realize it's a painful moment for both of you, and we shan't make it any easier by dragging it out.
True.
Goodbye, Bill. I forgive you everything, and I hope we shall always be good friends.
Goodbye, Victoria. I hope this will not be, by any means, your last marriage.
When everything's settled, you must come and dine with us. I'm sure you'll find Leicester has the best wines and cigars that money can buy.
Goodbye.
And now, Freddie, it's your turn. Now that there's nothing more between us, you might give me back that tie pin I gave you.
Here you are.
Thank you. And there was a cigarette case. You've no doubt got it in your pocket.
Take it.
Thank you. They say jewelry's gone up tremendously in value since the war. I'll give Lester a cigarette case as a wedding present.
You always do, Victoria.
Men like it. Goodbye, Freddie, dear. I'll always have a pleasant recollection of you.
Goodbye, Victoria. Would you like a taxi?
No, thanks, I'll walk. I think the exercise will do me good.
Wonderful woman. Yes, I shall never regret having been married to her. Now, what about lunch?
Annabella, if we could just have a turn to the left. That's enough. Now, smile. Yeah, I think that's just about it. Now we'll move on to the interior shots, and that's it for the day.
International fashion model Annabella G is on location in southern France. Being a top model, you can imagine how Annabella cares for her complexion. She uses Lux Beauty Soap.
Lux is so creamy, so very soft. It cares for my complexion. I wouldn't use anything else.
Like Annabella G, like beautiful women everywhere, choose the creamy, moisturizing lather of Lux to care for your complexion. Lux, a beauty treatment as you bathe.
Gosh, Mary, you're lucky to have such a hard-working servant. What do you mean? I haven't got a maid. Well, how on earth do you manage to keep your floors so clean and shiny?
Ah, that's easy. I use Dual.
Dual?
Yes, Dual, the self-shining floor cleaner. It's so easy because Dual cleans and polishes in one go.
How do you mean?
Well, Dual lifts all the dirt out of the floor and dries to a bright, long-lasting shine, all by itself.
So when you use Dual, you don't have to worry about polishing?
No, Dual cleans and polishes in one go.
In tonight's Lux Radio Theatre presentation of Home and Beauty by W. Somerset Maugham, the part of Victoria was played by Margaret Milner Smythe, with Roger Service as Bill Cardew, her first husband, and Tony Wood as Freddie Lowndes, her second husband. As her mother, you heard Sheila Raymond Jones. John Simpson played the part of Lester Patton, and Peter Lee Hunt that of Mr. Raham, the lawyer. Miss Montmorency was played by Gillian Lomberg. Home and Beauty was adapted by Helen Cunningham, produced for Lux Radio Theatre by Rolf Jacobs, and directed by Delphine Lethbridge.
Transcribed. Ladies and gentlemen, the Railroad Hour. And here comes our star-studded show train. Tonight, the Association of American Railroads presents the sparkling musical comedy Girl Crazy, starring William Bendix, Doris Day, Joan Edwards, your host Gordon MacRae, and the music of Carmen Dragon's Orchestra. Yes, tonight another great musical comedy is brought to you by the American Railroads. The same railroads that also bring you most of the food you eat, the clothes you wear, the fuel you burn, and all the other things you use in your daily life. And now here is Gordon MacRae.
Thank you and good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Gordon MacRae helping to bring you another in our series of musical successes. Tonight, the Railroad Hour show train presents the gay George Gershwin hit, Girl Crazy. When Girl Crazy opened on Broadway, it features such stars as Ginger Rogers, Ethel Merman, Alan Kearns, and Willie Howard. Tonight, playing those same star parts, you'll hear Doris Day, Joan Edwards, yours truly, Gordon MacRae, And in the comedy role of Skeeter Mulligan, the New York taxicab driver, that lovable lug, William Bendix.
Dear Eloise, I take my typewriter in hand to write you this letter explaining how come I didn't keep our engagement in Brooklyn on the night of last June 29th. I was in my cab at Broadway and 48th Street, when all of a sudden a young fella throws a couple of suitcases in the back and says,
Holland Tunnel, driver. Head west and keep going.
Okay. Well, buddy, if this ain't the town you're looking for, you're out of luck, because I'm out of gas.
Now, relax, Mulligan. This is it. See that sign? Custerville, Arizona. Population male 58, female 0.
No women. No wonder the place looks dead.
Now, while I ask those cowboys over on the hotel veranda where we can get some gas, why don't you sort of mosey around and take a look at the sights?
What sights? When you've seen one grain of sand, you've seen them all.
I'll be right back.
Oh, okay, boy.
Howdy, boys. Howdy, stranger. Where's your gas station?
Ain't got one. Horses eat hay.
Are you, sure this is Custerville?
Sure, I'm sure. You, stopping overnight?
Yep. A good long night. 2 years, to be exact. My father owns the Churchill Ranch out here, and he decided I should have some interest other than girls.
Oh.
And with no women in this town, I see why he picked it. What do you fellas do here, anyway?
Oh, mostly we just bide our time. Right, boys?
Bide your time?
Yep.
You call that doing something?
Yes, sir, I sure do, brother.
I'm biding my time, 'cause that's the kind of guy. While other folks grow dizzy, I keep busy, biding my time.
Come on, Churchill. If you're going to be here 2 years, you might as well get used to it.
Well, I'll try.
I'm biding my time, 'cause that's the kind of guy I'm. Beginning on Monday, right through Sunday, biding my time. Next year, something's bound to happen. This year, I'll just keep on napping and biding my time. 'Cause that's the kind of guy I'm. There's no regretting when I'm setting, biding. There's no regretting when I'm sitting here and biding my time. Sitting and biding my time.
Hey, what's that? Sounded like somebody got shot. Another sheriff, probably.
You mean somebody killed the sheriff?
Yeah, it happens around here pretty regular. Hey, looks like they caught the feller that done it this time. There, here comes the mob.
Oh, wait a minute. Let go of me. Who you shoving? Get your hands
Why,
off
it's
me.
Mulligan. Oh, this ought to be good.
It will be. Lank Sanders is a tough customer to tangle with.
Well, what are we waiting for? 3 or 4 of you guys get on this rope and string them up.
Now, wait a minute. This is all a mistake. I'm innocent. I didn't shoot the sheriff. Look at my face. Is it the face of a murderer? Wait a minute. Let me put it another way.
That's enough. String them up.
Look, just let me say one more word. If I could only think of a word to say.
Stop.
That's the word. Thanks, boys.
I'm, sorry to spoil you fellas' necktie party, but my taxi driver couldn't have shot your sheriff. It's less than 10 minutes since we blew into town.
Well, that's the case, I reckon I owe him a round of drinks.
No, you're talking. I don't mind hanging so long as it's over a bar. Come on, boy.
Hey, Mulligan, you better stick to ginger ale.
Hello, Jake.
Hi, Molly. Well, this explains it. There aren't any women in this town, only angels.
Well, Molly don't live here. She just works here in the post office.
And here's the letter for you, stranger. I take it you're Danny Churchill.
That's me. A letter from Sam Mason. He wouldn't have written it if he'd known it would introduce me to the prettiest gal in Arizona. Hey, that's a thought. You deliver all the letters I get?
Yes.
Well, I'm going to have everybody in New York write to me. Tell me.
Is New York a very wild town?
Oh, New York's the most wonderful place in the world. Tell me, you managed to keep busy?
Yes, I managed to keep busy.
Well, not too busy to go to a dance once in a while or play a game of tennis, I hope.
Yeah, you got plenty to learn about the West, Churchill. Well, so long.
Jake's right. Jake's right, Mr. Churchill. You must think your father's place is one of those dude ranches.
Dude ranch? Say, that's an idea. I never thought of that.
What do you mean?
Why, I'll turn Dad's place into a dude's ranch. Girls, cocktails, dancing. Oh, you just watch what little Danny's going to do for this town. And you. Now I'm the chappie to make you happy. I'll shine your shoesies and chase your bluesies. Oh, lady, would you, tell me, could you use me?
Nope.
I'd shake the mat out, put the cat out, I'll clean the garret and feed the parrot. Oh, lady, would you, tell me, could you use me? Do you realize what a good man you're getting in me? I'm no elf or mason or woodman who gets home at 3. Now the gals who see me go soft and dreamy, but I'm a gander who won't philander. Oh, could you use me? 'Cause I certainly could use you. What do you say, Molly? What do you say?
Sorry, Mr. Churchill. But you're no cowboy, you're soft and how, boy? I feel no muscle to fit the tussle. I must refuse you, I cannot use you. Excuse me.
Well, now, give me a chance.
No nightlife for you, the birds would bore you, the cows don't know you, a horse would throw you. You silly man, you, to ask me, can you use me?
Wait a minute.
Though at love you may be a wizard, I'm wanting to know, could you warm me up in a blizzard, say 40 below?
I think so.
Your ties are freakish, your knees are weakish. Go to New York pub, stay in the store club. Though you can use me, I certainly can't use you.
And so help me, Eloise, as sure as I'm writing you this letter, in 2 months, Danny had turned the old Churchill place into a dude ranch. Made me into a cowboy. Even had me wearing them fancy chaps. Darn near froze to death until I found out you were supposed to wear pants under them. Then one day, just before the grand opening, a swell-looking dame walked up to me and said,
Well, hello there, handsome. You the boss?
No, he's inside. I'll take you to him.
Say, you don't talk like a Westerner. Where are you from?
Brooklyn.
So you like Brooklyn better than Arizona, huh?
Oh, yeah. Things is peppier, and people don't waste words when they talk like they do here.
Waste words?
Yeah. Out here they say, hi, what's cooking? In Brooklyn, you just walk into a friend's apartment and say, hi. You can smell what's cooking. In here. Hey, Danny, lady to see you.
Okay. Well, what can I do for you, miss?
My name is Frisco Kate. I heard you needed a singer for this place and someone to run the gambling room.
You want the singing job, huh?
And the gambling room.
Hey, that's a new idea. Never thought of women as gamblers.
Why not? We marry men, don't we?
Yeah, I see what you mean.
Hey, a lady croupier might be a novelty at that. I'll try it for a week and see what the boys think.
Probably the same thing they always think. But I can take care of myself.
Okay, Kate. Mulligan will show you to a room.
Now, this way, miss. I'll take your bag.
I think I'm gonna like it here.
Well, don't look at me, lady. I'm the answer to a Brooklyn maiden's prayer.
Well, hello, Danny.
Oh, hello, Molly.
Have you heard the news, Danny? They shot another sheriff.
You know, that's beginning to get monotonous. But sit down, Molly. I want to talk to you.
What about?
Our future.
Our future?
Mm-hmm. Got it all arranged. A swell little house in Long Island. A kitchen where you can... Say, can you cook? No, never mind. No use spoiling things before we get started.
Oh, Danny, don't you ever take life seriously? I wonder what would have happened to you if you'd lived when men earned their living by the sweat of their brows.
Well, I'd have sold handkerchiefs. And you're wrong, Molly. I could be serious about you if you'd let me. Embrace me, my sweet embraceable you. Embrace me, you irreplaceable you. Just one look at you, my heart grew tipsy in me. You and you alone bring out the gypsy in me. I love all the many charms about you. Above all, I want my arms about you. Don't be a naughty baby. Come to Papa, do. My sweet embraceable you. I've never felt like this about any girl before. Molly, will you marry me?
Oh, now you're just being silly.
No, I'm not. I mean it. Please marry me, Molly. Just this once.
Oh, Danny, embrace me, my sweet embraceable you. Embrace me, you irreplaceable you. In your arms, I find love so delectable. I'm afraid it isn't quite respectable. But hang it, come on, let's glorify love. Ding dang it, you'll shout encore if I don't be a naughty baby. Come to baby, do. My sweet embraceable you.
Before we hear the second act of tonight's show, here's a sound I'm sure you'll recognize. Yes, that's the sound of the locomotive whistle, one of the friendliest, most familiar sounds in all the land. The next time you hear that sound, soft and low across the distance, you might remember that even to blow the whistle costs money. Not much, of course, just a fraction of a cent for each toot of the whistle. But small as the amount is, it costs just about twice as much now as it did before the war. And what's true of even so small a thing as the cost of whistling is true of the cost of almost everything else about running a railroad. Since 1939, wage rates, which railroads pay, and prices of things they buy and use have practically doubled. That's more than twice as much as the increase in railroad rates. The events of the war and of the peace which has followed it have shown us all that the defense of this country and its agriculture, commerce, and industry demand efficient, adequate, dependable rail transportation. Good and adequate transportation depends upon adequate earnings, the sort of earnings which come when revenues are in line with costs. Such earnings will justify and encourage continued investments in improved equipment and facilities, which are the foundation of better service at the most economical cost. And now back to Girl Crazy, starring Doris Day, Joan Edwards, your host Gordon MacRae, and William Bendix.
Looks like this is going to be a long letter, Eloise. But I got to tell you what that gangster cowboy Lank Sanders did the day before Danny opened his new dude ranch.
Churchill, I want to talk to you alone.
And I'll wait outside, boss. No, stick around, Jake. Well, speak up, Lank. What's on your mind?
I hear you're opening up a gambling room.
That's right, tomorrow night.
Well, I'm not going to let you get away with it. This place of yours will just about ruin my place in Custerville.
Good.
I suppose you heard the new sheriff was shot?
Yes, I did.
That means there'll be a special election tomorrow. I'm the only man running. And this place of yours won't have a chance after I'm elected.
Well, then I'll get somebody else to run against you.
Why, there ain't a man in this county dares run against me. It's too unhealthy a job to get. Think it over.
Well, sounds like he means business.
Well, that's a good idea you had, getting somebody to run against him, but who?
I don't know. Anybody who'd do it would have to be out of their head. A nincompoop. A dope.
Hi, fellas.
Oh, Mulligan. The very man. Mulligan, how'd you like to be a policeman?
Oh, I get it. You want me to be the house detective here. Well, I'm sorry, but I ain't built right for a job like that. I'm too tall for keyholes and too short for transoms.
Well, it ain't that, Mulligan. How'd you like to be sheriff of this county?
Sure. Say, that might be fun.
Good. I'll be your campaign manager. We'll go into town tomorrow, and you can spend the whole day making speeches.
May I have your undivided up attention, please? As you all know, I am running for sheriff today on a reform ticket. And believe me, reform is one subject I'm well schooled in. Crooked politicians have been robbing you fellas long enough. It's time you gave me a chance. Now, I want you folks to get out and vote. Exercise your franchise. Exercise it. Don't be seen walking around town with a flabby franchise. How am I doing, boss?
Oh, you're doing great. Uh-oh. Here comes Lank. Get ready for trouble.
So, Mulligan, you're trying to beat me out of the sheriff job, huh? Well, I warn you. If you're elected, I'm going to kill you. You still want to be sheriff?
No. On second thought, it don't sound like a steady job.
Well, boys, have you heard the news? Election's over. Let me shake your hand, Sheriff Mulligan. Sheriff, huh? Now get this, Mulligan, and get it straight. I'll give you just 20 minutes to get out of town. If you don't, the next time I won't be pointing my gun up in the air.
As my friend Chester A. Riley would put it, what a revolting development this is. Well, Eloise, a weaker man than me might have left town, like Lank said. But did I? No, sir. I hid all day. That night I sneaked back for the grand opening of the Dude Ranch. Danny had a big crowd on hand, and that Frisco kid sure knew how to keep them entertained.
Days can be sunny with never a sigh. Don't need what money can buy. Birds in the trees sing their day full of song. Why shouldn't we sing along? I'm chipper all the day, happy with my lot. How do I look at what I got. I got rhythm, I got music. I got my man who could ask for anything more. I got daisies in green pastures. I got my man who could ask for anything more. Oh, man, trouble, I don't mind him. You won't find him around my door. I got starlight, I got sweet dreams. I got my man who could ask for anything more, who could ask for anything more.
I got rhythm, I got music. I got my gal who could ask for anything more. I got daisies in green pastures. I got my gal who could ask for anything more.
Who could ask for anything more? Who could ask for anything more?
Oh, man, trouble.
I don't mind him. You won't find him hanging around my front or back door. I got starlight. I got sweet dreams. I got my man who could ask for anything more. Who could ask for anything more?
I got rhythm. Who could ask for more?
Well, hiya, Katie. How's the party going?
Mulligan!
Not so loud. I'm wanted for murder.
Who've you killed?
Nobody. Lank wants to murder me. But I had to see how Danny's party was going. Hey, that was some number you just sung. What a voice. You got some sostenuto. And the timbre of your vibrato is allegro fortissimo.
Why, Mulligan, what talk?
What's the matter? Did I say something vulgar?
Well, Kate, how's everything at the table?
Well, I'm raking it in as fast as the suckers can shell it out.
Oh, good. Oh, excuse me, Kate. There's Molly just coming in.
Okay, boss.
Mulligan, you better get out of sight in case Lank shows up. Go someplace where nobody can see you.
No, okay. I'll go in the bar. Everybody in there is half blind.
Hello, Molly. Glad you came tonight.
So am I. It's been most enlightening, Mr. Churchill.
Mr. Churchill. Molly, well, what's the matter?
I've just had the pleasure of meeting an old friend of yours from New York, Mr. Sam Mason.
Sam Mason?
Yes, and he told me some very interesting things about you, Mr. Churchill. Mr. Mason informs me that there's a young lady waiting for you in New York who also expects to occupy that little house on Long Island.
Oh, now, Molly, that's not true. Tess used to be Sam's girl, and I dated her a few times. That's why he's trying to get even with me. Don't you believe me, Molly?
No.
But you must.
And why must I?
Because I love you. For the first time in my life, I know what it means to be really in love. Am I not a man who's normal, my dear? You don't need to be so formal, my dear. There's just one way to cheer me. Come to Danny, do. My sweet embraceable you. What do you say, Molly? Let's get married tomorrow.
I'm sorry, but I won't be here tomorrow.
Why? Where are you going?
To Mexico. Sam's driving me to the races at San Luis.
You can't go to Mexico with Sam Mason. I know his tactics with women.
Well, they don't seem to be much worse than yours. Goodbye, Mr. Churchill.
Molly!
Watch it, Molly! Out of my way, boss. Lank Sanders is after me.
Well, go in the closet in my office and put on an Indian costume you'll find there. Lank will never know you. But hurry, we're driving to San Luis.
Yeah, okay, boss. Thanks.
Oh, Mulligan!
Okay, yeah.
Have you seen Danny? I've taken in over $6,000, and he'd better put it in the safe.
Yeah, well, here, give it to me. I'll be seeing him in a couple of minutes.
Okay. Thanks, Mulligan.
All right. Now, let's see. Which closet did he mean? Oh, here it is, right here. Blanket, feathers, everything. Oh, better put it on. Oh, those feathers tickle, baby. Oh, no wonder they're supposed to go on my head. Ah, well. There. Say, I look like a genuine Navajo. Uh-oh.
Mulligan! Mulligan! Now, where'd that guy go? Hey, Chief, you seen Sheriff Mulligan?
How?
Oh, can't speak English, huh?
How?
Too bad. Somebody ought to warn Mulligan I know he's here and I'm aiming to ventilate his vest.
And how?
I'll just hide in this closet, and when Mulligan shows up, I'll let him have it.
Ugh.
Everything okay, rain in the face? Go get the car started, will you?
Ugh, ugh.
What's the matter with you?
Ugh, ugh. Acid clay.
I know you found the suit in the closet. What about it?
Ugh, pale face. Lanky pale face in the acid clay.
Now, look, I haven't time for any more clowning. Kate told me she gave you $6,000 to give me. Where is it?
Ugh, ugh, ugh.
Will you talk English, Mulligan?
That did it.
Oh!
Lang!
Look out of my way, Danny! Up, run around that desk, you coward! Why don't you get shot like a man?
This is no time to get reclassified.
Toss me that Tommyhawk, Mulligan. Go round again.
Okay, here you are, boss.
No.
It was nice going, boss, but what happened?
Your Tommyhawk. I scalped him. Now let's get my car and get going.
Hey, look. There's Molly. She's getting ready to leave in Sam Mason's car.
Hurry. Molly! Molly, wait! You're not going to Mexico with Sam, Molly. You're going with me.
That's what you think.
That's what I know.
Sorry, but I promised Sam, and I keep my promises. Let's go, Sam.
Molly! Molly! I had to go, girl crazy, over someone who could not be true. My own embrace of all you.
Today you will hear folks talking almost as much about high prices as they do about the weather. And when it comes to having to pay higher prices, railroads are just like other folks. I'll take for one example the one item of cross ties. To a railroad, cross ties are as essential as bread is to your family. More than 40 million of them have to be put into the tracks every year. Before the war, a cross tie and the track cost about $2. Now it costs around $4, just about twice as much. And that's typical of what has happened to the prices railroads must pay all along the line. Increase in prices, whether they're the prices of the things you buy for your family or the prices of the things railroads need, did not start with higher railroad rates. When the war ended, railroad freight rates were no higher than when it began, and in many cases they were lower. Prices had already gone up more than 50% before the first post-war increase was made in railroad freight rates. And the total increase in railroad rates since 1939 has been only one-third as much as the average increase in the prices of all the things you buy. No, railroad freight rates have not led the way to higher prices. Instead, they have lagged behind, way behind. Our nation needs railroads which are strong and healthy. That's the only kind of railroads which can produce adequate transportation at the lowest possible cost in time of peace, and which can meet national needs in time of war. And the only way to have railroads which are strong and healthy is to have railroads whose revenues keep pace with increased costs. The Railroad Hour show train will return in just a moment after a brief pause for station identification. And here's the last act of Girl Crazy, starring Doris Day, Joan Edwards, your host Gordon MacRae, and William Bendix.
Hang on, Eloise. I'll finish this letter up in a couple of more pages. But I got to tell you about that trip we took to Mexico. When Danny and I arrived at the hotel in San Luis, Frisco Kate met me in the lobby.
Well, Well, Mulligan, I see you got here all right.
Yeah, Kate, but the way Danny drove, it's a miracle. All the way down here, my entire life kept flashing before me.
Were you scared?
No, I was having too much fun looking at the pictures.
Well, Molly had me go with her and Sam to chaperone, and what a ride that was.
Yeah?
Sam kept hugging the curves all the way, only they were Molly's. The poor kid's disgusted already, wishes she hadn't come.
Well, what about you?
I think I'm going to have a wonderful time. Just think, Mulligan, we're alone together, you and I.
Yeah, well, don't try nothing. I know how to protect myself.
Don't be like that. Say something nice to me.
All I got to say to you is hasta luego, adios, auf Wiedersehen, and a slight touch of au reverie.
But all that means goodbye.
Blunt, ain't I?
Look, Mulligan, wouldn't you like to settle down with someone who'd be your constant companion, never leave your side, worship you?
Oh, I got a dog that does all that.
But could your dog cook breakfast for you?
No, but would you bark if there was a burglar in the house? Look, Kate, you don't want me. There's insanity in my family. Yeah, honest. Why, I even got an uncle that thinks he's a racehorse.
Well, just thinking he's a racehorse isn't so bad.
Well, maybe not to you, but the family always bets on him to win, and he keeps coming in second. Now, leave me alone. Go on, scram, beat it.
What a man. Treat me as rough as you like, Mulligan. I love it. Treat me rough, muss my hair. Don't you dare to handle me with care. I'm no innocent child, baby. Make me woolly and wild. Treat me rough, pinch my cheek. Kiss and hug and squeeze me till I'm weak. I've been pampered enough, baby. Keep on treating me rough.
Treat me rough, muss my hair. Don't you ever dare to handle me with care. I am no innocent child, baby. Make me woolly and wild, baby. Treat me rough, pinch my cheek and hug and squeeze me till I'm weak. I've been pampered enough, baby, so keep on treating me rough.
Treat me rough, muss my hair. Don't you dare to handle me with care. I'm no innocent child, baby. Make me woolly and wild. Treat me rough.
Treat me rough.
Pinch my cheek.
Pinch my
Kiss
cheek.
and hug and squeeze me till I'm weak. I've been pampered enough, baby, so keep on treating me rough.
Treat me rough, don't care what you do as long as you treat me rough.
Okay. You don't know where Molly is, do you?
She's in the coffee shop, Danny, trying to quiet her nerves. Shall I tell her you want to see her?
No. She evidently doesn't want to see me, and if that's the way she wants things, it's okay.
Well, you're the boss, but if you ask me, that's not the way she wants things. See you later.
That's the way to treat women, boss. Be tough. Look at me. I got Frisco Kate biting the hand that's feeding her.
Forget it, Mulligan. By the way, you'd better give me that $6,000. I'll have the clerk put it in the hotel safe.
Okay, boss. Here you are. Uh-oh. Here's Molly.
Oh, hello, Danny. I guess you're pretty angry with me, aren't you?
No, I'm not angry. But your boyfriend Sam will be if you leave him flat. Mulligan, I'm going to get our bags out of the car. The whole trouble is, Molly, I took too much for granted.
Oh, Mulligan. Mulligan, what can I do? Now that I found out that I'm really in love with Danny, it's too late.
Well, crying ain't going to help. He won't like you any better with a red nose. Come on, can't you smile a little?
There's nothing to smile about, Mulligan.
They're writing songs of love, but not for me. A lucky star above, but not for me. With love to lead the way, I found more skies of gray than any Russian play could guarantee. I was a fool to fall and get this way. Hi-ho, alas, and also lack a day. And though I can't dismiss the memory of his kiss, I guess he's mine.
They say the West is swell, but not for me. It's great for Digger Odell, but not for me. I'm gonna make my will, 'cause back in Custerville, those guys are out to kill a sap like me. It's such a healthy spot, but not for me. This job is much too hot, and not for me. Each sheriff wears a vest of lilies on his chest, and boy, that's not for me.
He's knocking on a door,
but not for me.
They dug a 6x4,
and that's for me.
The climax of a plot should be a marriage knot.
But there's no knot.
Oh, what a spot for me.
Mulligan.
Jake, what are you doing here?
Well, right after you left, Lank got in his car and followed you.
Lank is here. Ooh, I'm going to dig a hole and disguise myself as a gopher.
Molly! Come quickly, everybody. Danny's lying out by the cars. Someone's attacked him.
Danny?
Right then, Eloise, I realized what a dumb bunny I am. It was Danny and his $6,000 that Lank had followed, not me. Fine sheriff I turned out to be. I was too ashamed to face him, so I slipped out, headed for the edge of town, and hopped a freight train. I was all set to ride out of town when the train bumped, and I knocked my head against the side of the car. Then I realized the train wasn't going nowhere. It was just hooking on cars. I was about to scram when the car door slid open, and in crawled the last person I wanted to be caught in a boxcar with, Lank Sanders. I tried to be very quiet, but just then the train bumped again.
Who's there? I said, who's there?
Moo.
Cow. Bunny, this didn't look like a cattle car.
Moo.
That reminds me, ain't had anything to eat since I left Custerville. Sure could go for some nice fresh milk.
Moo.
Here, bossy. Nice, bossy. Where's that fool critter? I can't see a thing in the dark.
Move any closer and I'll let you have it.
Mulligan, is that you?
Well, it ain't William Bendix.
Well, ain't this chummy? I hated the thought of leaving this town without getting rid of you.
Don't do it, Lank. Think of my poor old white-haired mother.
Stop kissing my hand. I'm letting you go.
Lank. Lank, are you hurt? Well, what do you know? He's out cold. It's a good thing he bumped his head against the side of the car. I might have had to get a little tough with him. Please, that's enough. I appreciate all the celebrating in my honor, but let's quiet down. I'll be hoarse for a week.
Oh, Mulligan, I'm so proud of you.
Yeah, me too, Kate.
And for capturing Lank and getting back Danny's $6,000, I'm gonna let you marry me.
What an honor.
I should have known that you'd taken after Lank to recover my money for me, Mulligan. I shouldn't have doubted you. I guess I just couldn't think straight.
Oh, don't worry, darling. From now on, you're gonna have a wife to do your thinking for you.
Oh, Molly.
You got it easy, Molly.
Why, I've got to bark if there's a burglar in the house.
Kate!
I love all the many charms about you. Above all, I want my arms about you.
Don't be a naughty baby. Come to Papa, do. So, Eloise, I'm afraid you lost your boyfriend to Kate. Very truly yours, Skeeter Mulligan.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. This is Gordon MacRae giving a special vote of thanks to our guest stars, William Bendix, Doris Day, and Joan Edwards, and to Alan Reed and Jess Kirkpatrick for their fine performances in our production of Girl Crazy by Guy Bolton and Jack McGowan, with lyrics by Ira Gershwin, music by George Gershwin, and adapted for radio by Mr. Bill Demling. Next week, the show train will arrive on the same tracks at the same time, and on board will be Miss Dinah Shore and Mr. Leon Errol to join me in bringing you Jerome Kern's Sally.
All aboard!
Well, it looks as though we're ready to pull out, and so until next week, good night.
Girl Crazy has been presented by special arrangement with the Tams Whitmark Music Library. Gordon MacRae appeared on this program by arrangement with Warner Brothers. William Bendix will soon be seen in the Paramount picture, The Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court. Doris Day appeared through the courtesy of Michael Curtiz Productions. This is Marvin Miller speaking. The Railroad Hour is brought to you each week at this time by 132 railroads of the United States. Each one of them has its own operations and services. Each one competes keenly with others for business. But all of them work together through the Association of American Railroads for the improvement of all railroading and for better service to you.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Living Fiction. Northwestern University, in cooperation with the National Broadcasting Company, brings you a radio dramatization of another timeless story, The Devil and Daniel Webster, by Stephen Vincent Benet. Another in a series of Living Fiction.
Yep, Daniel Webster's dead. At least they buried him. But every time there's a thunderstorm around here, they say you can hear his rolling voice in the hollows of the sky. And they say if you go to his grave and speak loud and clear, Daniel Webster! Daniel Webster! Hello, Mr. Webster. How do you do, sir? Fine, neighbor, fine. Well, tell me, son, the devil been bothering the people round these parts lately? No, sir. Not for a long time. The folks that knew said Daniel Webster was just about the greatest man that ever lived. He never got to be president, but he was the biggest man. There were thousands that trusted in him right next to God Almighty. And they told stories about him and all the things that belonged to him. They were like the stories of patriarchs and such. They said when he stood up to speak, stars and stripes came right out in the sky. And once he spoke against a river, and he made it sink right into the ground. They said when he walked the woods with his fishing rod, the trout would jump out of the streams right into his pockets, for they knew it was no use putting up a fight against him. And when he argued a case, he could turn on the harps of the blessed and the shaking of the ground underneath. A man with a mouth like a mastiff, a brow like a mountain, and eyes like burning anthracite. That was Daniel Webster in his prime. They tell a story down Hampshire way about Daniel Webster and the time he met the devil. Seems there was a farmer named Jabez Stone. Now, he wasn't a bad man to start with, but he sure was an unlucky man. If he planted corn, he got boars. If he planted potatoes, he got blight. He had good enough land, but it just didn't prosper him. He had a decent wife and children, but the more children he had, the less there was to feed him with. Stones cropped up in his neighbor's field, boulders boiled up in his. Why, if he had a horse with the spavins, he'd trade it for one with the staggers and give something extra. I guess there's some folks bound to be like that. But one day, Jabez Stone got sick of the whole business. He'd been plowing that morning.
Darn it all. That's the third time this week, and a new plowshare it was. Well, it's enough to make a man want to sell his soul to the devil. I swear it is. And I would, too, for just 2 cents. What was that?
Now, neighbor, don't get excited. Just a burst of thunder.
But there's not a cloud in the sky. Say, who are you, anyway? Where do you come from? What are you doing here?
Easy, friend. One question at a time. Who am I? I guess men have their own private names for me. But you can call me Scratch. Where did I come from? Anywhere beneath the gates of heaven.
Anywhere beneath the... What do you mean?
Very well. Let us say I just came down from the hills. Mighty nice farm you have here, neighbor. Oh, a little rocky, perhaps. But I've seen lots of worse places down where I come from.
Mighty nice farm. If you had all the bad luck I've had, you'd be willing to sell your soul to the devil.
Those are strong words, sir. You never can tell when the devil might hear you.
I wish to heaven he could. I swear I'd sell my soul to him for 2 cents.
2 cents isn't much. It wouldn't even replace that broken plowshare.
How did you know it was broken?
Oh, I'm quite a farmer myself. Only my farming is a little different. More of the hothouse variety. But that's quite another story. Still, neighbor, 2 cents isn't very much for a good soul. Even an old moth-eaten soul would bring a better price.
If this bad luck keeps following me, I won't even have a moth-eaten soul to my name.
If that's the case, my friend, I suggest that you sell your soul while the market rate is high. Now, I have a friend who'd be willing to spend $200 for a soul like yours.
Bring your friend here, and it's a deal.
I'm afraid that wouldn't be possible. You see, my friend doesn't do business in person. He's kind of shy. But I'm his sort of agent. I think we can arrange a little deal.
Fine. Give me the $200.
Not so fast, my friend. There are a few legal formalities required in the state of New Hampshire. I have here a document. Not only does it give you $200 down, but it will permit you to become the richest man in New Hampshire.
That's foolish. How can I become the richest man in New Hampshire, especially with a broken plowshare?
My dear fellow, my client is prepared to give anything for your soul. Now, just hold out your finger.
Oh!
Sorry, I had to prick your finger. Now, just press your finger against this document. The laws of the state of New Hampshire and the earth beneath have been complied with. Excellent. A firm, fair signature. One that will last till doomsday. Neighbor, I congratulate you. There is nothing in New Hampshire which cannot be yours.
Fine. Then let the devil take my soul.
He will, sir. He will, sir, in due time.
Finest farm in New England. 2 newborns. A new house. 100 head of cattle coming in tomorrow. Yep, life's been good to me these past 6 years. Couldn't ask for anything more.
Excuse me, neighbor. Could you tell me the way to the farm of Jabez Stone?
Why, I don't know. It's a...
Why, Jabez Stone. I hardly recognized you. Mighty pretty property you have here.
Well, some might favor it and others might not.
Come, my dear fellow, no need to decry your industry. After all, we know what's been done, and it's been according to contract and specifications. My client has been most kind.
Who? What are you doing?
So when the mortgage falls due next year, you shouldn't have any regrets.
Speaking of that mortgage, Mr.
Scratch will do.
Mr. Scratch, I'm beginning to have 1 or 2 doubts about it.
Doubts?
Why, yes. This being the USA, and me always having been a religious man. Yes, sir, I'm beginning to have considerable doubts as to that mortgage holding up in court.
In court?
Yes, Mr. Scratch, in court.
Well, now, there's court and court. Still, we might as well have a look at the original document. Let me see. Sherwin, Slater, Stevens, Stone. Here we are. I, Jabez Stone, for a term of 7 years. Oh, it's quite in order, I think. I assure you, neighbor, that It's escaped again. Come back here, into the box.
Neighbor Stone, help me, please help me, neighbor.
There, I got it. Sorry for the interruption, neighbor. Now, as I was saying...
But that was Miser Stevens' voice. You captured it in your handkerchief and put it back into that box.
Well, yes. I hardly thought it necessary to put a lock on the collecting box. It was such a weak little soul.
I don't know what you mean. That was Miser Stevens' voice, and he ain't dead. You can't tell me he is. He was just as spry and mean as a woodchuck yesterday.
In the midst of life...
Oh, no!
Yes.
The church bell's tolling for Miser Stevens.
Yes, these long-standing accounts. One really hates to lose them. But business is business.
Are all the souls as small as that?
Small? Oh, I see what you mean. Why, they vary. But don't you worry, Mr. Stone. Yours is a very good grade of soul. You'll have to be kept under lock and key. Now, a man like Daniel Webster, for instance, why, we'd have to build a special box for him. And even then, I imagine the wing spread would astonish you. But in your case, as I was saying...
Oh, put that handkerchief away.
Now, neighbor. No need to get excited. I just came round to see if my client was living up to his half of the bargain. He is, too. Isn't he, Mr. Stone? I'll see you again next year at this very same time. Until then, Mr. Stone, do as many good deeds as you can. My client and I get better souls that way. Mr. Stone! Well, no matter. I must be on my way.
Now, till you've made a bargain like that one, you've no idea how fast a year can run. It seemed like it was only a week before the time was up. Till finally, Jabez Stone couldn't stand it any longer. And in the last evening of the year, he hitched up his horse and drove off to see Daniel Webster. For Daniel was born in New Hampshire, and it's well known that he had a particular soft spot for old neighbors.
Well, that's the story then, Mr. Webster. And I'm ashamed to tell it, but it had to be told to somebody, and who else should it be but you?
Well, I haven't pleaded a mortgage case in a long time, and I don't generally plead now except before the Supreme Court. But if I can, I'll help you.
Oh, then I've got hope for first time in 7 years. Oh, it's been awful, awful. The name of Jabez Stone has become known all over the state. I've been that prosperous. There's talk of running me for the governor. It's just dust and ashes in my mouth.
You certainly have given yourself the devil's own row to hoe, neighbor Stone. But I'll take your case.
You'll take it?
Yes. I've been working on some speeches to make to John C. Calhoun, and I've got 75 other things to do and the Missouri Compromise to straighten out. But I'll take your case. For if 2 New Hampshiremen aren't a match for the devil, we might as well give the country back to the Indians. Now, when is he coming?
Tonight, at midnight.
And where?
At my house.
Now, then we'll have no time to waste. You came here in a hurry, didn't you?
Well, I admit I'd made time.
Well, you'll go back faster. Wilbur, hitch up Constitution and Constellation to the carriage. They're a pair of matched grays, Mr. Stone, and they step like greased lightning.
You better kill these horses, Mr. Webster.
No, I won't. Not these 2. I like doing things full tilt, and so do they. Put fire in your veins.
Well, there goes my hat.
What do you care? 'Tisn't your soul, Jabez. We've still got that.
I'm still out of breath from that ride, Mr. Webster.
You'll recover, neighbor Stone. Take a drink, man, while we're waiting for our friend to appear. There's no better company than a jug.
He'll be here soon.
Your clock only says 11:30.
Oh, Mr. Webster, listen. For God's sake, Mr. Webster, harness your horses and get away from this place as fast as you can.
You brought me a long way, neighbor, to tell me that you don't like my company.
Miserable wretch that I am. I've brought you a devilish way, and now I see my folly. Let him take me if he wills. But you're the Union's strength and New Hampshire's pride. He mustn't get you, Mr. Webster. He mustn't get you.
I'm obliged to you, neighbor Stone, but there's a jug on the table and a case in hand. And I never left a jug or a case half finished in my life. I thought your clock was a trifle slow, neighbor Stone. Come in. Now, Jabez.
Mr. Webster, I presume.
Attorney of record for Jabez Stone. Might I ask your name?
Well, I've gone by a good many. Perhaps Scratch will do for the evening. Mr. Scratch. I'm often called that in these regions. You know the object of my errand?
I do.
Well, then, I shall call upon you as a law-abiding citizen to assist me in taking possession of my property.
That is the nature of my errand here, too, this evening, Scratch. You shall not have this man.
What then of the contract?
I have seen no contract.
Then here it is. Here is the deed, and here is the signature.
It can't be right.
But it is.
What will you take for that deed, just as it stands?
I'll take what I came for. The soul of Jabez Stone.
Now, wait a minute, man. This deed was made out some time ago when the property was worth so much less it can't hold now.
But it does.
No, wait. Jabez Stone is no longer a poor farmer. The property has increased in value, and Jabez, why, state senators ought to be worth
what
more.
What have I to do with oughts and should-bes? I'm surprised at you, Daniel Webster. Stick to the letter of the law.
Do not put me off. I tell you, you shall not have this man sold. You hear me?
These spirited efforts on behalf of your client do you credit, Mr. Webster. But if you have no more argument to adduce, I'm rather pressed for time.
Pressed or not, you shall not have this man. Mr. Stone is an American citizen, and no American citizen may be forced into the service of a foreign prince. We fought England for that in 1812, and we'll fight all hell for it again.
Foreign? And who calls me a foreigner?
Well, I never heard of the devil claiming American citizenship.
No. And who with better right? When the first wrong was done to the first Indian, I was there. When the first slave ship put out for the Congo, I stood on her deck. Am I not in your books and stories and beliefs from the first settlements on? Am I not spoken of still in every church in New England? Oh, 'tis true the North claims me as a Southerner, and the South for a Northerner, but I am neither, for I am merely an honest American like yourself. And what of the best descent? But to tell the truth, Mr. Webster, though I don't like to boast of it, my name is older in this country than yours.
Then I stand on the Constitution. I demand a trial for my client.
The case hardly is one for an ordinary court, and indeed, the lateness of the hour...
Let it be any court you choose, so long as it is an American judge and an American jury. Let it be the quick or the dead. I'll abide the issue.
Very well, you have said it. I need but clap my hands and you have your judge and jury.
In God's name, who comes by so late? Who are these men?
The jury, Mr. Webster demands. You must pardon the rough appearance of one or two. They've come a long way.
By heaven.
Do you know them?
It is plain who they are. Men who have long since sold themselves to the devil. There's Walter Butler, the loyalist, who spread fire and horror through the Mohawk Valley. And there's Simon Girty, the renegade, who saw white men burned at the stake. There's King Philip with a great gash in his head that gave him his death wound. And there's Morton of Merrimont, who so vexed the Plymouth colony with the hate of the godly. And Leach, the bloody pirate, with a black beard curling on his breast. And see, there comes Reverend John Smeet with his strangler's hands, walking as daintily as he did to the gallows.
Look, the red ring of the rope is still round his neck.
Yes, Scratch has told the truth. They have all played a part in America.
Good evening, Mr. Beelzebub.
Scratch is my name here, Simon.
Good evening, Mr. Scratch.
Good evening, Simon. This is Simon Girty, Mr. Webster. He burned men for gold.
Good evening, Mr. Girty.
Come, Simon. Say hello to Mr. Webster.
Good evening, Mr. Webster. Good evening, Mr. Scratch.
Good evening, Captain. This is Captain Kidd, Mr. Webster. He killed men for gold.
Good evening, Mr. Scratch.
Good evening, Governor. This is Governor Dale, Mr. Webster. He was a sort of politician. He broke men on the wheel.
Good evening, Mr. Scratch.
And this is Asa the Black Monk, Mr. Webster. He choked men to death.
Good evening, Mr. Scratch. Good evening, Mr. Scratch. Good evening, Mr. Scratch. Good evening, Mr. Scratch.
These men, Mr. Webster, are not as well known as those I've introduced. But have no fear. They are, shall we say, lost and violent souls. This is the jury, Mr. Webster. More dead than quick, I'm afraid. Are you satisfied with the jury, sir?
Quite satisfied, though I miss General Arnold from the company.
Benedict Arnold is engaged upon other business. You asked for a justice, I believe.
Good evening, Mr. Scratch.
Good evening, Justice. Justice Hawthorne is a man of experience. He presided at certain witch trials held in Salem. There are others who repented of the business later, but not he.
Repent of such notable wonders and undertakings? Nay, hang them all! Hang them all!
There you have them, Mr. Webster. Americans all! Justice, shall we proceed with the case?
As you say, as you say. Oh, yes, oh, yes, oh, yes. The Court of Appeals midway between chaos and night is now in session. Justice Hawthorne presiding. First case, the Devil versus Jabez Stone. Who appears for the plaintiff?
Aye, Your Honor.
And for the defendant?
Aye, Daniel Webster.
The prosecution will proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Gentlemen of the jury, this case need not detain us long. It concerns a violation of a contract. That contract is for the possession of the soul of Jabez Stone. I have here a document which provides for transfer of possession. I offer the deed in evidence and seek to mark it Exhibit A.
I object. This document is not recognized by my...
Objection overruled. Mark it Exhibit A.
I shall now call the defendant to the witness stand.
Jabez Stone to the witness stand.
Ah, that's it. Just sit right there, Mr. Stone. Don't be afraid of the jury.
No, sir.
They're here to see that justice is done.
Yes, sir.
Now, tell me, Jabez Stone, did you or did you not sign this document?
I did, but that is, I didn't know
that...
Thank
you, Mr. Stone. That will be all. You may leave the stand now. Prosecution, rest.
Very well. Does the jury wish to consider the case further? No! Very well, that will be all. You may take the defendant, Mr. Scratch.
I object, Your Honor. I call for cross-examination. By all the laws of New Hampshire, I demand the right to cross-examine this witness.
There will be no cross-examination in the Court of Appeals midway between chaos and night. You may leave the court.
One moment, Justice. One moment. Attorney for the defense, Daniel Webster, is a famous man. Perhaps what he might say here is worth remembering. I suggest that he be given an opportunity to speak. with one qualification, of course. If he fails to secure an acquittal for his client, then let me take them both, Jabez Stone and Daniel Webster, together.
The court finds the suggestion reasonable. Is acceptable to you, Mr. Webster.
Yes. Yes, we'll meet the devil's own terms.
Drag him down with Jabez Stone.
Drag him down with us.
Daniel Master's met his match.
Lost and gone.
Drag him down.
Lost and gone. Lost and gone. Lost and
Be
gone.
still! Gentlemen of the jury, as I stand here midway between chaos and night, I remember other days. Days that you remember, too. You were living then. Now, you're dead. White flesh hanging on loosely hung bones. But, gentlemen, I ask you to forget that you are here to judge a fellow being who has sinned just as you have sinned. Your souls are no longer your own, but you have not forgotten the days when they were. Remember that day, gentlemen. That day when you were men, when clean American air was in your lungs. You breathed it deep, for it was free and blew across the earth you loved. These are common things I speak of, small things, yet they're good things. Yet without your soul, they're nothing. Mr. Scratch told you your soul is nothing, and you believed him. It's cost you your freedom. All of you were fooled like Jabez Stone. You took the wrong turn, and so did Jabez Stone. But he found out in time. He's here tonight to save his soul. Remember, oh, remember, gentlemen, the things that used to be. The love, the warmth. You, Simon Gertie, you remember. Tell us, Simon, what do you remember?
I remember. I think of the wind rustling through the trees, and the night air hitting me hard. Hitting me so hard it feels like my chest is breaking inside me. I remember. Yes, I do.
Simon Gertie hasn't forgot. He hasn't forgot that freedom is the bread and the morning and the rising sun. He knows what it is to be a man. Oh, there's sadness in being a man, yes, but it's a proud thing, too. Remember it proudly, gentlemen, even though you are no longer men. Look at Jabez Stone. In him, you live. But if you condemn him as others have condemned you, you die. Remember. Oh, remember, gentlemen. You remember, don't you, Captain Kidd?
Oh, yes, I remember. The stormy sea and the cracking sail. The sight of land when there is nothing but sea. That and return to the sea. Oh, how I long to return to the sea.
Captain Kidd remembers what it is to be a man, to be like Jabez Stone. And you, Governor Dale, you remember too, don't you?
Yes, I remember.
And you, Asa.
Yes, I do.
You all remember. I knew you would. Jabez Stone is a man, an American. You are all Americans. You cannot take the devil's side. Let Jabez Stone keep his soul. This soul which doesn't belong to him alone, which belongs to his children, his family, his country. Gentlemen of the jury, don't let this country go to the devil. I rest my case.
The jury will consider its verdict. We remember. We remember. We can never forget. The court has reached a decision. Case dismissed.
Yep, Daniel Webster's dead now. At least they buried him. But every time there's a thunderstorm around here, they say you can hear his rolling voice in the hollows of the sky. And they say if you go to his grave and speak loud and clear, Daniel Webster!
Daniel Webster! Hello, neighbor. How'd you do, Mr. Webster?
Fine, neighbor, fine. But tell me, son, the devil been bothering the people round these parts lately?
No, sir. Not for a long time.
The Devil and Daniel Webster by Stephen Vincent Benet is another in a series of living fiction presented each week by Northwestern University in cooperation with the National Broadcasting Company. The Devil and Daniel Webster was adapted by Charles Greenblatt. The cast and directors were students of Northwestern University. Daniel Webster was played by Lowell Harris. The Devil by Richard Swift. Jabez by Ron Sims. The narrator was George Hurd. Others in the cast were Jermaine Golda, Ike Lacefield, Don Staples, Dave Adams. The assistant director was Gloria Gallagher. The director was Faith Kellogg. The entire production was under the supervision of John Cowan. This is Jim Hamilton speaking. This is NBC in Chicago.
The American West. Once it could have been the British, Spanish, or even the Russian West. It became American primarily because of the explorations of two young Army officers, Meriwether Lewis and William Clark. Their pioneering journey stands as one of the great achievements in the history of the United States.
Sure glad for this fire. Face it, only your back stays wet.
Billy, my back's been wet so long, the shirt's about to rot right off it.
Actually, Meriwether, the storm's easing off.
I hope so. You realize we've been perched on this tangle of logs for almost a week?
Captain Lewis, Captain Clark, Sergeant Gas reporting.
Watch your step, Gas. The tide's in.
Yes, sir. Feel the logs shifting.
What did you find out about the hill behind us, Sergeant?
Well, we could go out that way, sir, but too steep to take the baggage and boats with us.
Well, then it's out of the question.
Yes, sir. Maybe Coulter, Willard, and Shannon will find something better. 24 hours they've been gone, sir. That's a good sign.
Why is it a good sign, Sergeant?
Well, if there was nothing, they'd be back by now.
Maybe. Maybe not.
Billy, when low tide comes and we can launch a boat, suppose I take 4 men and explore the north.
According to the Indians, there's a good harbor up there named Haley's Bay, after a ship captain who stops regularly to trade. Might be a...
Horizons West, the continued story of the Lewis and Clark expedition. Now with Harry Bartell as Meriwether Lewis and John Anderson as William Clark, listen to Chapter 8. Fort on the Columbia. November 14, 1805. The Lewis and Clark Corps of Discovery had moved down the Columbia River, which forms the border between present-day Oregon and Washington. Now they were trapped by a Pacific storm in a precarious temporary camp at the mouth of the river. Cold, wet, and hungry, they faced rough weather and hostile Indians.
At Billy Clark's suggestion, 5 of the men formed a crew to take us around the point in the longest of the boats, with our expert waterman, Pierre Cruzat, at the tilt. When we left the partial protection of the spit of land which comprised the point, the heavy Pacific surf all but swamped us. I huddled amidships with my 4 picked men, George Drouillard, Joe and Rube Fields, and Bob Frazier. Cruzat and the others bent their backs to get us into Haley's Bay, a few miles ahead.
No trading ships offshore. But I can see the Chinook village there. Captain Louis. Over there by those huts. A group of warriors.
They've got Willard and Shannon surrounded.
Better hurry before they kill them.
It was a small congregation of warriors, no more than 30. But to the 2 men, they must have seemed like an entire tribe. Cruzat angled the boat into shore long enough for me to disembark my 4 men. As he headed the boat back to sea, we ran toward the village and the Chinook hostiles.
Shannon, look, here they come. Our boys.
We rushed the surprised, surly-looking warriors, leveling our rifles at them. Despite odds in their favor, the Chinooks were afraid of open warfare. They did nothing when Willard jerked his rifle from the grasp of a warrior or when Shannon recovered his. I gestured at the entire band with my rifle. You miserable thieves, the next one who steals as much as a tin whistle from us is a dead man. Bang, bang, dead. Understand?
They get the idea, Captain. Most of them speak pidgin English.
I'm glad we made it in time. They didn't harm you, did they?
Just our dignity, sir.
How did they get your rifles in the first place?
Last night, we camped on a beach a couple of miles to the north. Because the Chinook village was so near, we slept on our guns. But they managed to work them right out from underneath us without waking us.
Oh, dear Captain, let us get out of here before they steal the moccasins off of our feet.
Willard, you fall in. We're reconnoitering up to Cape Disappointment, maybe a little farther. George, take Shannon, move on ahead, and shoot us some supper.
Yes, sir. Shannon, let us go.
We spent almost a week exploring the coast. It was a big country, cold and forbidding and magnificent. Some of the pines were 12 to 15 feet in diameter. Great waves dashed against the beaches, and it kept on raining. During the entire time, we saw no trading vessels. We returned to find that Billy Clark had managed to leave our emergency camp with men and supplies intact. He had set up a semi-permanent base on fairly high ground. Utilizing the boards from an abandoned Chinook village nearby, the men had thrown up shelters against the continual rain.
Sorry you didn't see any traders. Life would be considerably better if we could buy some extra clothes and blankets. Stock of trade goods for the return trip.
It certainly would. How's hunting?
Skimpy, just a few underfed deer. By the way, the Chinooks tried to steal us blind until I threatened to kill their entire village.
It seems as though violence is the only language they understand.
Well, we can't have them victimizing us all winter.
We need stouter quarters. Something with a stockade like Fort Mandan. Billy, you'll have to take a look at the ocean for mapping observations. Why not do it now while I scout around for a new campground?
I called for volunteers to accompany me, and 10 men responded. Ordway, Pryor, Bratton, Coulter, Weiser, Labiche, Charbonneau, the Fields brothers, and York. We went overland and viewed the ocean from the high cliffs. To me, it was astonishing to see a huge surf crashing against the jagged rocks below us. The Pacific was a violent, awe-inspiring ocean, surely misnamed and not at all like the Atlantic. We spent a few days gathering data, which I would include in my maps of the mouth of the great river. Then we started back. When we reached the camp, we found a group of Clatsop Indians who had come to trade. Meriwether was dickering for a beautiful sea otter robe worn by one of the sub-chiefs. I didn't announce my presence while he bargained, unsuccessfully at first.
Forget the white and red beads. Forget the ribbons. Forget the fishhooks. This is my last offer. My fine gold watch, $5 in silver, my army officer's dress coat with the gold facing.
The Clatsop was unimpressed. Disdainfully, he turned away and caught sight of a belt of blue beads worn by Sacagawea. Excitedly, he pointed to it, took off his robe, offered it to her in exchange for the belt. Sacagawea unfastened the belt and handed it to Meriwether Lewis.
Captain Lewis, here. I give you this belt.
But Sacagawea, the robe he's offering you is worth a small fortune.
The belt is yours. You trade for the robe.
Meriwether quickly made the deal and donned the robe while the sub-chief glided away, eyeing the blue belt with delight. Then, belatedly, Meriwether noted my presence. He gestured at a medium-tall Clatsop man who remained aloof during the trading.
Billy, I'm glad to see you back. Meet Comowol, chief of our Clatsop neighbors. Comowol, this is Captain Clark.
I am honored, Captain Clark.
And I, Chief. I never saw anything like it. Your brave turned down Captain Lewis's watch and uniform coat, traded that fine robe for blue beads.
Blue beads are prized here. Chief beads, my people call them. They are to us like gold is to you.
Sacagawea, I appreciate what you did.
Your shirts of elk hide have many holes. You need the robe.
You should have it. Your beads bought it.
Blue beads are not cheap with me. I have a red bead belt that is better. If you will excuse me, I go to feed little Baptiste.
Thanks again, Janie.
Janie?
I'm tired of calling her by that long 5-syllable name.
You like Janie, Sacagawea?
It is good. Now I go to feed the baby.
Chief Comowol thinks we'd be better off camping south of the river.
It is higher, healthier ground. You will not be encircled by the unfriendly Chinook nation.
Then the Clatsops are friends of the white man?
Of some white men. You are friends because you are real chiefs, not like traders who cheat us and steal our pride.
When we go back next spring, we'll report to President Jefferson about that kind of trader.
I will speak of the great white chiefs among other tribes.
Comowol, you are a good friend. We will think about the South Side.
It is good. Now I go.
We will meet soon.
We will meet again.
Comowol's a man of character, the only one we've met in the Columbia country who compares with the Nez Perce of the Shoshones.
His warriors are runty little men, but they certainly can handle those canoes.
You know, Billy, I've been wondering why President Jefferson hasn't sent a Navy ship to meet us.
Our last contact was the material we sent from Fort Mandan. It was months ago. Maybe he's given us up for dead.
Hope not.
Have you discussed the site of the new camp with the men?
No, why should I?
It might help morale. Their goal was the Pacific. Wore themselves out getting to it, and now they'd like to go home, only they can't for another 4 months.
You're right, Billy. They'll all feel better if they have a voice in deciding where we spend that 4 months. Sergeant Gass, front and center.
Yes, sir.
Assemble the men. Tell Janie to feed her baby later.
Yes, sir. Janie, sir?
Sacagawea.
Oh, yes, sir. Everybody hear this? Front and center.
The vote was unanimous to make winter camp on the south side of the river. It was brought out that game and vegetable roots were more plentiful there. Also, the Indians to the south seemed friendlier, as did the weather. But for a time, stormy weather hampered our attempts to establish ourselves on the South Shore. Inevitably, the raw days brought illnesses. Colds, coughs, influenza. Gibson had stomach trouble. Bratton complained of a general debility. Then a lull came in the storm. We were able to cross the river and investigate the south side. Much of it was swampy and wet, but we did find high ground not far from several Clatsop villages. From the top of a rise, we had a handsome view of the sea. Billy Clark drafted the plans for the fort, and the men began the cutting of timber on the spot.
What do you think of the plans, Meriwether?
8 cabins, each 16 by 16.
Mm-hmm.
Why 8, Billy?
Well, we need 1 each for working on our scientific notes and journals. We'll use another for food, storage, another for partial storage, and Janie, Charbonneau, and the baby. The other 4 will be for the men.
2 rows of 4 each facing the small parade ground and flagstaff, and then the whole surrounded by a stockade. It's very good, Billy. Much better plan than Fort Mandan.
I hope so. Sergeant! Sergeant Gass!
Yes, sir.
Front and center, Sergeant. I want Gass to have a look, too.
He claims he once was an expert carpenter.
He's done a good job building our boats.
Sergeant Gass reporting, sir.
How's the lumber, Sergeant?
Finest wood I've ever seen. Why, if we'd had pine like this back home, I'd never have joined the Army.
A different species of pine, Sergeant.
Maybe that's it. Sir, you can split those logs perfect every time. With the axe alone, you can make a board 10 feet long and 2 feet wide that stays 1.5 inches thick all the way.
And you won't have any trouble doing a job on this. Here. Have a look at the plans.
Yeah, this is real good, sir. The stockade sure ought to keep out Indians at night.
Or any other time.
If we have to, we could defend this, sir. It's going to be a right nice little fort. If I build it as good as you drew it.
Happy to be busy, the men soon cleared the area to be occupied by the fort. Tree stumps were uprooted easily by men used to muscling boats upriver by tow ropes. The work went ahead rapidly, and on Christmas Eve, 1805, the fort was ready for occupancy. We assigned quarters, moved in gear, cut wood for fires, and installed ourselves. On Christmas Day, a roof kept the rain from our heads.
How about it, Sarge? We sing pretty good.
Oh, not bad. Thanks to George Gruyere, we're having something to eat, too. 16 elk.
It is tough, stringy ale, but Charbonneau is doing the cooking, so it won't be too bad. We're also having roots Janey done, and he is stewing them in a special way.
I wish I could offer a dram to each man.
Wish you could, too, sir.
No liquor, the saddest words in the language. We drank the last of it July 4th at the Great Falls.
Say, most Indian tribes have some kind of liquor they make from roots or stems or bark. If we ask Chief Como,
Oh, no, you don't, Gas. Unless you're used to those native concoctions, they're liable to kill you.
Yes, sir.
Captain Louis, Private Barton is sick. He asked for you to make him well.
What kind of sickness, Janie?
A great weakness. It took much from him to walk to his door and call out. I had to help him back to his blanket.
Need my help, Meriwether?
You better come along. We went to Bratton's room and examined him. It seemed to take all his strength to stand, and when he tried to walk, he collapsed. Despite this shocking debility, he had very little pain, that localized in the small of the back. We wrapped him in blankets and ordered him to sleep. Then we went outside to the parade ground, away from the celebration of Christmas, to discuss this strange malady.
Pain in the back, that could be a rheumatic illness like lumbago.
All his vertebrae felt in place, and there's certainly not enough pain to account for this terrible weakness.
If it's not a lumbar complaint, what is it? No fever, no headache, appetite normal, elimination normal.
It could be lumbar, I suppose. Something outside our experience.
Afraid to bleed him. He's too weak.
The back isn't painful enough for a poultice.
We'd better confine ourselves to observation for a day or so. Try to determine just what the progress of this disease is.
It can't do any harm to make him stay inside and give him the best of our food.
I guess we'd better go back and join the men.
How is he, Captain Louis?
He'll need rest and food to build up his strength.
I will take him food when it is ready.
Good.
See that he stays warm, Janie.
I will.
What were you saying about Bratton, sir?
A few days, he'll be all right.
After you went to look in on Bratton, sir, we got the word from Charbonneau. He's winning the battle with that tough elk beat. But they had to use the last of the salt to make it edible.
Last of the salt.
Captain, me and Weiser and McNeil, we can make salt, if you'll let us go over on the coast near the salt water.
All right, I'll go with you. We'll go in the morning. We set up camp and began the work. The process was simple. Seawater was allowed to settle. Then the top was poured off, and the remainder boiled until all water had evaporated, and only a white crust of salt remained.
Captain, here's our first batch. Taste it.
Yes, very good. It'll make tonight's stringy deer taste good.
Is it as good as Kentucky salt, sir?
It just might be, Willard.
Captain, there's Chief Como and some of his men.
Captain Clark, good morning.
Good morning, Como Wool. May we offer you a little newly made salt?
Thank you. My people do not use it. We go to the south, to the whale.
Whale?
A big one was driven ashore by a storm. It died. We go to cut our share of blubber. If the Chinooks get there first, there will be nothing for us or anyone else.
The blubber is good to eat?
It is excellent. A delicacy, like dog meat. Why not come with us?
I'll go back to the fort and get up a party.
By then it may be too late, unless you hurry.
Well, I'll make haste. You stay now, long enough to eat.
No, my friend. We eat dried salmon as we go. Goodbye.
A whale, huh? That'll be something to see, won't it, Captain?
You and Weiser and McNeil stay here until I get back. I'll bring men to relieve you. Then we'll go see the whale.
Yes, sir.
Now remember, don't trust the Indians.
What about Como Wool's tribe?
Only if he's with them. When I returned to Fort Clatsop, I was challenged by a guard, Private Fraser, who was in the process of ejecting would-be Chinook traders for the night. I answered, got a crisp salute. I went to Meriwether's quarters, where he was busily working on his journal. He looked up with a smile.
How's the salt maker?
Brought back a keg. Boys are making more.
Good.
What's all this spit and polish discipline outside?
Captain Clark, I will remind you that this is the most western of all United States Army posts.
It is that.
In case you're wondering if I've turned into an old-line disciplinarian, the answer is no. We have several more sick men, and morale has deteriorated considerably in the short time you've been gone.
And you think the discipline helps?
I know it does. We have a guard, 3 walking posts, sergeant of the guard. We change it at sunrise, or what seems like sunrise in the rain. We even have a bulletin board where we post the order of the day, guard roster, any special instructions.
I notice you also put visiting Indians out of the stockade at night.
The day after you left, Drew Yar shot 10 elk and 4 deer, fairly meaty ones. Indians who stayed the night left early with all our meat.
And that day you went hungry.
Invalids and all.
Now, how's Bratton?
Well, he's fully recovered, but I can't take the credit. I don't even know what disease he had.
Well, at least he's all right. How are the journals coming?
I still have botanical and zoological material to correlate, not to mention the notes on aboriginal cultures.
I have to get on with my geography. After I make a trip back to the coast to see if any whale blubber is available.
Whale blubber?
A whale was washed ashore south of the salt camp. Como Wool says blubber makes very good eating.
Captain Clark, you are back.
Janie, how are you?
I was going to ask to go to the salt camp and bring back salt.
I brought some. In the morning I'm taking a detail out again to get the flesh of a whale for food.
A whale? A big fish?
Yes.
Oh, let me go with you.
You're helping here with the sick men.
I've never seen the big ocean. I have never seen a whale.
Take her along with you, Billy.
My party to the coast included Sacagawea, Charbonneau, Bratton, Werner, and Shannon. At the salt camp, we left the latter 3 and took Willard, Weiser, and McNeil with us to view the whale.
There is nothing left. Only an arch of bones.
She was right. Chinooks and a related tribe, the Killamucks, had left nothing but bones. I managed to trade them out of 300 pounds of the blubber, so that we would not return empty-handed to Fort Clatsop. As it was, we very nearly left a dead man behind. A Killamuck warrior coveted McNeil's jacket, and when McNeil would not sell it, the Killamuck lured McNeil into his tent on the pretext of giving him a special Indian food. Then we heard a Chinook damsel scream.
Captain, trouble.
McNeil, he went into the tent.
Come on, Willard. The Killamuck was about to stab McNeil on the back when we rushed in. I knocked the man down. With great agility, he rolled to his feet, ran out the rear, and disappeared into the nearby forest. We headed back to Fort Clatsop with the blubber and more salt from the camp. A good part of the way, the other men ragged McNeil for being off his guard.
The captain will tell you, around the Killamooks and the Chinooks, a stupid man is a dead man.
Captain will tell you everybody in this detail needs to be more alert. See that creek over there, Janie?
There, Captain Clark?
Yes, the little one. I hereby name it McNeil's Folly. At Fort Clatsop, our lives settled into the winter routine. Of course, Meriwether and I used every minute to organize the information we'd collected into reports for President Jefferson. We wondered why no trading ships had put in an appearance. We spoke about it to our one trusted Indian friend, Comawool.
The chief named Delashewilt told me a ship under Captain Ewing was due.
Delashewilt also said One-Eyed Skelly was due soon. No?
I believe he did.
Delashewilt talks to be talking. My friends, I do not like to tell you, but you missed the only ship, Captain Hill and the Lydia from Boston.
Missed it? When?
While you were building the fort. The Chinooks were angry. They told Captain Hill you had been here, but left. My friends, I did not know this until it was too late.
The men from the Sol camp are back. Private Breton is sick again. They carried him all the way.
I examined Bratton and found the same baffling condition that had existed before. The mild pain in the back, the weakness which had prevented him from walking.
You say he ate well and he's sleeping. Well, that's good.
Well, no matter how much or how little he eats, it makes no difference in his condition. All we can do is hope that he pulls out of it again.
That's right. If you'll stop that pacing and come over here, you can have a look at the master map of the trip. St. Louis to the mouth of the Columbia. Now, take a look at the upper Missouri. Of course, we had no choice with no horses at the time, but we did cover a lot of unnecessary miles by staying with the river too long.
We can save a couple of months going home. We'll use horses from Traveler's Rest to the Great Falls. Just look at all that land.
Property of the United States of America.
Winter progressed into a dismal, cold, wet spring. And we pushed preparations for our return, beginning with the trip up the Columbia. We made clothing from elk skins. And as our day of departure drew nearer, we turned to the problem of the boats. Plainly, some of them were unseaworthy and would have to be replaced. Sergeant Pryor managed to acquire one of the large coastal canoes from the Clatsops by trading my gold trim officer's coat for it, but we needed one more.
Captain Clark, look at that canoe resting against the log near the water. You suppose some Indian forgot it?
You know better than that, Sergeant. But we need a canoe. Why not borrow it for a few months?
George, that's stealing.
Indians stole from us, Captain. Remember the day we went hungry? Because they stole all the game I shot?
He has a point, Meriwether. It was Chinook canoe, and they were the ones who sent away that trading ship.
All right, Sergeant, go ahead and load it.
Oh, with pleasure, sir.
In our need, we stole an Indian canoe and justified it by telling ourselves that one bad turn deserves another. However, without saying anything to the others, I left my $5 silver beside the log. At last, the boats were loaded. We carried the sick Bratton to a boat, then looked on Fort Clatsop with a bit of ceremonial attention. If you're ready, Captain Clark.
Sure.
Stand by.
Attention. With the authority vested in us, we hereby decommission Fort Clatsop as an active post in the United States Army. Given under our hand this 23rd day of March, 1806. Signed, Meriwether Lewis, Captain, United States Infantry, and William Clark, Captain, Corps of Discovery.
have been listening to Horizons West, the continued story of the Lewis and Clark expedition. Chapter 8, Fort on the Columbia, starred Harry Bartell as Meriwether Lewis and John Anderson as William Clark. Featured in the cast were Carl Swenson, Helen Gerald, Bill Quinn, Ben Cooper, and Dal McKinnon. Our story was written by Carl A. and William Tunberg and directed by William Lally. Sound patterns by Gene Twombly. Michael Rye speaking. This is the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
This is John Daly at the State House in Philadelphia. A powerful opponent of the Declaration of Independence has emerged here on this fourth evening of July 1776. An opponent strong enough to rally the latent opposition to separation from the mother country. Mr. John Dickinson, Pennsylvania's leading delegate to the Continental Congress, has just told reporters that he intends to speak on the floor before the final vote is taken. This in a supreme effort to block this declaration, which would commit our 13 colonies to revolutionary war with England. Mr. Dickinson agreed that he is staking his political future on the outcome of the vote. He anticipates that if he fails to block passage of the Declaration of Independence, he will be ejected from the Congress and be
July 4th, 1776, the State House in Philadelphia. You are there.
John Dickinson, John Adams, Thomas Jefferson. CBS takes you back to the evening when the colonial leaders fought their showdown battle on the issue of independence from England, with the fate of a continent hanging in the balance. All things are as they were then, except for one thing. When CBS is there,
you are there.
You Are There is based on authentic historical fact and quotation. And now,
July 4th, 1776, the Philadelphia State House and John Daly.
Dining during the recess, which is now officially over. We hurried from the inn to this microphone here on the floor of the Congress to bring you this news. Mr. Dickinson has not arrived yet. He should be along at any minute, but meanwhile, the news has preceded him, and it's having an explosive effect on the delegates who are present. As a matter of fact, the weather isn't helping things either. It's very hot here in Philadelphia tonight, and in their heavy waistcoats, ruffles, and wigs, the delegates in the hall are perspiring profusely. Even more irritating are the horse flies from a nearby stable which come in through the open windows. These flies are nasty, so much so that Mr. Thomas Jefferson of Virginia, the author of the Declaration, has said that it is not at all unlikely that this debate will be ended not by sharp logic of the delegates, but by the even sharper bite of the horseflies. Major George Fielding Eliot has been talking to the delegates and is now ready with his analysis of the possibilities inherent in Mr. Dickinson's announcement. So I switch you now to our CBS headquarters booth here in the Congress. Come in, Major Eliot.
Mr. Dickinson's views carry great weight here. His announcement therefore comes as a shock to those delegates who want the Declaration of Independence passed. Mr. John Adams from the Massachusetts Bay Colony, leader of the Independence Party, had hoped the Declaration would go through unanimously, but that's no longer possible. Indeed, the Declaration may not even pass. Mr. Adams and Mr. Dickinson personify the present political conflict. Mr. Adams is the son of a Massachusetts lawyer. He was educated for the law in New England. He agrees with the men who dumped the East India Company's tea into Boston Harbor. Although Mr. Adams prides himself on being a plain man, the delegates regard him as arrogant and intolerant of all who differ with his views. Mr. Dickinson, on the other hand, was born to wealth. He received his education at London's Middle Temple. He has a mild, amiable, sincere manner. He opposes independence because of his conviction that all political injustices can be righted by legal methods without recourse to violence or revolution. Just a moment. John Adams and Thomas Jefferson have entered the hall. So, back to John Daly.
Mr. Jefferson! Mr. Jefferson!
Yes?
Mr. Jefferson, you've heard the news that Mr. Dickinson will speak against independence. May we have your comment?
I have the greatest respect for Mr. Dickinson's courage and integrity. Mr. Adams and I wish we could say as much for his political judgment.
This Congress, sir, is in no mood for any more of Mr. Dickinson's temporizing. In the course of this debate, the delegates have learned to know Mr. Dickinson for what he is. A spineless aristocrat at best, at worst an agent of the enemy.
Well, Mr. Adams, we're very glad to have your comment also. Are you accusing Mr. Dickinson of being in the pay of the British?
I hardly think Mr. Adams
If you
intended
please, Mr. Jefferson. Sir, Mr. Dickinson has consistently sabotaged the work of this body by fallacious appeals to reason and by parliamentary devices, but no more of that. The Declaration of Independence will be put to a vote as soon as President Hancock arrives and calls this meeting to order. And I am confident that the gentleman will be unable to sway the Congress from the course on which it is now well launched.
Thank you, Mr. Adams and Mr. Jefferson. The delegates are taking their seats. And as you must have gathered from Mr. Adams' remarks, the long smoldering enmity between him and Mr. Dickinson has finally flared out into the open. The debate, when he and Dickinson clash on the floor, promises to be more violent than any this Congress has heard in the 2 years since it's been in existence. Mr. Dickinson has just entered the hall, and he has to pass our microphone. He's coming this way now. Mr. Dickinson, sir.
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Dickinson. Mr. John Adams has just called you an agent of the enemy, Mr. Dickinson. Would you care to
Mr.
make...
Adams considers anyone who differs with him to be an agent of the enemy. But I cannot allow myself to be silenced by insults. The question is, shall our colonies declare themselves independent of the mother country? And on this question, my opponents have been utterly dishonest.
Will you explain that, Mr. Dickinson?
Certainly will. 11 times in the past 2 years, Congress pledged itself not to seek independence. In January of this year, only 6 months ago, the Congress passed a most solemn declaration to the effect that we Americans have no thought of setting up an independent nation. And now, tonight, Mr. Adams asks us to break our pledged word. Nay, he demands it.
But if the people favor independence, Mr. Dickinson,
Mr. Adams has confused the people. He has engineered coups d'etats in the provincial legislatures in order to pack this Congress with delegates favoring independence. He has organized gangs of hoodlums to roam the streets of the cities and towns, attacking those who oppose revolution.
But isn't it true, Mr. Dickinson, that at least 50% of the population favors independence?
Is it right for one half of the population to impose its views on the other half by terror? Can these colonies hope to achieve victory in a revolutionary war when half of the people oppose it? I predict that if the Congress passes the Declaration of Independence, the result will be civil war, useless bloodshed, and ruinous defeat. True. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Dickinson. The delegate from Pennsylvania is walking to his seat now. Mr. John Hancock, the president of the Congress, has entered the chamber, but it will very probably be a few moments yet before he calls the Congress to order. Mr. Dickinson said that a considerable portion of the people are opposed to independence. Well, Ken Roberts is outside the State House, where a representative crowd of Philadelphians are awaiting the result of the vote. So let's find out what they think about independence. Go ahead, Ken Roberts.
With me at our CBS microphone is Mrs. Agnes Hatcher, who lives on Water Street. Mrs. Hatcher, do you favor separation from England?
I hate separation. My husband was killed fighting for separation.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's John Adams that should be sorry, and Mr. Jefferson. Why don't they make peace and end this killing?
But, Mrs. Hatcher, would you want peace at any price?
Will you tell me why my husband should die at Boston fighting the Bay Colony's battles? If the men of New England have a quarrel with the British, let them do the fighting and dying themselves.
But Mr. Adams and Mr. Jefferson say they want freedom for all the colonies.
I don't care about freedom. My husband is dead.
Thank you, Mrs. Hatcher. Now, here beside me is Mr. Richard Caswell, an importer in Philadelphia. I forgot to ask you, Mr. Caswell, what do you import?
The finest of English woolen, sir. The very finest.
I see. And do you favor independence? Excuse me, Mr. Caswell. A dispatch rider has just ridden up to the State House. His horse is lathered and covered with dust and sweat. It looks as if he's been ridden long and hard. Where are you from, soldier?
New York. General Washington's headquarters.
What's the news there? What's happening?
Plenty of excitement.
Wait a minute. What's going on? The rider has gone into the State House. Whatever the news is, our reporters inside will bring it to you as soon as it's released. I'm sorry about that interruption, Mr. Caswell.
Quite all right, quite all right.
You were about to tell me whether you favored independence.
It's an illusion, sir. Independent from what? How can we be independent? We're Englishmen, my family's English, they're all in England. Or my trade, my business is with England. Look at my books, you see. This talk about separation is ridiculous. Worse than ridiculous. It's vicious. It's ruining me. Ever since this war started, no shipments. Percentages, 76% less business than my firm did in 75.
But, Mr. Caswell, isn't it argued that if the colonies were independent, American businessmen could then trade with the entire world?
Who wants to trade with the entire world? What do we need the world for? Everything we can produce, we can sell in England. And everything that we need, we can buy from England. It's just common sense, that's all. How do you suppose the colonies have grown prosperous and strong and important? Protected trade with England. Protected trade.
Yes, but what about the heavy taxes that the mother country has imposed? What about taxation without representation?
Bad, very bad. But independence? Worse, much worse. Terrible. What about Pitt and Burke in Parliament? We have friends in England. They're trying to settle this thing intelligently, without violence, without bloodshed. But Mr. Adams and Jefferson, those wild men in there, hotheads, radicals, that's what they are. They want to get power, that's all, power. That's all they're interested in, power.
Well, Mr. Caswell, independence is
Independence, the word second. Listen to him. We've already become independent of principle and gratitude to the mother country.
What's he saying?
And if this war is permitted to continue, we shall become independent of cash, clothing, laws, liberty, and... Yes, life itself.
What are you talking about?
You're a liar, that's what you are, mister. You're a Tory. I'm telling the truth. It may not be popular, but it's the truth.
Shut up, you Tory, or we'll teach you a lesson.
I'm not afraid of you. Listen, close your mouth.
Caswell has just been struck by some man who's been heckling him. The crowd here is manhandling Mr. Caswell. The men are flailing at him with their fists. They must be members of the Sons of Liberty. The women are tearing at Mr. Caswell's clothes, spitting at him. This crowd has gone wild, and it's frightening. Mr. Caswell has been knocked to the ground. I can't see him, but I can hear his cries. The men are bending over him, swinging their fists, pounding.
This is John Daly inside the Continental Congress. We have interrupted Ken Roberts because President Hancock has just called the Congress to order. He's about to read the dispatch which has just arrived from General Washington's headquarters in New York. President Hancock.
This is the information contained in General Washington's dispatch. The news is grim indeed. A great British fleet is at this moment in New York Harbor. British Marines have seized Staten Island in the harbor, and redcoats are landing there by the thousands. General Washington advises that a British attack on New York City must be expected momentarily. The enemy appears to have overwhelming superiority in numbers and equipment. General Washington concludes with a statement that it may be impossible to defend New York City with the slender forces at his command. Gentlemen, the Congress will recess for 5 minutes.
Congress has again recessed. The sound of President Hancock's gavel has released a torrent of excitement and confusion bordering virtually on panic. The delegates have risen from their seats. They are moving about the floor, talking to each other in loud voices, often shouting in their arguments. Mr. John Adams and Mr. Thomas Jefferson have rushed up to the chair. Mr. Adams is pale, agitated. Only Mr. Dickinson, of all the delegates here in the chamber, has remained seated. Mr. Rutledge. Just a moment, sir. Here's Mr. Edward Rutledge, a delegate from South Carolina. Sir, what effect do you think the news of the British arrival will have on the independence vote?
It cannot fail to have a profound effect. It will add force and logic to Mr. Dickinson's position.
Thank you, Mr. Rutledge. Mr. Rutledge is one of Mr. Dickinson's supporters. Here is Mr. Elbridge Gerry, a delegate from the Massachusetts Bay Colony and an independence man. Mr. Gerry, what do you think of the announcement, sir?
Frankly, I don't know what to think. Mr. Dickinson may well argue now that the Declaration of Independence may not be worth the paper it's written on. But we must keep our head. We must stand firm.
Thank you, Mr. Gerry. Major Elliott has more news from New York, so let's switch to him in our CBS headquarters booth. Come in, Major Elliott.
We now know that the British fleet numbers 130 vessels. The troops on board are commanded by General Sir William Howe, one of England's ablest generals. The appearance of the fleet has thrown New York into disorderly confusion, and the legislature has withdrawn for safety to White Plains, 35 miles away. Our New York newsroom informs us that a short while ago, CBS correspondent Ned Calmer passed through the British lines on Staten Island under safe conduct to interview the British commander-in-chief. He made a tape recording of this interview that our New York newsroom will play for you now.
This is the kitchen of a Staten Island farmhouse which now serves as General Howe's headquarters. A regiment of redcoats is on parade outside, marching to the music of a British military band. I can see them through an open window from where I'm standing. In their tight-fitting scarlet coats and long gaiters, these trim soldiers in perfect step to the music look like the veteran fighting men that they are. General Howe, sir, will you tell us how many such troops you have at your disposal?
14,000 on this island, and an additional 13,000 under General Carleton on their way across Lake Champlain in upper New York.
You don't mind giving General Washington this information?
Not at all, not at all. Frankly, I doubt very much that it will make any difference if Washington knows it.
I take it then, General Howe, that you're completely confident of victory.
Naturally. Those men you see out there, they are the conquerors of France and Spain. They're the finest troops in the world. They'll crush Washington's colonial militiamen at the very first encounter, utterly. But Washington, poor fellow, he's leading nothing but a rabble. They lack powder, guns. His officers are without experience. Washington himself is hardly what you might call, shall we say, a professional military man.
General Washington, sir, made quite a good showing in the war against the French.
Under English commanders, Mr. Calmer.
Chalmer.
Under English commanders. Mr. Calmer?
Chalmer. General Howe, you know, of course, that the Continental Congress is about to vote on independence from England. Would you care to comment on that, sir?
Yes, I would like to say something to that. I would like to say it as a friend and not as a soldier. I repeat, as a friend, because I think I have amply demonstrated my friendship for British America in the past, by word and deed.
Yes, if I recall correctly, General Howe, you once stated publicly that you would never lead British troops against British America.
Of course, but the situation has changed. The colonies are now being led by a pack of extremists. This rebellion by the mob must be crushed, and I have the forces with which to crush it. The greatest fleet and the most powerful force of soldiers ever assembled on American soil. I hope with all my heart that it will not be necessary to throw this array of military power into action. I pray that the counsel of the extremists will be rejected by the Continental Congress and that the advice of saner, more moderate men will prevail.
Thank you, General Howe.
This is George Fielding Elliott in Philadelphia. The interview you have just heard was a tape recording made by Ned Calmer at British headquarters on Staten Island. The recess here in the Continental Congress continues. The delegates are confused, shaken. Mr. Adams, Mr. Jefferson, and Mr. Benjamin Franklin, the leaders of the Independent Party, are doing all they can to counteract the doubt and hesitation inspired by the news from New York. They're trying desperately to maintain their strength, to keep their pledged votes in line, and they are insisting that the final vote be taken tonight without regard for the situation in New York. On the other hand, a group of less militant delegates is urging postponement until we have more definite information from General Washington's headquarters. The commander-in-chief said in his dispatch that he fears that he may not be able to hold New York. The cautious delegates want to know for sure whether he will fight or surrender the city without a struggle. Our CBS correspondent, Bud Collier, is now at General Washington's headquarters. He may have some last-minute information. Therefore, we take you now to General Washington's headquarters in New York. Bud Collier reporting.
I'm waiting here on the parade ground before General Washington's headquarters. The Commander-in-Chief has promised to answer my question as soon as he comes out to address his troops, presumably to make some formal statement about the news of the British arrival. The bugles are blowing assembly. The men of the regiments are running to join their formations. I can see the flag of the 1st Massachusetts, I believe it is, the Virginia Rifles, the 5th Connecticut, and many others. But in all this mass of thousands of men, I see very few men in uniform. Most of the troops are dressed in civilian homespun, and quite a few of them wear the fringed leather shirts which mark them as frontiersmen. General Washington has still not come out on the parade ground. Oh, here's a militiaman coming by. Soldier! Soldier!
Let me go. I got Paul.
Oh, just a few questions. You've got plenty of time. What's your name, son?
Look, Tom Summers. Look, let me go, will you, mister? The sergeant will give me
That's all right. I'll fix it with General Washington for you. How old are you, Tom?
17.
Uh-huh. Ever seen any action against the British?
No, not yet.
Well, you'll probably see action soon right here in New York.
Well, I ain't afraid if that's what you mean.
How long have you been in the Army, Tom?
2 months. Look, please, mister, ask me all your questions at once.
All right, Tom, sure. How long are you in for?
Well, I'm going back home next month. That's when my 3 months are up.
Oh?
My pa enlisted me. He wanted to make himself $10.
I see.
Well, he got his $10, and I'm going home next month.
Uh-huh.
Oh, there ain't nothing wrong with that, you know.
No.
Some fellas enlisted for the money and then deserted without even serving their 3 months.
Well, yes, but what about independence, Tom? How do you feel about independence?
Well, I don't know nothing about that, honest, mister. Oh, there's the general. I gotta go.
General Washington is approaching the microphone. Wears his full dress uniform. His sword flaps against the side of his leg as he walks. General Washington, are you going to fight for New York?
It is a difficult question. Frankly, I haven't made up my mind.
If you elect to fight, General Washington, do you think you will be able to defend New York successfully?
I will do my best, and God willing, we shall be successful. In any event, I would like to say to all the people, do not yield to panic.
But, General, in view of the current situation, do you think the Declaration of Independence should be passed at this time?
That must be decided by the Congress in Philadelphia.
Thank you, General Washington. Commander-in-Chief is walking away across the field now. His shoulders slightly bent, his jaw thrust forward in the manner of a man who bears an enormous responsibility for which he is ill-prepared. This is Bud Collier in New York. I return you now to the Continental Congress in Philadelphia.
This is John Daly at the Continental Congress in Philadelphia. This is the long-awaited climax of the debate on the Declaration of Independence. The Congress has reconvened, and because Mr. Dickinson asked to speak against the Declaration, Mr. Adams has also requested the floor. By agreement, the vote will take place when the two speakers have finished. Also, by agreement, before the session began, Mr. Adams is speaking first. He's exerting his utmost efforts to keep the votes pledged to independence from bolting to Mr. Dickinson. Will he succeed? Well, we'll only know when the vote is taken. And now let's listen to Mr. Adams.
By proclaiming a Declaration of Independence, gentlemen, this Congress will be giving official recognition to a fact which already exists, namely, that these colonies are actually, in fact, independent of England. Yet, some great brains counsel us to wait, to exercise caution. Do these cautious gentlemen plead for a postponement of a Declaration of Independence so that their Tory friends may have time to hatch plots and conspiracies against us? Gentlemen, to delay is to play into the hands of the enemy, defeating the cause for which so much blood has already been shed. There must be no further delay. The people are ready. The people wait for the Congress to lead them. The hour has struck. The Congress must proceed now to a vote, an affirmative vote, on the Declaration of Independence.
Mr. Adams has left the rostrum. Mr. Dickinson is coming up to speak. Dickinson's face is pale. His fists are clenched. He's clearly marshaling all of his strength for a supreme effort of oratory. He's waiting now for the Congress to come to order. Mr. Dickinson.
Mr. President, I accuse my opponents of cynicism. They cannot believe that these colonies will be able to endure as independent states. Their true goal is not independence. They exploit indignation against the mother country to further their own personal fortunes. Mr. President, my opponents make their appeal to the emotions. I make my appeal to intelligence and logic. Mr. President, British troops are on Staten Island in overwhelming force. They are about to attack New York. General Washington's task will be difficult at best, but a declaration of independence now will serve only to divide the people of New York and make the defense of that city hopeless. Pass the declaration and you will set brother against brother, father against son. The colonies will become not only the scene of war, and in the bloody, senseless, fratricidal struggle, there is no possibility of success. Proclaim independence this evening, gentlemen, and you gain nothing. You merely invite the whirlwind of destruction. I urge you to vote against it. I beg, I plead, I beseech you, vote against independence.
Mr. Dickinson's plea has been received without applause. The delegates are calling the question, and there seems to be no objection. Oh, but wait a minute. Several of the delegates have risen. However, they're not going to ask for the floor. These delegates are leaving the hall. 4, 5, there go 3 more. Others are leaving also, and I can recognize some of them as men who have been openly undecided. Apparently, they're unwilling to vote, caught on the horns of a dilemma, swayed, no doubt, both by Mr. Adams and Mr. Dickinson. This is a great, a fearful moment of decision. Some of these men are apparently not capable of facing up to it. President Hancock.
Embodying the Declaration of Independence. The vote will be by colonies, each colony voting as a unit. A majority will decide. The clerk will call the roll.
12 votes will be cast. New York has decided to abstain. Thus, 7 votes will carry the issue.
New Hampshire, Mr. Josiah Bartlett.
New Hampshire votes unanimously for independence.
Massachusetts, Mr. John Adams.
The Patriots of Massachusetts vote unanimously for independence.
Rhode Island, Mr. William Ellery.
Independence.
Connecticut, Mr. Roger Sherman.
Independence, unanimous.
New Jersey, the Reverend Dr. Witherspoon.
Mr. President, in my judgment, the country is not only ripe for independence, but is in danger of becoming rotten for want of it. New Jersey votes unanimously for independence.
Pennsylvania, Mr. Benjamin Franklin.
The majority of the delegation from Pennsylvania votes for separation from England, so help us God.
Delaware, Mr. Caesar Rodney.
Delaware votes unanimously for independence.
The Declaration of Independence is passed. Delaware has cast the deciding vote. There's no reaction from the delegates, and the voting continues. It will very probably be unanimous by colonies. Many of the individual delegates are shaking their heads. However, no matter what may be said against the Declaration, this document is impressive. It reads well. It begins, when in the course of human events change is necessary, and then continues, and I quote, we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty,
and the pursuit of happiness.
July 4th,
Two of these rights.
1776.
Deriving their
John Dickinson loses his fight to block the Declaration of Independence, and the 13 colonies go forward to establish the United States of America.
Enough is enough.
Look, they want me to play Love and
No,
Blue.
they don't want you. They want you not to play Love and Blue. Mr. Benny killed vaudeville. Today, the murderer returns to the scene of his crime. I have the ad right here in the paper, Mr. Benny. It says the biggest show in town, 14 days only, due to Mr. Benny's prior commitments. You have to put it in there. You're going back with the good humor, people. I mean, you have to put it says... It says the biggest show in New York, you will die laughing.
Yeah?
Now, the show is over, and I'm still alive.
Yeah.
I would like to have my money back. I would like to have my money back. I paid
Fred,
80
I'm
cents.
sorry. You paid 80
80
If you
cents.
want your money back, you'll have to go to the box office.
They told me at the box office you're taking it out after every show. They told me I should come to you direct.
Now, wait a minute. 80 cents. The show cost 80 cents.
80 cents
Now, look
to
what
get
you
in.
got for 80 cents. You got the Sportsman Quartet, Marjorie Reynolds, Rochester, Phil Harris, and myself. Now, you did like the Sportsman Quartet.
Very good, very good.
Is that worth 15 cents?
15 cents of anybody's money. 4 for 15
That's
is
right.
good.
Okay.
4 for 15.
Marjorie Reynolds, is that worth a quarter, Marjorie Reynolds?
Let me see. You drive a hard bargain. A quarter. Yes, I'll
40 cents.
40 cents. I'll give in 40 cents.
All right, 40 cents.
40 cents.
All right, that's 40 cents. Now,
Phil.
Now, Rochester.
Rochester, very good. Excellent.
That's certainly worth 20 cents, isn't it?
Yes, 20 cents.
That's 60 cents.
60 cents.
All right. Now, Phil Harris is worth a dime. Is that right?
8 cents.
All right.
8 cents.
All right. That's 68 cents. That leaves you 12 cents.
12 cents. I would like to have 12 cents.
Look, and I remember, this is my last quarter that I got with me. I didn't get paid yet. I got to have dinner. I got to have a sandwich. I got to have something to eat.
You're in here all day.
I'm going to be here all day. I haven't even got money to ride home. Not even on the bus. Nothing.
You can't go home tonight? Well, how are you going to get home? With your
I don't
legs will
know.
give away about 9 o'clock. You'll never be able to
That's
walk
it.
it.
Well, if you could just let me have a dime so I could get back on the bus.
the bus?
That's right.
Now, on Sunday morning here at the town hall, the Hay Fever Guild will meet for pollen drill.
Mr.
And there-
Howard! Mr.
Now, quiet.
Howard!
The acoustics bruise easily here. I may have to dab some minute rub on the walls if these acoustics sort of...
Hello?
Well, sir, they laughed when I said the magician's hair was coming out. They didn't know I was going to pull his rabbit out of the hat. If it isn't, well, you have to make faces with a joke like that. A poor old joke like that, you drag it out, you have to help it as much as you can. What I really should do is hide that monkey on me and let it out on rare occasions. Well, if it isn't, what's her name?
Yes, Mama sent me out to get a golf club.
Well, don't tell me your mother's taking up that rollicking game of meadow badminton.
No, but our baby swallowed a golf ball.
A golf ball, and your mother is...
Mama's going to spank it with a niblick.
Well, you'd better get right home and caddy for your mother. The baby might turn out to be a tough course, you know.
Hello, Portman.
Pardon me, but I never speak to strange men at microphones.
Portland, this is Andre Baruch. Andre's taking Harry Von Zell's place, remember?
Oh, yes. Hello, Andre. Gosh, you were swell last week.
Yes.
Oh, thank you, Portland. Hello, fans.
Hello, Peter.
Optimist in the plural, yes. Not Stuff Van Steeden.
It isn't Benny Goodman.
Well, you could be with the top of your head going into that big apple.
Be careful. You know what you got from Jack Benny Sunday night.
And did I laugh when Jack beat Mr. Allen up on his program?
Say, I nearly passed out when Fred started crying.
Yeah? When I started crying, dubbed in a cry for me. How did Benny beat me up? In effigy. And at that, he had to make me a little boy in his sketch before he could do it.
You can't take it even as a kid.
Well, Benny'd better not start anything with me, or Jell-O's going to have 8 delicious flavors.
What 8, Fred?
What?
I said, what 8?
Well, I'll just strawberry, raspberry, cherry, orange, lemon, lime, and black and blue.
You shouldn't fight with Jack now. He's pretty weak going on that
He's
diet.
always weak.
Say, I wonder why Paramount made Jack cut down on his food.
Well, he's making the picture for his room and board. And Paramount caught him overdoing the latter. Why, they tell me a waiter walked into the commissary one day with 15 meatballs, and Benny ran pool before the waiter could set down the plate.
Benny's better in pictures than you are for my money.
Oh, yes? Who won the Academy Award last year?
Spencer Tracy.
And I know Spencer Tracy better than Benny does.
So what does that prove?
It proves that if Benny keeps making pictures, he's going to make fresh air fiends out of a lot of theater goers.
You can say what you want, but I thought Jack was swell as Tom Sawyer Sunday.
Tom Sawyer. He played the part like one of the Finn boys.
Huckleberry?
No, Mickey. Beating me up as a kid. Why, I could have met him in a day nursery and licked him with open safety pins at 10 paces.
Now, look, kids, I've made up my mind. If Alan doesn't get here for rehearsal in the next 10 minutes, I'm going to cancel him. I wonder where he can be. He hasn't any friends out here. Maybe... I don't know.
Will it be anything else, Mr. Allen?
Yes, waiter. I'll have another cup of coffee.
You know, Mr. Allen, before I took this job here at the Brown Derby, I was a waiter at Lindy's.
Really?
Now, how are things back in New York?
Well, they're about the same, except we have a water shortage, you know.
Oh, yeah, I've been reading about that. Did it affect you personally?
Well, it didn't bother me much at first, but after several weeks, something told me to take a bath.
Hey, that reminds me, Mr. Allen, aren't you supposed to be on Jack Benny's program today?
And how I hate it.
Well, this is none of my business, but how much is Benny going to pay you?
Well, I don't know yet, but my lawyer filed suit against him 2 weeks ago.
Well, wait a minute. You ain't even been on his program yet, and you started suing him 2 weeks ago?
My friend, when you deal with Benny, it's always best to get a running start.
You mean he's really that cheap?
Cheap? Why, Benny is so tight that last summer when he was out on a dude ranch, he kept his money in a wildcat's mouth. And he was snide enough to find a wildcat with tonsillitis so it couldn't swallow. Well, I'd better get going. I have to go to that old man's rehearsal over there. Say, which network is he lousing up now?
Oh, he's at CBS. It's just 2 blocks from here.
Say, on second thought, you know, I think I'll let him stew a little while. Bring me another cup of coffee.
Gee, I can't understand what's keeping Fred.
Oh, Jack, take it easy. He'll be here any minute.
Well, when we go to court, I'm certainly going to bring up about him being late. Oh, Rochester, will you run out and see if you can find Mr. Allen? Maybe he's at Lyman's or at the Derby. Somewhere.
Yes, sir.
that Allen is certainly a thoughtless guy. He's been doing things like this to me since the first day I met him.
Jack, I've been with you for so many years, and I never knew how you first met Fred Allen.
Oh, it happened in Boston a long time ago.
Well, tell me about it, Jack.
All right, Don. It was many, many years ago when vaudeville was at its height. I was the headliner at the Metropolitan Theater in Boston. One night after the supper show, I was sitting in my dressing room resting from my 7 encores. I was removing my makeup. Come in.
Mr. Benny?
Yes?
Mr. Benny, my name is Fred Allen.
Uh-huh.
I'm appearing here at the Metropolitan.
Well, that's funny. I don't remember any Fred Allen on this bill.
I'm in the opening act.
Oh, I thought the opening act was Fink's Mules.
I took my makeup off.
Oh, so you're with Fink's Mules?
Uh-huh. May I sit down?
Yes, but not too close. Now, what can I do for you, young man?
Tell me, Mr. Benny, what do you think of this new entertainment medium that's just starting up, this thing called radio?
Well, I've been giving it a lot of thought. In fact, I already have an idea for a radio program.
You have?
Yes. On my program each week, I'll visit a place called Benny's Boulevard, where I'll start knocking on doors and ask topical questions of 4 people.
4 people?
Yes, a Southern senator, a rube who says howdy, bub, a Bronx housewife, and an Irishman.
Gosh, what a novel idea for radio. You know, that might even replace the street singer.
Yes, you'll have to excuse me now, Alan. I've got to get dressed for dinner.
Well, goodbye, Mr. Benny, and thank you so much, sir, for your help. I will always treasure the memory of this meeting the greatest comedian in the world, sir. I'm backing out, sir.
Thank you. And that, Don, is how I first met Fred Allen, and why I dislike him so much.
Jack, you mean...
Yes, he stole my radio idea and called it Allen's Alley. Gee, I wonder if Rochester has found him yet.
Say, waiter, I'll have another cup.
Oh, there you are, Mr. Allen. I've been looking all over for you.
Oh, hello, Rochester. Say, I was just getting ready to go over to the studio.
Well, let's hurry. Mr. Benny's awful upset. Come on, I'll show you the shortcut to CBS.
Sure. After all these years, Rochester, you'd think Benny would change. But he's just as bad as when I first met him in Boston many years ago.
I never did hear about how you two first met. Would you tell me about it, Mr. Allen?
I was headlining at the Metropolitan Theater in Boston. And one evening after the supper show, I was sitting in my dressing room removing my makeup. Come in.
Mr. Allen?
Yes?
My name is Jack Benny.
Well, I'm glad you got here. It's the cold water faucet that's leaking.
No, I'm not the plumber. See, I'm appearing here on the vaudeville bill with you.
Jack Benny, Jack. Say, I didn't see your name on the program.
Oh, I'm in the opening act.
But the show opens with a Japanese flash act. Yamaguchi and Takamura. Gosh, they're wonderful. The way they lie on their backs and juggle that big barrel with their feet.
I know. And inside of that barrel, me.
No.
Oh, yes, Mr. Allen. While they're balancing that barrel and kicking it up in the air, I'm curled up inside with my violin, playing Ireland Must Be Heaven, because my mother came from there.
What an inspired touch. I can just hear that music coming out through the bunghole. Well, so much for flattery. Now, what can I do? What can I do for you, son?
Mr. Allen, sir, you've got to help me. I want to be a great comedian like you.
Well, if you're so anxious to earn big money, why don't you turn to radio?
Radio?
Yes, it's a gold mine. Say, I'm working on an idea for a program for myself. Now, my idea is this. I'll be the star, you see. A girl to insult me, a drunken orchestra leader, and a fat announcer.
Well, here's the studio, Mr. Allen. Let's go in.
No, Rochester. I can't go in.
What?
I can't do it, Rochester. I can't let Benny give me a job. I may be a derelict, down and out, but I've still got my pride.
But, Mr. Allen...
No, I'm sorry, Rochester. I just can't do it.
But, Mr. Allen, you haven't got any money. How are you going to live?
Don't worry about me. I'll get along. Maps. Get your maps to the movie star home. James Mason, Ronald Coleman, Mr. and Mrs. Gary Cooper, Mr. and Mrs. Robert Taylor. You can't tell me.
Come in.
Hello, Jack. Hello, Rochester.
Well, Fred Allen. Well, Fred, this is a surprise. Really? When did you get in town?
Last night.
Last night? Well, why didn't you call me at my hotel?
You mean you're staying at one that has phones?
Well, no, but there's a candy store in the lobby that takes messages. Oh, I see.
Say, boss, as long as Mr. Allen's in town, why don't you put him on your stage show?
Well, thank you, Rochester, but I couldn't very well go out on a stage now. I haven't got any material.
Well, don't you have any of your old vaudeville routines left?
Well, if I did, I'd be on television.
It would be great if you could join me on my stage show, Fred.
Well, I'd really love to, Jack, but I have to rush back to Hollywood. I've been offered the lead in a new picture.
A new picture?
Uh-huh. No Dimension. It's a new thing that's coming out. When it comes out, you don't mention the whole thing.
So far, that's better than what we've got written here.
But in this picture, Jack, yes? I play the part of a test pilot in Los Angeles.
I see.
The picture is called Breaking the Smog Barrier.
It's a shame you can't stay over, Fred, so we could appear together. It'd be like old times.
Say, Mr. Benny, did you and Mr. Allen once do an act together in vaudeville?
We sure did, Rochester. We had a lot of fun in those days.
Oh, gosh. You remember, Jack, how we'd always celebrate with a big dinner at Lindy's every time we got a job?
Yeah, we'd always get the best. Shrimp cocktail, turtle soup, chef salad.
Filet mignon, stuffed potatoes, strawberry shortcake.
Then I'd top it all off with a big glass of Ovaltine.
Ovaltine?
Well, he wanted to be asleep when the check came.
Those were the good old days. I'll never forget the time we rehearsed and polished our act for weeks. And we went to see Mickey Rockford, the biggest booking agent in New York. Come on, Fred. I think Mr. Rockford's office is down the hall.
Hey, it's crowded in here, Jack.
Yeah, I guess we'll have to talk to the secretary. Miss, we'd like to see Mr. Rockford.
Do you have an appointment?
Appointment? Yes. We're Benny and Allen.
Benny and Allen?
Yeah. Don't you recognize us?
Why? Is there a reward?
You don't understand, girlie. We do a vaudeville act.
Really? Which one throws the fish?
Say, that is clever. Miss, you ought to be in show business yourself.
Me in show business?
Yes. I know a magician who saws a woman in half. You'd look better in two pieces.
Take it easy, Fred. Look, miss, we don't want to argue. We just like to see our agent, Mr. Rockford.
Well, first I'll need some information. Now, what's the name of your act again?
Allen and Benny.
I thought you said it was Benny and Allen.
Well, at 2 o'clock, our billing changes.
Well, what kind of an act do you do?
Violin, clarinet, and snappy patter.
Uh-huh.
And where have you played?
Oh, all over.
Well, where?
Well, just tell her the important dates, Jack.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, we did a week in Sow Belly, Wyoming. A week in Loose Tooth, Arizona. 3 days in stagnant water, New Mexico. And we also played the Palace here in New York.
Sow belly, loose tooth, stagnant water, and the Palace. Well, at least you worked your way up.
No, we played the Palace first.
Well, Mr. Rockford's busy right now, so just have a seat and I'll call you.
All right.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Allen, I don't mean to be personal, but are you an American citizen?
Yes, I got these slant eyes from pulling off a tight derby.
Come on, Fred, let's sit down.
Yes? Yes. Oh, very well, Mr. Rockford. Oh, boys, Mr. Rockford will see you now.
Good, good. Come on, Fred, let's go in.
Okay.
Well, come on in, fellas. Come on in. Close the door. Sit down.
Thank you. Mr. Rockford, I'm Jack Benny. This is Fred Allen.
That's right, Mr. Rockford. Remember, you booked our act in the Palace 7 years ago.
Oh, yes. What business are you in now?
Well, we're still in show business.
Yes, and we thought you could book us.
Please, fellas.
Our new act is sensational. At least give us a chance, Mr. Rockford.
Yes, all we need is one good break, you know.
I gave you a break when I put you in Lowe's Flatbush.
Some break. They opened with Fink's Mules, then Major Doty's Dogs came out, then Manny's Monkeys, then Power's Dancing Elephants.
So what?
Well, by the time we came out, we looked like the last 2 passengers on Noah's Ark.
Well, look, boys, I'm very busy.
Please, Mr. Rockford, just listen to our opening number. It'll only take a second.
All right, but before you... Oh, excuse me. Here, come in.
Mr. Rockford, here's the 10% commission I owe you for booking my act last week.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, wait a minute. The cute boy. Sonny, what's your name?
Eddie Cantor.
Eddie Cantor?
Potatoes are cheaper, tomatoes are cheaper. Now's the time to fall in love.
Mr. Rockford, how about listening to our new act?
Oh, all right, if you insist.
Ready with your clarinet, Fred?
Ready.
Okay. 1, 2. Mr. Allen.
What is it, Mr. Benny?
Have you heard that they're making women's bathing suits out of spun glass?
Women's bathing suits out of glass? Well, that's worth looking into.
I'll take it, Mr. Allen.
If you will. You know, Mr. Benny,
Yes, Mr. Allen? Oh, pardon me.
I love music.
So do I. Music once saved my uncle's life.
Well, how did music save your uncle's life?
They played the Star-Spangled Banner just as he was sitting in the electric chair. Take it, Mr. Allen.
You know.
You don't have to finish it, you know.
Oh, Mr. Benny.
Yes, Mr. Allen.
I want you to meet my new girl. Her name is Well Enough.
Why do you call your girl Well Enough?
Because I want the boys to leave Well Enough alone. How about the finale, Mr.
In unison? All right. Rockford, what do you think of it?
Wait till he gets his head out of the drawer.
Maybe he's looking for a contract.
Fellas.
Yes,
Yes, Mr. Rockford.
To tell you the truth, fellas, I'm confused. The whole act leaves me cold. It's neither fish nor fowl.
Well, that's funny. The last agent we went to thought it was both.
Well, Mr. Rockford, you mean you can't book us anywhere?
Well, actually, I don't have a thing open for a double. Have either of you considered doing a single?
What? And break up the act?
Why, we've been together for years. You can't split Benny and Alan.
It's ridiculous. We're more than just a team. We're partners, friends, buddies. Why, we'd rather starve than let anything come between us.
Well, that's a shame because I've got an opening for a single in Scranton for $15 a week.
I'll take it.
Well, if that's the way you feel, I'll take it for $14 a week, Mr. Rockford.
Fred, you'd steal a job away from your partner, your buddy, your friend?
Some friend. What did you ever do for me?
Why, you puff-eyed ingrate. For years, we've lived off my violin, my brains, my talent, my joke.
And my money. And listen, you miser. As for your violin playing, I have heard cleaner notes from a toothless Russian sipping borscht. You are just lucky you've had me and my clarinet.
Clarinet? The only way you could make a living with that clarinet is if you put a nail on the end of it and went out in the park. Mr. Rockford, rather than let you hire this no-talented wage cutter, I'll take the job for $10 a week.
Oh, yeah? Well, I'll take it for $8.
I'll take it for $5.
Well, I'll take it for $3.
Well, I'll take it for nothing.
So will I.
Well, at that price, I can afford both of you.
Jackie, did you hear that? We're working. Fred! Jack!
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes another program, and we'll be with you next week at the same time. And Fred, it was nice reminiscing.
Oh, say, Jack, we forgot to tell him about the time we played in Burning Stump, Arkansas. Remember that insulting audience?
Oh, yes. I remember while we were doing our act, the audience threw pennies on the stage, and you complained to the manager.
And when they stopped, you complained to the manager.
Come on, Fred, let's go out and get a cup of coffee.
Okay,
Good night,
Jack.
folks.
Hello, Duffy's Tavern. What do you eat me? Archie speaking. Duffy ain't here. Hello, Duffy. What am I doing? I'm in the Columbia workshop. What am I in for? Duffy, I said workshop. Yeah. Tonight I am an artist. Yeah, actor. Yeah, we're doing a thing called Miracle in Manhattan. What do you mean? If it's good, it'll be a miracle. Duffy, you ain't got no Christmas spirit, that's all. Whose idea is it? Well, it's Columbia's Western Program Director. He dreamed it up. Yeah, it's Charlie Vander. He's a friend of mine. Came to New York on a busman's holiday from Hollywood. Yeah, he's directing it, too. Well, I don't know, it starts like all Christmas plays. You know, the band plays Silent Night, and we're into it. to Times Square, driver.
From here?
Certainly from here.
6 bits, mister.
Okay. But sort of take it easy like. I want to take a gander to town.
Okay. Want a little music? I'll turn on the radio.
Go ahead.
Ah, that thing again. I'll try to get you something different. Now, you'd think there was nothing else on the air tonight. Oh, get that, will you? Listen to that. It's enough to drive a guy nuts. I'm sorry, mister. I guess this is all we're going to get. Over and over and over.
Doesn't bother me. Matter of fact, I kind of like it.
No kidding?
Sure. It's Christmas music. Heck, this is Christmas Eve.
Well, I'll be frank with you. To me, Christmas Eve is nothing but a first-class headache.
Yeah?
Yeah, what have you got? Slippery streets, a bunch of screwy people with too many drinks under their belts. I tell you, a cab driver's got to watch his step on a night like this. So it's December 24th. So all of a sudden, everybody goes wacky. You never know what's liable to happen.
Well, maybe you got something there.
Yeah, everybody's got packages under their arms. You know, a lot of nice little packages. So they can't reach for the tip. Well, mister, you said you want to see the town. What's on the menu first? How's about starting off with Park Avenue?
Oh, no, just drive. Oh, wait a minute. Pull in over there.
By that little church, you mean?
Yeah. I'd like to sort of drop in.
You know, you size up people funny sometimes. I've never figured you was the religious type.
Oh, just curious, that's all.
Well, you're the doctor.
Hey, how about coming in with me?
Huh? Oh, nah, not me. I ain't been to church for so long, I wouldn't know how to act.
Well, I ain't been to church much either, but Christmas Eve is Christmas Eve.
Like I told you, mister, my racket one night ain't much different than the next.
The music ought to be nice.
Are you kidding? Now, listen, count me out. I'll just sit out here in the cab and listen to the meter tick. That's music enough for me.
I'll pay the damages.
No. You go ahead. I'll wait out here.
It's warm inside.
What are you, mister? Missionary?
Oh, no. Just want company. Come on.
Well, you're paying the freight. Let's go.
Gee, you never go to church, huh?
Nah, you see, there's the kind that does and the kind that don't. I'm the kind that don't.
Did you ever pray?
Yeah, you know, when I was a kid, they used to teach us all kinds of prayers. Our Father, what art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. I forget the rest of the stuff.
Say, that's kind of pretty, ain't it?
If you like that kind of thing.
Yeah, let's sit near the back.
Hey, all them people are awful quiet, ain't they?
Yeah. I guess this is one of the last places left where people can come and think.
Think, huh? What are they thinking about?
Well, you're just one of the people, too. What are you thinking about?
Me? Oh, well, us cabbies is different from most people. I guess all we ever think about is where we're going to get another fare.
Is that all? Even on Christmas Eve?
What else is there to think about?
Oh, all kinds of things. Special things. Sort of wonderful things.
Look, mister, this ain't for me. I get the heebie-jeebies. I'll meet you out in a cab, huh?
All right, I'll go along. Hey, what are you doing? The sign there says, help the poor, don't it? Well, didn't do you much good to have that meter ticking over out there in the cab. You aren't going to break even. All right, so I don't break even. Forget it. Hey, that was a sucker. Let's get going, huh? Still that same tune. Oh, don't worry. I told you I liked it. Well, of course, that's your own prerogative, but give me Glenn Miller playing that Chattanooga Shoo-Shoo. Boy, this traffic's tough tonight. Christmas.
Paper, get Christmas Eve edition. Yeah, paper.
Hey, Cabby, you think you could pull out of this traffic line for a minute? I want to pick up a paper. Well, you're in the right neighborhood for a paper, mister. You can buy it from little Jimmy Turn over there. Jimmy Turner? Yeah, a little crippled guy, newsboy. Ain't walked in years, but always got a smile for us cabbies. That's why we like to bring him business. That's him over there in the corner.
Paper, Christmas Eve edition. Paper.
Crippled, huh? Wait a minute, I'll get you paper. Hey, hold on. I'll go with you.
Extra paper. Paper, mister? Oh, hiya, Lefty. Merry Christmas.
Same to you, Jimmy. How's business?
Half sold out already. Hey, mister.
Thanks, Jimmy. We'll be seeing you, Jimmy. We got to get along, you know.
Look, Lefty. One of my customers threw me a nickel. Rolled out in the street there. Want to get it for me?
Oh, sure, Jimmy. I'll get it. Why don't you walk over and get the nickel yourself, Jimmy?
Oh, what are you trying to give me, mister? You got eyes you can see, can't you?
Yeah, and you got legs.
You can move your eyes.
How long since you tried to walk?
Long as I can remember. I ain't chicken. I can yell.
I heard you. You sure can.
Bet your life I can. That's all I need for this racket. On a quiet night when I ain't too much traffic around, where they can hear me 2 blocks away. Yeah. Clear up to 53rd Street. And that's important in my business.
Oh, sure it is. Tell me, Jimmy, what do you want for Christmas?
What do I want? I already got my Christmas present. Last October.
Last October? No kidding.
Uh-huh. When the Yanks won the pennant. Boy, they paralyzed us.
You like the Yanks, huh?
I'll say I do. And mainly because of one guy. Joe DiMaggio. Paper, mister?
Is this the latest edition?
The very latest.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, DiMaggio's the greatest baseball player in the world. Boy, you ought to hear me yell when he's in the headline.
Oh, driver. That cabin gate? Sorry, mister. It's all tied up. Thanks. I'll get another one. Hey, Jimmy.
Yeah?
You know who that was? That was Joe himself. Joe DiMaggio.
No kidding. Oh, gee, I didn't recognize those DiMaggio in his street clothes. Oh, gee.
Come on, cabby. We got to stop him. Hey, DiMaggio. Hey. Did you call me? Hey, excuse me for yelling at you, but I had to stop you. You see, you've got quite an admirer over there in that news kid.
That's so?
Yeah. As a matter of fact, if he could shake hands with you, I think it'd be the swellest Christmas present he could ever get.
Really?
Yeah. Honest. Would you mind?
Certainly not. Come on.
Just a minute, Joe. Let him walk over to you.
What's that, kid?
Oh, you need somebody like you to, well, call him and see.
I don't get it.
Wait a minute. Jimmy.
Yeah?
There's a friend of yours here. He wants you to walk over and shake hands with him.
Calvin. Oh, gee, can't you see?
Come on, Jimmy. Come on over here and shake hands.
Joe, I can't.
Come on, Jimmy.
Joe, I'm walking. Look, I'm walking. Man, you see what I'm doing?
Come on, Cabby. I don't like crowds. Let's get out of here.
I'm walking.
Hey, careful, Cabby. Watch this crowd. Take it easy. I'm sorry, mister, but it's a wonder I know what I'm doing. I swear I'm dizzy.
What's the matter?
That kid back there. I seen him sitting on a corner like that for 6 years. And now he's walking.
Well, maybe he could have walked all the time.
Yeah. Hey, you're the smart one. You did it. Giving him the will to walk. Told him that was Joe DiMaggio.
Well, it was.
Listen, look, it's all right to fool a kid, but I know better. That wasn't DiMaggio.
It wasn't, huh?
No, it couldn't have been. Maybe it looked like him, but it wasn't him.
No?
No. Of course not. Of course, only this morning I read about him in the papers. It says that Joe DiMaggio was spending Christmas with his family in San Francisco. Won't that thing ever stop? Well, I hope you like it. Nothing I seem to be able to do about it.
Hey, what's all the excitement?
Oh, say, that's something that ought to be worth seeing. I heard about it earlier this evening. There's a guy up on a window ledge down on the 22nd floor. Claims he's going to jump off at 11 o'clock. Hey, wait a minute. Listen to them chimes. Yeah, that's 11:15 now. Guy's got 15 minutes to go, if he keeps his word. Look, they got a spotlight on him.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, they don't want to miss nothing. Guys don't do this every night for a week, you know. This guy must be off his bean, huh?
Who is he?
Oh, some guy used to be an actor, they tell me. Certainly hugging a spotlight for this performance, huh?
Cabby, you think we can get into this hotel?
Huh? You mean you don't want to stay outside here and watch?
I want to get inside right away.
Listen, who are you anyway? You a newspaper reporter?
Oh, maybe.
Well, listen, there's cops all around. You can't... Well, wait, I tell you, I got an idea. You walk in the front door with me behind you, see? They'll think you live there, and that I'm going to carry your luggage out.
Oh, good. Come on.
Look at that. It's disgusting. Look at them toes. I'm telling you that's the kind of a thing that can only happen on a night like this.
Ew. Phew. That was close.
Well, we're in. Now what?
22nd floor. Going up, boy?
Huh?
Yes, sir. 22.
I can take you up, sir, but the police aren't letting anyone into the West Wing. That's where that room is that the man's jumping out of.
I know.
Listen, miss, I hope you ain't going to try nothing screwy here, especially when the kid says that they got cops guarding the room. And besides, you can't...
Come on.
See? Look at it, just like I told you. 3 cops in front of the door. You ain't got a chance of getting in there. Come on, before they kick us out.
It's worth a try. Maybe one of us will make it. Right down. Here we are.
Yeah, just a minute. Where do you think you're going, Tabby?
I'm just following my friend here. You let him through, didn't you?
We didn't let nobody through, and we ain't letting nobody through. We got orders that nobody's to go into this room.
You mean to say that you guys didn't see nobody go into that room just now?
Of course we didn't, because nobody went in.
Huh?
You must be drunk, buddy. Now run along and sit and wait for Santa Claus to come down the chimney. We got strict orders to keep everybody out of this room until the wife of that nut gets down here to try and talk him out of jumping.
Okay, wise guys, have it your way. But my fare sneaked by, and he's up there in that suicide jumper right now. Now, you guys can laugh all you want, but I'll bet my hack that there's a mighty interesting conversation going on right now. Mighty interesting.
Listen, you. I thought they promised there wasn't going to be anyone else out here to bother me.
I just want to talk to you. Who knows? Maybe I can help you.
Suppose that I don't want your help.
Well, people have refused help from me before, but it doesn't matter.
Just remember what I told the others. If you come one step towards me, I'll
I don't need to watch it to know what'll happen. I know. So will you in a few minutes. When those church chimes ring, you'll hesitate a second, and then you step off into space. Your heart's pounding, your throat's so hard you think you'll choke you. And then the night air hits your face, ice cold, and you grab at that air, and nothing there. You have a sick, helpless feeling in your stomach. You thought it was going to be over fast. It lasts a long time, a heck of a long time. Long enough to bring back every memory you ever knew and more. You hate to look down, but you can't help it. You hear a scream. You hear an ambulance bell. You see the lights on the street. People running, shouting. They're rushing up to you like lightning. The people run. They yell like crazy. The lights go brighter. Down, down, down! And suddenly it's over. And you don't hear the police. You don't hear it at all.
You can't scare me.
I know. I'm not trying to. I thought maybe you'd like to hear exactly how it would happen without going through it.
Who are you anyway?
Just a guy. Who are you?
Don't tell me you don't know that. Don't you read the papers?
Well, not very often. But, hey, I hope you're not doing this just to break into print.
I've got good reason for what I'm doing.
Well, a lot of people down there trying to be happy because this is Christmas Eve. And here you are making them all feel sick.
Christmas Eve. A fine Christmas Eve it is for me. No job, no...
What do you do for a living?
I was an actor. A good one, too.
Start putting on a show here, too, ain't you? Go on. Tell me about yourself.
All right, I will. I might as well tell him the time between now and 11. Maybe they told you why they've stopped trying to talk me out of this. They're waiting...
For your wife to get here?
That's right. But they'll wait forever. She won't be here. That's why I'm doing this. I haven't known one decent moment since she left me, or until I left her.
You're sorry about that, huh?
Plenty. I haven't been good for anything without her.
I suppose if you had to do it all over again, things would be different.
Oh, what's the use of even talking about it? Nothing means anything.
So that's why you're up here tonight.
Yeah. Yeah, I've tried everything to get her to come back to me. I've written to her, tried to see her, made promises. I even prayed.
Yeah?
But it isn't any use. You see that clock over there? In about 5 seconds, it'll ring out the hour. And that's when I'm jumping. Right with those chimes.
Why don't you wait? Give your wife a chance to get here. They're trying to reach her.
Well, that's plenty of time. And she won't come when they do reach her. What's keeping those chimes? They could ring any second now, any second.
Those seconds are going to seem kind of long to you because they're the last seconds you'll ever have.
Well, they're not important. Because my life isn't important. Not anymore. Don't think I'm going to back out, mister. Come on, chimes! Ring out! Like you've been doing all day! You see, I've heard them ever since I've been standing out here. I can tell almost to the second when they're going to ring.
But it's like I told you. These last moments are changing all that. The seconds seem like years.
Yeah, but this can't keep up. They'll go in a moment now, any moment. And then I am going to jump. And you'll see, all of you, that you were wrong. That she didn't get here. She didn't come back to me. Even at a time like this.
Paul. Paul. Yes, darling. It's Anne. Please, Paul. Aren't you going to take me in your arms?
She's waiting for you, Paul. What are you going to do?
Do? What am I going to do? Oh, Anne, thank God you've come back. Anne, those chimes. I was going to jump when I heard them, Anne. I was going to jump.
I know. I got here as soon as I could. And all the while I was afraid I was too late. I thought I was too late for it.
Caring for these chimes nearly 20 years now. And this is the first time I ever known them to ring late. And on Christmas Eve, too. What do you suppose sent it? What's wrong? You haven't tried to get some other music.
Huh? Oh, huh. Well, I guess I'm kind of mixed up. You got me thinking here. Listen, mister, do you mind if I shut this radio off altogether? That silent night is beginning to get me back.
Oh, do anything you like.
Look, mister, you got to tell me what happened up there. How did you sneak past the cops? And what made that guy change his mind? What did you do, anyhow?
Oh, I only gabbed with him a little while until his wife got there.
Listen, I've had some screwy Christmas Eves, but this one tops them all. First, there was that little newsboy.
Hey,
And now?
Cabby, that man crossing the street.
I've known Jimmy for...
Look out! Hey. Don't worry, driver. I saw it happen. He walked right out in front of us.
Yeah, you did see him, didn't you, mister? He walked right out in front of us.
Come on, let's get out.
Well, the driver didn't stop.
No, the man stepped right out there without warning.
Somebody better call a cop.
Don't worry, there's one coming right now. Hey, I saw it happen, officer. He walked right out. It wasn't the driver's fault. This guy stepped right out in front of him like a blind man.
Hey, wait a minute. He is a blind man. I've seen him around here before.
Yeah, so have I.
Here, you. Get your hands off him. Don't be trying to pick him up. It's against the law. Wait till the ambulance gets you.
Against the law? Help someone?
Sure it is. You never know when you're doing him more harm than good.
Okay, officer.
Okay.
Hey, wait, he's getting up.
Get back, everybody.
What hit me? I was so excited. Christmas Eve, I was in a hurry to get home. Tell me. Wait a minute. What's wrong? Lights and faces.
Easy, mister. You better not try to get up.
I can see. I'm all right, I tell you. And I can see. I can see.
Why, he can see.
It must have been the shock. The shock when the cab hit him, you know.
I didn't mean to hit him.
Didn't mean to, so you've done him a favor. The shock of it brought back his eyesight.
No, that's not it. Someone touched me. It was a cool hand. The cool hand of the man that helps me.
Huh?
The minute he touched me, I was all right. Where is he? Where is he?
Hey, wait a minute. I'm beginning to get this. It's a racket. In a minute, these guys will be passing the hat.
Yeah, he's never been blind at all.
What? I've been giving him money on this corner all winter, and he's a phony.
Hey, wait a minute. There was another guy with a cabbie. He looked like a suspicious character to me, officer.
You ought to run him in, officer. I bet they staged the whole thing.
Suspicious
Put up
character,
shop.
huh? Where'd he go? Well, he was here a second ago. He looked like one of those subversive guys to me. Imagine pulling a trick like that on Christmas Eve.
Now, wait a minute here. This guy's got this all wrong. This guy you're talking about is a very good guy. Now, wait a minute. He's a stranger in town, but he's all right. Hey, where did he go? You see, he even ducked out on you, buddy.
I know it was all an act.
Oh, wait, he was here just a second ago. This guy's been riding my cab all night. He was a regular sort of a guy. Listen, let me tell you what he done. First, it was Jimmy the newsboy, see? He was crippled. And all of a sudden, he started to walk. All right, now this ain't funny, I'm telling you. Then it was that guy that was going to jump off the building. And now this blind man.
Hey, what are you hanging us anyhow?
Get moving, buddy.
Boy, what a frame-up.
Better get moving, cabby. This mob don't like what's happening.
All right, I'm going. Fine thing. The guy just ducks out when I need him to prove a point. In addition, he sticks me with the cab. What a guy.
Just 2 more blocks. It's 2 minutes to Christmas in Times Square.
Hey, would you in a cab all the time?
What do you think I am? Magician?
Sometimes I wonder.
Now, in case you lose me in the crowd again, here's your fare. Keep the change.
$5.
And Merry Christmas.
Mister, look, what goes on here anyway? Who are you? You talk like one of us. I mean, real lingo, and yet you say you're a stranger.
Oh, wherever I go, I sort of seem to be just like everybody else, see? Talking their language. It's always been that way.
Yeah. Mister, do you mind if I turn on the radio again?
No. Go ahead.
Geez, that's funny. Now, you don't know. What happened to that silent night? All night long they played that one tune, and you know, it's a funny thing. Before it almost drove me bats, and now, all of a sudden, I got a funny feeling. I feel like I'd give anything to hear it again. Can you beat that? No silent night. What a night this is, huh, mister? I never had such a time before. All them things that happened, I wish I could figure them out. What's your slant on it, mister? I said, what's your slant? Hey, where are you? Geez, he disappeared again. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name.
Director for CBS. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
If freedom fails. We'd like to take you on a visit to a town that doesn't exist. A town we call Springfield, USA. We'd like to show you how things would be in any American town if communism took over. This is the story of what happens to freedom of thought under a communist regime. Mercedes McCambridge stars as Ann Bishop in Tears for Miss Bishop.
Where are you at?
Out in the garden, Father.
An old friend of ours is here to see us.
Oh, Dean Maxwell.
Hello, Anne.
How nice to see you again.
And you. Sit down, Tom. Will you have a drink?
No, nothing, thanks.
And how is my favorite educator?
Oh, a little grayer, a little older. That's about all.
Anne, Dean Maxwell has some interesting news for you.
Yes, Anne, and I won't keep you in suspense about it. I put in the request for you to join our teaching staff at Midwestern, and it's been approved.
Oh, wonderful.
Here's your certificate and the note of approval from the communist leaders in charge of education.
Oh, when do I begin?
3 weeks. The start of the fall term. May God have mercy on your soul.
Oh, Dad doesn't have much confidence in my ability as a teacher. But I have to be doing something.
No, it's not that. You know it isn't. But
what?
Anne, honey, I've tried to protect you from what's going on. I've been pretty well able to do that up until now. But now, for almost the first time in your life, you're going to be on your own. You'll see things and you'll find out about things that...
Henry, I'll give our girl all the help I can. You know that.
Yes, I know. If it weren't for you being...
morning. I'm Anne Bishop. I believe that I...
Oh, yes, Miss Bishop. Dean Maxwell is expecting you. My name is Anderson.
How do you do?
Now, there are a few questions I want to ask, Miss Bishop.
Oh, but my appointment
These questions come first. Your full name, please.
Anne-Marie Bishop.
Other names by which you are known?
I beg your pardon?
Other names, aliases, names used in party work, etc.
No. None.
Now, your party number.
I'm not a member of the Communist Party.
Really? Well, this is most surprising. You have your certificate, do you?
Oh, yes, everything's in order.
But I don't understand. We've never permitted a non-party member to teach here. Does Dean Maxwell know about this?
Yes.
Did he have anything to do with securing your appointment here?
I believe he put in the initial request.
I see.
My language experience has been entirely practical. My father and I traveled a great deal before the communists. That is, before travel was restricted.
Your father? Miss Bishop, are you related to Commissar of Culture for this district? Henry Bishop?
He's my father.
Oh, well. Well, of course, that explains a great deal. Please go right in, Miss Bishop. I'm very sorry that this took so long, but you know how it is. Rules and regulations and everything.
Yes. I know how it is. Thank you, Miss Anderson.
Miss Bishop, to see you, Dr. Maxwell.
Come in, Miss Bishop.
Thank you.
Please take a chair there. There are several things that are required of me in meeting a new teacher at Midwestern People's University. First, in the name of the people and of the Communist Party, may I welcome you to this school of learning. Second, I have a statement to read. Here it is. Every teacher in this institution must study thoroughly the broad, many-sided, and extremely significant science of society, which is communism, in order to work with maximum consciousness and clear purposefulness for the cause of communism. This is the society of the laws of the development of society, of the laws of the development of the proletarian revolution, of the victory of communism. Above all, remember, political orientation and loyalty to the work of communism are the principal traits of the good teacher. Now, Miss Bishop, do you understand everything I have said so far?
Well, not quite, Doctor. You see, I thought that I would...
Miss Bishop, I will repeat the question. Do you understand everything I have said? And answer yes.
Yes, Dean Maxwell. I understand.
Very well. And now, Miss Bishop, this concludes our initial interview. If you will come with me, please, I shall show you your office and classroom.
All right.
Miss Anderson?
Oh, yes, Doctor?
I'm taking our new teacher on a personally conducted tour. I'll be back within an hour.
Oh, but have you forgotten
I'm
about...
sure that rules and regulations would require this action for the daughter of Henry Bishop. Don't you agree?
Of course.
I thought you would. Come along, Anne. Let's get some fresh air.
I'm all confused with what's going on. I don't make head or tails of it.
Confusion is the order of the day, Anne. That's why I wanted to talk to you out here. It's the only way I can straighten you out before you make a mistake.
Mistake?
Any little error, any departure from the prescribed methods could mean your ruin here. I've known for quite some time that my secretary is a member of the secret police. Every word spoken in my office goes down in the records. Oh, yes. Miss Anderson is very efficient.
Oh, that's terrible.
You'll learn to live with such things, to make the best of them. Like I have, and like your father.
Could we sit down here for a minute?
Certainly. Right over here.
So, what did you mean by like my father?
I went to school with Henry Bishop, roomed with him for 4 years. I guess I know him about as well as anyone could. We're a great deal alike in many ways. We're both old men now with not much to look forward to except death.
That's not true.
I know what I'm talking about. Your father had the same reasons for joining the Communist Party that I did. It was the easiest way to keep living. He follows directions just as I do, for the same motive. Certainly he can do some good as Commissar of Culture. I can do some good as the Dean of the Language Department. But we're still afraid. Afraid to show any independence of thought because that's dangerous. We obey blindly in constant fear of being called down for deviations. And you must learn to do the same, my dear.
I'll try, Doctor. I'll try very hard.
I'm sure you will. Now, let me tell you about a few institutions we have here at the school. There's what we refer to as the triangle. It consists of 3 people who spy on teachers and students alike in every department. They're the ones to watch out for. First, there's Frederick Lodge. He's the organizer for the Communist Party. Second, Stanley Totel, organizer of the Communist Youth. And third is our own Miss Anderson, my secretary.
I'm beginning to understand what you're up against.
Yes, it makes it all very cozy. Various triangles in the campus are joined together in the PTA.
You mean the parents are involved?
No, I forgot to tell you. The PTA exists, but not as the Parent Teachers Association. Now it is the People's Triangle Alliance. Clever, don't you think?
Yes, very clever. It's frightening, too.
Yes. And just one more thing to say, Anne. I know how much you think of your father.
Oh, yes, we're very close. We have been ever since my mother died.
I know that. But remember this. Your father is a big man as far as the communists are concerned. A man with an important position. They need him because the people respect him. His name alone will help you a lot. But anything that you do will reflect on him also, for good or bad. If you make a mistake, he'll have to answer for it along with you. Do you understand?
Yes, Dean Maxwell. I understand a lot more now than I ever did before. And thank you.
Well, then, let's show you to your classrooms now.
You have the report on Miss Ann Bishop, Totel.
Yes, I do.
Read it, please.
Subject teacher does not display proper political orientation. On 4 September, she made the statement in front of the class that the French textbook was outmoded, backward, and ridiculous. On 27 September, she claimed to find an error in the German grammar, and with complete lack of discipline, substituted what she claimed was the correct facts. That's the end of it.
You've been very thorough, Miss Anderson.
I have one more thing to report. One day in Dean Maxwell's office, the subject made this statement. I have the recording, too, if you want it.
No, just read it, please.
She said, I know these textbooks are prescribed, but does that mean that they have to be adhered to as rigidly as if they are government edicts?
Yeah. Very inflammatory. What did Cromwell answer?
I didn't get the answer. They left right after that.
Together?
Yes.
Obviously working together. I think we'd better be careful about this one. Her father, you know.
Yes, by all means.
I'm going to have Miss Bishop meet with this triangle and see if we can straighten her out. You have a chair, please, Miss Bishop.
Thank you.
This is Mr. Totel. I'm Frederick Lodge, and I believe you know Miss Anderson.
Yes, I do.
Out of consideration for your father, we've decided to permit you to appear in person to answer certain grievances which are held against you.
So may I ask exactly what these grievances are?
We're informed that in some of your classes, you no longer use the textbooks that are recommended. That instead, you're using your own methods of teaching.
That's true.
Can you explain this?
When I find a mistake in a grammar, it's a mistake, no matter who wrote the book.
Miss Bishop, whatever the leaders say is correct. That goes for even a rule of grammar.
And if tomorrow some other rule is prescribed?
Then that will become correct.
I think that we'd have to...
When will you finally grasp this simple proposition?
But isn't there such a thing as truth?
No. Truth is a metaphysical abstraction.
Miss Anderson,
But isn't communism a truth, then?
Only as long as it is ordered. If tomorrow the leaders disown communism and adopt something else, then that will become the only truth.
Now, wait just a minute. This is getting entirely out of hand. Miss Bishop, we want to give you every consideration, as long as you contain yourself within the borders of considered judgment. We're bending over backwards to be reasonable. Perhaps you've forgotten both your responsibility to your leaders and to your father?
I'm sorry. I apologize if I have been reactionary. I shall try to conform in the future.
No, that's more like it. Your remark just now shows an entirely different spirit. We'll be examining your future work with interest, Miss Bishop.
You are listening to Tears for Miss Bishop, starring Mercedes McCambridge. A story of the way things could be if communism took over. A picture of what life would be like under a communist regime in an ordinary American town. A town we call Springfield, USA.
Traduisez l'exercice, s'il vous plaît, Monsieur Martin.
Oui, mademoiselle. L'histoire américaine.
La traduction, je vous prie.
Pardonnez-moi. The American history. The colonies were settled as an outpost of capital, of British capitalism. During the colonial period, 2 exporting classes.
C'est correct?
2 exploiting classes appeared in the new land. The capitalists of the North and the slaveholders of the South. Thus, at the time of the War for the Independence, the War of Independence, the people were subjected to a triple exploitation by the English bourgeoisie, by the northern capitalists, and by the southern slaveholders.
Très bien. La phrase suivante, mademoiselle Turner, s'il vous plaît.
En anglais ou en français?
En anglais, comme Monsieur Martin.
The slave system was deteriorated.
Class? C'est bien, encore, mademoiselle.
The slave system was destroyed, but the people did not win freedom. Following the death of Mr. Lincoln, or following the death of Lincoln, who was killed by an assassin, bribed by capitalists and slaveholders, the northern bourgeoisie established a dictatorship, which was continued until it was overthrown by the Communist People's Government.
C'est bien. Enfin, mes élèves...
Pardon, mademoiselle.
Oui, monsieur.
Puis-je parler en anglais?
Yes, go ahead. You have a question.
Well,
go ahead.
Well, not about the translation, but about what it says. I have some books at home that cover the same material, and there's nothing in there about a dictatorship of the northern bourgeoisie. It talks about the Bill of Rights and the Constitution and several other things.
Please, s'il vous plaît. Mr. Martin, I believe that you should check with the authorities to see if your books are on the approved list. As you know, times change, circumstances change, things, viewpoints change from time to time. And what we think is right today may prove wrong tomorrow. I know that you have asked these questions because of an honest desire to find the truth. All I have to say is that this quotation on American history is taken directly from an approved book. And I wouldn't think too much about it. After all, it's only an exercise in grammar. And now back to the French. Enfin, page 75, nous trouverons un promenade dans les rues. Si vous avez souvent visité une ville...
Well, it's about time you came to see your father.
Hello, Dad.
Give me a kiss, huh?
Mm-hmm. How's that?
Then come kiss me again, sweet and 20. 10 kisses short as one long as 20. Shakespeare.
Oh, from what?
12th night, Act 2, Scene 3.
Ah, you old faker. You'd have said anything just to show off.
Oh, no. Can't fool me on my Shakespeare. In fact, you can't fool me at all. What's wrong, Anne?
Nothing?
Yes, there is. Come on, tell me about it.
I feel so helpless. Month after month, watching those students say the words of communist propaganda. not even knowing that their minds aren't being taught, they're just being trained.
I know.
It isn't a system of education, it's a mass training along the party line. Here, look at these. These are orders for the teachers. Listen to this one. Mathematics teachers will choose or devise problems which involve the application of mathematical knowledge to military affairs. That is an order. Here's another one. Physical education in our school is most intimately related to the cultivation of communist morality and the traits of Bolshevik character in the students. And they have that same sort of thing for every class in the college.
And you can't fight it. There's nothing that can be done. That's the way things are. That's all there is to it.
But there's not even any pretense at real education or freedom of thought or any development of those good young minds. It's a case of teach these things because we say they are true.
And I'm glad you feel this way. I'm very proud of you for realizing what we have lost, what we may never be able to regain. I've been so wrong trying to live with them, trying to compromise with myself just to keep on living.
No, it's not your fault.
Yes, it is. The fault of every one of us who lets this sort of thing go on. They came here last week. There were 16 of them with a truck. They went into my library and took nearly every book. All except a few that were on the approved list. All my beautiful books. All my life went out of that door with them. You see, Anne, they were afraid of the truth those books contained.
Oh, Father, I'm so sorry. I am. I'm so very sorry.
I've made my decision, Anne. Tomorrow I'm resigning my position, resigning from the party. I have only one thing left to do. That's to die as an honest man.
Come in, Miss Bishop. Close the door, please.
I have a note here, Miss Anderson. Does Dean Maxwell
Dean Maxwell will see you in a few minutes. First, I want to see you.
Very well, but I have only a few minutes.
Everything going well in your classes?
I think so.
No complaints about our methods of instruction or what you have to teach?
No.
It will be interesting to see if your replacement likes them, too.
My replacement? I don't understand.
I never liked you, Miss Bishop. Right from the start, I knew you were a troublemaker.
But I've been doing everything...
Every time I tried to get rid of you, the others would talk me out of it because of your dear father, the great Henry Bishop, Commissar of Culture, world traveler and lecturer, and a member of the party.
Miss Anderson, I'm only trying to...
Shut up and sit down. I've sent in 100 reports on you. Every little slip you made was grist for my mill. Every time you tried to put in your own ideas, I reported it. I didn't like you when you first walked in the door. Oh, the others kowtowed to you because you were Bishop's daughter, but that didn't mean anything to me. And now it's paying off. Now I'm getting rid of you, and I'll see to it that you never work again at teaching or anything else. I'll have you followed by the police every hour for the rest of your life. The great Henry Bishop's daughter, all the advantages, money, beautiful homes, traveled all over the world. And now, Miss High and Mighty, little Judy Anderson is going to give you your comeuppance. You're through. Finished. Washed.
I think I've heard enough.
You haven't heard half enough.
I demand that you let me see Dean
Maxwell.
You
demand. Oh, that's a good one. That's right.
Yes, I demand it. And I'm sure that when my father hears about this...
Oh, your father. Did I forget to tell you? Your father's dead.
No. No, he can't be.
No. No, he can't be. But he is. He's dead since this morning.
Oh, no.
And with him goes all your protection, little Miss Bishop. You're a nonconformist, a troublemaker, and no good for the party. Well, you're not even a party member. And what's more, Dr. X. Dr. X.
Miss Henderson, did you tell her?
Yes, I did.
Get out of here.
This is my job, and I intend
Get out
to do
of here now. I am an old man. But if you don't leave, I'll kill you with my bare hands.
Well, I'll certainly see that the leaders hear about this.
There. Try it out, Anne. Go ahead. Try it out.
It's true. I thought it.
Yes, Anne, it's true. Henry died this morning. They sent word to me, and I wanted to tell you myself. I didn't know that...
But I saw him just last night, and he was...
How anyone could be so low.
No, that's right, Dean Maxwell. Don't... How did it happen?
There weren't any details. The state is taking care of his funeral.
Well, they should. They ran his life for him. They killed him. He was going to resign, and so they killed him.
I don't know what to say, Anne. I can't think straight anymore. If there were only some...
Maxwell, for the first time in months, I am able to think straight. Maybe you'll understand this, maybe you won't, but I feel as if a heavy weight has been taken off my brain. My father is gone. But he's where no one will ever be able to hurt him again. Or make him do things that he knows are wrong. I almost envy him.
Yes, Anne. I do understand. But what will you do now?
Something I should have done a long time ago. Tell my class the truth. Class, please. Please, I beg you to listen carefully to what I have to say. And to remember it well, because I have only a few minutes to talk to you, and then you'll never hear my voice again. This is my last lesson with you. During the months that I have sat in this chair and watched you progress in your studies, some of you have become my friends. And others of you are my enemies. You are spies in a police state that is ruled by fear and treachery.
Miss Bishop, that's treason that you're talking.
Anyone who wishes...
Are you out of your mind?
Anyone who wishes to leave may do so now.
You'll get us all in trouble. I'm going after the authorities. And the rest of you had better leave, too.
Please. If you want to leave, if you're afraid of hearing what I have to say, I'll understand that. Good. Then listen to me carefully. The hope of the future is in the same place it always has been. In the minds of young people like you. In the students of today. But today you are not students. You are only workers in a school. Your books are filled with lies. You know that. Or you've suspected it. And you've seen how simple truths have been twisted into immense lies through communist propaganda. Your parents may have told you some of the truth. And you yourselves have noticed other examples of contradiction. You have seen how every class is filled with what they call Marxist morals. But this is all I have to say to you. It's a simple thing. If you are students, then study what is going on. Study life as you are living it. See how communism has brought fear and mistrust and deceit and corruption to every part of this life. Study what they have done to our proud American history. Talk about it among yourselves and with others. Our most priceless possession was freedom of thought. Without that, we're nothing but animals obeying orders of our masters and cringing beneath their whips. But they are afraid, too. Afraid of the truth. Truth is a powerful weapon. They know that. They know that their lives can no longer exist if the truth is told. And you, as students, must search out that truth and let it be known. Only then will the world regain its freedom.
There she is.
Miss Bishop, come with us, please.
Yes, Mr. Light.
Everybody keep quiet and remain in your seats. Well, Miss Bishop?
Yes. I'm coming.
You have just heard a story of what happens to freedom of thought, to the democratic system of education under a communist regime. This is what would happen to our American system if communism ever gained control. You think this could not happen? It is happening right now today in every country dominated by communism. It did happen to Dr. H.C. Burckhardt in Soviet Russia. After living the events you have just heard, Dr. Burckhardt disappeared from Russia as an enemy of the state. You have been listening to If Freedom Fails, starring Mercedes McCambridge as Anne Bishop in Tears for Miss Bishop. Raymond Burr was Dean Maxwell, Lou Krugman was Henry Bishop, and Isabel Jewell was Miss Anderson. Completing the cast were Dan O'Herlihy, Byron Kane, Sam Edwards, Lamont Johnson, and Donna Hayner. Music was composed by John Hicks, with musical direction by Michel Perrier. Tears for Miss Bishop was written for If Freedom Failed by Robert C. Vinson. Produced and directed by Will Scott. Sergeant Lloyd Ayers speaking. This program has come to you through the worldwide facilities of the United States Armed Forces Radio and Television Service.
The Jack Benny Program. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
LSMFT, LSMFT, LSMFT.
You said it. Yes, sir.
Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
At 47, audibility 49, American.
Quality of product is essential to continuing success. And Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw. When it comes to real, deep down smoking enjoyment, remember these 5 words. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. Yes, Lucky Strike means fine tobacco. The finer, the lighter, the naturally milder Lucky Strike tobacco.
So for your own real deep down smoking enjoyment, smoke that smoke of fine tobacco, Lucky Strike. So round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
And for that Christmas present, remember...
LSMFT.
Suggestion, a carton of cigarettes for Christmas. No gift offers so much for so little. So say Merry Christmas with a carton of Lucky Strike.
The Lucky Strike program starring Jack Benny with Mary Livingston, Phil Harris, Rochester, Larry Stevens, and yours truly, Don Wilson. Ladies and gentlemen, 2 weeks ago, Jack Benny had dinner at Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman's house. And tonight, as a typical good neighbor, Jack has invited the Colemans over to his house. So let's go out to Beverly Hills, where we find Jack preparing for the arrival of his distinguished guests.
Well, I'm almost dressed, Rochester. How do I look in my, how do I look in my striped pants and swallowtail coat?
You look like a master of ceremonies at Forest Lawn.
I do not. Now, Rochester, when you're serving dinner tonight, remember, serve the tomato juice first, then the salad, then the meat, and then the vegetables.
I'm glad you brought that up, boss. I wanted to ask you about the peas.
What about the peas?
Do you want me to spoon them out or count them out?
Spoon them out tonight. There's nothing too good for the Colemans. And don't forget, for dessert, we're having a flaming plum pudding.
How do you fix it, boss?
Well, you take the plum pudding and put it in a bowl.
Uh-huh.
Then you take a pint of brandy, good brandy, real old brandy, and you pour it over the pudding.
Continue, boss. You fascinate me.
Then you take a match and set fire to the brandy.
You what?
You take a match and set fire to the brandy.
Boss, I doubt if I'll have the heart.
Well, just do as I tell you. See you later. Jingle bell, jingle dum-da-ding, dum-dum-dum-dum. Gee, I hope the gang got all those contest letters cleaned up. I don't want the Colemans to find out that so many people can't stand me. Well, kids, are you about finished with the mail?
We're all through, Jack, except for those entries over there in the corner.
Why haven't you opened those?
They're still ticking.
Ticking? You mean... Hey, there's one that's smoking. Quick, Don, throw it out the window.
Okay.
I wonder why the... Fine Christmas spirit. That thing could have...
Hello, Mr. Benny.
Huh? Who are you?
I was just passing by and something blew me in.
Oh, well, Merry Christmas.
The same to you. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Now, kids, we've got to get all these letters read because the contest ends tomorrow night, December 24th,
Say, Jack, listen to this letter I just opened. I think it's from a Scotch girl.
A Scotch girl? What does it say?
I can't stand Jack Benny because his nose is warmer than mine. Signed, Lassie.
Oh, she's just mad because she read that big story about me in Newsweek. Anyway, kids, never mind the rest of those letters. Mr. and Mrs. Coleman will be here for dinner soon. I also invited their friend, Jack Wellington. So please be on your best behavior. Especially you, Phil.
Me?
Yes, you. Just for tonight, don't bring your jug to the table with you. Please.
Now, wait a minute, Jackson. Have you ever tried eating that meat straight?
I know it's awful, Phil, but do it just as a favor to me. And another thing, Phil. When you take the jacket off the baked potato, you're not supposed to go... It's only a potato. And Don...
Yes, Jack?
Don, when Rochester offers you a third helping, try to refuse, will you? Or at least say well before you dive in. And Mary...
Oh, Jack, don't try to tell me anything about eating.
You better listen to him, Livy. He was eating 30 years before you were born.
Phil, your Christmas present isn't so big that I can't carry it back to the store. So don't try to do... Oh, hello, Polly. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Isn't that cute? Say, kids, don't you think my Christmas tree is a beauty? Look how big it is.
It sure is, Mr. Benny. Where did you get it?
Well...
I'll tell you, kid. A man drove through Beverly Hills with that tree laying on top of his car, and Jackson was right behind him.
Phil.
Jackson knew about the sharp curve in the road, and the man didn't.
Phil, please. Christmas trees are very sentimental to me. In fact, I used to go out in the woods and cut down my own tree. But I gave that up.
Yeah, it's so hard to find one with packages under it.
Yeah. Anyway, this is the best Christmas tree I've ever had.
And look at all those presents. Say, Mr. Benny, what's in that great big box over there all tied up with that red and green ribbon?
That's there every year, kid. It's a decoy.
It is not.
Oh, boss.
What is it, Rochester?
For dinner tonight, do you want French bread, raisin bread, or English muffins?
English muffins. Are they the real English muffins?
Are they? I cut one of them open and found 2 tickets to a cricket match.
Well, you can't go. You've got work to do. And by the way, I hired an English butler to help me serve tonight, so the Colemans will feel at home. He should be here any minute. Gosh, I bet right now Ronnie and Benita are sitting on pins and needles waiting to leave their house.
Oh, Ronnie! Ronnie, where are you?
Right here in the library, Benita.
Hey, darling, it's almost 8 o'clock. It's time for us to go over to Mr. Benny's house. Have you forgotten?
Oh, no, I haven't forgotten. It's been on my mind all week. Perhaps we can phone and make some excuse.
No, darling, we can't do that. He's probably gone to a great deal of trouble preparing dinner. In fact, just this afternoon, his butler... what's his butler's name again?
Manchester?
Manchester. Well, he came to the back door and wanted to borrow some sugar, so I gave him a saucerful.
You gave him a saucerful?
Yes, they already have all our cups.
Yes, I wondered why Sherwood served my afternoon tea in a Dixie cup. But I guess you're right, Benita. Maybe we should go. I'll never forget when Benny invited us to his house 3 years ago and we didn't show up. You know, it made him so angry, he wrote a letter to Britain asking for his bundle back.
Yes, well, he's probably sensitive. Well, it's getting late. You better start dressing.
Oh, yes, and I mustn't forget to take Jack Benny's shoes back to him.
His shoes?
Yes, he slipped them off when he was having dinner here 2 weeks ago. You know, I'd never seen such interesting shoes. There's so many secret pockets in them. And there's a little device in there where you wiggle your toes and it makes change.
Belong to Mr. Benny. I should have known they weren't yours when I saw the box spring in the arch support.
Yeah, I noticed that, too. By the way, Benita, who's invited to the dinner besides us?
Well, I understand there'll be Mary Livingston. She's on his program, you know.
Mary Livingston. Didn't she at one time work behind the stocking counter at the May Company?
Yes, and I can't understand her giving up a good job like that. Let's see. Oh, yes, besides Mary Livingston, there'll be that Phil Harris fellow.
Oh, yes. Ham hocks and turnip greens. Say, Benita, couldn't we phone and say that Uncle Oswald is ill and that we have to go and visit him?
You can't do that. After all, Mr. Benny lives right next door. He'll see our lights and know we're home.
Oh, yes. Even that 30-foot fence doesn't keep him from peeping in on it. Creeping along his side of the fence with a periscope. A most remarkable fellow.
I do hope Mr. Benny doesn't insist on playing that violin tonight.
Oh, why? Benita, why did you have to bring that up? For 10 years, I've been plagued with love in bloom. I've hoped, I've wished, yes, even prayed for a minor disaster, a fire, a tornado, even termites, anything. But destroy that violin.
But darling.
Well, if he can't be stopped, then in the name of heaven, let him play it right. Give him the will. Give him the strength. Give him the talent to hit that high note.
Perhaps he's got short fingers.
Well, every day for 10 years, it's been love in bloom. And now it's a new one. Kiss me once and kiss me twice and da-da-da-da-da. Dreadful. Well, I'm sorry, dear, but I didn't mean to lose my temper.
Well, cheer up, darling. I'm sure we'll have a lovely evening at Mr. Benny's.
Yeah, I hope so.
Perhaps he'll eat a lot and fall asleep early. Jack, do you want to come in the dining room and see if the table looks all right?
In a minute, Mary. I'm busy.
Oh, Jack. Jack, you're not going to play your violin tonight.
I am, too. The Colemans are pretty high-class people. They don't go places just to eat. Now, let me practice. I'll have to get a new string.
That was the door buzzer.
Oh, say, maybe that's the... Never mind, Rochester, I'll get it. Yes? Oh, yes, you're the English butler I ordered. Have you had much experience at serving?
Yes.
Well, good. Go right in the kitchen and get started. What's your name? What was that? Oh. Well, tonight, I'll just call you Nottingham.
Jack, who is that?
It was the English butler I hired. For tonight, I'm calling him Nottingham. Do you think that's English enough?
Why don't you call him the White Cliffs of Dover?
No, that's too long. Maybe
Hey, Jackson, why don't you call him Heathcliff?
Heathcliff?
Sure, you're trying to pull a bluff. Oh, Philsy, they ought to hang you up instead of your stocking.
You can say that again. Oh, that must be the Colemans now.
I'll get it.
No, Rochester, that's why I got the English butler. Nottingham, answer the door, please.
Good evening. Mr. Benny is expecting us.
Oh, come in, call the waiting room, the drawing room.
What was that?
Come in, sir, I haven't called the waiting room, the drawing room.
Oh, you're the fellow who sells the tobacco.
Ronnie, Benita, I'm glad you came so early.
Hello, Jack, old boy.
So good of you to have us over.
Oh, it's a pleasure indeed. Nottingham, take Mr. and Mrs. Coleman's hat, coat, and canoe. Thank you.
You know, Jack, I just made an awful mistake. I didn't know you had a second butler.
Oh, yes, he's English, you know.
But his English accent is so thick.
Well, he's been there twice. Twice, you know.
Well, if he ever goes back again, he'll choke to death.
Yes. Come, let's go into the drawing room.
By the way, Mr. Benny, where is Manchester?
What? What did you say?
Where is Manchester?
Oh, Manchester. Well, you go out Sepulveda Boulevard, through Culver City, you turn left at the second traffic light.
Jack, Benita means Manchester, your butler.
Oh, that's Rochester. Rochester.
Let Nottingham do it.
I'm not talking to you. Benita, my butler's name is Rochester. He's in the kitchen getting dinner ready. Come, let's go into the drawing room. I want you to meet my associates. Here we are. Mr. and Mrs. Coleman, this is my radio cast.
How do you do?
How do you do, Mr. and Mrs. Coleman?
Hiya, Ronnie. Benita, what do you hear from the tea and crumpets?
Well, you know, Ronnie, he's Phil's such an unruly blighter. You should excuse the expression. By the way, Ronnie, I have a little surprise for you this evening. I also invited your friend, Jack Wellington, to dinner.
Wellington, splendid. Did you hear that, Benita?
Yes, isn't that nice?
Sit down, folks. We'll have cocktails in just a few minutes. I hope you'll pardon the way my house looks, but I've been so busy opening mail.
Oh, that reminds me. How is your I Can't Stand Jack Benny radio contest coming along?
Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Of course, it ends tomorrow night. So, Benita, if you want to get your letter in, be sure it's postmarked before midnight, December 24th.
You know, Jack just received a citation in Congress because of all the national unity his I Can't Stand Jack Benny contest is promoting.
Was that national unity?
Yes, it's the first time in history that the Republicans and Democrats agree on the same thing.
Yes, sir, that's me. Yep.
Oh, Ronnie, look at that Christmas tree. Isn't it beautiful?
Yes, it certainly is.
I suppose you folks have a nice Christmas tree, too.
Well, we bought a nice tree, but while we were driving home, a peculiar thing happened. Yes, Ronnie made a sharp turn, and that's the last we saw of it.
Oh, that's a shame. Well, how about some cocktails? What would you like, Ronnie?
Oh, nothing right now, thanks, Jack, but after dinner, perhaps a little B&B.
Oh, so will I. For dinner, I always have an S&S.
S&S. Now, what's that?
Half soda and half sympathy soothing syrup.
Yes, it's awfully good. What? Oh, he must mean that Wellington is here. Oh, come right in. Come right in.
Hello, Benny, old boy. Ronnie, Benita.
Wellington.
Mr. Benny told us you were coming.
Mr. Wellington, this is my radio gang here. It's Mary, Phil, Don, and Larry. Well, we're all here now.
Hey, Wellington, you lost half your glasses.
Phil, that's a monocle. Half his glasses.
Say, Wellington, I should tell you, we had a letter from Wickersham the other day.
Wickersham? Well, how is the old duffer?
Oh, he sounded cheerful enough. What a sense of humor he has.
Yeah, Willie, that reminds me. Why don't you tell Mr. Benny and his friends that amusing anecdote Wickersham always tells at dinner parties?
Oh, yes. Now, let's see. Now, how does that go?
While you're thinking about it, I can play a solo on my...
Oh, I have it.
Good.
Good. Go ahead, Willie. Tell that amusing story.
Well, it seems that there was a rather old codger in London who was somewhat hard of hearing, and he was riding on a westbound tram toward...
No, Wellington. It was an eastbound tram.
Oh, yes. He was riding on an eastbound tram.
No, he was going to Trafalgar Square, so it must have been a southbound tram.
By Jove, Benita, you're right. It was a southbound tram. Well, anyway, he wanted to get off at Wembley Station.
You see, Jack, Wembley is the station where the tram stops.
Oh, good. I thought the man wanted to jump off.
Well, anyway, this old codger turned to the woman standing next to him and said...
Wasn't it a man standing next to him?
No, it was... By Jove, it was a man.
Anybody here care to shoot a game of pool?
Mary.
Anyway, he turned to the man standing next to him and inquired, is this Wembley? And the man said...
No, wait. You forgot to mention that the second chap was hard of hearing, too.
Oh, yes, that's important. Well, he turned to this stranger and asked, is this Wembley? And the stranger, who was hard of hearing, said, no, this isn't Wembley, this is Thursday. So the old codger... I say, did I tell you that this old codger was also hard of hearing?
Oh, yes, you told them that when you mentioned it was a westbound tram.
Southbound.
Oh, yes, Trafalgar Square, that's right.
So the old codger who was hard of hearing said Thursday, so am I. Let's get off and have a drink.
Southbound tram, Trafalgar Square.
Oh, that was a very amusing story, Mr. Wellington. Very funny. Would you folks care for a cigarette?
Yes,
Thank you.
Southbound tram, Trafalgar Square, Trafalgar...
You see, these cigarettes I just gave you are Lucky Strikes. They're made of the finer, the lighter, the naturally milder tobacco.
Well, that's interesting, isn't it now?
He got off at Wembley Station because he was hard of hearing, so he didn't...
And you notice that Lucky Strikes are so round, so firm, so fully packed, so free and easy on the draw.
How enchanting.
Yeah, please go on, Mr. Wilson.
And the second chap got off the tram because it was so fully packed. No, that was a woman, by Jove. That's right.
And that's the reason LSMFT is so popular. LSMFT stands for Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Amazing.
Yes, just think of it. LSMFT. Lucky Strike means fine tobacco.
Deucedly clever, isn't it?
So when the stranger said this is Thursday, The man who was hard of hearing said, so am I. Let's get off and have a drink. Oh, yes, Thursday. Thirsty. Say! That is a clever anecdote. Yes, sir. Oh, that's a honey. Oh, here come the cocktails. Set them right over here, Nottingham.
Oh.
Well, folks, dinner will be ready pretty soon, and I can't tell you how happy I am that you were all able to come over, particularly at this time so close to Christmas.
Oh, thank you, Jack.
Thank you.
And since it is so close to Christmas, I think it would be nice if we had Larry Stevens sing an appropriate song.
Oh, good, good.
By all means.
Are you ready, Larry?
Yes, Mr. Benny.
Go right ahead. Here, let me sit next to you, Mary. That was very nice, Larry. Now, folks, let's all have a cocktail before we go into dinner.
Oh, that's fine. And, Jack, if you don't mind, I'd like to propose a toast.
Of course, Ronnie. We'd love to have you do it.
I propose a toast to the world. A world which has just survived the bloodiest and costliest of all human conflicts. A world which was so nearly led back to the dark ages of oppression and slavery by cruel and greedy men who traded in hate. It seems impossible that there could be any more suffering than mankind has just endured. But it is possible, and it will happen, if we lose sight of the lessons so bitterly learned. Let us remember that men everywhere are our neighbors, and their right to life and freedom is as precious to them as ours is to us. So here's a toast to all the people in the world. May we, by working together for a lofty purpose and with God's help, achieve the goal that mankind for 20 centuries has striven for. Peace on earth, goodwill to men.
Merry Christmas, everybody. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas, everybody. Merry Christmas.
thanks again to Mr. and Mrs. Ronald Coleman and their friend Mr. Wellington for spending the evening with us. And I and my whole gang want to wish everybody everywhere a very Merry Christmas. Good night.
Ladies and gentlemen, the contest ends tomorrow, December 24th at midnight. If you haven't sent in your entry, do it now. Just complete this sentence, I can't stand Jack Benny because, in 50 words or less, and mail your letter to the Jack Benny Contest, Hollywood 28, California. Prizes would total $10,000 in victory bonds, and in case of a tie, duplicate prizes will be awarded. The Board of Judges include Goodman Ace of the Easy Aces and Peter Lorre. And the supreme and final judge will be the Honorable Fred Allen. The decision of the judges will be final, and all letters become the property of Jack Benny, including the rights to publish. This contest is open to everyone except the employees of the American Tobacco Company, its agents, and the National Broadcasting Company. It is subject to all federal and state laws and regulations.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Saturday Night Theatre.
Abelard.
Eloise.
In this new stereo production of Abelard and Eloise by Ronald Miller, Peter Abelard is played by Richard Briers and Eloise by Hannah Gordon. Gilles de Vin by Clive Morton and the Abbess of Argenteuil by Mary Morris. When the play begins, the two lovers have both taken holy orders. They can no longer express their true feelings for each other, but they can never forget why they first fell in love 15 years before.
Exerge Domine adiuva nos et libera nos propter nomen tuum. Amen. Reverend Mother, beloved sisters in Christ, who have made the long, hard journey across the plains of France to this, our abbey of the Paraclete, having been cruelly and wrongfully dispossessed of your convent in Argenteuil, we, your brothers in Christ, do herewith freely, joyfully, and with love, surrender to you this, our abbey, with the prayer that you may here find a refuge and a place of peace. And we do name you, Reverend Mother, beloved sister, whose piety, humility, and devotion to God are unexampled, first abbess of the Paraclete for as long as you shall live. This we do in charity before God and in the name of His Holiness Pope Innocent II, given under his hand on the 28th of November in the year of our Lord 1131. And now let us pray in silence.
I've never been very interested in God. These lovely empty rituals mean less to me than one man's glance, a single touch of hands. Peter Abelard, who art here beside me, hallowed be thy name. Thy will be done on earth. On earth. For what else is there?
And may thy humble servants, Lord, proclaim the truth of thy gospel, which says, love not the world, neither the things in the world. For all that is in the world, the lust of the flesh, and the lust of the eyes, and the pride of life, is not of the Father, but of the world. And the world passeth away, and the lust thereof. But he that doeth the will of God abideth forever.
Is this the end of our story? Can it be that we, who have known the warmth and sweetness of each other's bodies and endured the agony of separation, have come at last together, only to part again? Peter, oh, my darling, love me, stay with me. I think of you always, Peter, at Mass when prayer should be purest. And alone at night, Peter, in bed, sometimes the very movements of my body, I know it's obscene. I know that I should tremble at what I've done. I only know that I long for what I lost. Oh, God! I don't belong in this spider's web of a life with its panic fears, its caution, its obsequiousness. I don't belong. You know I don't belong. I'm 32. A young woman, still young and full of life. They think me chaste, God. They call me holy. They see what I do. They can't see what I think. One name only echoes in this soul. One name. Since I first saw him 15 years ago. Abelard. Not yours, God. Oh, God, not yours. Abelard. 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 Abelard.
No, gentlemen, no more speeches. I'm sorry, but 2 lectures a day is quite enough. Besides, I'm dry.
Master, what's your opinion about...
I'm also hungry, and when the body calls, the mind must wait. Thank you for the ride.
Just one question, Master.
Yes?
Should a priest marry?
Yes. I thought it was philosophy we were studying, gentlemen.
Oh, yes, sir, but philosophically speaking, sir, the tonsure being a symbol of continence, well, you are an expert, aren't you, sir?
On priests or marriage?
On continence. You being a member of the celibate community, sir, and, well, I was wondering whether...
Tell me, Alain, which are you planning to enter first, the church or matrimony?
It's not Alain, sir. It's Canon Everard.
Everard?
Canon Everard's married his housekeeper, sir.
Then, Philippe, I suggest you take your question to the canon. Or better still, look up your Theophrastus. He's excellent on marriage in general and wives in particular. Good day, gentlemen. Well, then, but briefly, no yoke bears heavier on a man than marriage. To feed a poor wife is a burden. To support a rich one, torment. Yes. For if she's beautiful, men run after her. And if she's ugly, she runs after men. So that a man has either to keep what everyone wants or what no one wants. In short, says Theophrastus, a life devoted to the study of truth can't be shared with a woman. It's too exhausting. So if you would serve philosophy, gentlemen, don't take a wife. Get a good servant.
Or a good mistress.
Yes. No, Gerard, no. If you must love, love reason. Quicken dead minds. If you love reason, probe, challenge, question the unquestionable. And if you love me, for God's sake, go home and let me have my dinner.
Yes,
Good night, Master. Good night. Good night. Good night.
Excuse me, Master.
Yes. Well, a new face. What's your name, boy?
Robert, sir. Robert de Montbossier.
Student?
Novice monk.
I trust the course is proving instructive.
The greatest experience of my life. Through your eyes, it's a new world.
I'm flattered. But tell me, boy, do you always swallow what your teacher tells you?
It depends on the teacher. Abelard is the greatest teacher in all France.
In all Europe?
He alone teaches the faith of reason. He alone offers a coherent view of God. He alone heats the soul and lights the mind. He alone shows...
Yes, quite. Of course, it's conceivable, though naturally improbable, that he could, just once in a while, be wrong.
Oh, no, sir. Never, not Abelard.
I'm bound to say I agree with you. Nevertheless, little monk, I have a shock for you. Abelard is not God.
Sometimes I think so.
Yes, I thought you did, you blasphemous pup. Not God, Robert. The best available alternative, possibly, in fact, almost certainly, but not God.
Don't get up, Gilles.
I wasn't intending to. Sciatica.
I thought it was better.
Suppose you've come for your dinner. Help yourself, I've just finished.
Well, since you pressed me, my man, Gilbert, made me an omelette. The grease stood on it in flakes. I don't know why his food always tastes so foul. He washes the platters, even the pots.
But does he wash the cloth that washes the pots? There's no flavour quite like it.
No. It's lack of concentration, I think. His mind is on women. This chicken is delicious.
Yeah, from my cousin, the abbess of Argenteuil. Why do nuns always have the best poultry?
Plump white flesh.
It's a pleasure to feed you, Peter. Not only because you eat like a hungry hawk, but because, like me, you're a sensualist.
God forbid.
It's true. By the way, Fulbert's niece is back from the convent.
Fulbert has relatives. I always thought he happened spontaneously.
There was a brother killed in the Crusades. He sired a daughter. She borrows my Homer.
Odd taste for a girl.
Eloise has a mind. One reason among many why our uncle dotes on her.
Does he? Incestuously?
My dear Peter.
I suppose not. Tedious old sheep.
You've said that, I think, about every one of our canons, barring myself.
Well, so they are. Sheep. Every one of them browsing over the same close-bitten pastures with their saint this saith that, and saint that saith the other, and saint the other saith something else. As if one couldn't prove anything and deny it and prove it back again, out of Augustine alone. One day I'll do it, just to show them.
Do what?
Well, smash the whole blind system of theology and substitute...
Master Peter Abelard?
No, not that. But a reasonable soul. Augustine said a man should serve the understanding of things. I'll be content if when I'm dead someone says that about me. That's why my students like me, you know. There's a natural, reasonable soul in most things. When they're young, I can do what I please with them.
The young? Yeah. But have a care for the sheep, Peter. Old teeth still bite.
There you are, Canon Gilles. All is in order. All is in order. Is Eloise not here yet?
Not yet.
Oh, Master Peter. An honor, sir. An honor, as always. Yes, indeed. I sent my niece to the library for a... You are not dressed.
Not dressed? Am I naked? Cannot fool her.
Not dressed for the deprivation.
Deprivation?
Yes. The deprivation of Canon Everard.
Oh, yes.
Well, hurry, Divine. We don't want to be late. It promises to be something of an occasion.
You may go your ways, Fulbert. You won't get a foot of me into the cathedral tonight.
What? A priest is a servant of God. Thou canst not serve God and woman.
You hear that, Peter? Fulbert has on earth the 11th commandment.
You mock me, Gilles.
There. You're a good fellow, Fulbert. A thorn in the flesh of the unrighteous. But I will not go to your entertainment.
I like a friend to sit with.
Ask Abelard. Perhaps he'll go with you and hold your hand.
Master Peter, it would be a considerable honor. I'm in need of a friend.
It's Everard, I think, who needs the friend. I'll see you then.
Why wouldn't he walk with me? Why didn't he wait? Oh, I must go. Well, I'm to make your excuses then, Gilles?
Tell them that I have a profound sciatica.
Have you?
No, but I had yesterday.
Oh, Eloise. Where is the girl? I shall be late. I sent her to the library for a copy of the Fathers on illicit union within the church, in case our brother contests the decision. You understand? Yeah. But it shouldn't take her more than 5 minutes. Oh, there you are, child. Where on earth have you been?
I'm sorry, Uncle. I ran both ways all the way.
Well, in that case, I can't imagine why it took him so long. Now, you'll go straight home, sweetheart?
Yes, Uncle.
Leave home with me, Fulbert, while you're in chapter. There's a copy of the inscriptions for the lapidaries to make, and I I've got gout in my thumb.
You think the girl writes well, Gilles?
He has the best clerk script in Paris.
Beauty. And a brain to match.
A rare combination for some unfortunate man.
Now, Eloise is mine. And God's.
I notice you place God below the salt.
I will come back for her when chapter is over. And then I can tell you, Canon, all about it.
I can scarcely contain myself. Canon. Oh, and Fulbert. I would come with you to the stoning of Stephen if I had the courage.
Not Stephen Everard. Poor old man. He's getting old. 5 minutes, then?
Yes, Uncle.
Right, yes.
Ah, Eloise, you're the only contemporary I have.
Oh, I think so, too. Where are the inscriptions?
An excuse for your company. Here. Try this wine.
It's cold, green like well water. Yet it warms like the sun. Where does it come from?
Moselle.
Gilles.
Huh?
What will become of Everard? Was he wrong to marry?
Canonically, yes.
Then is marriage a sin?
Not a sin, only a mistake. That's why the canonists regard it so gravely. One can be absolved of a sin, but there's no absolution for a mistake.
But Everard, he was such a good face, and she... I saw his wife this morning standing at her door, all sodden with crying and frightened.
God comfort her in her distress.
My uncle says you voted against Everard in chapter.
And should again tomorrow.
But why, Gilles? You of all people. You're not a hypocrite.
But I am. Officially, I'm a canon of Notre Dame, and I have the morals, and what's worse, the appearance of Silenus.
At least you make no pretense at goodness like the others, and yet you condemned Everard.
Canon law condemned him, as it would condemn the Archbishop if charges against him were brought and proved. And marriage, remember, is easier to prove than other forms of depravity.
Is that how you think of marriage? As a form of depravity?
Marriage is a compromise with the flesh. The Church, in its wisdom, has given its blessing to that compromise, speaking of a certain spiritual union of which I have seen little and desire less. To me, the root of marriage is the satisfying of a lust of the flesh.
Then love is lust.
Its root is lust. No. You find that horrible?
Yes.
The rose is lovelier than its root, Eloise. Even so, marriage is the effort to make that permanent which is by nature transient. Nequidquam in vain. Oh, so soon? That was a swift stoning. What happened? Did they all throw at once? You've not met, I think. Eloise, the man who has your generation by the ears. Master Peter Abelard.
I've just come from your uncle. He fainted in chapter. There's no cause for concern. He's been fasting, I think. He asked that you should go to him.
Oh, yes, of course.
I'll see you there safely.
No, I thank you. I'll be quicker alone.
17, they say. Not much color. I like a white-faced wench myself. The eyes show better so. Why do fools say black as night? There's more color in the night sky than ever there is at noonday. Stars, too. You're not listening, Peter.
Yes, I'm listening. 17, you see. She's very young.
When summer on is stealing, and come the gracious prime, and Phoebus high in heaven...
Oh, it's Usually Bear. Got any money?
Is it money tonight, Elise?
Money every night, dear. I'm a working girl.
I've got a new song.
Can't eat songs, dear.
You like the one I sang last week, remember? And then, afterwards... Oh, Elise, it was so wonderful.
Yes. Well, you got the better of my good nature. There's been a change of policy.
No, wait. Elise, listen. When summer on is stealing, and come the gracious prime, and Phoebus high in heaven, and fled the rhyme. With love of one young maiden, my heart hath ta'en its wound, and manifold the grief that I in love have found, that I in love have found.
Who wrote that?
I did.
Liar.
Well, it's one of Master Abelard's, actually. One of his best, don't you think?
Not bad.
Can I come in now?
There. One kiss. Now go on home like a good little boy.
But Elise,
I said go home.
Oh, God, please, please, I must.
No free rides. I'm a business girl.
How much?
How long?
All night. All night, Elise.
You bring me 100 gold pesos, you can have me for a night.
100 gold pesos?
Of course, if I'm not worth it.
Yes. Oh, God, yes, you're worth it. But where am I going to get 100 pesos?
That's your problem, isn't it, dear? And look, Chabert, don't bother me again, not unless you've sold it, all right?
Oh, Elise, for God's sake.
Oh, go home.
I'll get it. 100 gold pesos. I don't know how, but I'll get it. Once you've had a woman, well, you know how it is.
No, I don't know how it is, Hubert.
No. That's right, Master. No, you would.
But I can imagine the hunger for love.
Oh, that's it, sir. That's it exactly. I'll save. That's it. I'll start saving.
Well, here's something to open your account.
Oh, thanks, Master Abelard. That's sympathetic.
A scullion and a harlot. And yet, when she took him in her arms and their mouths met, it seemed to me as if suddenly all the things that I contend for, books, philosophy, dialectics, the whole spectrum of the intellectual life, as if suddenly they were nothing. It was as though, for a moment in time, harlot and lout had immortality. Can you believe that, Gilles?
Without difficulty. And then?
And then she slapped his face and shut the door on him.
Yes, that's the way of it. Poor Gilbert. By the way, Fulbert says you can take him with you. Yvonne, that's his cook, will be happy to feed you. But naturally, you must have a man about you to fetch and carry.
What did you say?
Fulbert wants you to go and live with him.
Fulbert wants me?
The picture of stupefaction. Now, why?
Why? Good God, man.
He was always by way of regarding you as a demigod. And since you carried him home when he fainted in chapter...
I did not. I gave him an arm.
Horizontal or vertical, the fact remains he blushes and stammers whenever he speaks of you.
Is the man out of his wits? I'm 37 and she's...
A school girl. Yes, I reminded him of the fact. But he spoke much of your reputation for chastity. You would, it seems, be doing him the greatest imaginable honor if you would consent to live under his roof.
Honor?
His word. He used it at least 3 times. Well, is it to be yes or no?
Eloise has a good mind, Master Peter. A logical mind. And an excellent memory. Whatever you teach her, she'll retain. Stores it all up here, she does. Like a... whatever animal never forgets. I forget. Eloise! Come along up, my dear. Oh, she'll prove an apt pupil. A worthy pupil, I have no doubt. If not, you must punish her. Yes, indeed. A touch of the birch on the buttocks is good for all of us, especially the young.
Uncle?
Isn't that so, my dear?
Yes, Uncle.
Mind you, the nuns, they thought highly of her. A devout girl, pious and virtuous. Neither the desires nor the vanities of this world could turn her from her studies. A natural religious, I should say. Oh, but I'm wasting your precious time. Master Peter, I place my niece in your hands, confidently, without reserve. You are a great man of letters. My house is honored. Yes. Yes, indeed.
Sit down. Did the nuns beat you?
No. I think they preferred to beat themselves.
They say it sharpens the soul.
I don't think it would sharpen mine. And in fact, I'm sure it wouldn't. But then, I've never tried it.
No doubt that will come later. You like Homer, I believe.
I've read the Iliad and the Odyssey.
What did you make of them?
Oh, Homer was inspired, wasn't he?
I doubt if the point has been disputed. Is that all you have to say about Homer?
Weren't his poems the dawn of reason?
Not the dawn, but a beacon fire, the cry of the watchman. The dawn is coming. It was 400 years later, when Buddha appeared in India, Confucius in China, Plato and Aristotle in Greece, that man began at last to break the chains that bind him to the animal. The heat is stifling. Do you mind?
I love the breeze from the river.
What Latin have you?
I've studied the fathers, Jerome, Gregory, Augustine, some of it, a little Seneca.
Seneca?
I read Medea at night with my uncle.
You're 17?
And a half.
And you spend your evenings reading Seneca with your uncle?
When he's not too tired. He often is, which is why I suggested... Oh, you see, the house was too large for just the two of us and Yvonne in the kitchen. And when Gilles Devan happened to mention that you were unhappy in your lodgings,
Do I understand that my coming here was your idea?
I'm sure you'll find it more comfortable. Did you know that you can see 4 of the city gates from this window? And the same valley away to the right, stretching for more than 20 miles. Oh, Paris is so lovely that sometimes the sheer beauty of it catches the breath. There's something the matter.
I'm sorry. You were saying?
Just that Paris is beautiful. There's a sort of inner radiance.
Yes. There's also a stench of foul water, and the drains defy description. We'll start with Virgil. But not now, in a week. 2 weeks, a month, perhaps. If I have time. Now, you understand. I have very little time.
The herds and birds of brilliant hue...
In furias ignemque ruant.
...are swept with fiery feelings.
Passion.
Or are swept with passion.
Amor omnibus idem.
Love is the same for all.
Good. That will do for today.
But of course that's not true, is it?
What is not true?
Love is not the same for all. How can it be?
You have the advantage of me.
To love God, for example, is not the same as to love another human being.
Which would you say is the greater love?
The nuns would say to love God.
What do you say? If you have the smallest doubt about the answer, you should certainly think twice before taking the veil.
Taking the veil? But I never considered such a step.
I understood from your uncle.
Oh, no, you mustn't believe all my uncle says. But I have no vocation. None whatever. Taking the veil, I couldn't be happy. To me, it would be like being locked in a cupboard. I could never be a nun. Never.
Oh, the priesthood? No. I'm too much of a rebel. Reason can't breathe in the cloister.
But there's no advancement for a man outside the church. And you'd soon be a bishop, and then an archbishop, and then a cardinal, and then...
His Holiness?
Why not? You have the haircut. No, I'm serious. Didn't Plato say it would be well for that state whose king was a philosopher?
Yes, he did.
So what of Christendom, if a philosopher were pope? Oh, with your intellect, your energy, your sway over people, I know you could reach the highest office.
I'm content to teach.
Is that what you've most wanted all your life? To be a teacher?
I think what I most wanted was to be free, open to the world. At any rate, that was why I refused to be knighted and go and play the squire at Clisson.
What happened?
My father sent my brother instead.
Was he furious with you?
I never had a hard word from my father. He was more of a saint than any man I ever knew. It was Mother who gave us what chiding we got, which was little enough. She took the veil at Poitiers 2 months after he entered at Saint-Savin. It's not the worst end. To have served in the wars, taken a wife, begotten children, and then at the last to take down one's sail and ride at anchor in God.
Could that be the way for you?
I hate to be tied. The light's going. I'll get the candles.
No. No, don't. It's such a night. Let's just wait and watch the darkness. I never knew my mother. Tell me about yours.
She had the most beautiful eyes. Not just lovely. Loveliness is an easy thing. Most women have something of it when they're young. But beauty, one, perhaps two in a generation.
And are they happy?
Happy? What do they want with happiness? They know ecstasy. Happiness. A dog asleep in the sun. A dog asleep.
Eloise, I apologize for receiving you like
You
this.
look very handsome, but should you be sitting up? Jean says you're sciatica.
I shall die sitting up. Do you want to go away?
I need time. Where can I go?
It's easy enough. It's the eve of Saint-Michel. I shall send Jean to Argenteuil with an offering for tomorrow's feast and greetings to my cousin the abbess. You can ride pillion behind him and come back with him in the evening.
Or not.
Don't you want to come back?
I don't know. I shan't know until I've gone.
Where's your uncle?
At Mass.
Run back and get your cloak.
What?
I shall tell him the sisters were grieved at being neglected all summer, and that I urged you to go and make amends.
You'll lie for me.
Truth has as many coats as an onion, and each one a puzzle when you peel it.
Oh, 2 minutes with you, and nothing matters as much as one thinks.
Ah!
Oh, God, what is it?
Jesus, Mary, Joseph.
What is it?
My hip. My hip.
God, I forgot. Shall I rub it for you?
Rub it! I'd as soon be broken on the wheel. Away with you, girl. Away with you. Wait. Take this wine to the abbess. She's drinking herself to death, but she has my palate, and we de Vannes are hard to kill. I'm not sure that you haven't done for this one.
Are you sure you wouldn't...
Out, for pity's sake, out!
Gloria Patri et Filio et Spiritui Sancto, sic ut erat in principio, et nunc et semper, et...
Well, it's done.
More's the pity.
Won't you wish me well?
I believe it would be better to wish you a broken neck.
Better a broken neck than broken faith?
And that from the master of logic. That from the voice of reason. That from the mind that set the century ablaze. You've had too much trade with words, Peter. But there, no matter. Someday, it may be 100 years from now, it may be 200, but someday another will speak of reason as you once did, and bring together the whole summa of theology by just such methods as yours. And they will write his name in the calendar of saints, and handle his work as if it were the Ark of the Covenant. And where will Abelard be? Smashed, forgotten. A deserter from that little band of immortals who alone give a measure of meaning to man's existence. And for what? A woman. You fool, Peter. You... No, not fool. Clown. You naive and total clown.
Gilles, thank you for making her my wife.
Whom the gods would destroy, they first make sentimental.
It shouldn't be like this. All the bells should have rung for us.
Peter? Oh, it's you, Robert.
He said I could... He offered me the use of his books while he's away.
Away?
At Liège, the convocation.
Oh, I forgot he won't be back till Friday.
Friday noon.
Oh, God, where are you leading us?
You're hurt.
Oh, no, just tired.
Your cheek's bruised and swollen, your arm's bleeding.
Oh, it's nothing. I fell.
There's a contusion. I'll get some water.
No, thank you. I must be out of Paris before it's light.
You'd better let me. You can't go like that. With everyone staring and pointing.
I'm used to it.
Pull your sleeve back.
It's nothing, I tell
Do
you.
as I say.
Why are you doing this for me? Robert?
Not for you.
It wasn't a fall. You're Peter's friend. He trusts you. Master Alberic came to the house.
Yes?
Alberic of Rheims. I'd never seen him before.
Fat and small eyes peeping.
That's right. He told my uncle he'd always wanted to see his books, but he didn't come for that. He came to spy.
Sorry.
Geoffrey of Chartres was there, too, just back from Rome.
Nice man.
He said something about having more consequence in Rome as Peter Abelard's friend than as the Bishop-elect of Chartres. And my uncle said that made him proud, as he'd always thought of me as a daughter. And to know I was married to so great a man.
Married?
Yes, a month ago.
A month?
Oh, I denied it, of course. I said I was his mistress. My uncle struck me. He clawed at me. They pulled him away, but Alberic had got what he came for. It'll be all over Paris by morning. Do you still want to help me now? It's not safe anymore in my uncle's house. It's not safe in Paris. Look, will you tell Peter I've gone to Argenteuil, to Sister Godric with the little boy?
I'll tell him. Go now, please.
Oh, I don't know how to thank you.
Don't. Just go.
You love him too, don't you, very much? Oh, not as I love him.
Exactly as you love him. Exactly.
Yes.
Holy Sylvester, Holy Gregory,
intercede for her soul.
Holy Martin,
Intercede for her soul.
Holy Alexis,
Intercede for her soul.
Holy Magdalene,
Intercede for her soul.
Holy Felicitas,
Intercede for her soul.
go forth, Christian and Holy Spirit, from this world. Go in peace in the name of angels and archangels, in the name of principalities and powers and all the strength of heaven, in the name of cherubim and seraphim, in the name of the whole human race which is written in the book of life. Let the angels come and meet thee on thy way and bring thee into the city. Lord Jesus Christ, receive the soul of thy servant, Godric.
Amen.
4 of you will go into the chapel and take the place of those now keeping watch. Gisela?
Yes, Mother.
Adair?
Yes, Mother.
Constance?
Mother?
Eloise, Godric was your friend. Let you be the 4th.
Yes, Mother.
Ave Maria Purissima.
Conceived without sin.
Dear friend, intercede for this old sinner.
Reverend Mother! Reverend Mother!
Mariella,
Yes, Mother.
when may we run, Mariella?
To assist at a deathbed or from a fire, Reverend Mother.
Is yet another of our community in extremis?
No, Reverend Mother.
Are we on fire, child?
It's not... There's a man.
Who is it? Who is it who died here? In God's name.
One of our sisters.
But who? Who?
Godric. May her soul be blessed.
Godric. Godric. Oh, forgive me. I rode through the village. They said there'd been a death up at the convent. No one knew who it was. Godric. I'm sorry. She was her friend.
Mariella, go to the chapel and call Eloise. You will take her place.
Once, Mother.
And walk, Mariella.
Yes, Mother.
Sit down and calm yourself a moment, Master Peter.
You know me?
Taking the veil does not necessarily make one half-witted. Drink this.
Thank you. No,
Drink it, man. You look like a sepulchre.
Peter.
Remember, child, this is your home for as long as you need us.
I thought it was you who was dead.
My darling. The sexton is digging Godric's grave.
Come here. At least let me feel you near me.
I daren't be near you, Peter. I daren't.
I was away when you needed me. He struck you.
It's not myself I'm afraid for, Peter. It's you. Don't go back to Paris.
My dear girl, what possible harm could he do me?
I don't know. I think he's mad, but Peter, don't go back.
You know I must.
Yes, you must. Now it begins. Oh, they're great on fate in Donegal.
What?
Peter, I've been thinking. I mustn't stay here now for a while. I shall ask Reverend Mother if I can wear novice's dress. No, please, my darling, just listen. We'll let it be known that in a year or two, I shall take the veil.
Eloise,
Dear, sweet Peter, look, can you see me as a nun? But if we can make people believe it, the talk will die. Now, look, the marriage would be annulled, wouldn't it, if I joined the sisterhood? Now, my darling, you're looking at me as if I were a ghost. It's only a tale to give the lie to my uncle, as if any vows on earth could keep me from you.
Swear you never, not even a novice, not even a lay sister. Swear!
No, occasionally they wouldn't even accept me.
Swear it!
All right, I swear. Oh, no. You mustn't touch me here. Oh, God. Oh, not here, Peter.
Elise. 100 gold pesos.
Gilbert.
Count Foubert.
Wait 1 minute. Gilbert, for 1 gold coin. That song, Gilbert, about the summer coming in and a young wench. You used to sing it in my house. If I remember rightly, it was one of your masters, one of Peter Abelard's.
I believe so, Your Reverence.
They tell me it is still very popular.
Well, it's a love song. We all like songs about love.
Love, yes. If she would once have pity and take me. He took her from me, you know. Why did he take her from me? He's tired of her now. He's flung her on the ash heap at Argenteuil. Is he going to make a nun of her? Does he think if he makes a nun of her, he can break the marriage and be priested?
I never heard the master had any notion of orders.
Why else should he send her to Argenteuil? She's going about in her grave clothes, all but the veil. And they'll put that on her shortly, and then he'll be satisfied. He'll take his vows of chastity and be on his way up the ecclesiastical ladder. Are you fond of your master, Gilbert?
Yes, Your Reverence.
So am I. That's why I mean to save his soul. Help me. Between us, Gilbert, we'll win him back for God and beat the devil, and Holy Mother Church will be mocked no more. No, nor dragged scabrous into the gutter.
I must be going now, Your Reverence.
How much do you think there is there?
50.
100. 100 gold pesos.
I'll be going, sir.
Hurry. Is the door at the foot of your master's stairs locked?
I must go, sir, really.
Suppose you come down the stairs and unlock the door and found this on the steps. What would you do?
I don't know.
Yes, you do. You'd pick it up and be off into the night and enjoy yourself. Of course, you would leave the door open, wouldn't you?
No.
Yes, you would. So that you could get back in.
Master Foubert. You wouldn't murder him?
No. No, I hope he'll live long and chaste, the way I would have him. Of course, he won't be a priest. It takes a whole man to be a priest, but he'll live the holier for it. Didn't our Lord say, some have made themselves eunuchs for the kingdom of heaven's sake? I doubt Master Peter would ever do that, but I know those who will do it for him. He's a proud man, Peter Abelard, proud. I'll break his pride and do his soul a service. Sing, Gilbert, sing, for another gold coin.
Down from the branches fall.
Who's there, for God's sake?
It's me, Elise. I've got the 100 gold pesos. Let me in.
Oh, no.
I have, I tell you. Let me in. Let me in, Elise.
Go home, Gilbert, like a good lad.
Come back tomorrow. I'm with Hélène tonight.
Tomorrow? I could be dead tomorrow. Elise.
Oh, shut the window.
I can pay! I can pay! Eloise!
Who's that? Fever? Don't cry, man. You haven't lost it. I'll help you pick it up. Gold. Where did you get this?
Gold. He said gold. The cannon.
Cannon? Which cannon? Why aren't you at Master Abelard's? Did Canon Fulbert give you this money? What for? What for?
I didn't do it. I only opened the door. Just the door, that's all. I didn't do it!
Oh, dear God, no. Oh, sweet God in heaven, no! Sweet God in heaven, no! No, no!
How is he, Robert?
Asleep, Master Gilles?
I suppose they've told you that I'm going to live. What day is it?
The 1st of October.
3 days. And on the 3rd day. Have they begun to joke yet?
Not yet. Would God I had died for thee, O Absalom, my son, my son.
I was lost for you, Gilles.
I was sick in bed when I heard. And then I was drunk.
Yes, they told me. But there's nothing they haven't told me. Gilbert and the old man, too, dragged from sanctuary. Flesh for flesh, obscenity for obscenity. I'm glad you came before they moved me.
Where?
To Saint-Denis.
If you want monks nursing, you'll be quarter at Saint-Germain.
You see, I'm taking the vows at Saint-Denis.
You can't.
They're making an exception in my case. It will only be a nominal novitiate. Handsome of them, I thought.
If I had the power, Peter, I'd put you under lock and key till God was pleased to restore you to your senses.
Having only just removed them, I doubt he'll do that in a hurry. Do sit down. I can only see your belly, and I prefer your face. Of course, I don't want to be a stupid, sublimating little monk. I've no vocation. I'd rather continue to teach as I've always done, but that's over.
You say this because you're sick. When your strength comes back, when you're your own man again...
I'm nobody's man, as you so delicately put it, or ever will be.
Your body's mutilated, not your mind.
We'll see.
Suppose you don't make up your mind now that you go for a while to Le Palais, to Eloise.
For God's sake! It has to be. I think I've always known it. I knew it riding down to Brittany with her. With her. And before that, when I went to Fulbert and said I'd marry her. And before that, long ago.
What's to become of Eloise?
She'll take the veil at Argenteuil.
What?
That is, if they'll have her. She'll need to convince your cousin, the abbess, she has a vocation. She still has all her faculties. There should be no problem.
But she has no vocation.
Neither have I.
What's to stop her going to your sister with the boy?
Because, if you must have the truth, I couldn't stand it. Because I couldn't endure even to see her kiss my brother-in-law, because I'm jealous of every man that ever looks at her. Jealous, Christ. There's always been jealousy. And that was when I was a man myself. And now...
Forgive me.
God bless you, Gilles. But I must go my own way.
One goes through life, chewing the sweet and spitting out the bitter. And then at an age when one might reasonably think all heat of blood were past, to have the heart torn out of you for two creatures nearly half a century away.
Abelard. Eloise. It came as something of a surprise to me to hear that you wish to enter the religious life. When I granted your request to wear novice's dress, I understood it was simply a matter of convenience. You understand that we must be satisfied your vocation is genuine. That there are certain questions I'm bound to ask you.
Yes, Reverend Mother.
Very well. This is your own unprompted desire.
Yes, Mother.
You are aware of its meaning. You've considered carefully.
Yes, Mother.
When was your vocation revealed to you? Was it recently?
Yes.
Suddenly?
Yes.
What caused it? Why do you think God has chosen you to be his handmaiden?
No one can explain God's grace, Reverend Mother. But can whoever receives it doubt that he or she has been led by the hand?
You are married, you have a son of 9 months. You realize if you are received, the child can no longer remain here with you.
Yes, Mother.
What will become of him?
He will be adopted by my sister-in-law.
You will miss your son?
Yes. Yes, I shall miss him.
And your husband? And your beloved husband?
And my beloved husband?
And yet there's no doubt in your mind that your renunciation of your son, your husband, your married life, and all that goes with it is a manifestation of God's grace.
What else could it be?
Eloise, you loved a man. You have a child by him. These ties are strong. They come in the night and call like sirens. Long after one thinks them forgotten, they return in dreams to stir the flesh and distract the spirit. Memory is all insinuating, all pervasive. How will you conquer memory, child?
I will pray for strength.
Then you fear its power.
No, I was always unhappy about my marriage. As you know, my son was born out of wedlock. It preyed on my mind.
I'm sure your marriage soothed your conscience.
No.
Well, why not?
Because I wished I longed only to be a bride of Christ.
I see. And this wish, this longing, it transcends all things.
Yes.
All earthly love.
Yes.
All carnal desire.
Yes.
It is your reason for asking to be received. Your only reason.
Mother, are all these questions?
Your reason, child. Your only reason.
My only reason.
You long for God with all your heart and with all your mind and with all your soul.
Yes, yes.
You realize that once taken, your decision is irrevocable.
Yes.
That you will no longer be able to come and go as you please.
Yes.
That this time, once the convent gates close behind you, they close forever.
Yes.
That you will be lost to the world.
Yes.
You understand these things.
I understand.
And to be so lost is your resolve.
Yes.
Your aspiration.
Yes.
Your delight.
Yes.
Your joy.
Yes, yes, yes.
Religious life is not for all. Ah, unsparing, pitiless evening. Without a vocation, it can be a terrible thing. We must be grateful that God's mercy, we have found the truth in time.
I've always known the truth. I've always known I had no vocation.
So have I, my dear.
Help me, Mother.
You know I will in any way within my power.
Mother, I ask to be received into the sisterhood.
Reverend Mother?
Don't call me that, Peter. I'm not reverend. I'm not a mother. Except to these weary, overwatched girls. Nothing has changed for me since I was accepted into the order 15 years ago. I train the novices as I was trained. I play the game according to the rules.
They say you're a saint.
No, you mustn't say that. It's not true.
Has it never occurred to you that it may be true, but you may not know it?
If I tell you that when I took the veil, I committed myself not to God, but to you in your mutilation, that at no moment in my life did I give myself so passionately to my husband, that it was like a second marriage, that when I lie in my cell, you lie beside me. When I sleep, you sleep with me. When I dream of your arms holding me, that if you asked me, I would come to you here, now, this moment. If I tell you that the need for loving never stops, will you believe me?
Tell me, do you believe in God? Do you think there is a God at all?
Probably not.
Will you pray with me?
Why not? It's harmless.
Let us pray.
A brief glimpse in an empty chapel and then goodbye forever. There's nothing to touch God's cruelty, is there? It's quite sublime. Peter. Peter, where are you? Peter, don't leave me. Peter.
I'll write to her. I'll write. There'll be letters.
Can I embrace a letter? Hear its heartbeat, feel its warmth. Can I love a letter?
Love God. Love God.
My darling, I would follow him to hell itself if he asked me, but I can't.
Can it be the one place she won't follow me is heaven?
He doesn't know how it is for me. His God has helped him not to want me. He's maimed in soul as well as body, but I have
He thinks because the body fails, desire fails with it. If only it were true.
Peter, you are everywhere, still everywhere.
And God?
Nowhere, so what can I expect of God?
Expect nothing. Give.
And if one has already given, and there's no more oil in the lamp.
I know. When I entered Saint-Denis, it was to hide my shame, no other reason. I had no vocation either. For months I was sick in mind and body.
Warm, sweet body.
And then when I could get about, I walked. I tramped ceaselessly, day after day.
Warm, sweet body in my arms.
I walked alone, trying to will myself to God. No blind ecstasy drove me, but every sentence I'd ever written or spoken passed before me, like a lifetime to a drowning man.
My man.
And in a kind of pomp of abnegation, I offered them humbly to God.
There is no God.
I went on and on and on until my mind was empty, a vacuum. Nothing remained of Abelard. It was the pride of humility, the ceremonial pride of the Roman salute. I waited for some response. There was none.
There is no God. Love me.
And then one day, I was standing looking down at a river, and something in the still, shining surface of it reminded me of a day I'd forgotten 30 years before.
I'm young still, young and full of life. Love me.
As a boy, I'd gone with my father on pilgrimage to St. Gildas. It was winter and the wind blew, but standing on the cliff, I'd seen a strange silver pathway.
I want you, Peter.
It swept round the headland and out to sea. There was no ripple on it.
I want you now. I need you now.
It ran against the tide, directly counter to the waves surrounding it.
I want you at Mass when prayer should be pure.
My father, standing beside me, was so withdrawn that for a time I hesitated to ask him what it was. When I did, he said, "It's the will of God."
In my cell at night.
I'd no idea what he meant.
In bed, Peter, alone in bed.
Standing there, 30 years later, no heavens opened.
Sometimes the very movements of my body.
I saw no Son of Man. I had no vision. In a moment, I felt the blood ebbing from my heart.
The moment before.
I thought I was going to die.
The moment before the ecstasy.
And then it happened.
Love's fulfillment. Oh, my darling.
With no warmth of contrition, no passion of devotion, stripped of all human emotion, but with every power of my mind, every pulse of my body, I worshipped God.
You found your crutch.
I found the rock. Let the tempest come, it will not shake me. My belief is sure.
Master, philosopher, man of God, whenever men speak of giants, they'll remember Abelard.
If I'm remembered, it will be for this, that I was loved by Eloise.
Peter Abelard, my husband.
My sister in Christ.
My husband. My husband. Husband. Peter, where are you? I'm drowning. I'm suffocating in Christ.
Let go. You belong to him who has conquered the world. Let go.
Peter, for God's sake, come back. I'm so alone.
God is with you.
There is no God. There is no God.
No God.
Two shattered lives.
God's mercy.
Pitiless.
Purifying. A scorching fire.
Alone. Alone.
Love him. Love him as you love me. to the furthest reaches of your shadow.
Help me, Peter.
This is your deliverance and mine. Let go.
Help me.
Holy Jesus, must I break my heart to comfort hers? My sister, in your strength, your intercession, your innocence lies what hope I have of heaven. My guilt is in your hands.
I don't understand.
My hands are fouled beyond redemption, but yours... Pray for me. Save me. Go to God. For me. For me.
God knows I would love God for you if I could.
Love me for God.
I can't. I've tried. What did he say?
Love me for God. Love me for God. Did she hear?
Love him for God. Dear heaven, am I his salvation?
Did she hear?
Peter, am I your salvation? Peter.
Did she hear? Did she hear?
Yes. Yes. I heard. My brother. My brother in Christ.
My wife. My beloved wife.
Oh God. If there is a God, come now.
On the 21st of April, 1142, at the age of 63, Abelard died and was buried in the crypt of the Abbey of the Paraclete. 22 years later, on the 16th of May, 1164, Eloise died and was buried there also, but not in the same tomb. So they lay for 650 years. In 1814, by order of the government of the day, their remains were carried to the cemetery of Père Lachaise in Paris, where the noblest of the sons and daughters of France are laid to rest. There their dust was mingled and buried under a stone plinth, with the words, Abelard, Eloise, forever one. And there to this day they lie together.
In Abelard and Eloise by Ronald Miller, Abelard was played by Richard Briers, Eloise by Hannah Gordon. Gilles de Vannes, Clive Morton, the Abbess, Mary Morris. Robert, David Timson, Guibert, Kerry Francis. Fulbert, Manning Wilson. Sister Godric, Kathleen Helm. Alice and Mariella, Susan Brown. Laura, Hilda Schroeder. Gisela, Sandra Clark. Constance and Denise, Diana Olsen. Bernard of Clairvaux and Philippe, Nigel Graham. Alain, Sean Probert. Gerard and Jean, William Slay. The play was adapted for radio and produced by Martin Jenkins.
Transcribed from Hollywood. Warner Brothers Academy presents One Way Passage. The American public has learned to trust a Gruen watch as the timepiece par excellence. The Gruen Watch Company has designing beautiful watches. Today, the smart styling of the newest Gruen watches makes Gruen more than ever the proudest name in time. Your Gruen jeweler joins with the Gruen Watch Company in the sincere hope that you will find pleasure in these broadcasts.
Tonight's premiere is a presentation of the Warner Brothers Academy, which has for the past 5 years given secret performances for the executives, producers, directors, and stars of Hollywood. Tonight, for the first time, Gruen makes it possible with the playing of One-Way Passage for the American public to join this exclusive audience. The Academy was founded by Warner Brothers 5 years ago for the purpose of developing motion picture actresses who have won their stripes in some medium of the drama other than the screen. In our audience tonight are many stars who have interested themselves in the Academy. We are further honored tonight to present a man whose interest in the Academy has been so evident that he has never missed a performance, and who is personally responsible for the success of many of today's stars. Mr. J.L. Warner, Executive Vice President in charge of production of Warner Brothers Pictures.
For years, I have hesitated to have any publicity regarding this Academy of ours, although I am proud to say we consider it one of our most successful efforts, ranking it even with such pictures as The Life of Emil Zola, Gold is Where You Find It, and Jezebel. Associated with it have been such personalities as Errol Flynn, Wayne Morris, Edward G. Robinson, Dick Powell, James Cagney, and Betty Davis. And now, since we are convinced that it is possible to present these players to the public through the medium of radio, you are tonight for the first time invited to join us. I sincerely hope that you enjoy the young players of this Academy in One-Way Passage.
Thank you, Mr. Warner. The honor of ringing up the curtain on One-Way Passage goes to the man who won the Academy Award by writing tonight's story, and who is now one of the most important producers on the Warner Brothers lot, Mr. Robert Lord.
One of the penalties of being an author is the excitement and nervousness you experience on your own opening night. 5 years ago, I went through that experience and thought I was finished with it. But now here is One-Way Passage again, having another first night. And here am I, just as nervous and excited as before. Whatever calmness I possess this evening is due to the knowledge that two such excellent performers as Ronald Reagan and Gloria Dixon are to play Dan and John. These young players are an example of what the Warner Academy has accomplished by way of developing potential screen stars. You'll remember Gloria for her fine work in They Won't Forget, and Ronald Reagan will soon be on the screen in Cowboy from Brooklyn. As evidence of the genuine interest shown by successful Hollywood stars in the players of the Warner Academy, we have with us Henry O'Neill. One of the finest character actors in Hollywood, he is Paul Muni's first choice for every picture that he makes. Tonight he has graciously offered his services in support of these young players and will be heard in the role of Dr. Travers. But now it's curtain time, and I get a real thrill in saying, on with the show.
One-Way Passage. The story of One-Way Passage has its beginning in a cosmopolitan bar on the waterfront in Shanghai, where a distinctly American voice discusses with a distinctly American bartender the right ingredients for the perfect cocktail.
Careful now, Joe, not too much. Just a drop, partner. Just a drop.
Oh.
There.
Say, that's great.
And just a bit of stirring, ever so gently.
Wouldn't do to shake it.
Oh, no, absolutely not. You can't break up good liquor in a shaker. Believe me, friend, I wouldn't make one of these for a foreigner. Well, there she is. A paradise cocktail.
I am, thanks to you.
Go ahead. Taste.
Well, Joe, here's extra.
Oh. Oh, now, lady, look what you've done.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Not at all. That's quite all right. You have some more there in the shaker, haven't you, Joe? You'll have to join me, you know. Joe, 2 glasses.
Oh, no,
Matter of fact, no man should ever drink a paradise cocktail alone. It's sacrilege. There you are, partner. It's like watching a beautiful sunset all by yourself. Shall we?
Yes, of course.
And here's to you, Miss,
My name's Joan.
Mine's Dan.
Oh, that's lovely.
I see you have a few drops left.
You dropped. Yes. Always the most precious. Well?
Just a moment. Those last few drops, let's drink them to our meeting.
Our brief meeting. I'm I'm sailing at noon.
I'm sorry.
And suddenly I'm sorry, too. Well, here's hail and farewell.
Oh, that sounds too ruthless. I tell you, let's say, Auf Wiedersehen.
Auf Wiedersehen. The last few drops.
And, Joan,
Yes, Dan?
so that these two glasses will only remember this moment, let's break them.
Right. And now, Auf Wiedersehen.
She was a pretty lady. Yeah, wasn't she? You know, Joe, for the first time, I almost wish I was sailing on that boat.
Hello, Dan.
If it isn't Steve Burke.
Me, I'd almost given up hope running into you. And Danny, boy, you're at scene being back in Frisco again.
Should ask that.
Maybe we'd better get going. Wouldn't want to miss the boat.
Feeling better, Joan?
Yes, Doctor, I think I'll go out a while. Walk around the deck. Do something.
I don't believe I'd leave my stateroom if I were you. You see, you've been going at too fast a pace.
What you really mean, what you're too kind to say, is that if I remain in my stateroom and lie in bed, deny myself everything, even the mildest diversions, I may live to arrive at a charming sanitarium.
But when it's a question of your own life...
I'm afraid it's nothing but a drab picture, Doctor.
You're the steward on the deck, aren't you?
Where's that voice coming from?
Someone on deck, coming through the porthole.
I'm looking for a young lady. Maybe you think.
You'd better get back in bed, Joan. Anything special you want?
You know what I want. Suddenly I want to crowd all of the intense, beautiful happiness in the world into what little life I have left. I want to live a lifetime before this boat reaches San Francisco. And I'm going to do it.
Joan.
If it's only for a few hours, I mean to have it. All of the happiness I can get my hands on. Now you'd better leave, Doctor.
All right.
I'm going on deck.
Now, look, bartender. Think real hard. You must have seen her.
Nah, it's surprising how little you notice the customers. You know, when you're in my business, they all look alike.
Oh, you be sure to notice her. Now, look, she's about so tall, and
her name is Joan.
What? Joan.
Hello, Dan.
Joan, I've been looking all over this boat for you for the past 2 days. I've made a nuisance of myself asking everyone. Where have you been?
Well, Well, we just must have missed each other.
Bartender, please put that drink in 2 glasses. Joan, I haven't been able to forget you.
And I haven't been able to forget you.
There you are.
To us?
Love. Now the glasses?
By all means. There they go. Shattered, but with a beautiful memory.
Out in a blaze of glory. And that's the way, isn't it, Dan?
You found that out, too?
Yes.
Hello, Dan. Been wondering what you were up to.
Oh. Joan, this uncouth gentleman is Mr. Burke. He's a friend of mine. We're traveling together.
Lady, I don't like to break up your little soiree, but if you don't mind, I'd like to talk to your boyfriend.
Oh, now, look, Steve, Okay. Joan, please excuse me, will you? I'll call for you later.
All right, Dan, I'll be waiting for you. My stateroom is D12 on the top deck.
Then I'll call for you.
I'm glad to have met you, lady.
I'm glad to have met you, too.
Hey, what's the percentage in mooning around with a dame like that?
That's something you wouldn't understand. Well, Steve, what's on your mind?
I just want to have a little talk with you. You know, we get to Honolulu tomorrow.
Yes, I know.
And in case you've got any ideas...
You're not worrying about me, are you?
Why, Mr. Burke.
Oh, no, I ain't worrying, but just the same, don't forget we're sticking together. Come on, let's do about 40 turns around the deck. Keeps you in shape.
What's the percentage of me keeping in shape?
Yeah, huh? Yeah, that's a good one.
Are you tired, Joan?
Tired? Oh, darling, no, I'm too excited. Oh, Dan, this has been the most wonderful evening. Just look at that moon on the water. And just think that straight ahead in the path of that moon, my precious, we have Honolulu. Tomorrow we'll be there.
That's right.
What are we going to do ashore, darling? Let's plan every minute.
Let's not plan anything now, Joan. Let's just wait and see what happens.
You don't seem very enthusiastic about it.
Well, there's something that might keep me on board.
Oh, Dan. Dan, and I'd counted on it so. I won't be able to sleep tonight till you promise me you'll go.
Well, all right. I'll meet you at the beach, boy. At the little...
I'll be there.
Shall we say an hour after the boat docks?
Shall we?
And, Joan, if something happens, if I don't get there, well, you wait an hour. That's all.
The curtain falls on the first act of One-Way Passage.
In thinking of a watch, all of you take for granted the fact that a Gruen watch is made with the highest possible standards of precision accuracy. But the brilliant styling of the newest Gruen watches exceeds even Gruen's own previous successes in the creation of sheer, captivating beauty. Discriminating Americans everywhere acclaim the 1938 Gruens as the smartest, most thoroughly modern of all timepieces. Visit your Gruen jeweler tomorrow. Ask him to show you his new Gruen watches, and you will see for yourself the smartest styling, the most brilliant beauty of the watchmaker's art. And you are sure to be pleasantly surprised at Gruen's prices, for you can now own a genuine Gruen for as little as $24.75.
The curtain rises on the second act of One-Way Passage.
Oh, Dan. Dan, it's all been so wonderful. Such fun having lunch in the little cafe. So heavenly here in this quiet little cove.
Joan, do you love me?
More than anything in the whole world. I love you more than life, Dan. Believe.
Would you be content to spend the rest of your life with me in some far-off, isolated place?
Well, of course, Dan, anywhere. Why are you so serious?
I could send for you.
Send for me?
You see, dear, there are certain matters that may take me halfway around the world.
Well, then don't send for me, Dan. I'll go with you. There, that's settled.
Darling, I've got to tell you.
Well, if it's serious, I don't want to hear it. Not today.
But, Joan...
No, Dan. Don't talk. Just hold me in your arms. Dan. Dan, I hate to go back on that ship. I've had the most glorious day.
You two going on board?
Well, yes, at least that's the idea.
2 minutes to sailing time. You'd better hurry.
Joan.
Yes, dear?
There's something I've been trying to tell you all day.
Well, not now, darling. We haven't time.
Yes, I must tell you. Now. Here. Let me hold you close. And please understand.
Dan.
I'm not going back on the ship.
You're not... Dan.
Joan. Joan, darling.
What's going on here?
She fainted.
You want me to help you carry her?
No, I can do that all right. I can carry her. I'll take her aboard.
All right, stay inside, O'Brien. Let him through. Come on, open up a basket. Come on.
She'll be all right.
Are you sure?
Yes, but she must have absolute quiet and rest. I was very much against her going ashore today.
Oh, it was my fault, Doctor. But if you're sure she's going to be all right, I'll be leaving.
Certainly.
Dan.
Yes, dear.
Don't leave me.
You must be quiet now. Try to sleep.
Don't leave me.
She's resting.
Then I think I'll go on.
I'll walk out into the corridor with you. I want to tell you something.
All right, but hurry it up, will you, Doctor?
Dan, I want you to help me. Has Joan told you about herself?
What do you mean?
Joan must have absolute rest and quiet if she's ever to reach the mainland alive.
I didn't know it was that bad.
Yeah, she's had several attacks like this one. She survived them, but it isn't humanly possible that she could survive another. The slightest excitement might kill her. A shock surely would. And Dan, I know the shock that is coming.
Doctor, you've been talking to Steve.
Yes, I have.
And you know that Steve is a cop who finally caught up with me. That I'm under arrest.
Yes, I know. But can we find some way to keep it from her?
I don't know how. If I could go over the side when we're out at sea to keep her from knowing, I'd gladly do it. But that wouldn't help. Doctor, the ship's moving. We're on our way again. I gave Steve the slip today. Then I came back. That was my last chance. Doctor, the next time the boat stops, they'll turn me over to San Quentin. I guess Steve told you. They're going to hang me, Doctor. They're going to hang me for murder.
There it is, then. Golden Gate. We'll be in San Francisco quicker than you can say. Paradise Cocktail.
Yes? Won't be long.
You're not very cheerful about it. What'll we do tonight, darling? Let's go someplace and drink a dozen Paradise Cocktails.
The Golden Gate.
You know, I remember an old song. It goes, keep those golden gates wide open. Keep those gates ajar.
Yes, I remember it. I was born in San Francisco. When I was a youngster, I always thought they were singing about this gate. I thought it was the only one.
Hope you were wrong.
So do I. Joan, about those cocktails, I won't be able to see you tonight because I've got to go to Mexico.
Mexico?
Yes, I'm sorry, dear. As soon as the boat docks, I must leave.
You're going to Mexico?
I must go. I may have to stay there a long time.
All right, then, Dan. I'll meet you in Agua Caliente for New Year's.
It's a date.
Come on, Dan. Let's get down to the stateroom. We've got a little business to take care of before the boat gets in.
Joan, I'll meet you in your stateroom to say goodbye. You wait for me, Joan. That's it. You wait for me.
Hello, miss. What can I do for you?
Well, I was looking for Dan. Mr. Hardesty. Isn't this a stateroom?
Sure it is, miss.
Well, I was waiting for him in my stateroom, but he didn't come. You know where he is?
Tommy, I don't know where he is exactly, but I know where he's going. I was never so shocked in my life. All the time I was thinking he was a gentleman, and a fine gentleman, too, you might say.
What happened?
What happened? His pal, you might rightly say, puts a pair of blooming handcuffs on him, and out they go.
What do you say?
It's the truth, so help me, miss. His friend told me so. He says they're going to hang him.
No. No, it can't be. Dan! Dan, I've got to find you. Dan! 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 Dan!
Oh, Joan, we were just leaving.
I know. I know.
Sorry to upset you like this, Miss Ames, but we wasn't expecting you.
Joan, I'm sorry it had to come like this. I wanted to tell you.
Well, I only wanted to say goodbye, Dan.
Not goodbye, Joan. Ever. Remember? Auf Wiedersehen.
And remember our caliente. New Year's Eve. Auf Wiedersehen.
I beg your pardon, but aren't you Mr. Burke?
Huh? Oh, sure, I remember you. You're that doctor fellow, yeah. I met you on the boat.
Yes, you're the detective who was with Mr. Dan Hardesty.
Yeah, that's right. What are you doing in Caliente?
Oh, I came down here on a sort of a vacation. Thought a change of scene might do me good.
Yeah, same with me. Bring your drink over here. We'll have one together.
All right.
Hey, waiter, bring the doctor's drink. Si, senor.
We'll be having this drink just at midnight. See? It's almost 12.
Yeah. Glad to run into you, Doc. I was getting kind of lonesome. Kind of down in the dumps. Your drink, senor.
Oh, thank you.
I guess maybe we ought to drink this one to Dan and Miss Ames. What do you think?
I was just going to suggest that myself.
It was tough they had to hang him.
Yes, I read about it in the paper. Too bad. I like him.
This wasn't bad enough. The guy had to fall in love. What about the lady? Did she take it hard?
He died. 2.
You know, I heard him say, I'd work Caliente New Year's Eve. What was that?
Oh, just somebody broke a couple of glasses.
Well, here's tune.
And the curtain falls on One-Way Passage and on the premiere presentation by Gruen of the Warner Academy Theater. And congratulations are certainly due all around to Mr. Robert Lord, Gloria Dixon, Ronald Reagan, Henry O'Neill, and Gail Gordon, who was heard in the role of Steve. Before we say good night, we're going to call on one of the staunch supporters, an alumnus of the Academy who has been sitting in the audience throughout tonight's show. He's the star of Warner Brothers' new picture, Over the Wall, and you have seen him in many fine screen roles. We turn the spotlight on Dick Barat. Dick, will you come up here, please, just a moment?
While Dick Foran is coming up on the stage, I want to urge you to visit your Gruen jeweler tomorrow. There you will find the Gruen Curvex. In the Gruen Curvex, the beautiful and graceful lines of the curved case are filled with a rugged, full-size curved movement. A curved watch must have a curved movement unless accuracy is to be sacrificed. Only the Gruen Curvex combines beauty and dependability. For this Curvex principle is patented exclusively by Gruen. Also at your Gruen jewelers, you will find a wide variety of Gruen watches, all beautifully styled by the world's leading watch designers, all made in the Gruen tradition of precision workmanship and priced to suit every need and fit your pocketbook. Insist on the name Gruen on the dial of your new watch. Gruen, Gruen, the proudest name in time.
Dick Foran meets the audience.
Well, before I talk about anything else, I'd like to tell Ronnie and Gloria what a swell job they did tonight.
I suppose it's natural for you to feel that way, Dick, since Gloria Dixon and Ronald Reagan are your colleagues, so to speak.
Well, sure. It's like watching your own team come through with a win.
I see. Dick, one of these nights we're going to put you to work on this stage, which reminds me to ask what you're doing about your own career right now.
Well, I was over this evening from stage 19, the set of Boy Meets Girl. But look here, let's leave me out of this. I think Gloria and Ronnie should come out for a curtain speech. How about it?
A grand idea.
Come on, you two. This is opening night. You've got to stand still for congratulations.
You'll have to give me a little time, Dick. I'm going to take a while for me to forget that I'm not Joan.
Well, how do you feel, Ronnie?
Well, Dan Hardesty's been one of my favorite screen characters for a long time. I feel a little humbled that I was allowed to play him tonight.
And say, while we're throwing bouquets, I saw Over the Wall last night, Dick. You were swell.
I thought you'd like One-Way Passage, Dick, because you played a convict in Over the Wall. Of course, there are no boat scenes because you're in prison.
Well, it's no movie set either because the story was written by a man who knows about such things. Warden Louis C. Laws of Sing Sing. And after sitting on that set behind iron bars for several weeks, I can sympathize with Dan Hardesty.
But you sing your way out of jail, which makes your ending happier than theirs.
Well, I'll be a lot happier when my turn comes to do a play at this theater if I turn in a job of acting that's half as good as yours was.
Thank you, Dick, and good night.
Good night, Dick. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Dick Foran. And next week, Gruen, the Precision Watch, will again be your host to encore one of the most delightful romantic comedies of last year's screen successes, The Rollicking, the King, and the Chorus Girl, which starred Joan Blondell and Ferdinand Gravet, with a splendid Warner Academy cast presented before another brilliant Hollywood audience, and with a distinguished guest producer. So it's goodbye until curtain time next week.
We are pleased to announce that Dick Foran, starring in Over the Wall, a gripping drama of prison life written by Warden Louis C. Laws of Sing Sing Prison, may be seen this week at your local theater. And join us again next week in the Warner Academy Theater, transcribed from Hollywood. A feature of the Trans-American Broadcasting System.
smiles in Town Hall tonight, folks. 60 minutes of fun and music brought to you by Ipana Toothpaste and Sal Hepatica. Ipana for the smile of beauty. Sal Hepatica for the smile of health. Fun from Hollywood with our star comedian Fred Allen, who tonight brings us Jack Benny. Music by Peter Van Steeden. New features, new music, new laughs. It's Town Hall tonight. Listen to that crowd cheer as Fred Allen leads his parade of stars to the old Town Hall. Fred's leading the band dressed as Santa, followed by those claws in the theater sides of the mighty Allen Art players. Let's join the happy crowd, folks. Everybody's going. Here they come, Speed Demons.
But, Sir Malcolm, you can't take the speed record here in traffic. I must, old bean. I've got to get to my radio in a hurry. It's Town Hall tonight.
Balloonist.
You just came down, Professor Kickard. Why are you taking your balloon up again?
The radio reception is better in a stratosphere, lady. It's Town Hall tonight.
Deep sea divers.
Don't tell me you've located a sunken treasure in that wreck, Bill. Yeah, there's a radio down there that's still worse, and it's Jack Benny tonight.
Well, sir, here we are before the old Town Hall, and there's Fred with an old oil lamp making light of the folks as they pass inside. Let's listen.
Eeny, meeny, miny, and the more the merrier, folks. All roads lead to the old Town Hall. Now, don't jostle, madam.
Hi there, croak voice.
Hi, Pest. Hello, Mrs. Sider.
Is Jack Benny here tonight, Mr. Allen?
Not all here, but all there is of Benny you'll find on the inside. With a joke, a tune, and we're starting soon. So hurry.
You finished, Fred?
You bet, Harry. And it's up to Peter now. His first number is Be a Good Sport.
Well, I'll try, Fred. Let her go, Peter.
Be a good sport. Now don't you be a poor loser. Be a good sport. It's great to be a good user. I mean, kind and be forgiving. Don't cry over spilt milk. How I can make a living. So be a good sport. What if today has its trouble? The weather report may show a lovely tomorrow. Even if you live to be 100, life is still too short. So be a good ace, be a good scout, and be a good sport. What if today has its sorrow? The weather report may show a lovely tomorrow. Even if you live to be 100, life is still too short. So be a good egg, be a good scout, be a good fellow, be a good sport.
Presenting that zealous star of Zazu's Azitherine xylophone zephyrs, titillating somnambulant satire, Zanuck Zaney of the cinema, Fred Allen in person.
Hello again. This
Go
is Jack Benny talking. Go away, boy.
Oh, all right.
See, right away. Get away from this microphone here. Good evening. We must get a weather strip put on the hall here. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Well, we have a nice night for it this evening, and before the Hollywood Weather Bureau butts in with a commercial to take the credit for the weather, I'll read you the Town Hall Bulletin for tonight. Hodge White, the first grocer to sell bacon sliced so thin that the streets had to be pinned to the fatty part, has a special announcement. Hodge says that during the cold spell, he's taking out his dial phone and putting in one of the old stylers, folks. Hodge says you can't use a dial phone with your mittens on, and it's so doggone cold in the store, if you take your mittens off, it'll frost your hangnail. So until it warms up, Hodge is inviting all mitten lovers to stop in and phone in comfort. So much for smart customer appeal around the village, and now for the Town Hall news. The curtain, Harry.
For certain, Fred.
The curtain for certain. A long fella, hey?
Oh, sir, I'm only 5'2", Fred.
The lights go out, and we bring you the latest news of the week. The Town Hall news sees nothing, shows all. Washington, D.C. Government Weather Bureau predicts that backbone of recent cold wave is broken, and nation can expect moderate temperatures from now on. Town Hall News, checking on recent snowstorms and below zero weather around the country, interviews prominent citizens affected. Tales of strange happenings are rampant in the land as a result of recent cold. At Bildad, Nova Scotia, Mr. Tufton Pump gives off-record statements. How did you find the recent snap, Mr. Pump?
It's the worst storm I've seen in these parts in the past 10 years, all but 1 year.
Didn't you see a storm that year?
I didn't see nothing that year, son. I broke my glasses.
I see. Well, how cold was it, Mr. Pump?
Well, to give you a rough idea, our Townshend Club gave a community sing last week, and they called on me to solo.
What happened?
It was so doggone cold, I opened my mouth to sing Old Man River.
What came out?
An icicle 2 choruses long.
Thank you, Mr. Pump. At Eau Claire, Wisconsin, Mrs. Nadine Whine, a housewife, tells her strange story. You say it was real stormy, Mrs. Whine.
Lord, yes. Snow was so high yesterday, folks going by the house were stooping down to look in my transom.
Was it uncomfortable indoors?
I was chilled so bad, I shook half the spots off a polka dot Mother Hubbard.
Must have been cold, all right.
It was plumb bitter. Why, I sat down on a chair and thought I had a frostbite.
Wasn't it frostbite?
No, I was setting onto my false teeth, the lowers.
Thank you, Mrs. Whine. At Rockaway Beach, New York, Fordyce Messbaum, retired pushcart baron, had ghastly experience in the cold wave. What took place, Mr. Messbaum?
Why, what's happening to me should happen to a polar bear.
Did the cold affect you physically?
Not only physically, but financially.
Really? What happened?
For 15 years, my neighbor Gold Club, a tight wad, but a good one, is owing me $4. Yesterday in a blizzard, I am meeting Gold Club.
Face to face?
Beard to beard, we are meeting. The temperature is below.
Below zero?
Below zero, he's asking. On top of the mercury, zero is looking like a halo yet.
But what about Gold Club?
Gold Club all of a sudden getting sociable. He's saying, Miss Brown, for 15 years I'm owing you $4. And today you're catching me in a mood to settle.
Did you get the money?
Well, I'm putting out my hand in the cold to take it. And lo and behold, I'm hearing something dropping.
Was it the $4?
Not $4. It was 4 of my fingers. A climate, please.
Thank you, Mr. Messbaum. At Hollywood, California, Miss Fern Fickle, loyal Californian, denies the very existence of a cold wave. You say you didn't observe the sudden change in temperature, Miss Fickle?
In California, one doesn't discuss the weather with strangers, mister.
Why, not with strangers, huh? Only entre nous. Why, it was freezing. It was freezing last week.
Oh, yes, zero night. The Chamber of Commerce arranges it annually. It's to help people with swimming pools.
The Chamber of Commerce wants your swimming pools to freeze?
Yes. Once a year, we tip up the ice and sweep out the bottom of the pools.
You Californians take the cake.
No, we lower it back in the pool instantly.
You deny... You deny the existence of bad weather here in Hollywood recently?
As a loyal Californian, I do.
Why, it was so cold last night, I saw hail coming down.
Not hail, tourists. You might have seen some puffed rain, but not hail. This is California.
Thank you, Miss Fickle. Many farm tenants report unusual happenings. At Pine Snuff, Arkansas, Farmer Conway Straggle is interviewed in his barn. Don't you feel the cold here in your barn, Farmer Straggle?
You're darn tootin', stranger. So cold in here right now, I'm steam heating them hens' nests.
You have to heat the nest?
Sure do. How'd you like to sit down in a nest of cold straw and try to lay an egg?
Well,
Me neither, son.
Does the cold bother your cows?
You betcha. Milk freezes right in them. I've been getting it out in sticks.
Milk steaks?
Yeah. Well, look, I'll show you. I'll move over there, Bessie. Quiet. I'll milk her for you. All right, easy, Bessie. Take it easy. Now, watch this. The milk comes out about a foot. It freezes, and I snap her off.
Thank you, Farmer Straggle. Break me off a pint, and I'll take it with me.
Well, I'll take that.
These flashes have given you an idea of the present-day machine-age cold wave, ladies and gentlemen. But in the mind of the oldest inhabitant, the outstanding cold wave ever to sweep this country occurred during the winter of 1871. On the night of January 2nd, 1871, the mercury took a 52-degree drop. The drop. Ladies and gentlemen, our first guest stars tonight, the Basin Street Boys. You have heard their voices many times in musical cartoons, and tonight they sing their latest number, You Drove the Gloom Away.
When the sky's cloudy and gray, and it rains hard all day, you did something sweet to me. Drove the gloom away. When the snow was on the ground, and the trees couldn't be found, you did something sweet to me. Drove the gloom away. Now being warm around you. Da-da-da, baby, thank you, divine. I'm so wild about you, baby, and the darkness off your mind. When the snow was on the ground, and the trees couldn't be found, you did something sweet to me. Drove the gloom away.
As it pains me, and will you, may I present... Hello again, this is Jack Benny talking. Will you go away? Oh, poof. May I present, ladies and gentlemen, I don't mind riffraff coming in the audience, but when it comes to the microphone, of all... May I present Mr. J. Aloysius Grump, who sees all, tells all, and knows enough after reading a reliable weather report to come in out of the rain. Mr. Grump.
Hi, folks.
I understand you're a bit of a prophet in your spare time, Mr. Grump.
You said it, Alan, you said it. I'm in the know, see? So I can tell what's going to happen before it happens, see? And I'd like to say right here and now that from where I sit, the outlook's pretty gloomy indeed, yes, sir.
What, with Christmas coming on?
Well, that's just my point. Most of the gals who'd like to have mink coats for Christmas are going to get washing machines.
Willy-nilly, eh?
You said it. Father's checking account is going to have fallen arches, and that ain't all. People all over the country will go through the holidays eating too much and drinking too much and feeling like the end of a misspent life. And there's nothing they can do about it.
Oh, now, come, Mr. Grump. You are painting a pretty gloomy picture here. I grant that a lot of us will overindulge during the holidays. And naturally, we will feel stuffy or grouchy or have a headache because that overindulgence has upset our stomachs. But there is something you can do about it, ladies and gentlemen. You can reach for a friendly bottle of Sal Hepatica. Because so many physicians will tell you
that sluggish, under-par feeling is so often caused by two things: accumulated waste and gastric acidity. And Sal Hepatica is a quick-acting, effervescent mineral salt laxative made especially to get after both of these conditions at once.
That's why it is particularly effective, ladies and gentlemen, because Sal Hepatica not only removes accumulated waste through laxation, but besides, it also counteracts that acidity. So just put 2 teaspoonfuls of Sal Hepatica in a glass of water and drink it. You'll soon be feeling alert, alive, feeling that there is a Santa Claus. If you'll just remember Sal Hepatica for the smile of health.
And the Ipana Troubadours have just played Limehouse Blues. And now, ladies and gentlemen, you didn't expect to meet...
Hello again. This is Jack Benny talking.
Will you get away from here?
Is this Wednesday night or not?
Well... As I was saying, ladies and gentlemen, tonight... You didn't expect to meet...
Whom, Fred?
Well, right in back of this radio studio on the Warner Brothers lot here, Harry, there's a gentleman who operates a lunch wagon. Mm-hmm. Day and night, he is a veritable tornado of chopped meat and onions, for he is a genial Merlin who assembles hamburgers at an instant's notice for his customers. And his customers, Harry, are only movie and radio celebrities. Now, I think a man who works untold hours to help radio and movie favorites fend off malnutrition has an odd profession.
He certainly has, Fred.
Well, I've invited him to jump out of his frying pan into our fire this evening and see how it feels to be grilled himself. And so then, ladies and gentlemen, tonight I know you didn't expect to meet Mr. Willie King. Willie, you always make all of us feel at home at your lunch wagon, and Harry and I want you to feel at home here with us tonight.
Thank you, Miss Allen. I'll do my best.
Well, first of all, do you just operate this one lunch wagon in back of the studio?
No, I have 6 wagons altogether.
Where are the other 5 touring cafes?
They're in a garage. I only use them for special occasions.
For banquets, weddings, and things like that, you mean?
No. When Warner Picture companies go on location, I send out my trucks to serve lunch to the actors and mechanics.
I see. You have the location concession.
Right. I'm the only lunchman with the exclusive concession at the studio.
You haven't any competition then?
Well, there's one fella running a freelance lunch wagon, but he can't muscle in on my territory.
A freelance lunch wagon. It isn't that fella they call Tomaine Sam, is it?
I won't mention any names. Why should I advertise a competitor?
You're right, Willie. Well, tell me, has your lunch wagon ever been in any of the Warner pictures?
Yes. At the one you eat was used I'm a Fugitive from a Chain Gang.
It was in I'm a Fugitive from a Chain Gang, huh? Well, how did it scream?
For not being made up and considering it's a wagon, it looked pretty good.
Well, you ought to paint your wagon red, Willie, and be ready for Technicolor.
You think it's a bad idea?
I think it's a good idea. But there's one... don't mind my voice tonight, Willie. I'm taking voice lessons from Andy Devine's teacher. It's just having effect. But say, there's one question I forgot. I should have really asked you first, Willie. How did you get into this a la carte cafe business?
Well, years ago, I used to be in picture business.
Uh-huh. Now it comes out. You were an actor, huh?
No, I was assistant director with Larry Silent Pictures.
What was the last picture you worked on?
The Wizard of Oz.
Were there any actors who are stars today in The Wizard of Oz?
Clark Gable was an extra in that picture. He carried a spear.
I wonder what ever became of that spear.
I wouldn't know.
Naturally, but how did you happen to work yourself up from assistant directing to owning a lunch wagon?
Well, when the talkies came in, I asked Jack Warner to give me the lunchroom concession at his studio.
And Jack Warner did, huh?
Yes, Fred, that was 12 years ago, and thanks to his kindness, I've been in business ever since.
Well, I imagine, Willie, that during the past 12 years, you have sold a sandwich to practically every big star on the Warner lot.
Yes, I've known them all.
And you're acquainted with all of the Warner stars today, of course?
Oh, yes, Dick Powell, Joan Modell, Edward G. Robinson, Andy Devine, Pat O'Brien, Leslie Howard.
What does Leslie Howard usually have for lunch? Kippers and crumpets?
No, Mr. Howard generally has coffee and donuts.
Well, confidentially, Willie, have you ever caught Leslie Howard dunking?
Well, one day...
Now, wait for your laugh, Willie. Wait for your laugh.
Well, one day when he was drinking his coffee, I did hear a splash.
You heard a splash while Mr. Howard was drinking his coffee. Was Les dunking?
No, his wristwatch fell in his coffee.
Well, who else bulks calories at your table-d'hote trailer?
Ruby Keeler.
Does Ruby like your hamburgers?
She says they're the best in town.
No kidding, huh? Is Al, what's his name, her husband, Al, that fella, is he a hamburger addict?
No, Al generally takes his steak smothered in ketchup.
What about Betty Davis?
Miss Davis is crazy about potatoes. I've seen her order fried potatoes and potato salad in the same plate.
I imagine you treasure the mental picture you have of Miss Davis's potatoes among your starchy souvenirs, Willie.
There's no time for sentiment when you're running a lunch wagon, Fred.
Say, I've forgotten one of Warner Brothers' most important stars, Willie. Have you ever served Paul Muni?
Sure, but I have trouble recognizing him. He looks so different in every picture.
You've never chased Mr. Muni away from the wagon, have you?
No, but once when he was making Louis Pasteur, I kept him waiting a half an hour. I didn't recognize him with his beard on.
Did Mr. Muni stop in for lunch at Emil Zola?
Every day.
I'd like to have seen Zola eating a hamburger.
Say, if they're good enough for Paul Muni, they're good enough for Zola.
Well, you've been catering to movie folks so long, Willie. Tell me, who eats more, the stars or the extras?
Well, the extra usually. Lots of the stars are dieting while they're working.
Have you ever witnessed any unusual gluttony at your wagon?
Once I saw Barton McLean eat 5 steak sandwiches in a row.
5 steak sandwiches? Is that an all-time vitamin record?
No. I think Al Dubin, the songwriter, holds the record.
Oh, I've seen Al. He's a pretty big boy.
Al must weigh about 250.
I know. I heard they offered him a job as a stand-in over at the Elysian Mountain until they get the runaway part. Till they get the runaway part back in place. What did Al eat the day he broke your record?
As I recall, Al had 2 ham sandwiches, 2 hot dogs, 2 hamburgers, salami sandwich with ice cream, and plenty of coffee and tea in between.
What did Al say when he finished?
It wasn't a word.
I get it. Well, thanks, Willie, for giving us this opportunity to put on our optical napkins and take a peek behind your mound of chopped steak and onion.
It's been a pleasure, Fred.
You like the radio business, eh?
It's not bad. You don't have to wear an apron.
I know, but you found the secret of success in your own business, Willie. You hitched your lunch wagon to a movie star.
And the Warner Brothers.
Right. Every sandwich a Warner Brother production. Now, before you go, is there a word of encouragement or advice you'd like to give to any youngsters who might be thinking of going into your business?
Only this, Fred. If you're going to be a success making hamburger sandwiches, you've got to make both ends meet.
Meat as in hamburger, I see. Well, good night and thank you, Willie King. tonight the boys sing Nobody Loves a Riveter But His Mother. Hammer away, boys.
Gotcha. All for one and one for all. That's how us Doyles play basketball. Get me. Gotcha. Get me. Gotcha. That's how I earn me weekly check. With a hammer on me shoulder and a girder around my neck.
Hey, you guys, look at that swell dame down below. There she goes.
Get me.
Hey, how do you get that hitting me there with a red-hot rivet?
Oh, look what you're doing, you clumsy boo.
Oh, I'm fed up with this lousy job anyhow.
Why? A girl can love a sailor, a butcher or a tailor, but nobody loves a riveter but his mother. A girl can love a plumber or some guy even dumber, but nobody loves a riveter but his mother. She'd love a crook who'd break into a jewelry shop. If she's a cook, she'd even love a cop on nurse. But when we start to rivet, no woman cannot live it, so nobody loves a riveter but his mother. A girl can love an actor, a lawyer or contractor, but nobody loves a riveter but his mother. But nobody loves a riveter but his mother. King Solomon, 10,000 wives, all paid his rent, and each one paid 0.1%. Oh, for goodness sake. But when we start to rivet, no woman cannot live it, so nobody loves a riveter but his mother. Get me. Gotcha.
Thank you. Our next guest, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Eugene Lester. Mr. Lester is not a soloist by profession. Gene is the official candid cameraman for the popular radio magazine, The Radio Guide. Gene, you're out here in Hollywood doing candid camera work on some of the radio shows, aren't you?
Yes, Fred, I've been shooting all the shows originating from the West Coast here.
You have, huh? What shows have you done recently?
Well, so far I've done the Hollywood Mardi Gras, the Burns and Allen show, Phil Baker, and then I think that fellow sitting over there in the corner was on one of them.
Oh, Mr. Benny?
That's the one. Yeah, that's the one.
Well, you'll know as soon as you get the things developed. If there's any doubt as to what's been going on, Gene, in your camera, as soon as you get the scripts developed, you can let us know. When are these going to be in, these pictures you've been snapping? I saw you taking some at our dress rehearsal today. When are they going to be in Radio Guide?
Well, these pictures that I've taken today will be in your issue of Radio Guide on January 7th.
January 7th,
That's right.
And you do, I heard you humming at your work, the other day, and that is the reason why we've sort of invited you to carol for us this evening, Gene. Do you do much singing ad libitum besides your camera work?
Well, I do a lot of singing in the darkroom where nobody can hear me.
Well, that's... But tonight you're going to come right out with the lights on and see what happens, huh? Do you prefer photography to singing?
Well, they sort of both work hand in hand.
Well, they do in a way at that. The only difference is that a photographer would be apt to tell other people to look out for little birdie, whereas the singer would have to look out for the little birdie himself. But, well, all right, Gene, I guess we have exhausted the fun for the moment. We mustn't be too funny now because Mr. Benny is coming along with a wham shortly. What are you going to sing, Gene?
Well, there's a new tune called Rosalie that seems to be pretty popular today.
Rosalie from the picture of the same name?
That's right.
All right, Rosalie, thank you.
Rosalie, my darling, Rosalie, my dream. Since the night when stars danced above, I'm so much in love, dear Rosalie, have mercy. Rosalie, don't decline. Won't you make my life thrilling and tell me you're willing to be mine, Rosalie, mine.
Mr. Dean Lester, ladies and gentlemen, radio guide and the camera expert. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you have no serious objections, I'd like to conduct a little experiment at this point. You see, some expert has just burst into print with a statement that radio audiences listen with only half their minds, and consequently have only a vague idea of what they hear.
Well, you think you can change all that, Fred?
No, Harry. All I want to do is to prove or disprove it. Now, if I can just get someone within the range of these tired eyes, this gentleman here in the front row. Do you listen regularly to this program, sir?
Every chance I get.
My public. Would you mind stepping up to the microphone just a second, sir?
Glad to.
Thank you. Now, will you tell me in your own words what Mr. Von Tell says every week about Ipana toothpaste?
Well, I'll try. Let's see. He recommends Ipana toothpaste and massage, and my dentist backs him up on it, too. He says you can help keep your teeth bright and sparkling with the regular use of Ipana. And then I think he makes a very good point when he says that the soft, creamy foods we eat don't give our gums enough work to do. But if we massage our gums every day with Ipana toothpaste, we can give them the exercise they need to help keep them firm and healthy. I guess that just about covers everything.
Well, Fred, this gentleman sort of knocks your expert theory into a cocked hat, doesn't he?
Well, of course, Mr. Von Zell, I've been using Ipana for a couple of years now, and just lately with one of those new double-duty toothbrushes, so I've had plenty of chance to check up on your statements. Maybe that's why I remember them so well.
Well, whatever the reason is, we're very indebted to you, sir.
Not at all, Mr. Von Zell. Oh, there's one more thing I didn't mention.
Well, maybe we'd better leave that for Harry. He might feel slighted if we didn't. Go ahead, Harry.
Well, I don't know. All that's left for me to say is since brighter teeth and healthier gums naturally mean a far more attractive smile, ladies and gentlemen, always remember Ipana for the smile of beauty. Town Hall tonight will continue immediately following a short pause for your station identification.
Peter and Van Steeden and the Ipana Troubadours have just played part of I'm Feeling Like a Million. We started our new service a few weeks ago, ladies and gentlemen. You know, on all of the hour programs, right in the middle, where the announcer says this is station so-and-so and so-and-so, the music always sort of dies out, and for a few brief seconds, you miss part of the tune. So week after week now, we are going to give you back the few little bars of music you missed when the announcer speaks in our program. Will you play the few strains there, Peter, for us, please? Thank you very much. Now, ladies and gentlemen, if you'll fit that back into the part you heard before the announcer spoke, you have I'm Feeling Like a Million. Now, on Friday night, the Port Jervis String Ensemble will...
Do you mind if I interrupt, Mr. Allen?
Why, no, Portland. Into each life, some rain must fall, unless one lives in Palm Springs, of course.
Or unless one is an old maid.
What has an old maid to do with no rain falling in her life?
If an old maid never gets married, she never gets a shower, does she?
Tub or shower as long as she's healthy. What is this?
Well, I've got a big surprise for you tonight, Mr. Allen.
Big surprise? Now, look. Portland, this is the day of digest publications, concentrated foods, and capsule criticism. Couldn't you sense the trend and show up with a little surprise?
But this is the biggest thing you've had on the program this year.
Hello again for the fourth time.
Now, look, Portland, a thing on the program we don't need. Stuff I don't mind, but not a thing.
But, Mr. Allen, it isn't a thing. This is an old friend of yours from the days of vaudeville.
If it's Otto the Train Seal, throw him a fish and tell him I'm busy.
Now, wait a minute, Fred. If you'll just take your nose, that one you used to talk through, out of that microphone, you'll see that it's me.
Oh, Jack. Jack Benny. Well, wait a minute. There's a reception goes in there.
That doesn't happen. I was worried there for a minute.
Well, you've been on 4 times. If you took a little bit each time, it's better you get it all at once like this. Let it pile up. Well, I'm terribly sorry, Jack. I didn't notice you. How long have you been standing there?
Since 8 o'clock this morning. They've been using me instead of the Boulevard watch time.
Say, Jack, did Mary come along with you?
No, Porty. She wanted to come over, but she's busy with her Christmas shopping.
Christmas shopping?
Yeah, right now she's over at Bullock's, Wiltshire, putting me through bank.
That gives me an idea. Tally ho, Jack.
So long, Porty.
Well, Jack, this is quite a surprise, you dropping in. I didn't know you were going to be here tonight.
I didn't know it either, Fred, until I heard you announce it 5 times last week. But don't get me wrong, Freddie. I appreciate that build-up. I'm one guy who knows that it pays to advertise.
Now, listen here, Benny. If that's a hint, you're not getting 1 cent for crawling in here tonight, and you know it.
Why, Fred, I didn't expect to get paid for this. I haven't any more right to take money for working on this program than you have. You for a while there.
Now, those armchair jokes, they'll hold you for a while. Now, hold on there, Benny. That's an insult.
Well, if I was Professor Quiz, I'd say correct. Absolutely correct.
And if I was Major Bowes, you'd have left with a unit 10 minutes ago.
Hey, that's nice work if you can get it. You know, Freddie, I wouldn't mind being back in vaudeville again, though, would you?
Ah, those were the good old days.
Yes, sir. Say, Fred, no kidding, will you ever forget the time you and I were together at the Orpheum Theater in Sioux City, Iowa?
Yep. Only I was on the stage.
I don't care, Freddie. I made more money selling peanuts in one day than you did all week.
Well, Jack, I didn't make much money in those days, but I was a pretty good juggler. Remember how I used to toss those Indian clubs in the air and do a funny monologue at the same time?
I sure do. And, Fred, you remember when you dropped those clubs? How you'd let them lay there right alongside of your joke?
Yep. Well, you ought to know. You swept up the theater every night.
I did not. I used to stay in the theater late just to practice my violin.
Well, you should have stuck to your broom.
I should have stuck to my own program, too. I had to ask for this, yes, sir.
Well, you had to write it, yes, sir. Insult yourself.
Well, Fred, anyway, a lot of water has gone over the Don since then, huh?
Over the Don?
Yes, Fred, you know how careful we have to be. But just think, Freddie, just think, here we are, both in Hollywood and both of us in pictures.
It does seem unreasonable, doesn't it?
Of course, Fred, maybe I shouldn't point this out, but I do make a lot more pictures than you do.
Well, Jack, there's so little of you in each one, you have to make more.
Oh, is that why they do it? I'm glad you brought that up. How do you like pictures, Fred?
Fine, Jack. I just finished one called Sally, Irene, and Mary. I'm leaving for New York next week.
Oh, they're releasing you instead of the picture.
Now, Benny, if you're here to drip venom, heed your promiscuous spattering, and remember that retribution is the trailer that follows oral pollution.
Alan, you're just lucky I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, I had a hunch you were going back east, Fred, and that's why I came up here to see you. Have you decided which way you're going back? I mean, which form of transportation?
Well, I was going to take the boat and go through Panama. But I've got a hat, so I decided to take the train.
Well, Fred, of course, I don't want to influence you one way or the other, but have you ever thought of driving back east? You know, by automobile?
What kind of an automobile?
Now, don't rush me. And it's in good condition, too. No kidding. Would you like to drive back home, Freddie? No, Jack. I'll stick to the chief. Well, if you'd rather hang around with Indians. But the chief is a train, as you will find out when you finish your next picture, Mr. Benny. Say, what are you trying to get at, anyway? Well, Fred, I own a Maxwell. And I thought that... You don't think you can palm that tin nightmare off on me, I hope? Why, I wouldn't be found dead in that car. Say, you're no better than the engine. Why, the engine in that steam cabinet is so dead, the front wheels are nothing but rubber. Where is that uncovered wagon? It's right outside the door. Hey, boys.
Yeah, Mr. Benny.
Will you drive my Maxwell in, please?
Sure.
Now, be careful, fellas. It's a high-powered car there, you know. Right in here, boys. Right in here.
Well, want us to leave it right here, Mr. Benny?
Yes, thanks, fellas. Hey, what's that noise? Noise? I'll cut off the motor so we can hear it. That's better. Yes.
Hey, Mr. Benny, I guess this belongs to you.
Oh, the door. Yes, thanks.
I went to close it, and it came off in my hand.
Well, you can stick it back on with a little new skin, Jack. Say, what's that bottle of scotch doing tied on the front? That's for the radiator on New Year's Eve. It looks like the car's got a hangover already. Benny, you may not be a snake in the grass, but you're sure hanging around with the rattler there. That's libel, Alan. And if I had my writers here, what we'd call you be a four-bell raz. Say, what's the... Say, who started it? Say, what was that? Did the engine drop out? No, Smarty, it's the new sunken motor. And listen to this horn. That note is by Stokowski. Well, how is the car on gas? Well, I get about 4 miles to the quart. If I insist, of course. If you put your foot down. Yes. Well, how much does that make to the gallon? Well, I never put in a gallon. I don't believe in spoiling a car. You know how it is with gas tanks. Easy come, easy go. Well, Alan, what do you say? Well, now that I've had a good look at this bear trap, Jack, I know why the Maxwell people went into the coffee business. Now, Freddie, I'm not begging you to take this car, only I thought, well, you walk all the time. You're not getting any younger. I think you ought to take your varicose veins out for a spin once in a while. What are you asking for this Rhapsody and junk? I'm asking $95 FOB. FOB for old Benny. How about it, Fred? Say, if you don't know, laughing at your next Sunday show already. I can't wait. If you don't know, I'd give $1,000 if I could think of an answer right now. If you don't know by now that I don't want that car, you ought to have your skull in. All right, Fred, as long as you don't want to buy it, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll wrap it in cellophane, tie a big red ribbon around it, and give it to you for Christmas. How's that? If I wake up Christmas morning and find that monstrosity in my stocking, I'll go barefooted the rest of my life. There would be nothing new for you, you hillbilly. So you don't even want it for a present, huh? I don't want it present, past, the future. You can take that animated skillet. All right, Fred, all right. I merely wanted to be a good fellow, that's all. If you don't want the car, and I think you don't, I'll be on my way. No hard feelings, I hope. No, Jack, I haven't anything against you, not Benny the man. No. I'm just not in the market, that's all. I hope I didn't offend you. Oh, no, Freddie, I'll just have to sell it to some other guy. Merry Christmas, old boy. Same to you, Jack, and good luck. Thanks, Freddie. Goodbye. Hey, what was that, Jack? That's what my car thinks of you, Alan. Go on, everybody. Thank
You are now, ladies and gentlemen, very well done, Master Benny. You've come a long way since the last time we met. And now... now, ladies and gentlemen, let's all get together and make this coming holiday a safe, sane, and happy one. Will you buy your cap pistols, Roman candles, toy cannon, and firecrackers? Be sure...
Wait, just a minute, Fred. What holiday are you talking about, anyway?
Why, the 4th of July, of course.
Well, Fred, the coming holiday is Christmas.
I know that, Harry, but if you start talking about Christmas these days, you run into a lot of competition. And besides, I had a message up my sleeve. I want people to be careful. I want them to be able to enjoy their holiday.
Fred, I had a holiday message also.
Oh, Harry, did I spoil it for you?
Well, no, because I want everybody to enjoy the holidays, too. And I want them to be careful. Especially careful of a cold. Because nothing can take the merry out of a Merry Christmas more completely than a cold. That's why I hope that during the holidays everyone will be sure to have a bottle of Sal Hepatica on hand. Because so many physicians say
you can often help throw up a cold more quickly if, at its very beginning, you do two important and fundamental things. One, remove accumulated waste, and two, counteract the acidity that so frequently accompanies a cold.
And Sal Hepatica, ladies and gentlemen, is an effective mineral salt laxative that does both of those things at once. It not only removes accumulated waste through laxation, but it also helps nature counteract that acidity. So don't take chances on a cold spoiling your holidays. Take Sal Hepatica for the smile of health.
So now, ladies and gentlemen, we bring you those theatrical termites who have gone through their artistic lives trying to bring down the house. The mighty Allen-R Players. Tonight they present a Christmas fable. It's called Santa Claus Sits Down, or Jingle Bells Shall Not Ring Tonight. Over to you, Peter.
This is station NG, folks. Our next program will be...
Just a minute, folks. Here's a bulletin from the Radio News Bureau. A rumor has just reached us that Santa Claus will not ride this Christmas. Unconfirmed reports ride throughout the country that Santa Claus is on sit-down strike. What's going on in Santa Claus's igloo? Stand by, folks. Assassinated Press is investigating the trouble, and we hope...
Is this the Santa Claus igloo?
Yes, I'm Mrs. Claus.
I'm Phil Beat of the Assassinated Press. I'm here to check on this rumor that Santa Claus refuses to ride this year.
Oh, I'm glad to come. I've been fighting with him all week, and he refuses to budge.
Well, where is Santa Claus now?
Oh, the old fool's in the next room sulking. I'll get him. Hey, Santa.
Oh, there ain't no use coaxing, Ma. Oh, you ain't go.
Come on out, stupid. You got company.
Oh, well. What's on your mind, son?
Well, I'm from the Assassinated Press, Santa Claus. Now, what's this I hear?
No, I ain't riding now.
But this is Christmas Eve. Trees are lit up. Millions of children have hung up their stockings. The whole world is waiting.
Well, regardless, I ain't riding.
Ain't no use, mister. He's stubborn.
No, I ain't stubborn neither. I'm sick of being Santa Claus, holding the bag every year.
Well, you must have a reason for quitting.
I got plenty of reasons.
Well, will you talk for the press?
Might swell, I guess.
Well, now, Santa, why won't you ride tonight?
Well, I'll tell you, son. It's a long story. I've been clausing it for 1937 years, son. I've been a-bringing presents, toys for kiddies, loud neckties and handkerchiefs for grown-ups, every Christmas trying to spread joy. But my efforts down through the ages has been a bit of disappointment. My intentions has been good, but my reward has been nothing but grief. The first trouble I had was in ancient Rome. It was Christmas Eve in the court of Nero. The emperor was playing a violin concerto.
Is your emperor the best fiddler in Rome, Letches?
Yea, Nero.
Is your king a master of pizzicato?
Yea, Nero.
Shall Nero play an encore?
No, Nero.
What, you dog? Begone, hypocrite. Clear my throne room. Yes. Now I can play my violin. I'm alone. What's this? What fell out of my chimney?
Merry Christmas, Nero. Merry Christmas.
Who are you, Lumpkin? The chimney sweep?
I'm Santa Claus, Nero, bearing Christmas gifts for your majesty.
Gadzooks, another basket of fruit from the Rome Kiwanis Club.
No, my gift is a trinket rare. So rare, it hasn't even been invented yet.
Bodkins, what is this tiny golden box?
It's a cigarette lighter, Nero. Turn yon little wheel.
Gramercy, it flames. It flames.
Merry Christmas, Nero.
Oh, it flames. Rome has scoffed at my fiddle. Nero will have his revenge.
Hey, watch that lighter, Nero. You're setting fire to the drapery.
I'm setting fire to all Rome. Revenge.
Look out.
Revenge.
Nero, be careful, Nero. So you see, son, if it wasn't for Santa Claus, Rome wouldn't have burned.
Well, I know that, but...
Here I was trying to spread good cheer, and what did I get? Singed whiskers.
But that was 2,000 years ago.
Nero was only the start of my trouble, son. A few centuries later, I had trouble in a little country to the north of England. That Christmas, I had a present for a young poet. I peeked in the window. He was writing a sonnet. His mother come into the room.
Bobby? Hi, Mother. It's time you were to bed, lad. I'm composing, Mother. Have you not heard of a poet? A poet at your age, Robbie. I am Robbie Burns, the youngest poet in the Glen. Are you concocting a limerick? Where river wants to... It's no finish. Can't I think of a rhyme for brave? Pay. Pay in a skirt song? Are you daft, Mother? We'll be last on the hit parade. Well, you'd better find a rhyme in a hurry and go to bed. Composing on Christmas. It's evil. Good night. Good night, Mother. Oh, a rhyme. Bray, Quay, Day, Chevrolet. Who are you coming out of that chimney?
I'm Santa Claus, Bobby Burns. Merry Christmas.
What's your business, Red Britches?
I'm Santa Claus, Bobby. I brought you something here.
A rhyming dictionary. Put one, let me look. Hi. Pray, ray, say, stray. Where me and my true love will ever want to stray. A bonny rhyme. I've written a gem.
Merry Christmas, Bobby.
How much are you asking for the rhyming dictionary, Claus?
It's Christmas, Bobby. I'm giving it to you.
Giving it? Help, Feather, help! Oh, Feather!
What's wrong, son?
This man's a lunatic, Feather.
A daft Fendi, eh?
I'm Santa Claus, Mr. Burns. I only gave Bobby a Christmas gift.
Give him? Grab him,
Now,
son.
let me
We'll
go.
take him to the asylum.
Hold on, Mr. Burns. I only gave your son a present.
Exactly. A man who gives anything away in Scotland belongs in a padded cell. Grab him, son.
Scotland. I was in the booby hatch there for 30 days.
But that was 200 years ago.
I know, but a few Christmases later, I got a raw deal in another suburb of England. It was called the American Colony. I dropped in at the house of some fellow named Paul Revere. His wife was preparing dinner as Paul came through the door.
Dinner ready, Effie?
Yes, Paul. Pull up a chair.
No. Set my plate on the mantelpiece.
Can't you sit down yet, Paul Revere? My, that ride was last April.
Through every Middlesex village and farm ain't once round Central Park, Effie.
Well, you ought to try and sit down for Christmas, Paul. It'd be a nice present for your spy.
Who's that?
Might be a British spy, Paul. The woods is full of them.
Hand him a gun. I'll talk to him through the door. Who's there?
Merry Christmas, Paul, dear. It's Santa Claus.
So what?
I've got your Christmas present, Paul. It's a cushion stuffed with fuzz from Delaware peaches.
Can I sit onto it?
You bet.
Sounds mighty tempting, Effie. I'll let him in.
It might be a British trick, Paul. Don't open that door.
I'm Santa Claus, Mrs. Revere. Open up.
I've got my gun, Effie. I'll open the door. I'll crack it.
Merry Christmas, Paul.
Look at his suit, Paul.
A red coat. Take this.
Now, whoa, now, Paul. Well, sir, when I got back to my sleigh and start down, I was mighty glad I still had that cushion full of peach fuzz. You see, son, the world's given old Santa plenty of trouble.
But all these troubles were years ago, Santa Claus. People appreciate you today.
You're wrong, son. Only last Christmas I went down to a place called Washington, D.C. I got confused and went down the wrong chimney. I come out in some office. Coming down the chimney, I heard a man phoning.
Hello?
Hummingbird Conservation Project, Professor Beak speaking. $2 million for a hummingbird community bird bath in Florida. I'll mail your check Monday. Goodbye.
Here, what are you doing here? Merry Christmas. I'm Santa Claus.
Santa Claus? One of the Wagner Act clauses?
No. I'm a mythical character.
Oh, a friend of Jim Farley's, eh?
No. I come down from the North Pole once a year to give things away. I give and give all up and down the land to make people happy.
You do? Well, you'd better go back to the pole, Fatty.
But I'm Santa Claus.
No, you're not. The government is Santa Claus today.
And that was only last year, son. That's why my spirit's broken. Being Santa Claus is just one pain in the ermine after another.
Well, won't you reconsider? Think how the headline will look in the paper. Santa Claus on sit-down strike.
Well, Santa ain't a-getting up, son. This is one Christmas I'm going to enjoy in peace. What's that clock striking?
12 o'clock, Santa. It's Christmas Day.
It is, eh? Well, I ain't moving. Don't mean nothing to me. I'm sitting here. I'm taking it easy. I'm leaning right back here. Not getting kicked around this Christmas. Oh, shucks. Hey, Ma.
Yes, Santa?
Where's my mittens? My bag? My reindeer? My sleigh?
You mean?
Yep, I'm going, Ma.
But I thought you said...
I've changed my mind, son. Christmas ain't Christmas without Santa Claus. I'm a-giving the world one more chance.
But what about my story, Santa on sit-down?
Change the headline, son. Just say, Buck Santa rides again. Merry Christmas.
Again next Wednesday, ladies and gentlemen, Christmas will have come and gone. So right now, I want to wish every one of you the merriest and the happiest kind of a holiday. This comes from Peter and Harry, and from our sponsors, the makers of Ipana toothpaste and Sal Hepatica. And so then, from all of us to all of you, Merry Christmas.
Ladies and gentlemen, where Be a Good Sport from Love and Hisses, and I'm Feeling Like a Million from the Broadway melody of 1938. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall with the greetings of the season. I hope you like the tree. I put up a bit of holly, too. And mistletoe, of course, right there over the door. There are so many things to enjoy at this time of year. The warm, friendly spirit, that's most important. The time to be with family and friends. There'll be a lot of holiday traffic, too, as people make the rounds of visits or travelers are making their way back home. On a lonely road in Ohio, two such travelers are about to have the most harrowing experience of their lives.
Snow's getting heavier, Skip. I wish you'd slow down.
I hope we make it before dark. Oh, I sure don't want to get stranded in this junk. Oh, no.
Skip, what's the matter?
We're skidding. I can't control her.
Skip, do something. Oh, we're sliding into that boat.
I'm doing all I can.
Mystery drama, A Holiday Visit, was written especially for Radio Mystery Theater by Bob Jurin and stars Lloyd Batista and Diana Crookwood. I'll be back shortly with Act One. What are your plans for the Christmas holidays? Entertain friends or relatives? Going home to visit parents, perhaps? This is always get-together time, a time when people go home to the families they've left behind as they've made their own way in the world. Joan Bartram made her way from a small town in Ohio to New York, where she worked for a while as a secretary, and then married Skip Bartram, an oil company executive. She hadn't been back to her home in Ohio in 12 years, so it was a particular thrill for Joan when Skip came home one night and said,
"How'd you like to go home for the holidays? See your folks."
Oh, Skip, I'd love it. But can we afford it?
Well, the company's sending me to Toledo for a new training program right after the holidays, so the trip is on them.
Oh.
We'll just leave a little early and be with your folks for Christmas.
Oh, what a surprise. Oh, I'm going to call Mother this minute.
You don't want to just drop in on them and make it a surprise?
And have them fade away? No. I want to give them something to look forward to.
Oh, well, maybe you're right.
Oh, it's been 12 years since I've been home, and you've never...
Hello?
Hello, Mother?
Oh, Joan.
How are you?
Just fine, dear.
Mother, are you sitting down?
No. Why?
Listen, Mother, get Dad over to the phone. I want him to hear my news.
Henry, come here. Joan, are you pregnant?
Oh, no, Mother.
All right, dear. Your father's listening.
I'm coming home for Christmas.
Coming home?
Yes, Skip has to be in Toledo after the holidays, so we're leaving early, in time to be with you for Christmas.
That's the best news I've had all day. Joan, Your mother's doing her thing. She's starting to cry.
Yes, so am I. I have to hang up now. I'll let you know when we'll arrive.
Okay, darling. We'll be waiting.
When can we leave?
Well, I'd like to get away by Saturday. We'll have to drive. I'll need the car in Toledo. Let's see, we ought to get to Runyonville by, the 23rd. The map shows the end of the interstate. What do we do when we turn off?
Let's see. We go north on 84, it looks like. Yes, north on 84 to Hamilton, then 42A to Blue Mountain, and we keep on that to Runyonville.
Oh, I don't know. It looks as though the interstate keeps on going. Well, look there.
Yeah. According to the map, though, there's a proposed extension.
Well, it's been finished since the map came out, I guess. What if we stayed on this?
Oh, we'd go straight to Runyonville. It looks as though we'd save about 20 miles, too.
So we're in luck. We'll stay on it. It looks as though, we may be at your folks a lot sooner than we thought.
Oh, it's starting to snow. Oh, we're going to have a white Christmas.
Well, I hope it doesn't get too thick before we hit your folks' place.
Hey, Skip, how far have we come on this highway?
Oh, about 40 miles.
Have you noticed anything strange?
You're thinking the same thing I am.
There hasn't been a sign or a turnoff since we got on this road.
Yeah, I noticed that. And come to think of it, I don't remember seeing any cars passing us in either direction.
Doesn't seem natural.
Well, if this road's going anywhere, they're keeping it a secret.
I'm getting a little uneasy. Maybe we ought to turn back and take Route 84 like we planned.
Oh, I hate to do that after we've come this far. Now, this road's got to come out someplace. Let's see, we got about an hour before dark.
And the snow is getting heavier. I wish you'd slow down.
I hope we make it before dark. I don't want to get stranded in this. Oh,
Skip, what's the matter?
We're skidding. I can't control it.
Oh, yeah, Skip, do something. Oh, we're sliding.
I'm doing all I can.
you put any more tinsel on the tree, Harriet, and it's going to topple over.
I don't see how you can sit there so relaxed.
Why are you so nervous? The children said they'd be here sometime today or tomorrow.
They should have been here by now.
Only because you think they should be. If anything was wrong, they'd call. You know that.
Oh, you're right. I'm just so excited about having our Joan home for Christmas. I can't relax.
Well, I think I'll take a stroll in the snow. Need anything from downtown?
No, dear. I've had everything in for days. I just wish they'd get here.
They will, Harriet. They will. Now, you stop worrying. Worrying isn't going to get them here any sooner.
Oh, my head. Joan, are you all right?
Well, what happened?
Okay, can you straighten up?
Oh, my leg's caught.
Oh, here, let me see. Try twisting it a little bit this way. Oh, there. There, it's free. How do you feel, hon?
Dizzy.
Oh, we crashed into the boulders.
Can we... will the car move?
Oh, pray.
Thank heaven.
Oh, if I can back her off. Yep, I better get out and take a look. That does it.
What's the matter?
2 flat tires.
Oh, no.
And only one spare, naturally.
Oh, dear Lord, what are we going to do? We're miles from anywhere.
At least the snow's letting up a bit.
Oh, we can't just sit here on this ghost road.
Well, where will we walk?
Hey, Skip, look. A light.
Oh, yeah. Oh, about half a mile away, I'd say.
It must be a town.
Hey, do you think you can make it on that leg?
Oh, yes. I'd hop on one foot to get out of here.
Well, we can phone your folks. Tell them we'll be a little delayed. We can probably get the car towed in. Well, it looks like we'll have to stay till morning.
Or maybe Dad can come pick us up. We can't be far from Runyonville. We can pick up the car tomorrow or the next day.
Oh, that's Christmas Day.
Oh, that's right.
Hey, what are we sitting here chatting for? Come on, let's move.
On the street at all.
Oh, the storm must have sent them all home, I guess.
Well, let's try that grocery store. They're sure to have a phone.
Well, they can tell us where to find a garage, too. At least we can get the car off the road for the night.
It's so still.
Hello? Anybody here?
It's so dim. One bare bulb.
Well, pretty skimpy merchandise, too.
Hello?
Wow. Whew, place seems deserted.
Yeah. I don't see any payphone. Or any phone, for that matter.
Hello? Anybody here? Oh, well, we'll go someplace else. There's got to be a restaurant or a tavern in this town. Hey, come on.
Oh, I know this isn't Runyonville.
Oh, I hope not. Looks like a quaint little place, but awfully deserted. Boy, they must pull the sidewalks in at 5 in the afternoon.
Oh, the sky's clear. Oh, look at those stars.
Wow, I haven't seen them that bright in a long time.
There don't seem to be many stores. Mostly houses.
Well, we're not on the main drag. Maybe we better go ask directions at that house there. No sense wandering around a strange town.
I guess we should. I'm sure they'll let us use their phone. I'll call Dad collect.
Hey, listen. Hear that?
singing. Of course, it's a carol concert. That's where everyone must be.
Well, come on, let's see if we can find them. I give up. I don't know where that music's coming from.
We've covered so many streets and nothing.
Yeah, no one. Oh, hey, honey, you're shivering.
I'm scared.
Well, there's a hotel across the street. Let's go there and use the phone. There's got to be one there.
This is a ghost town. Well, there's no use wandering about anymore. It's a ghost town in the middle of Ohio.
I wonder. You know, you might be right. It could be one of those restorations. An antique village, and if it is one, then there's got to be somebody around. A caretaker or a watchman or someone.
Let's try the hotel.
Well, I was wrong, I guess. The hotel is just as deserted as everything else.
And still no phone.
Oh, I wish I had that CB radio Paul offered me. I always thought they were a nuisance, but that sure would have gotten us out of this mess. Hey, come on. Let's look around upstairs.
Every room's empty. Not a stick of furniture anywhere.
Yeah, it's about what I expected.
What was that?
Well, it sounded like something hitting the roof.
Oh, Skip, let's go back to the car. I'm too frightened to stay here. This place is just too spooky.
Yeah, come on. You don't believe in ghosts.
It's not ghosts I'm afraid of.
There's another one. Wait, something sailed past the window and landed on the ground. I'm going down and take a look around.
I'll come with you. I'm not staying in here alone. Can you see anything?
Not yet. There's nothing out here except a couple of green logs. Over there, see them?
Green logs?
Yeah. Moss covered. Looks like they've been laying there for years.
But, Skip, there's no snow on them. If they'd been laying there for years, they'd be covered with snow.
You think that's what hit the hotel? Well, I mean, logs this big don't just fall out of the sky.
Just take me back to the car.
Now, honey, there's no sense getting panicky. We're alone in this town or amusement park or whatever it is, and at least there's shelter. We'll stay here for the night, and we'll just try to get to civilization in the morning.
You want to stay here? We might be murdered in our sleep. As if I could sleep.
Well, dear heart, there's nothing else we can do. I mean, sleeping in the car is foolish when we're... Uh-oh.
The lights. Every light went out.
Well, that settles it. We're not going anywhere now.
The whole town's out. There's not a light anywhere.
Yeah. It seems to be clouded over, too. See, the stars are gone. Come on, let's go back inside. We'll be safe in there. We'll curl up in the lobby furniture and try to sleep.
I won't shut an eye, wondering who or what turned off those lights.
Paraphrase a popular joke. Where were Skip and Joan when the lights went out? Not only in the dark, but in a strange Midwestern village. And just 2 days before Christmas, a time when they should have been enjoying the warmth of a friendly fireside, the pleasure of holiday decorations, the music of a Christmas carol, things that most of us are enjoying these days. But for them, isolation in a cold and darkened hotel. We'll learn what this curious town holds in store for them when I return shortly with Act 2. Joan and Skip Bartram faced the prospect of spending the night in a deserted hotel in a strange and darkened town. A town apparently without inhabitants. Could it be a restoration of some kind? A sort of Midwestern Williamsburg? Under normal circumstances, it might be a lovely place to spend the Christmas holiday. But Skip and Joan are anxious to get to her parents' home and friendly family warmth. They spent the night in the sparsely furnished lobby of the hotel. And now it's morning.
Skip. Skip.
Huh?
Wake up, honey. It's daylight.
Oh, my aching back. Oh, that's the hardest couch in the world.
I didn't sleep all night. Come outside. I want to show you something.
Oh, no. Can't you bring it in here?
Oh, stop being silly. There are footprints in the snow, and they're not ours.
Footprints?
Yeah, look out the side window there.
Yeah. Yeah, they go around the back of the hotel. Well, that means somebody's around here. Come on. They're small prints. It must be a child or a woman.
Well, they lead toward that barn. It's funny. I didn't hear or see anyone. I was awake all night.
Well, there aren't any prints leading away from the barn. So whoever made them is still in there.
It's so quiet. Not a sign of life anywhere.
Well, let's go in. It's not like a private house. Anybody here?
It's so dark and dingy, Skip. Skip, let's go back out. I don't like this.
Well, somebody's got to be here. I mean, the footsteps stopped at the door.
Then why won't they answer us?
Hey, listen. Well, that was somebody's up in the loft.
They're coming down those stairs. Who's down there?
Oh, good morning, ma'am. We're looking for someone to help us.
Mercy. Where did you come from?
Well, we had an accident with our car last night. We skidded into an embankment.
Oh, my word.
We found the whole town deserted, so we spent the night in the hotel.
Oh, how curious. There aren't any beds in that hotel, you know.
We slept, or rather stayed, in the lobby.
I'm Skip Bartram, and this is my wife, Joan. We were wondering...
I'm pleased to meet you. I'm Mrs. McKinney.
Well, we were wondering if this is some sort of restoration. I mean, there were lights on last night.
And we heard Christmas carols.
Oh, yes. Isn't the music lovely? What do you mean by a restoration? This is Taylortown.
But there's no one living here. You're the only person we've seen since last night.
Yes, they've all gone. Each season, a few more left. My husband went last year. I'm the last one here.
You live here all alone? All alone in a deserted town?
It's my home.
Well, could we use your phone, Mrs. McGinnis? Joan wants to call her dad to pick us up, and, well, I've got to get a tow truck for the car.
Oh, mercy me, there's no garage or tow truck. Oh, but there's a payphone at the railroad station. We never had phones in any of the houses. And just wait till I finish upstairs, and I'll show you where it is. I don't know if it works, though. I think it's just there for effect.
I wonder what she meant by that.
Well, who knows? I just feel better now that we've met another human being. She seems friendly enough.
But a little strange, don't you think?
Naturally. Living alone in a dead town.
A ghost town. I wonder how long she'll be. But we could find that railroad station ourselves.
Oh, let her be hospitable. A few minutes won't matter. Mrs. McGinnis? Mrs. McGinnis, are you almost finished?
That's strange.
Well, I'll see.
Has something happened to her?
Mrs. McGinnis?
Skip, what's the matter?
Well, she's not here. the loft's absolutely empty. Well, there's no way she could have gotten out of that barn. There are no windows in that loft.
Well, she did. Unless we just imagined we saw and talked with her.
No, she was there all right. She just gave us the slip somehow.
Oh, look, there's the railroad station. Oh, pray that phone works.
Well, I'm not counting on it, but, well, it's worth a try.
It looks like one of Belle's first payphones. Skip, have you got a dime?
Yeah, I think so. Here you are.
Well, here goes.
Well, so far, so good.
Oh, I got a dial tone.
Yeah, at least something works in this town.
Well, it's only 10 after 9. One of them's bound to be home. Ah, it's ringing.
Yeah, they're probably looking out the windows, wondering where we are.
Hello? Is somebody on this line?
Oh, Dad. Oh, Dad, thank heaven I reached you.
Who is this?
It's Joan, Dad.
Joan? I can hardly hear you. Speak up.
Dad, it's Joan. We've had an accident with the car. You have to pick us up.
Where are you? You'll have to talk louder.
A place called Taylortown. It's practically a ghost town. Do you know where it is?
Taylortown?
Look, we'll wait for you in front of the hotel. How long will it take you?
Well, it's 10 after 9 now. About 1 hour.
Oh, we'll be here. Oh, I can't wait to see you, Dad. Dad? Dad? Oh, the line's dead.
What's the matter? You look concerned.
But Dad sounded so funny. I expected more of a reaction. He was so matter of fact. He didn't ask for details or anything.
Oh, I'm sure he figured he'd find out the details when he picks us up.
Yes, I suppose. You know, dear, I have this strange feeling I know this village. Well, not the village so much, but the houses. The houses look so familiar.
Well, a lot of small Midwestern towns have that turn-of-the-century look.
I guess so. We used to go shopping in Fairmont, and it was full of the same big houses we had in Runyonville, you know, with porches around the whole front and little filigrees under the eaves.
Like that place on the corner.
Exactly.
And look who's on the porch.
Mrs. McInnes.
Hello there. Well, where did you come from? I don't get many visitors anymore.
We wondered where you went.
Where I went? I've been here all morning. Sweeping the snow, you know. Got to get it off the porch before it freezes. Well, what brings you to Taylortown?
Skip, she doesn't remember us.
Mrs. McGinnis, we met you.
You know my name. Mercy, who are you?
Mrs. McGinnis, we met you at the barn this morning, and you said...
A barn, you say? Oh, there's a nice one behind the hotel. Want to come in for some hot coffee? Takes the chill off.
Yeah, thanks. We'd like that.
Well, come along in, then. I'll heat up the pot.
Skip, I don't know.
Well, what harm can it do? Look, we've got at least an hour to wait for your dad. We might as well spend it in a cozy kitchen.
Yeah, I guess you're